Chapter 201. The Death Eater's Call. The cold, damp wind blew through the trees, causing Harry to involuntarily hunch his shoulders. Lupin thoughtfully cast a spell on him, and Harry immediately felt warmth spread through his body. A warming charm, Lupin said with a smile. Let me tell you a little secret. Snape invented this spell. He always has a lot of novel ideas. Later, your father learned many of them. James used to bully him with the spell Snape invented. Hearing Lupin talk about his father, especially about him defeating Snape, made Harry feel very pleased. However, in reality, some things always sound so light and inconsequential. If those scenes of bullying were to be shown to Harry, he would realize that his admiration for his father might not be so deserved. Fortunately, Lupin quickly changed the topic and said seriously, "Don't take pride in that, Harry. Using your power to bully others is not a good thing. It's no different from what Voldemort does. We did many foolish things back then, and looking back now, I really regret it. At least, Remus Lupin deeply regretted it. But I think Snape deserved it," Harry said angrily. "You know how awful he is. I bet if Voldemort were to come back, and if Snape had the chance, he'd definitely kill me to present my head to Voldemort. He hates me. It's Professor Snape." Lupin emphasized this, but didn't comment on Harry's other statements. Whether Severus Snape still remained loyal to the Dark Lord was yet to be determined. Although he had infiltrated Dumbledore's circle under the Dark Lord's orders, after all these years, who could say if this double agent hadn't developed other intentions? But at this moment, it seemed that Snape certainly did not have any fondness for Harry Potter. However, Harry Potter, the son of Lily and James, was someone whom Barty Crouch Jr. believed Snape had every reason to hate. After all, Snape's love chose his bully and had a son with him, and that son was the reason her family got targeted by the Dark Lord. They walked a long distance, farther than Harry thought they'd gone when they visited the Acromantula's camp, because they passed a large depression that seemed to have been scorched by flames. It was completely unrecognizable now, but Harry guessed it might have been the Acromantula's nest. Once upon a time. All right, we're here. Lupin stretched his body and stopped in an open area, casually tossing the suitcase he was carrying to the ground. This is far enough. He licked his dry lips, and the look he gave Harry grew more and more unfamiliar. "Professor Lupin, what herbs are we looking for?" Harry asked, squinting his eyes. His scar now hurt more than before, as if someone were using a blunt axe to continuously chop at his forehead. "We're not looking for herbs, Harry." Suddenly, Harry noticed that Lupin's voice had changed, becoming both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. He felt like he had heard this voice somewhere before, but the memory was hazy. "Professor." He took a step back, instinctively raising his wand. But a red light moved faster than him, striking Harry's hand like lightning. The next moment, his wand flew out of his grip and landed in Lupin's other hand. "Expelliarmus." "Ugh, Professor Lupin." Harry's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, along with deep wariness. He put one hand into his pocket, where there was a fake galleon. The previous one had been destroyed by Voldemort, but Cyrus had made this new one. By channeling magic into it, Cyrus would be able to sense it. However, Lupin didn't give Harry any chance. "Ha! Stop your little tricks, Harry." With a wave of his hand, the fake galleon flew out of Harry's pocket like a bullet and was destroyed mid-air by a spell. "You're not Professor Lupin? Who are you?" Even though Harry had completely lost the ability to defend himself, he didn't back down. His green eyes stared intently at the imposter Lupin, unwilling to believe that Lupin could be a traitor. "You're clever, Harry, but also very foolish." Lupin's face began to swell, as if thousands of spiders were crawling under his skin, trying to tear it open and escape. Then, a face Harry had seen before appeared. It was the man from his dream. Crouch. Harry's eyes widened in shock. Without thinking, Harry turned and began to run toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But how could he outrun the speed of a spell? "It's me, Harry," Barty Crouch Jr. sneered. He then made a broad swish with his wand, and two thorny vines appeared out of nowhere, binding Harry tightly like steel wires. The thorns kept tightening, their sharp spikes cutting into Harry's skin, causing blood to trickle down. "The Master doesn't want me to kill you, but I can let you suffer a bit first," Barty Jr. sneered coldly. "Accio, Harry." Instantly, the tightly bound Harry flew to Barty's feet. Barty planted a foot on Harry's chest, bending down to grab him by the collar and lift him up. The next moment, the lock on the suitcase clicked open by itself, revealing nothing but a plain, unremarkable cup inside. Dragging Harry along, Barty reached out and grasped the cup. Pop! The Forbidden Forest was suddenly empty. About 10 minutes later, a group of invisible creatures, drawn by the scent of blood, gathered around, hovering in the area. Whoosh! There was the sound of wings folding. A golden eagle descended from the sky, its wings folding into a cloak as it landed. The man with golden tips on his neatly combed black hair slowly stood up, looking at the group of professors and Harry's friends waiting for him atop the astronomy tower. All 4 heads of house were present, along with a haggard-looking Lupin and an anxious Sirius. "Cyrus, Harry has been taken," McGonagall said urgently, looking at Cyrus. "We can't reach Albus right now, so we have no choice but to ask for your help." It was she who had suggested seeking Cyrus's help. Though she still didn't fully trust Cyrus, McGonagall was too concerned about the safety of her students to care about that now. "The fake galleon you gave Harry, can it help us find him?" Sirius asked hastily. "No, it won't work. The other one must have been destroyed," Cyrus replied. He had already tried earlier. He then turned to the others, asking about what had happened. "It's my fault," Lupin said. He had just been rescued by the professors from a cupboard in the Dada office. He looked extremely weak, with a chunk of his hair missing. "Barty Crouch Jr. has been impersonating me all term, and he's the one who took Harry. Now is not the time to worry about who's to blame," Cyrus said sternly. Without the galleon, he had no way of knowing where Harry was. Just then, Snape, who had been silent, suddenly clutched his arm. Sweat dripped down his forehead, as if he were enduring some painful punishment, but he didn't make a sound. With a lifeless look in his eyes, he turned to Cyrus and said something that shocked Hermione and the others beyond belief. "He's summoning me. ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 202, what about me? He summoning me. Snape pulled up his sleeve, revealing the black snake coiling around the skeleton, appearing to slither into the skull's eye socket as if it were alive. "What do you mean?" Ron hadn't grasped it yet, but Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. "That's the dark mark, something only Death Eaters have." She looked at Snape in disbelief. Even though no one liked him, not even Harry had thought Snape was a Death Eater, someone who had always been loyal to the Dark Lord. "To correct you, it's something only Death Eaters who are trusted by the Dark Lord have the privilege of receiving," Sirius said sarcastically. It was the truth. Voldemort wouldn't give the Dark Mark to just anyone. For example, some werewolves and some wizards who were not deemed worthy. In his eyes, they weren't even considered servants, just expendable resources. But right now, no one was concerned about that. Snape was unfazed by his sarcasm. He merely looked at Cyrus, waiting for his decision. Should he return to the Dark Lord's side, or stay? Should he reveal everything, or continue to hide? Cyrus quickly made arrangements for Snape. He didn't speak, merely gazing into Snape's eyes. "You'll go with us, and then attack me. Of course, I don't think he'll let you make a move." This message rang directly in Snape's mind, unheard by anyone else. What Snape needed now was to demonstrate his loyalty to Voldemort. With Dumbledore still alive, Voldemort required a mole close to Dumbledore. Not many people could perform this task effectively, and it wasn't yet time for Snape to be exposed. At least for now, Cyrus wasn't planning on disrupting Dumbledore's arrangement. "Come on. Harry is with them. We have to hurry. The problem is, how are we going to find them?" Sirius stomped his foot forcefully. At that moment, a tall figure hurriedly and frantically pushed open the doors of the astronomy tower. It was Hagrid. The Thestrals found Harry's blood in the Forbidden Forest. He burst in, almost tumbling over, shouting even before he had his footing. Simultaneously, several black shadows swooped across the sky. They resembled skeletal horses with dragon-like heads and enormous bat wings, like the mounts of the Grim Reaper. "What?" Hermione looked out in confusion, but saw nothing. In contrast, Ginny and Ron were startled by the Thestrals' terrifying appearance. This unique breed of winged horse could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. No one had time to explain to Hermione. Sirius was the first to mount a Thestral, looking like a prince heading off to war. The Thestrals will follow the scent of the blood to find Harry. So, under the astonished gaze of Hermione and the terrified gaze Ron and Ginny, they mounted the invisible Thestrals. The winged horses spread their vast membranous wings, and the gust of wind caused the planetary models in the astronomy tower to spin. "Wait, we're coming too." Ginny gripped her wand tightly and stepped forward. She had been watching Cyrus intently, showing no sign of backing down. "I can fight Death Eaters. You taught me how to fight, didn't you?" After a long time, Cyrus noticed that Ginny had indeed grown taller, her features slowly becoming more defined, with her fair skin resembling snow. But in his eyes, she was still just a second-year student. "We can too." Hermione and Ron had no intention of backing down. "You must stay at the school," Professor McGonagall said sternly. Even Sirius didn't support them risking themselves. "We're up against the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. They're ruthless killers. Kids, this is no joke." But neither Hermione, Ginny, nor even Ron paid any attention to what they said. They just looked straight at Cyrus until he shook his head. No. Once Voldemort is resurrected, even Cyrus himself would not be confident of defeating him. He couldn't possibly take a few kids on such a risky venture as a hindrance. It's late now. Go back to your dormitories. Tomorrow morning, you will see Harry, he commanded almost sternly. The three children felt somewhat indignant, especially Ginny. She had previously taken down Peter Pettigrew. Perhaps Cyrus was underestimating her? However, when she looked into Cyrus's eyes, she suddenly felt no urge to resist. It was as if the words coming out of Cyrus's mouth were commands that couldn't be refused, truths that couldn't be altered. So, she could only lower her head, pouting as she walked toward the astronomy tower door. Before leaving, she glanced back, her face full of grievance. Only cares about Harry. What about me? Bang. The door closed. Bang. The air was torn open, and Barty Crouch Jr. emerged from a small black hole with the injured Harry, throwing him onto the muddy ground. Harry was completely bound, unable to move, and could only try his best to look up. He saw a large cauldron set up, and the pale, thin wizard who had appeared in his dreams, his face full of fear, was holding a small bundle in his arms and pointing his wand at the bottom of the cauldron, making small movements. A three-headed snake slithered into the darkness. "You're back, Barty." The bundle in Karkaroff's arms moved and emitted a piercing sound, like sharp claws scraping across glass, which made Harry extremely uncomfortable. Then, he saw the thing inside the bundle stick its head out, fully revealing itself in front of him. A slimy, eyeless, ugly creature. It looked like a baby but had no hair, with snake-like scales all over its dark, red skin, as if it were raw, wounded flesh, and it had a snake's face. Harry instantly realized that this was Voldemort. Harry had seen many forms of Voldemort, but none appeared as pathetic as this one, as if he could be easily squashed to death. However, he knew that this current form of Voldemort was even more dangerous than before. His frailty was merely a facade. Perhaps in the next moment, Voldemort would fully resurrect, and then, like a venomous snake spewing poison, spread terror across the magical community in Britain. "Everything went smoothly, my lord," Barty Jr. said excitedly. "You never disappoint me," Voldemort said, his tone both excited and cold. His eyes were like two slits, and when they opened wider, they revealed vertical pupils. Under his gaze, Harry felt intense pain in his scar, as if his blood had frozen. "It seems my appearance has scared the boy who lived," Voldemort said with pauses between his words, his tone dripping with disdain. To him, Harry Potter was nothing more than a joke. "Well, Harry, we will catch up later." The liquid in the cauldron seemed to heat up quickly. Its surface not only began to boil but also sparked, glittering as if encrusted with diamonds. "It's ready, master," Karkaroff said, his voice hoarse and weak, as though he had just been crying. His face was full of fear, and his hands trembled. Unlike with Barty Jr., Voldemort was not gentle with him. "Now put me in." Karkaroff carried Voldemort to the edge of the cauldron. The sparks from the potion lit up his sinister, flat face. Karkaroff lowered him into the cauldron, and the potion instantly covered Voldemort. Chapter 203 Voldemort's Resurrection. For a moment, Harry almost hoped Voldemort would drown in the potion. But that was too absurd. How could Voldemort seek his own death? How could he allow his servants to harm him? Karkaroff raised his wand, closed his eyes, and spoke to the night sky. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Harry watched in shock as a small wisp of dust rose from beside him at Karkaroff's summoning, drifting into the air before gently falling into the cauldron. It was then that Harry noticed there was a skeleton lying next to him, one that had been decaying for many years. Perhaps due to the power of magic, it hadn't completely rotted away, but its features were unrecognizable, emitting a foul stench like a ghoul. The bone of the father? Was this Voldemort's father? And this is how he treated his father's remains? Before Harry could think further, the diamond-like surface of the cauldron's liquid shattered, hissing and sizzling as sparks flew. The liquid turned a bright blue color. Barty Crouch Jr. sneered as he grabbed Harry by the collar and dragged him to the edge of the cauldron. Barty urged Karkaroff. "Hurry up, Karkaroff. And the locket." Karkaroff quickly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hand wrapped in a locket. He glanced fearfully at Barty, then pulled a long, thin, silver-glinting dagger from his cloak. His voice became harsh and resolute. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." His words were fragmented, as the pain nearly prevented him from speaking. The silver dagger sliced through his hand as if cutting a piece of wild grass. Harry's eyes widened, but he was no longer focused on Karkaroff's misery. This was because Barty Crouch Jr. had taken the dagger, pressing Harry's head against the edge of the cauldron. The scorching metal seared Harry's skin, turning it red and sending up acrid smoke, while the boiling potion nearly splashed into his eyes. The blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, will resurrect your foe. Harry couldn't stop it. He was bound too tightly. He struggled desperately, feeling the dagger's tip pierce his shoulder blade. Blood flowed down through the torn sleeve of his robe, dripping into the cauldron. The liquid in the cauldron instantly turned a dazzling white. Diamond-like sparks flew out in all directions, so bright that everything around seemed to turn the color of black velvet. "You fulfilled your great task, Harry," Barty Crouch Jr. shouted with excitement, more thrilled than he had been at his own moment of freedom. He tossed the dagger aside and pulled Harry close, gripping his head tightly to force him to witness everything. "Look, the great Dark Lord reborn. He won't succeed." Harry gritted his teeth, but Harry's prayer was in vain. The sparks above the cauldron died out. A white steam rose from the cauldron, obscuring everything in front of Harry. Then, through the white mist in front of him, Harry saw with horror a tall, thin black figure slowly rising from the cauldron, resembling a skeleton. The hazy white mist was instantly dyed black by a magical force, then transformed into a fabric-like material that looked like gauze. Finally, it became a black robe draped over the skeleton-like figure. The three-headed snake that had been slithering around had somehow returned to Voldemort's feet and was crouching there. "You were wrong, Harry." The tall, thin man stepped out of the cauldron, his eyes fixed on Harry. Harry saw the face that had appeared in his nightmares frequently over the past 3 years, paler than a skeleton, with large, glowing red eyes, and a nose as flat as a snake's, with nostrils like thin slits. Voldemort had been resurrected. He did not immediately acknowledge Harry, but instead began inspecting his body. Strangely, he pulled out a wand from the robe that had materialized around him, and it was the same wand he had used before. "Master." Barty Crouch Jr. threw Harry to the ground and knelt at Voldemort's feet, though it was more of a dependence than a kneeling posture. "How do you feel?" Voldemort closed his crimson snake-like eyes, as if savoring the sensation of having a body truly his own. "Better than ever." Having fused with the soul fragment from the locket, Voldemort indeed felt that his magical power had increased slightly. It was a small difference, but it was real. It was a peculiar sensation. Since his school days, Voldemort had long forgotten what it felt like to have a complete soul. He had disfigured himself, yet his power had increased because, at that time, he was still far from reaching his peak. As for now, he had only recovered a small, insignificant amount of his strength. "The only regret is using the flesh of such a traitor for my revival." He cast a disdainful glance at Karkaroff, as if looking at something filthy and worthless. "You should have used my flesh," Barty Crouch Jr. immediately said. "Of course not, Barty. I expect you to remain whole," Voldemort said arrogantly, but with a hint of expectation. He was barefoot, standing on the blackened earth. As he passed by Karkaroff, Karkaroff looked at him with a pleading gaze. A look of joy appeared on Karkaroff's pale face. He extended his still-bleeding, severed hand, like a person in distress begging for the Lord's salvation. But Voldemort was no merciful lord. His expression was utterly cold, as if he were looking at a corpse that was already dead. The other one. Karkaroff immediately froze. Voldemort didn't say another word. He simply made a gesture, as if he were pulling on an invisible rope, and Karkaroff's other hand was yanked up. Then, he rolled Karkaroff's sleeve up to his elbow. Harry saw something on the exposed skin, like a bright red tattoo, a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. The dark mark. Voldemort gazed at the mark with a nostalgic expression, as if recalling days gone by. What he missed were the days of his own power and might, the anguished cries of muggles, and the thrill of seeing the Death Eaters grovel humbly at his feet. "They will all know you've returned," Barty Crouch Jr. said excitedly. "Lestrange, Lucius, Flint, they are all waiting for your call, sir." Voldemort chuckled softly, placing his long, pale index finger on Karkaroff's arm. The scar on Harry's forehead throbbed painfully once again, and Karkaroff let out another wail. A cruel, satisfied expression appeared on Voldemort's face. He straightened up, lifting his head as he surveyed the dark lair. "Waiting for my call. But after feeling it, how many will have the courage to return?" he murmured, his glowing red eyes fixed on the stars above. "And how many will foolishly not come?" Chapter 204. Welcome back, Death Eaters. How many people would have the guts to come back after sensing it? And how many would foolishly choose not to? The spell to summon the Death Eaters had already taken effect, but it would still take some time for them to pinpoint the exact location. Waiting is always an anxiety-inducing and tedious affair, like a witch's curse that can only be broken with time. Harry Potter. During this pause, Voldemort finally had a moment to walk over to Harry and scrutinize the boy who had once caused his soul to be shattered. So ordinary. An ordinary name, an ordinary appearance, and even his abilities couldn't be considered gifted. He was nowhere near as adept as Snape, who had already mastered some dark magic before even his first year ended. He was not as proficient in every subject as young Barty Crouch, let alone Voldemort himself. Aside from a bit of almost reckless bravery, Harry Potter didn't have anything worth mentioning. Now that he thought about it, that prophecy was simply nonsense. Could someone like this really be fated to be Voldemort's enemy? What a joke. Voldemort suddenly felt that his past self had been so foolish, making a big fuss over an insubstantial prophecy. But in the end, he had lost. Although he hadn't lost to Harry Potter, but to the ancient magic of Lily Potter. Was this just a coincidence? Or was it the inevitability of fate? Voldemort wasn't sure about that yet, but as he began to take Harry Potter more seriously, he found the boy before him increasingly insignificant. Even that one-in-a-million magical talent, Parseltongue, was something Harry had only because of the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him. He wasn't qualified to be his destined enemy. Voldemort quickly confirmed this point. There were only two people in this world worthy of being his enemies, Albus Dumbledore and Cyrus. One was the greatest white wizard, and the other was himself. But he had to admit, Harry's courage was exceptionally striking. He wasn't just recklessly brave. In fact, he had a good understanding of his own abilities and talents. But even so, he would not bow down to Voldemort. Even lying on the ground, he still stared stubbornly at Voldemort with those defiant green eyes. Voldemort didn't care about the anger of an ant. He lazily walked over to Harry's side. Surprisingly, he felt no anger towards the boy who had caused his downfall. Instead, he leisurely began to share his family history with Harry. "See, Harry, the body lying next to you is my father," he said kindly, showing no sign of displeasure. Young Barty's face even bore a comical smile. He was a muggle and a fool, just like your dear mother. But they both had their uses, didn't they? When you were little, your mother died to protect you. I killed my father. You see, he has been quite useful even after his death. Voldemort's words pierced Harry's lion heart like a blade. "Shut up," Harry shouted in hatred, desperately wishing he could tear Voldemort apart. However, no matter how much the young lion raged, it could not bite off even half a scale of the Serpent King. Voldemort sneered and flicked his wand, casting the Cruciatus curse on Harry. It was merely a minor punishment. Especially now that Voldemort no longer believed in the prophecy, he suddenly found that even torturing this child had lost its appeal. "Listen to me, Harry. You should learn some manners," he said, his snake-like eyes filled with indifference. "I haven't turned you into one of them. You should be grateful for my mercy. Otherwise, you'd be rotting right now or being eaten by a rune snake." As he spoke, he raised his hand, palm down. The three-headed rune snake rose up, its jagged, bone-chilling heads pressing against his palm. It was merely a threat. Of course, he wouldn't kill Harry. "Killing my own father. I feel a bit sentimental." Voldemort tilted his head back and sighed lightly, but there wasn't a hint of sadness on his face. "But look, Harry, my real family is about to return." As soon as he finished speaking, the air was suddenly filled with the rustling of cloaks. Between the graves, behind the pine trees, in every shadowy spot, wizards were operating. They all wore hoods, their faces concealed. One by one, they approached slowly and cautiously, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Voldemort stood there silently, waiting. A Death Eater fell to his knees, crawling to Voldemort's side, kissing the hem of his black robe. Harry saw a woman dressed in black with her eyes glowing, but with a hint of suspicion. She looked utterly mad, even daring to question the Dark Lord. "Who are you?" Bellatrix raised her chin, her wand pointed at Voldemort. She was genuinely confused now. The reborn Voldemort looked completely unrecognizable, especially his face. Bellatrix would be willing to believe he was born from a snake's belly. Was this really the Dark Lord? 12 years ago, the Dark Lord was already quite terrifying in appearance, but at least he still had a nose, didn't he? Moreover, not long ago, Bellatrix had seen a portrait of Tom Riddle in the Daily Prophet. That handsome young wizard was the true appearance of the Dark Lord. His return to youth was proof of his immortality. "You've made me sad, Bella. You don't remember me." Voldemort turned around, looking at the gathering Death Eaters, his eyes filled with discontent. "Who else could summon you besides me?" He glanced around at the hooded faces, and though there was no wind, a faint rustling seemed to pass through the crowd, as if everyone shivered at once. "What are you thinking?" Why aren't you immediately kneeling at your master's feet, begging for forgiveness? Young Barty was angrier than Voldemort, or rather, his anger was visible. He rushed to stand between Voldemort and the Death Eaters, blocking Bellatrix's wand that was pointed at Voldemort, looking ready to fight Bellatrix. But Voldemort reached out and placed his hand on Barty's shoulder, his bony fingers distinctly pronounced. "Stand back, Barty." After everything that had happened, Voldemort valued Barty very much as a servant, and he wasn't upset with those who had once been loyal to him. The loyalty of the Lestrange family, especially Bellatrix, was beyond question. "Master." Barty stepped back, but still looked at Voldemort with concern. The Dark Lord had finally regained his former composure. He walked forward defenselessly, his snake-scaled, pale gray chest exposed, until it touched Bellatrix's slightly crooked wand. "I know what you're doubting," Voldemort said softly. His voice was very gentle and calm. Who would think he was a merciless killer? He sounded almost like he was speaking to a lover, but his words were meant for all the Death Eaters, not just Bellatrix. "Master." Bellatrix, half believing, lowered her wand and prepared to kneel. In truth, there were few who still doubted at this moment. Appearance could be disguised, but power and aura could not be faked. The person before them was undoubtedly the Dark Lord. "Today, it is not you who should be kneeling before me, Bellatrix." Voldemort's gaze swept over all the wizards. They had formed a circle, but it was not a tight one. Instead, it was somewhat sparse, as if missing a few people. He stepped past Bellatrix, moving closer toward the circle formed by the Death Eaters. "Welcome, Death Eaters," Voldemort said calmly. Chapter 205. It's time to choose who to serve. 12 years. It has been 12 years since our last gathering. Yet, you still respond to my call as if it were yesterday. This means we are still united under the Dark Mark. Isn't that right? Of course, my lord. Those who had come out of prison were the first to respond. However, Voldemort did not look satisfied. His nostrils, like cracks, flared as he exhaled cold white breath. He sniffed. "But I smell guilt. There is a stench of guilt in the air." The circle shivered again, as if everyone wanted to step back but did not dare to move. "Some of you here are healthy, your magic as strong as ever." So I asked myself, why did these wizards not come to aid their master, the one they swore eternal loyalty to? "We were powerless at the time, my lord," some pleaded. Of course, I know your circumstances," Voldemort said softly. He beckoned with his hand, and the Death Eaters who had escaped from Azkaban immediately understood, silently moving behind him. Then, Voldemort turned his gaze to the rest of the Death Eaters. "But you must have believed that I was finished, thought I was done for. You snuck back among my enemies, claiming innocence, saying you knew nothing, that you were under some enchantment." Those people trembled all over. And I asked myself again, why would they believe I would not rise again? Did they not know that I had long ago taken measures to prevent my death? Had they not witnessed countless times when I proved my immense power, greater than any other wizard? No one dared to speak at this moment. Voldemort, barefoot, moved among them like a snake. Harry saw a glaring white figure. It was clearly Lucius Malfoy. I answered myself, perhaps they believe there is a stronger force, capable of defeating Voldemort. Perhaps they are already loyal to someone else. Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort paused here, then continued with another name. Or that imposter, Cyrus? Lucius's breathing immediately became much heavier. Perhaps Voldemort heard it, or maybe he had long intended to confront Lucius. "Speak up, my cunning friend, Lucius." "My lord." Lucius felt his teeth chattering. Compared to Snape, his composure was far inferior, because he had too much to lose. He couldn't find the words to defend himself, so Voldemort spoke up instead. "I have heard that you have not abandoned your past behavior, even though you put on a respectable face in front of the world. I believe you are still willing to lead the torture of Muggles, right?" "Of course, my lord. But I want to know, why did you not search for the whereabouts of your true master and instead serve that imposter?" Beads of sweat immediately appeared on Lucius's cheeks. However, he had actually been prepared for this question for a long time, or rather, he had already come up with an explanation. "I didn't know, my lord. I thought that was you." "Yes, it is indeed easy to misunderstand." To everyone's surprise, Voldemort nodded. "He has the same face as I used to have, the same extraordinary talent and power, and knows everything about me. But didn't I tell you to keep it safe? Please forgive me, my lord." Lucius knelt down, his face pressed to the ground. "Stand up, Lucius," Voldemort said softly. "Get up. You are asking for my forgiveness? Of course, this is not your fault. Anyone could have been deceived by him. And Barty has told me that the prison break at Azkaban went well. You did not betray anyone and brought back our friends. I hope you will serve me more loyally in the future. Of course, my lord, of course. You are most generous. Thank you. Lucius expressed his gratitude, tears of relief streaming down his face. At this moment, Voldemort's tone shifted sharply, his words becoming cutting and filled with a fiery rage. But I will not forgive the betrayal of these 12 years. I will not forget the long 12 years. I want you to repay the debt of those 12 years. Only then will I consider forgiving you. His gaze burned like fire on everyone present, and each person he looked at felt as if their skin was being scorched. Harry could see his clear anger and felt that Voldemort was using even more cruelty than he did with him when casting spells on those Death Eaters who had betrayed him. He was so powerful, yet still loudly pronounced the name of the spell. Crucio. All the traitors, except for Lucius, fell to the ground, convulsing as if they were on the brink of death. Voldemort showed some restraint. Otherwise, even just the Cruciatus curse might have been enough to kill them. After a while, as if he had temporarily calmed down, he stood arrogantly in place and spoke to himself. Now let me talk to you about that impostor, he said softly. How astonishing, isn't it, Lucius? Lucius kept his head down. The diary I gave you, it merely recorded some of my past. Yet because of my own powerful magic, it developed a consciousness. Voldemort avoided mentioning the Horcrux, but succinctly explained Cyrus's identity. A mere memory carrying a fragment of my power, pretending to be me, obtaining a body before I did, doing some ridiculous things, and even daring to think about replacing me. He sneered. I admit, in our first 2 confrontations, I didn't gain the upper hand against him, and even Wormtail was killed. Voldemort paused here, indicating his regret over Wormtail's death and giving the Death Eaters a moment to express their shock. How could he have the power to stand against you? Barty Jr. shouted. Yes, because I was very weak at that time, but now, not anymore. I have returned. I have been reborn. That false impostor will soon die by my hand, he said confidently. However, at that moment, within the circle surrounded by Death Eaters, a burst of blue sparks suddenly flared up. Boom! As the sparks exploded, a bright song echoed through the air. In an instant, like bluebells blooming, the blue flames ignited, instantly filling the entire space. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flames roared, and the spreading shockwave sent all the Death Eaters flying in the blink of an eye. They rolled on the ground, like wild grass, unable to stand up after being swept over by a violent wind. At this moment, the only one left standing was Voldemort. Oh, is that what you say to yourself before going to bed, Voldemort? A teasing voice came from the fire, and then a handsome man with golden black hair in an elegant attire stepped out of the fire. That familiar face made every Death Eater tremble with fear. Master, Bella's eyes widened, her gaze switching back and forth between the 2 Dark Lords. Not just her, but everyone who had seen Voldemort's true form was like this. Cyrus raised his chin arrogantly, and his golden pupils swept over the Death Eaters. It's time to choose who you will serve, Death Eaters. Chapter 206, Duel of the Dark Lords. Cyrus's golden eyes sparked with lightning, and blue flames ignited beside him. The flames bent down to either side, as if bowing to their king. Bellatrix's gaze was fiery as she looked at the handsome Cyrus, momentarily forgetting the pain in her arm. It wasn't just her. All the Death Eaters had been knocked down by the immense magical power, gazing up like ants at the nearly divine figure above them. Although there was no doubt that this noseless man was their lord, the one they had sworn to serve, the dark mark burned and called to them. But there was doubt in their eyes. How could there possibly be 2 Dark Lords in this world? The Death Eaters immediately recalled Voldemort's earlier mention of a fake. But this so-called fake was too magnificent, making the real Voldemort appear even more downtrodden, like a tattered imitation. Although I had thought about the possibility, I didn't expect you would actually dare to come before me, Voldemort drawled lazily. Although he looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, his aura remained strong. During the explosion of flames earlier, he was the only one who didn't get a speck of dust on him. He wasn't surprised to see Cyrus at all, as if he had anticipated his arrival, especially since you came alone. The Dark Mark could summon the Death Eaters, and naturally, Cyrus could sense it too. After all, this was a spell the 16-year-old Tom had invented. However, Voldemort had assumed Cyrus would first go to Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was trapped in the Ministry of Magic due to a small trick by Voldemort. If Cyrus appeared at the Ministry, it would lead to a new entanglement, and by then, Voldemort would have already left with Harry. As for now, he arrogantly sized up Cyrus, thinking that killing him here and now would clearly be the better choice. No, not just killing, but like a snake, to swallow Cyrus alive. To digest him. to take back what rightfully belongs to him. Heh, what is there that I wouldn't dare? Do you think I would be afraid of you, a defeated opponent? Cyrus sneered, but his words caused an uproar among the Death Eaters. The Dark Lord lost? Not only to the boy who lived, but also to this person in front of them, whom Voldemort had called an impostor, another Dark Lord. Upon hearing this news, those Death Eaters who were already wavering became even more shaken. Initially, the purebloods followed in Voldemort's footsteps only for their own gain. But as Voldemort's power grew stronger and he fully tore away his mask, though he continued to promote the rhetoric of pureblood supremacy, what was the reality? Whether pureblood or half-blood, they were merely his servants. They didn't care how brutal Voldemort was towards Muggles or even Muggle-born wizards, but now they were the ones groveling like dogs. They had joined him due to his charisma and the dream he showed them. Now he has lost the charm that attracted people towards him and only uses force to rule over them purebloods like they are some Muggle-born. But did they truly wish to submit right now? It was only out of fear of Voldemort's cruel and formidable methods. But now, this power seemed no longer unbeatable. Was there still a need for them to risk their lives for Voldemort? Was there still a need to risk staying by the side of a venomous snake that could bite their throats at any moment? Their eyes subtly shifted back and forth between Cyrus and Voldemort, eager to know if what Cyrus said was true. Yet, they were also intimidated by Voldemort's terrifying presence and didn't dare make any rash moves. The handsome wizard walked leisurely through the flames, his arrogant yet composed demeanor making him appear far more dignified than Voldemort's current devilish stance. Cyrus walked over to Harry's side, the flames crackling around them, burning Tom Riddle Sr.'s bones to ashes. The black-gray dust drifted into the night sky. The ropes binding Harry were also burned off, and as the flames passed over his body, they healed his wounds. "Sorry, I got caught again," Harry said to Cyrus, feeling a bit embarrassed. He really felt a bit useless, being kidnapped by Voldemort's followers twice, and both times from the supposedly safest place, Hogwarts. Harry couldn't even imagine if he'd survived 2 days if he ever left Hogwarts. Even Sirius and Dumbledore didn't notice Barty Jr.'s disguise. "This isn't your fault, Harry," Cyrus said gently. His eyes turned to the Death Eaters, his gaze both intense and warm. Those filled with hostility seemed to be stunned as if by a fierce bird of prey. Voldemort, however, didn't seem angry or annoyed at Cyrus's words. The strength he gained from his rebirth gave him confidence. "I don't deny my previous failures. Of course, I call it a failure because I failed to kill you. But you, gaining a slight, insignificant victory over me when I was at my weakest, have nothing to be proud of." His slit-like pupils emanated a dangerous aura, like the stench of blood. "Now I am fully resurrected," Voldemort said as he twirled his wand. He didn't cast any spells, but his immense magical power still stirred up a whirlwind, suppressing Cyrus's flames. "You haven't seen me at my strongest, have you?" Voldemort continued, still thinking that Cyrus was the soul from his diary. "I can forgive your youth, but I cannot tolerate your usurpation." His voice grew colder. In fact, from the very beginning, Voldemort had intended to kill Cyrus in front of all the Death Eaters. Only by personally killing Cyrus could he prove his power to those Death Eaters with ulterior motives, show that his so-called past failures were nothing, and confirm that he was still the unparalleled Dark Lord. "Watch closely, my friends. I am going to completely erase any misunderstanding in your minds." His gaze swept around before returning to Cyrus. "Now I will kill him to prove my strength, right here, right now, in front of you all. I am no longer weak, and Dumbledore is not here to help him. This way, you won't doubt who is truly stronger." Voldemort's words were low, his murderous intent like a jet of blood gushing from a slit throat. In the next moment, both Cyrus and Voldemort moved simultaneously. Neither cared about any formalities. With a blank expression, Cyrus shielded Harry behind him with his left hand, stepped forward, and swung his wand with his right. Instantly, the flames surged like a tidal wave towards Voldemort. The blaze erupted. Voldemort casually waved his wand, shattering the wave of flames, which dissipated like bubbles. Then, he pressed his wand down in Cyrus's direction, forcing the fire shield back. Cyrus immediately felt an immense surge of pressure. The fully resurrected Voldemort indeed possessed unparalleled power. Even though Cyrus's magical strength had been greatly enhanced by ancient magic, he was instantly put at a disadvantage. Voldemort's power was simply incomprehensible. Perhaps only Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, could surpass him. He shattered the flames, stepped forward into the dark night, raised his wrist high, and violently whipped out a black curse. The curse flew straight towards Cyrus, yet it weighed down the Death Eaters, forcing them to bend over under its force. Barty Crouch Jr. lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head as the flames and gale bore down on his back. The gap in power was glaringly obvious at this moment. Barty was a highly talented wizard, but in this battle, he didn't even have the qualifications to intervene. Chapter 207. Cyrus, bow down to your true master. Sectum Sempra. An invisible blade sliced through the curse. Cyrus didn't dare to be distracted for even a second. The severed curse shot past him, the resulting gust lifting the golden hair on his forehead. The two exchanged spells back and forth under the night sky, the flashing lights like urgent beacons in a thick fog. Voldemort wielded dark magic with a flourish, casting many spells that Cyrus had never seen before. He didn't dare to meet them head-on, and instead countered with ancient magic. Cyrus' spells were powerful and thunderous, their sounds booming like thunder. Is this all you've got? Voldemort sneered arrogantly, raising his chin. His spell-casting gestures were unusual, with his wrist held high, full of contempt. And he certainly had the right to be arrogant. His immense magical power was utterly unreasonable, and the force of his spells made Cyrus's wrist ache and the base of his thumb throb with pain. Anyone with eyes could see that Cyrus was at a disadvantage, and Voldemort's attacks were becoming even more fierce. As expected of the Dark Lord, Cyrus thought, feeling increasingly strained. After all, he was known as the Dark Lord, a man who single-handedly instilled fear in the British wizarding world. He wasn't just hard to kill. His raw talent might even surpass Dumbledore's. If Dumbledore didn't have the Elder Wand, the outcome between the two would be uncertain. At this rate, Cyrus would have to use his trump card. Crack! After another spell split the ground, Voldemort seized an opening. At that moment, Cyrus had just deflected one of Voldemort's spells, but was immediately surrounded by three more. Voldemort's wand emitted a green light. A deeply satisfied expression appeared on Voldemort's face, his voice low and excited. Avada Kedavra. He silently cast the first two, then shouted the last one to increase the power of the spell. The green spell shot out like a thunderbolt, piercing through the gaps between the other spells, aimed straight at Cyrus's heart. Protego Diabolica. Reflected in Cyrus's golden eyes was the image of death. He swung his wand in a circular motion, summoning a blaze of blue fire that clashed with the three dark curses. The explosion sent flames bursting outward, creating a cloud of smoke that rose 10 meters high. Flying debris shattered Harry's glasses, nearly blinding him. Boom! The violent sound and thick dust hung in the moonlit air like holy ash. Harry was thrown by the force of the blast, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Voldemort glanced at him and subtly moved his hand, using a spell to shield Harry. Naturally, he did so in a way that no one would notice or perceive. He still wanted to duel with Harry after all. At the same time, the killing curse twisted and turned like a snake, cutting through the high-temperature dust left by the exploding flames. Its lethal fangs secretly bared. Silence. The entire world seemed to plunge into stillness. Within the thick dust, no one could make out any figures. Only the trajectory of the green spell remained clearly visible in everyone's eyes. Mr. Cyrus? Harry was stunned. This single second seemed to stretch on forever. Death appeared before Harry for the first time, so vividly, like a maiden stripped of her garments. It felt like a dream, until Voldemort's laughter snapped him awake. Only then did Harry realize what had happened. Cyrus is dead. But his glee lasted barely a second. The dust that had settled began to stir once more, swirling upward as something within it whipped up a whirlwind. In the next moment, a sharp cry echoed through the night sky. A massive shadow emerged from the gray dust, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Only this phoenix was bathed in golden lightning. Boom! In an instant, clouds obscured the moonlight. The Thunderbird spread its golden wings wide. Voldemort was still in shock at the sudden appearance of this Thunderbird when, in the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning, 4 to 5 meters thick, struck down. Crack! Boom! The lightning hit his chest almost dead center, and Voldemort was sent flying like a rag doll, lifelessly rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. At this moment, aside from the rumbling thunder, the only sound left was the heavy breathing of the Death Eaters. Cyrus flapped his wings, descending with the wind. The golden wings abruptly retracted, slowly transforming into the tails of a black coat that fluttered gently as he landed. He reverted to his original form, but the wizards present looked at him with even more astonishment, even fear and madness. Animagus. Everyone was shaking. And his animagus form is a Thunderbird? Barty Crouch Jr. felt the world must have gone mad. It was common knowledge that no wizard after Merlin could transform into magical creatures. It was only known as a myth that Merlin could transform into a dragon. Every wizard who attempted to break this rule, without exception, ended up becoming a mindless quintate. But now, it seemed this rule had been broken. And the one who shattered this ironclad law was the so-called imposter Dark Lord. Barty Crouch Jr. still firmly believed that Cyrus was an imposter. Of course, in reality, he was right. However, it was evident that the other Death Eaters didn't necessarily share his view. Those who had been wavering saw Cyrus's power firsthand and were already swayed. As for those loyal to Voldemort, they hadn't personally participated in his resurrection and, in fact, weren't sure which of the two was the real one. The things Voldemort had said earlier were just his own words. Who could guarantee they were true? Perhaps the person before them was the real Dark Lord. At this moment, Barty Crouch Jr. was both angry and worried. He knew better than anyone the nature of those who follow the strongest. If the Dark Lord truly lost, these people, who had betrayed the Dark Lord once, would naturally do so again. Yet, Cyrus's golden eyes seemed to pierce into their hearts. He stepped forward, looking down on all the Death Eaters, and then drew a barrier of flames around himself. Now, make your choice. Bow down to your true master. Cyrus said coldly. He was almost forcing them, yet he appeared generous. Harry stood amidst the flames, looking at Cyrus with a gaze full of words left unsaid. At first, he thought Cyrus had been killed, but in the blink of an eye, Cyrus had defeated Voldemort. Now, Cyrus was showing signs of recruiting those scoundrels again, making Harry feel very uncomfortable. Was he really planning to take over Voldemort's forces and become the next Dark Lord? He wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't find the words. At that moment, he heard Cyrus's lazy yet tempting voice. Walk through the blue flames and join me. Chapter 208. Bellatrix comes under Cyrus. Walk through the blue flames and join me. Cyrus issued his invitation. Under the dark night sky, the ghostly blue flames reflected on the pale faces of the Death Eaters. They were either shocked, angry, or tempted. In fact, quite a few had already risen from the ground, taking stiff steps towards Cyrus. However, having witnessed the terrifying power of those blue flames, none dared to touch them, fearing they might be reduced to ashes the moment they made contact. Stop! Barty Crouch Jr. shouted angrily. Are you trying to betray us? The Death Eaters paused, but the silence lasted only a few seconds before someone stepped forward to counter Barty. We are loyal to the Dark Lord, and now we want to return to his side. How is that betrayal? The one speaking was Ossus, not from the Knot family. To be honest, it didn't really matter to him who the real Voldemort was. At this point, it's not about choosing sides, but about choosing between survival and death. However, because he feared the flames, he didn't want to be the first to step forward. Cyrus quietly watched them from across the flames. To be honest, given their loyalty, there weren't many among them with the guts to walk through the flames and stand by his side. However, Cyrus didn't intend to eliminate them completely. In reality, he had lowered the standard. At this moment, as long as they were willing to submit, they wouldn't be burned to death by the fire shield. But their souls would experience the pain of being scorched by flames. Barty Crouch Jr. glared angrily at the group of Death Eaters who were ready to defect. Holding his wand, he seemed ready to cast the killing curse at anyone who showed even a hint of siding with Cyrus, making them pay for their disloyalty with their lives. But what he didn't expect was that the first person to rush into the flames wasn't Ossus Knot, the one who spoke, nor was it Lucius Malfoy, whom he had always considered to be spineless. It was Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman darted into the flames like a crazed black snake, crossing into them in the blink of an eye. She laughed loudly, and the flames didn't harm her in the slightest. Instead, they enveloped her like a warm spring. Bellatrix? Barty Crouch Jr. never dreamed that the first person to betray them would be Bellatrix Lestrange, whom he thought was the most loyal. Among the Death Eaters, who didn't know of Bellatrix's devotion and affection for the Dark Lord. Yet now, she staggered over to the side of that impostor, her smile almost blinding. What are you doing, Bellatrix? Barty shouted angrily. However, Bellatrix turned around in the flames, spreading her arms as if embracing them. Her expression was infatuated and wild, and when she looked at Barty, there was a natural arrogance about her. Of course, I'm returning to my real master's side. She danced in the fire, her tone as gentle as if she were whispering to a lover. Then, under everyone's gaze, Bellatrix gave Cyrus a slight bow before kneeling at his feet and kissing the back of his shoe. Rise, Bellatrix. Only servants kneel before me. You, however, should stand behind me and follow in my footsteps. Cyrus extended his hand, but did not bend down. Master. Bellatrix raised her head, her eyes filled with fervor, as if this was an honor bestowed upon her by Cyrus. She reached out solemnly, grasped Cyrus's hand, and stood up, spinning gracefully like a black swan in ballet before taking her place behind him, her gaze never leaving his figure. With Bellatrix as the leader, the other Death Eaters who had been hesitant to face the flames were now eager to act. Nott was the second to step into the fire. Having recovered from the shock of Bellatrix's betrayal, Barty Crouch Jr. was now furious. Without hesitation, he raised his wand and aimed at Nott's back. Avada Kedavra. The green killing curse shot out, on the verge of striking Nott's back. However, at that moment, Cyrus raised his wand, lifting it like a conductor, and the flames instantly grew higher, engulfing Nott completely. Boom. The power of Barty's curse in front of Cyrus was almost comical. The blue flames blocked Barty's killing curse, and the heat wave generated by the fire instantly blew Barty back, scorching his skin red. "How dare you attack my servant?" Cyrus said coldly. For Nott, he used the term servant. Unlike Bellatrix, who crossed the flames with ease, Nott felt as though his very soul was being torn apart the moment he touched the fire. It was as if he had truly stepped into a blazing inferno, with every inch of his skin burning red. After just a few steps, he showed a look of agony, his pale fingernails digging into his chest as he collapsed to his knees in the flames, unable to move forward. "My ass. Master." Nott reached out desperately, his eyes pleading with Cyrus. But Cyrus remained indifferent. "It seems you were having second thoughts. This is your punishment, Nott. Don't worry, the flames will only hurt, not kill you," Cyrus said coldly. "Crawl over." Bellatrix curled her lips coldly as she looked at Osith Nott, who was crawling on the ground, her eyes full of disgust and mockery. Osith Nott could only lower his head like a dog. His hands and feet felt as if they were stepping on red-hot iron, and every bit of progress was accompanied by a scream like that of a tortured soul. Tears of pain streamed down his face, only to evaporate instantly. He wanted to retreat, but there was no longer any way back. Turning back now meant death. Of course, cowardice and hesitation would not lead to any good outcome either. The Death Eaters outside the circle of fire, upon seeing Nott's miserable state, were instead more determined to move over to Cyrus's side. Their previous doubts about whether Cyrus was truly the Dark Lord were nearly dispelled. This cold demeanor, was it not exactly like the Dark Lord's? This was the real Dark Lord. Elegant, charming, yet cruel. The crowd began to move. About half of them, filled with fear, headed toward the flames. Like criminals in shackles, they walked barefoot over a mountain of blades. Once engulfed by the fire, they all fell to their knees. But soon enough, the second person who could pass through the flames like Bellatrix appeared. It was the elderly Bulstrode, an old wizard who was extremely loyal to Voldemort and still remembered the Dark Lord in his younger days, and the one who had told others about him returning to youth after seeing the news in Azkaban. He strode through the flames and quickly overtook Nott, who was the second to enter the fire and was still crawling. "Welcome, Bulstrode. Stand behind me," Cyrus said with a smile. He had a deep impression of this old wizard. As one of the earliest followers of the Death Eaters, Bulstrode occupied a significant place in Voldemort's memories. They were not only awed by Voldemort's power, but also possessed a considerable degree of ideology. Of course, they also carried with them a sense of pure-blood arrogance and a disdain for muggles. This was the most fundamental belief of almost all Death Eaters. From the very beginning, they followed under the banner of Voldemort's pure-blood supremacy. There were still many remaining Death Eaters, most of whom had come out of Azkaban. They did not believe that the powerful Dark Lord had been defeated so easily, and there were also some who had not yet decided what to do, a group of fools who were indecisive, and there were quite a few of them. The Death Eaters who had stepped into the fire crawled on their knees towards Cyrus, one by one kissing the tips of his shoes and the hem of his robes. They swarmed around him like ants, lifting Cyrus to a higher position as if he could touch the sky. Chapter 209, Order of the Phoenix. "My master, I beg for your forgiveness and vow to serve you forever," Nott said in a trembling voice, his head bowed. After he spoke, the other Death Eaters also fervently pleaded for forgiveness. At the same time, the blue flames immediately coiled around their left arms like a snake. Wherever the fiery serpent passed, thick black smoke billowed from the Death Eaters' arms. "Ah!" They cried out in pain, clutching their arms as the dark mark of the Dark Lord burned away under the flames, turning into a foul-smelling black smoke that rose up into the sky. The blue flame serpents left crimson, spiral marks on their arms, a sign of ancient magic. Cyrus intended to build a wizard army of his own. Although this group of purebloods was a motley crew, they hailed from ancient wizarding families that wielded significant influence in the British magical community. Due to certain historical reasons, their bloodlines could even extend to other continents of this world. As for the name of this organization, Cyrus hadn't yet decided. For now, it was just in its embryonic stage. But one day, the seeds planted would grow into a towering tree, with dense branches and roots interwoven into a vast network. Whether wizard or muggle, the world would eventually become one. After marking them with this symbol, the pain from the fire shield seemed to lessen, and the Death Eaters, tearful and grateful, bowed their heads in reverence to their master. Cyrus actually quite enjoyed this feeling, though he couldn't help but find it lacking. These Death Eaters groveling before him were not exactly impressive. Besides, Voldemort wasn't dead yet. Voldemort couldn't possibly die from just one hit. He had modified his body with magic long ago, making his magical resistance even higher than that of a fire dragon. Cyrus could see right through his current state. This guy was clearly pretending. Sure enough, just as most of the Death Eaters had already crossed over and the remaining ones were under increasing pressure, the gray, corpse-like body began to move. How should I express my disappointment in you? Voldemort stood up, his voice soft but clearly reaching everyone's ears. But you, Lucius, you surprised me. I thought for sure you would immediately turn to the embrace of that impostor. Voldemort glanced at Lucius meaningfully. I swear my allegiance to you, my master. Lucius immediately bowed his head. He had wanted to, but Cyrus had stopped him. Lucius was a valuable piece on the chessboard, and perhaps keeping him by Voldemort's side could be useful, even if Lucius was not particularly reliable. But you, Bella? I thought your loyalty to me was greater than anyone's. I am only loyal to the Dark Lord, Bella said, poking her cheek with her wand and tilting her head to look at Voldemort. The Death Eaters who had already sworn their allegiance, although not directly addressed, felt a renewed fear in their hearts and looked at Voldemort in shock. Have we chosen the wrong side again? They thought in terror. Their wavering thoughts brought about physical punishment as the new marks on their arms grew hot, turning into venomous snakes slithering across their skin. Oh, they fell to their knees, wailing in agony. Wherever the snake slithered, their skin was instantly burned, leaving behind ugly scars. This is the price of betrayal, thoughts, Cyrus said, looking at them with contempt, before stepping out of the flames to face Voldemort. He certainly knew that Voldemort couldn't be defeated so easily. If Voldemort were that easy to deal with, then Dumbledore's years of fighting against him would be nothing short of ridiculous. I have to say, you surprise me more and more, Cyrus, Voldemort said, sincerely praising him. Is this also the power of ancient magic? Compared to before, Cyrus had become much more formidable, even achieving the unprecedented feat of transforming into a magical creature. However, to Voldemort, who had regained his strength, Cyrus was still not a serious threat. He looked at the Death Eaters being tormented in the flames, a look of disgust in his eyes. I truly don't know how to describe your stupidity. Haven't you already believed that I lost once? There was a calm fury in his eyes. But when he looked at those who had already gathered around Cyrus, his gaze showed not even the slightest hint of regret. He had never cared about so-called purebloods. He just needed some servants, and it so happened that their veins did not carry the filthy blood of muggles. Only Bellatrix's betrayal truly pained Voldemort. She had once been someone he could entrust with a Horcrux, but now she stood behind Cyrus. Even though Bellatrix's husband was right next to him, to Voldemort, wasn't this a form of betrayal? But since she had already made her choice, Voldemort would not be lenient. The game should end now, Cyrus. I will show you my true power. Not just mine, but also my family's. By family, Voldemort naturally meant the Death Eaters. Although some of them had already betrayed him, it didn't matter much. Those traitors were now writhing pitifully at Cyrus's feet, suffering from the punishment of betrayal thoughts. Voldemort was somewhat satisfied with this, but if it were up to him, he would have been even more ruthless. Kill the traitors, Voldemort commanded, his snake-like eyes sweeping over those still standing behind him. When his gaze fell on Rodolphus, he spoke even more cruelly. You, kill Bellatrix. Of course, my lord. Rodolphus and his brother both took a step forward. Lucius also promptly drew his wand, but from his shifty-eyed demeanor, it was clear he intended to protect himself above all else. Are you all right, Barty? Voldemort asked with concern for his most loyal servant. Barty was fine and came over to Voldemort's side. You will take care of Bulstrode, Voldemort instructed. You know, he was one of my earliest followers. It is only fitting that you be the one to kill him. His tone was solemn, making it clear that this was not just an order, but also a testament to Barty's importance. Of course, Barty smiled crazily. He was eager to kill. On Voldemort's side, there was a strong momentum. In contrast, on Cyrus's side, although the numbers were about the same, the real fighting power was reduced to just 2.5 people. One was Bellatrix, the other was Bulstrode, and the last half was Harry, who had picked up the wands of the others. You are now at a loss, Cyrus. Am I? Cyrus smirked, tilting his chin up, signaling Voldemort to look up at the sky. In the darkness of the night, there were figures riding skeletal steeds of death, the Thestrals. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived. Chapter 210, Sirius meets Bella. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived. Harry looked up and saw Sirius and Lupin flying in the sky. It seemed like they were riding something, though Harry couldn't see it, making their posture look somewhat comical. The others, however, could clearly see the Thestrals they were riding. Although these skeletal-winged horses looked terrifying, they weren't particularly strong. But the people riding them were a different story. The Order of the Phoenix was unlike the Death Eaters. Though they were fewer in number, almost every one of them was highly skilled, especially the heads of houses. What the? Sirius spotted Bellatrix standing close to Harry from a distance, and his heart immediately tensed up, worrying that Harry had been taken hostage. Voldemort might be using Harry's life to threaten Cyrus. Without hesitation, Sirius leapt from the Thestral's back, initiating a short-range apparition. It was as if he was flying through a misty cloud, his own body seemingly becoming part of the mist. As he rapidly descended, his form had barely solidified when he whipped out his wand, transforming it into a lashing whip aimed at Bellatrix. Stay away from my godson. Sirius knew all too well the nature of his sister. He attacked without a second thought. But Bellatrix wasn't easy to deal with. She sidestepped the whip and immediately stepped forward, pressing her curved wand against Sirius's throat. Open your eyes and take a good look, dear brother. We're on the same side now, Bellatrix said, her tone playful, her face twisted with a manic grin. You? Sirius's voice rose in disbelief, his pupils dilating. On our side. Sirius's expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he'd just heard a story about a mouse becoming a bridesmaid for a cat. It's true, Sirius, Harry quickly called out. Harry didn't know much about Bellatrix's past, but he clearly understood that Cyrus was locked in a fateful duel with Voldemort at that moment. He didn't want Bellatrix and Sirius to fight, fearing it would weaken their side's already limited forces. Let it go, Sirius, Cyrus said softly without turning around. Somehow, his voice carried the same quiet authority as Dumbledore's, making it difficult to argue with. Sirius immediately released his grip on his wand and turned to face Voldemort. With just one glance, his eyes widened in shock. Voldemort had truly returned. That terrifying form, like a demon. What Sirius didn't know was that Voldemort was just as shocked. His snake-like pupils, narrowed like a cat's, stared at Sirius and the others who had descended from the Thestrals. He didn't know what to say. Did he wake up to find himself fighting alongside the Order of the Phoenix? For a brief moment, he felt like cutting his own throat and crawling back into his grave to lie down for a few more days. Harry, are you all right? Professor McGonagall had also dismounted from her Thestral. The elderly cat Animagus rushed to Harry's side, anxiously looking him over, fearful that he might be hurt, even slightly. However, the wounds on Harry's body had already been healed by the healing spell Cyrus had embedded in the fire shield, so he only looked a bit disheveled with his torn clothes. Harry wasn't the type to make a fuss over minor injuries. I'm fine, but Voldemort. Harry glanced toward Voldemort, conflicted. If it weren't for him, this terrifying Dark Lord wouldn't have been resurrected. Harry felt a deep sense of guilt, but also helplessness. Professor, has Headmaster Dumbledore arrived? Harry asked quickly. At this, Professor McGonagall wore a troubled expression. Dumbledore was delayed by something. We've tried to contact him. Don't worry, Harry, we'll make sure you get back safely, Lupin said gently. His words carried a calming, gentle strength, meant to reassure. But at this moment, words seemed to have little effect. Harry wasn't concerned about his own safety. His real fear was that if they didn't manage to kill Voldemort tonight, this terrifying figure would once again bring disaster to the wizarding world. I believe, Snape, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly spoke. Harry jumped at the sound of his voice, only now realizing that Snape was standing just beside him. This is hardly the time for your reunion, Snape muttered in his usual cold tone. He stepped forward to stand behind Cyrus, raising his wand. He looked like a living corpse, capable of moving, thinking, but utterly numb. At some point, the flames had died down. Snape glanced at the people lying on the ground. The dark marks on their arms had disappeared, replaced by a spiraling symbol, resembling smoke or a towering structure. Upon Snape's reminder, Sirius and the others shifted their focus to Voldemort and the Death Eaters behind him. As the flames died down, the Death Eaters who had pledged allegiance to Cyrus stood up, raising their wands. However, compared to the opposing side, their presence was much weaker. Most of them were unremarkable, barely useful. To be honest, Voldemort didn't even care to spare them a second glance. But Snape? Ever since he had appeared, Voldemort's gaze had lingered on him from the corner of his eye. So, Severus, you've betrayed me as well. Voldemort had always valued Snape, much like Barty Crouch Jr. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed Snape at Hogwarts as a spy. Both sides knew Snape was a double agent, and both believed he was loyal to them. Even after Voldemort's first downfall, when Dumbledore vouched for Snape, Voldemort hadn't believed that Snape had betrayed him. But tonight, Snape hadn't rushed to celebrate his rebirth. That was over 10 years ago. You broke the promise you made to me, Snape said, his voice calm, yet seething with a deep, quiet anger, like a slow-moving but bottomless river. She was just a girl, Severus. You told me you had moved on. There are plenty of good women in this world, Voldemort replied dismissively. Harry, overhearing this, was shocked by such an intense revelation. He couldn't help but glance at Snape. From their conversation, it sounded as though Snape had once loved a woman, something Harry could never have imagined. How could anyone associate Snape with the concept of love? Now, though, Harry was intensely curious about who that woman might have been. Harry couldn't help but glance at Sirius, hoping his godfather might have some answers. But Sirius didn't know either. He was aware of Snape's past friendship with Lily, but they had drifted apart after Snape publicly insulted her, calling her a mudblood. Who could have imagined someone's love could run so deep? Every move Snape made was under Voldemort's scrutiny, but Snape did not flinch, staring directly into Voldemort's eyes. However, Snape's wand subtly shifted, pointing towards Cyrus's back. Voldemort understood immediately. Snape was putting on a show. This spy was still loyal to his true master. The words he had just spoken were meant for Cyrus and the others to hear. As soon as Voldemort gave the order, Snape would betray Cyrus and strike from behind. Voldemort, who had never understood love, couldn't fathom unwavering devotion. He had no idea that everything Snape had said came from the depths of his heart. To Voldemort, it seemed only logical that Snape's current behavior was what made sense. After all, why would anyone remain attached to a dead woman, especially one who had been someone else's wife? He sent Snape a signal, telling him to hold off. Now was not the time to expose Snape. With his current strength, Voldemort was confident he could kill Cyrus on his own. Snape, his hidden weapon, would be best reserved for Dumbledore. So, Snape's wand shifted once again. Underscore. Chapter 211. You will bleed too. His lifeless eyes remained calm, though inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Things were unfolding just as Cyrus had predicted. I truly pity you, Severus, Voldemort said with a feigned sense of sympathy, before turning his full attention back to Cyrus. Shall we begin again? Despite his words, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, with a casual wave of his arm, he commanded the Death Eaters to launch the first strike. With both sides evenly matched in numbers, the battle quickly devolved into a chaotic melee. Harry had reclaimed his wand, brought to him by a thestral that had tracked the scent of blood to where Harry had been taken. Expelliarmus. He ducked under a spell and immediately countered. In the midst of countless silent, nonverbal spells being cast, Harry's vocalized incantations made his intentions painfully obvious. His spells rarely hit their targets, but they weren't entirely useless. At the very least, each time he shouted, the Death Eaters had to pay attention to his attacks. I'll be the one to kill Harry Potter. A Death Eater stepped forward, his wand glowing green as he prepared to strike. But before he could cast the spell, he was hit by a curse from behind, causing him to collapse and roll on the ground. Do not kill Harry Potter, Voldemort commanded angrily. I will kill him with my own hands. He wanted to keep Harry alive, but needed a proper pretext for it. This made the Death Eaters even more cautious, fearing that they might accidentally kill Harry. The scene was utter chaos. Spells flickered through the darkness like shooting stars, lighting up the battlefield. Bellatrix grabbed the back of Harry's collar, pulling him back just as he attempted to rush at Voldemort. She yanked him backward and tossed him aside. Harry tumbled across the ground several times. His plan had been to use the same tactic he had employed to defeat Quirrell, hoping that touching Voldemort would reduce him to ashes. However, the current Voldemort had already severed the ancient bloodline connection created by Lily's magic. Don't go getting yourself killed, boy, Bellatrix snarled in annoyance, ruthlessly casting a killing curse that struck a Death Eater in the chest. Having killed someone, she immediately let out a wild, excited scream. Though she had now allied with Cyrus, her true nature hadn't changed. She was still violent and merciless, showing no compassion toward her enemies. Bellatrix. Rodolphus suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with his brother Rabastin flanking her from both sides. Rodolphus looked like a ferocious wolf, while Rabastin resembled a coiled snake. Both were fierce and powerful Death Eaters. "You will pay for your betrayal, Bellatrix." Rabastin hissed menacingly. He strode forward, firing off a blasting curse. Bellatrix didn't dodge. An invisible shield of armor formed in front of her, blocking the attack. She then swung a fiery whip, lashing it out fiercely. The flames missed Rabastin, but struck another Death Eater in the back, tearing into his flesh. Confringo. Rodolphus pointed his wand, causing the ground to rise and form several rock golems armed with sharp spears, charging at Bellatrix. He didn't stop there and launched another attack. "Bellatrix Lestrange," he shouted, though his tone was awkward. "The Lestranges have no need for traitors. Avada Kedavra. Reducto." Boom. Another scarlet spell flew in, cutting off the killing curse. A dark shadow rushed into the midst of their battle. Cyrus, moving like a graceful conductor, positioned himself behind Bellatrix. His blasting spell not only stopped the killing curse, but also shattered the rock golems. The ancient and noble House of Black doesn't stoop to the level of you rat-snake scum. Cyrus sneered. In the past, Cyrus had despised the Black family, believing that everyone in it was a complete jerk. But now, after learning of Regulus' heroic deeds and seeing Bellatrix leave Voldemort to stand behind Cyrus, his perspective shifted. Suddenly, the Black family didn't seem so irredeemable. Even in darkness, stars could shine. He and his sister stood back to back. Who would have thought, years ago, that they would ever fight side by side? Cyrus wished he could go back and show his mother, whose portrait hung on the wall, what her beloved daughter had become now, just to spite her. The Black bloodline is only good for breeding traitors. Voldemort sneered from not far away, clearly thinking of Regulus' betrayal. The remark nearly caused Lucius, who was fighting Snape, to drop his wand in fear. Narcissa, after all, was also a Black by blood, and Lucius worried that his own betrayal had been uncovered. Fortunately, Voldemort was merely venting his frustration. He likely hadn't even remembered Narcissa's maiden name, as she had always remained somewhat removed from the Death Eaters. Lucius and Snape were both fighting half-heartedly, unaware that the other was also playing double agent, yet they both seemed to be trying to avoid real confrontation. Voldemort seemed weary, standing amid the chaos alongside Cyrus. Spells flew dangerously close to them, but none could reach them. It was as if the curses had eyes, veering away the moment they got near. Voldemort launched his attack. With a flick of his wrist, a spell shot out like a massive beam of light, tearing through the air with such force that it caused the air to tremble, whipping up fierce winds. Voldemort's robes flapped wildly in the wind, adding to the intensity of the scene. Cyrus raised his wand to counter the attack. In that instant, all other battles paused. As their spells collided, the impact generated a tremendous, visible shockwave, distorting the air around them. Boom! Everyone present, except for Voldemort and Cyrus themselves, was violently thrown back by the force of the blast. Harry, being the smallest, was flung high into the air like a plastic bag caught in a storm. Fortunately, the Thestrals still circling overhead managed to catch him. The explosion's impact snapped nearby trees in half, scattering debris everywhere. The place where the two spells clashed became like the eye of a hurricane, with fierce winds slicing through the battlefield like sharp blades. Voldemort looked relaxed and at ease. He continued to unleash his magical power, raising his wand high as he strode forward, forcing Cyrus to retreat. Cyrus's arm trembled, his teeth clenched tightly, his features contorted in concentration. Yet, even in this moment of intense pressure, he still appeared strikingly handsome. The light in his eyes grew more intense, and bright electric sparks flickered between his golden strands of hair. "Ah!" With a loud shout, he gave a sharp flick of his wrist, breaking the delicate balance of the spell collision. His right hand rose high, and the magical link between him and Voldemort caused the Dark Lord's own wrist to be pulled upward, as if by an unseen force. Crash! The two spells suddenly bent upward, snapping apart toward the sky, scattering like flying sparks. Pop! Like fireworks, the magical energy exploded in the night sky. Voldemort did not relent, despite the spells being knocked away. He swiftly twisted his wrist, slashing his wand downward through the air. Next, an invisible blade shot toward Cyrus. Whoosh! The space tore apart, and the blade was about to slice Cyrus's body in two. In that fleeting moment, Cyrus didn't have time to dodge. Apparition has a certain delay, and even during the instant of teleportation, one could be hit. Just like how Dobby died from Bellatrix's dagger in the original story. Even the Protogo Diabolica might not block Voldemort's attack. In that split second, Cyrus's mind stretched out, instinctively ruling out two options without much thought. The invisible blade was already inches away, cutting through the air with such sharpness that it stung Cyrus's face. The others couldn't see this perilous moment, but Harry, riding a thestral in the sky, could see it clearly. His mouth opened in an attempt to scream, but the fierce wind instantly rushed into his throat, silencing him. Fortunately, the gruesome sight of Cyrus being sliced in half never came. The short distance of a few meters between them seemed to stretch infinitely. No, it wasn't an illusion. The space between Cyrus and Voldemort had truly been stretched apart in an instant. Like a piece of bubblegum, the distance was pulled far away. Now, the two were separated by 100 meters, almost the length of a football field. Even with a distant gaze, it was hard to make out each other's features. Between them lay a massive chasm, carved by the blade. An undetectable extension charm, an impressive idea, Voldemort said calmly. He flicked his wand lightly, casting a counter curse that pulled back the extended space, even to the point of being kneaded into a lump. In the previous second, the two seemed to be worlds apart, but now they were almost within arm's reach. So close that they could feel each other's breath. Quite unexpected. I thought you must be very stinky, Cyrus said sarcastically, though it was the truth. After all, Voldemort looked as if he had been living in a garbage heap for years, his gray snake-like face seemingly covered in grime. But in reality, that was just his diseased skin. It was the result of magical experiments. Being stubborn won't save you, Voldemort mocked. You've already realized the enormous gap between us. Even with the enhancement of ancient magic, you're no match for me. Voldemort didn't have any strange odors, but he always exuded a terrifying bloody scent. His confidence was not unfounded. Even though Cyrus had used the amplification of ancient magic to reduce the power gap caused by his age, the magical modifications Voldemort had made to himself were not something to be taken lightly. I admit, in terms of magical power, you are stronger, Cyrus said softly. Then kneel and repent for your ignorance and betrayal. Cyrus did not kneel. Instead, he smirked, raising an eyebrow. His golden eyes, glowing like the sun, locked onto Voldemort's gray, deathly eyes. For some reason, a bad premonition arose in Voldemort's heart, and soon enough, he understood why he had that feeling. Who taught you to stand so close to me? Cyrus asked mockingly. What? Voldemort froze for a moment, but the next instant, he felt an immense force bind the hand holding his wand. He panicked. Then, he heard a soft voice. Expelliarmus. A disarming charm? Voldemort glanced at Cyrus's right hand, which was holding a wand. That hand hadn't made any movement, but before he could figure it out, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Crack! Voldemort's wrist twisted as if it had been wrung like a rope. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Voldemort could never have imagined that his wrist would one day be broken with sheer brute force. The bones were shattered, and his gray flesh mixed with rotten blood. From the sky, Harry saw it all clearly. Voldemort's hand now hung limply, almost like Harry's own arm had a year ago when Lockhart had tried to heal him. A pathetic, dangling thing. Voldemort's wand fell to the ground. It was indeed a disarming charm, but done physically. I truly admire your courage, daring to stand so close to me. Cyrus chuckled softly, his words dripping with mockery. Ever since mastering his transformation into a magical creature, his physical strength had reached an unbelievable level. He was practically a human-shaped Thunderbird. Master, the intense magical aura had ceased, and everyone could see Voldemort's pitiful state. The faces of his once loyal Death Eaters were now filled with despair, except for Barty Crouch Jr., whose expression remained one of pure madness. You think you're so exceptional, naming your followers Death Eaters, demanding they not retreat even in the face of death. You've spent your entire life chasing immortality and the means to conquer death. You believe you're above the mundane world, but look. Cyrus lifted his left hand, bringing Voldemort's twisted, broken wrist with him. He bent down, leaning close to Voldemort's ear, and whispered, Your blood is red, just like a muggle's. There's no difference. Voldemort's pupils contracted instantly. His once shocked face was now twisted in agony, as if the pain he felt wasn't from the physical injury, but from Cyrus's words. No different from a muggle. The statement hit him like a hedgehog being forcibly stuffed into his ear. A fiery rage swelled within Voldemort's chest, one that yearned to turn Cyrus to ash. What? Gonna cry? Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 212. It's not us who betrayed Voldemort. It's Voldemort who betrayed us. Voldemort felt a burning fire raging in his chest, scorching him from the inside. His throat was dry, and it felt as though his windpipe was being torn apart. To Voldemort, Cyrus's words were nothing less than an insult. He despised the Muggle half of his bloodline more than anything. It was a mark of shame, proof that his noble lineage was tainted. That Muggle blood was filthy. It reeked of foulness. And now, Cyrus had dared to say he was no different from a Muggle? His fury reached its peak, erupting like a volcano. In an instant, waves of overwhelming magic surged from Voldemort's body, like a tidal wave crashing outwards. The magic lashed out like blades, and serpentine scales appeared on Voldemort's wrist. The scales stood upright, cutting like blades into the air, searing with pain. Cyrus released Voldemort's wrist. "I'll make you pay for those words, Cyrus." Voldemort spat venomously, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. His words dripped with venom, as if he were spewing a toxic curse, mixing blood and malice. Cyrus immediately felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. A wizard's ability to cast spells is innate. Even without a wand, a young wizard can cause powerful magical outbursts when driven by extreme emotion. Voldemort, of course, was no exception. In his calmest state, he could cast spells without a wand, and now, fueled by rage, even his words carried magical power. In essence, magic is the power to alter the world and reshape reality. A powerful wizard can even manifest their will into existence. If Cyrus were just a powerless Muggle at that moment, even Voldemort's words alone might have condemned him to a life of misfortune. But unfortunately for Voldemort, Cyrus was also a powerful wizard. "Talk is cheap, Voldemort. Your biggest mistake today was standing so close to me," Cyrus mocked. "Master." Barty Crouch Jr. urgently tried to rush in to assist, but he was blocked by the still formidable Bulstrode. "This is a battle between kings, boy. You can't interfere," said Bulstrode. His hair was graying, and his body was thin and frail. The years spent in Azkaban had been especially harsh on an old man like him. He was a shadow of his former self, though the madness and darkness inside him ran much deeper than his appearance suggested. "Fool, look at who our true master is," Barty shouted angrily. He knew that Bulstrode was, in fact, loyal. He hadn't betrayed them even 12 years ago. But now, because of some imposter, Bulstrode had switched sides? It was incomprehensible to him. "You're still young, so it's understandable you don't get it," Bulstrode said softly, but his next words left Barty stunned for a long time. "In truth, the two Dark Lords are the same person, aren't they?" "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense. I'm not senile," Bulstrode replied calmly. "I've been a Death Eater longer than you've been alive, boy. I saw the Dark Lord in his youth." Bulstrode drifted into a brief memory. Back then, the Death Eaters weren't fully formed. We had another name. Most who were drawn to the Dark Lord's power gathered around him, like knights defending a king. But somewhere along the way, everything changed. Let me think. It was after the Dark Lord returned from his travels, looking quite different. The original Death Eaters were called the Knights of Walpurgis, a small group at the time, all drawn to Voldemort because of their belief in the nobility of pure blood. They believed in Voldemort's talents and trusted he would lead them to greatness. But after Voldemort's brief disappearance and return, he had become much more extreme, more crazy. The overall direction hadn't changed much, but gradually, everything was different. The ideals they once held dear had long since become a facade for Voldemort's terrifying rule. Beyond attracting more young, hot-headed wizards to the Death Eater cause, those ideals no longer served any real purpose. Did purebloods become more noble because of it? At least Bulstrode didn't believe that groveling on the ground like a dog, wagging your tail, and humbly kissing someone's feet was a form of nobility. What had once held them together was the ideal and admiration for Voldemort, but eventually, only fear remained. How many of those original followers had fallen to Aurors, and how many had been killed by Voldemort himself? Bulstrode glanced at the Death Eaters, who had now ceased fighting. Among them, apart from the inherently crazy Barty Crouch Jr., how many were trembling here tonight purely out of fear of Voldemort's power? Barty listened in stunned silence to these untold stories, things he had never known and frankly didn't care about. He didn't care about purebloods or glory. All he knew was Voldemort. This great wizard, like himself, had an equally detestable father, and had also taken his own father's life. This is betrayal. Disloyalty, Barty shouted. When the betrayer is the leader of the organization, loyalty has already become a joke. It's not me who betrayed the dark. No, Bulstrode paused. After a long moment, he finally gathered the resolve to finish his sentence. It's not us who betrayed Voldemort. It's Voldemort who betrayed us. His voice was soft, almost mumbled, but to everyone's ears, it struck like thunder. Even Sirius and the others didn't dare speak Voldemort's name, yet Bulstrode had just said it out loud. It's not hard to understand. In his view, there is only one Dark Lord, and it isn't Voldemort. It's Cyrus now. You've surprised me, Bulstrode. Voldemort had regained some of his composure. He lifted his head, his flat face resembling that of a snake, with venomous eyes fixed on Cyrus. This time, he was smarter. As soon as he freed himself from Cyrus's grasp, he immediately put distance between them. Ferula, Episki. Voldemort pressed down on his mangled wrist. In an instant, the blood flowed back, the shattered flesh reanimated, and the bone fragments pieced themselves together, healing the injury in mere moments. But Cyrus wasn't worried because Voldemort's wand had fallen at his feet, and Voldemort hadn't had time to retrieve it. I never expected you to say something that would hurt me so much, Bulstrode. Voldemort seemed unfazed by Cyrus, nor did he care about losing his wand. Instead, he turned his attention to Bulstrode, as though convincing this old friend to return to his side was more important than facing Cyrus, a formidable foe. In fact, for Voldemort, it truly was. Even now, he believed he had a way to deal with Cyrus, but the words Bulstrode had spoken would plant a seed of betrayal in the hearts of all his Death Eaters. Besides Cyrus, Dumbledore is also an enemy of Voldemort. He certainly didn't want to find himself completely isolated and vulnerable. I've never changed, Bulstrode, Voldemort said with a smile. Magic is power. Even the Ministry of Magic acknowledges this truth. In the beginning, I didn't have absolute power, so I had to rally behind the banner of pureblood supremacy. But look how things have turned out since then. Apart from Dumbledore, no one is a match for me. And even Dumbledore cannot stop me, Voldemort continued. But I've never abandoned purebloods, nor have I abandoned any of you, have I? It's always been about pureblood supremacy, not half-bloods, and certainly not muggles. Half-bloods, at least, can be forgiven. It was their parents' foolish mistake. But those muggles, and the wizards from the muggle world, do they have any right to stand by my side? No, Voldemort declared emphatically. The pureblood supremacy you've shown is not what I imagined. Bulstrode shook his head. We should have parted ways long ago. I thought you were smarter than this, Voldemort said coldly. In the end, power is everything. But you were nearly killed. Sirius Black mocked, his tone icy. Voldemort merely glanced at Sirius without addressing him, then turned his gaze back to the other Death Eaters, as well as Cyrus. Chapter 213. Never Wake a Sleeping Dragon. I know some of you might have lost a bit of faith in me. Don't worry, Voldemort said, waving his hand toward a Death Eater who obediently handed him a wand. Voldemort didn't care whether the wand felt right or not. To him, aside from the Elder Wand, no wand in this world made much difference. They all had to submit to his will. He then lifted his chin and looked toward Cyrus. You know, Voldemort hissed with a sinister grin, stretching his mouth unnaturally wide. While I've kept Dumbledore busy, I didn't overlook the possibility that you and the Order of Phoenix might still come together. So, I've prepared a little gift for you. In the next moment, Voldemort conjured a half-meter-tall, dark iron sphere, intricately designed and hollow, with black and red swirling liquid inside. It looked like a thick, toxic fog trapped within. A massive amount of energy was sealed within the sphere. It pulsed like an evil heart, radiating an unsettling aura. Just staring at it made Harry feel dizzy, overwhelmed with discomfort and unpleasant emotions. The wizards who had spent time in Azkaban were even worse off. They were reminded of their darkest memories, their faces turning pale, swaying unsteadily as if about to collapse. What is that? Sirius asked, holding onto a ghostly pale Bellatrix, his brow furrowed tightly. An Obscurus? Harry instantly recognized it. That thing was in the Rookwood Castle. Harry exclaimed, clutching tightly onto the bony spine of the Thestral, his body nearly hanging off it. His face was pale, not just because of the influence of the dark force sealed within the goblin-forged mithril, but also because he had witnessed firsthand the terror of this power. Back then, Voldemort had been using that grotesque goblin body. Once it absorbed that energy, his magical strength had instantly skyrocketed to a new level. It had taken both Dumbledore and Cyrus working together to destroy that body in the end. Cyrus hadn't expected Voldemort to have preserved another seal of dark emotion. This was a huge complication. Voldemort was already incredibly powerful, and Cyrus had only managed to gain the upper hand before by exploiting a gap in information. While the magic sealed within the mithril wasn't vast, if Voldemort absorbed even a portion of it, his strength would still be significantly enhanced. There was already a gap between Cyrus and Voldemort, and this would make things even more dangerous. We have to stop him. Cyrus's eyes darkened as he fired a spell from his wand. Without hesitation, Voldemort extended his pale, gray arm and swatted the spell aside. At the same time, Cyrus transformed into a white mist and surged toward Voldemort. But he was too late. The sphere had already begun to activate. Crack! With a sharp sound, the hollow goblin-forged mithril shattered, scattering in all directions. The sealed magic burst forth, rushing like an upward river into Voldemort, pouring through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and flooding into his chest. Voldemort's body was lifted into the air by the surge of power, a magical storm swirling around him that made it impossible for Cyrus to advance. Boom! In just an instant, Voldemort had absorbed the sealed power left behind by Rookwood. A powerful shockwave rippled out, and even Cyrus, unable to stand his ground, was swept up by the tidal wave of magic, thrown into the air. Seizing the moment, he transformed into a thunderbird, riding the fierce winds. His wings spread wide, summoning thunderclouds that darkened the entire night sky. This power, it's intoxicating. Voldemort closed his eyes, reveling in the ancient magic coursing through his body, merging with his own. He was stronger than ever. And this was only a small portion of the sealed power left behind by Charles Rookwood in his experiment to test Morgana's magic. The unimaginable strength Morgana herself must have wielded was now clearer than ever. First, I'll kill you, Cyrus. Voldemort opened his eyes, as though a crack had suddenly torn open between heaven and earth. Boom! Thunder echoed across the sky. In response, a massive lightning bolt and a stream of fire surged forth. Black clouds, laden with golden lightning and scorching flames, struck down. The lightning connected to the earth, turning the area into a vast field of electric fury. Each strike sent tremors through the ground, shattering rocks into dust. Harry was frozen in place, helpless as the Thestrals skillfully dodged the bolts of lightning. The Death Eaters dared not stay any longer, but neither could they venture too far. Without hesitation, they disapparated, merely distancing themselves from the colossal storm, watching the battle unfold from afar. The thick clouds loomed heavy, pressing down like a mountain on the surface below. The lightning and fire coalesced into the form of a dragon, charging toward Voldemort. But with a single wave of his hand, Voldemort summoned a blood-red magic that transformed into a colossal, crimson-black serpent. Like a spear, it pierced through the lightning and fire dragons, slamming them into the ground with a deafening crash. The ground was scorched black. Then, the crimson-black serpents rose again, rushing toward the sky, aiming for Cyrus, who was flying high among the thunderclouds. They sought to tear him apart, piece by piece. The overwhelming power far exceeded the magical resistance Cyrus had in his Thunderbird form. Even more terrifying, this dark power seemed to carry a corrosive effect. Several times, Cyrus attempted to dive down and engage Voldemort in close combat, but the opportunity never presented itself. Instead, his body was grazed by the serpents, leaving behind festering wounds. The stench of decay and venom sizzled in the air. "You're dead, Cyrus," Voldemort bellowed fiercely. His eyes glowed a terrifying red in the darkness, and the negative emotions swirling within him made the already extreme Voldemort even more deranged. But given his usual state of madness, this side effect seemed less pronounced. Raising his wand high, Voldemort's eyes pierced through the thunderclouds, accurately locking onto Cyrus's position. In the next instant, Avada Kedavra, a bolt of green lightning shot from the tip of his wand. As it disappeared into the clouds, the curse split like light through a prism, scattering in all directions. Sizzle! The killing curse morphed into a vast net, aiming to ensnare the Thunderbirds soaring within the dark sea of clouds. Cyrus flapped his wings, soaring higher, but his wings were soaked in black, foul blood. The feathers, corroded by the toxic blood, reeked and emitted thick smoke. Thunderclouds hung low as Cyrus struggled, like a plane with a damaged engine, desperately trying to ascend. But he was too slow. The killing curse grazed his back in an instant. Even scattered, the curse's power hadn't diminished. In that brief moment, Cyrus felt as though he was plunging into an endless abyss. His golden eyes, once bright as sparks, quickly dimmed and then went out, losing all their brilliance. It was an endless void of darkness and isolation. He felt as if he was falling endlessly, the sensation of weightlessness beneath him, as though he would never reach the ground. He tried to flap his wings again, but the air around him seemed devoid of substance, offering no support. He didn't know when or if the fall would ever end. In reality, though, he had already crashed onto the ground. His lifeless body lay on the charred earth, which had been scorched by lightning. The ground gave off a bitter stench. Voldemort, with a twisted grin of triumph on his face, walked toward Cyrus's body, his expression full of smug satisfaction. Perhaps due to the loss of magic, Cyrus had reverted to his human form, his face drained of all color. His eyes were still open, but the once golden pupils were now veiled by a grayish-white haze. "I told you before, we should have walked the same path, but you chose to seek your own death," Voldemort said, as if filled with regret, though his face betrayed only mockery, a sneer at Cyrus's futile resistance. "Look at you, how pathetic." He knelt in front of Cyrus's body, his scaled hand brushing over Cyrus's cheek, closing his eyes. Next, it was time to reclaim the fragmented pieces of his soul. Should he repent? Of course not. Voldemort had the power to restore his soul to his body. He gripped Cyrus's face, his knuckles standing out sharply from the force. "Return to me, my soul. You are dying." Skill diary entry isn't fully charged. Cyrus felt the sensation of falling cease, as though a rope had suddenly pulled him back from the depths. Using the powers of the Resurrection Stone with you and the Philosopher's Stone within you. In the endless darkness, a faint glimmer of light appeared, and he moved toward it. He saw a heart, blood-red, beating strong and forcefully. Beside it, a black, prism-shaped stone emitted a glow, with intricate patterns carved within. It was the Resurrection Stone. "Touch the stone. Welcome." After Voldemort recited the spell, he waited for a moment, then felt warmth returning to his palm, no longer cold as before. Immediately, he realized the spell had taken effect. Soon, he would retrieve the fragments of his split soul, piece them back into his body, and approach wholeness once again. As for the piece of soul within Harry, he would reclaim that eventually, too. Closing his eyes, Voldemort awaited the return of his soul. But the warmth in his palm grew hot, almost uncomfortably so, and he could faintly hear a rhythmic thumping, as if a heartbeat. Yet the fractured soul still did not return to him. Confused, Voldemort opened his eyes and glanced downward. At some point, Cyrus's eyes, which Voldemort had closed, were now open again. His golden eyes gleamed with clarity, shining like a mirror, as bright and transparent as Felix Felici's. "You're not dead." Voldemort seemed utterly shocked, or perhaps the close-quarters beating Cyrus had given him earlier had left a lasting impression. He quickly jumped back, attempting to put some distance between himself and Cyrus. But Cyrus was faster. He grabbed Voldemort's arm. "What gave you the illusion that you could kill me?" Cyrus asked coldly. His heart was the Philosopher's Stone. He had that bizarre skill, and he carried the Resurrection Stone. Even if death itself came for him, it wouldn't be so easy to take him. The immortality that Voldemort had longed for was already within Cyrus's grasp. "Stop pretending. If I can't kill you once, I'll kill you twice, 3 times. Voldemort gripped his wand tightly, clearly intending to stab it through Cyrus's temple. "You won't get the chance." Cyrus twisted his head to avoid the attack. In the next moment, a vortex suddenly opened in the air. Both their bodies stretched and distorted, twisting together like shoelaces thrown into a washing machine, and in an instant, they were sucked into the vortex. Snap! The space closed. Voldemort tumbled several times across the ground. Sharp, jagged rocks jutted up beneath him. He opened his eyes and found himself in a vast underground chamber. The lighting was dim, but he could still see clearly. Where was Cyrus? He quickly got to his feet and scanned his surroundings, but suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. His entire body seemed to petrify, as if he had locked eyes with a basilisk. Following his gaze, one could see an enormous object, hundreds of times larger than the hollow sphere he had previously shattered. It rested between the rocks, emanating a menacing crimson glow, pulsating like the heart and veins of the earth. This was the true legacy left behind by the dark Witch Morgana. Endless, terrifying magic. It was as if it contained boundless evil, like a demon sealed away. Due to the years of confinement, that mass of magic seemed to have developed its own consciousness, curled up inside the mithril sphere like the embryo of a young dragon. And beneath that enormous embryo stood a figure Voldemort knew all too well. Cyrus. At this moment, Cyrus withdrew his gaze from the embryo and turned to face Voldemort. "Have you ever heard of the motto of Hogwarts?" He raised a wand embedded with crystals high above his head, a rusted silver diadem on his brow, and a golden goblet placed before him. Voldemort's face showed a flicker of confusion. Crack! The seal was broken. A massive surge of magic poured down like a waterfall, engulfing Cyrus entirely, only to reverse into a vortex, rushing into the seemingly small golden goblet. The two fragments of Voldemort's soul became vessels for immense negative emotions, while the magic itself flowed into Cyrus's body. Let me tell you. Cyrus opened his eyes, the broken diadem and deformed goblet falling to the ground. In the darkness, his eyes burned a bright crimson gold, resembling those of a tyrant. Never wake a sleeping dragon. ________________________________________________ Chapter 214. Now who is stronger? Tap, tap, tap. Cyrus walked up to Voldemort. At this moment, Voldemort lay peacefully on the ground, as if he were merely asleep. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that he was no longer breathing. His body had grown cold. He was nothing more than a corpse. Cyrus, on the other hand, was unharmed, though the special wand in his hand was now covered in cracks. The blue crystal embedded in it looked like shattered tempered glass, broken beyond repair. His newly acquired Elder Wand was also riddled with fractures, as if casting even a simple spell, no matter how small, would cause it to completely disintegrate into dust. A few minutes earlier, Cyrus had shattered the seal deep beneath Hogwarts, awakening the long-dormant magical embryo, which had already taken the form of a dragon. This magic had developed a consciousness of its own. Upon being disturbed, it immediately spread its black wings, as dark as death, and spewed pitch-black flames into the sky. Voldemort's mind still echoed with Cyrus's earlier question. Hogwarts' motto. He had long forgotten such trivial things. But now, as he stared at the awakened dragon, Voldemort finally understood what those words truly meant. It was too late. The magic dragon had already awakened, and its immense power cascaded down like a massive waterfall, overwhelming Cyrus. The handsome wizard stood amidst the torrent, arms outstretched, as if embracing a baptism of black blood. Under the impact of this dark magic, the silver crown on his head and the golden cup before him became even more worn and weathered. In an instant, it seemed as though they had aged thousands of years, corroded by the decaying force that rendered them rusty and unrecognizable. The once majestic crown turned a rust-red color, its intricate carvings completely eroded, as if it would crumble to dust at the slightest touch. The golden cup fared no better. It was riddled with holes, looking worse than a stray dog's feeding dish. Yet, from within these two items, which wouldn't even be accepted as scrap metal, two piercing screams echoed out. As the Horcruxes neared their collapse under the strain of the magic, Voldemort's two soul fragments also reached their limit. They broke free from the Horcruxes' restraints, transforming into two black snakes with distorted, half-human faces, slithering away. However, Cyrus merely flipped his hand, trapping the two fragments in his grasp. Without hesitation, he consumed the fragments, allowing the vast darkness to fully surge into his body, coursing rapidly through his veins. In the wide cavern, the enormous dragon's shadow shrank, becoming one with Cyrus, much like a tailed beast sealed within a jinchuriki. The shattered crown and cup, now completely devoid of life, fell to the ground like the decaying remains of bones, paving the path for Cyrus to ascend as king. Cyrus opened his eyes. Unlike Voldemort or Ranrock, who had absorbed parts of dark power and had eyes glowing with sinister blood-red light, Cyrus's eyes were a noble and powerful shade of crimson gold. His sclera remained white, and his expression was calm, without a trace of madness. You dare use my soul to bear that darkness? Voldemort, naturally aware of what Cyrus had done, grew even more furious. The souls contained within his Horcruxes were crucial to him, and now, Cyrus had effectively destroyed two of them. Worse, he had used the fragments of Voldemort's soul as vessels to absorb the side effects of the dark magic, an unforgivable offense. Cyrus, however, was unconcerned with Voldemort's thoughts. He was focused on the power coursing through his body, as though an ocean was surging within him. Of course, the sensation wasn't quite that exaggerated. While the magic Morgana left behind was immense, it was only vast compared to ordinary wizards. Wizards like Voldemort or Dumbledore, who already possessed enormous magical reserves, could themselves become monstrous if their magic went out of control. In the end, without Cyrus, even with its own consciousness, that mass of magic wouldn't have stood a chance against Voldemort. Just like how the obscurial Credence, even with great power, was still only a marginally stronger wizard in Dumbledore's hands. But now, after absorbing this power, Cyrus had stacked two sources of magic. While there had been some inevitable loss during the process, it was enough to allow him to bridge the gap of decades and stand on equal footing with Voldemort at this moment. No, now he was stronger than Voldemort. Perhaps only Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand could rival the current power of Cyrus. Heh, Cyrus chuckled softly and raised his wand toward Voldemort. Now, tell me who's stronger? He sneered disdainfully, not waiting for Voldemort to respond before launching his attack. With just a casual strike, the effect was vastly different from before. Swoosh underscore. The strength of the spell had increased several times over, and when it was cast, it hit with the force of a heavy artillery blast, raising a cloud of dust from the ground beneath him. And that was just the shockwave from the spell's release, not to mention the power of the spell itself. It was like a trembling sun. The spell shot out at high speed, stretched into an elliptical shape by the sheer force of its momentum. Boom! Voldemort forcefully swung his arm, detonating the spell in midair. The explosion's shockwave reverberated throughout the cavern, causing the ground to shake violently. Even the stalactites overhead shattered and fell like a deadly rain of swords. Rocks were torn apart. Yet, the assault continued. Cyrus' spells were relentless, much like Voldemort's had been earlier. Now, with the roles reversed, Voldemort found himself completely on the defensive. But Voldemort was still Voldemort. He opened his snake-like mouth and spewed out blood-red fiendfire. The flames transformed into savage beasts, charging forward viciously. Cyrus raised his arm high, his wand tracing a perfect arc through the air. At his feet, a different kind of fire ignited, one of black and red flames. Infernal hellfire. It was as if the flames were drawn from the depths of hell itself, boiling like molten lava. This was a spell Cyrus had invented, now being cast for the first time. The hellfire, flames of the flames, instantly consumed Voldemort's fiendfire as if it were fuel. At the same time, shadows of demons began to materialize within the fire. They formed skeletal frames and began crawling through the flames, like ghosts returning from hell to claim Voldemort's life, stumbling toward him step by step. The fire spread in all directions, and these creatures were continually birthed from the inferno. For a brief moment, Voldemort froze as he looked at the faces of these monsters. Some of them were faces he knew all too well, ones he could never forget. Like James Potter and Lily Potter, whom he had killed 12 years ago. Chapter 215. He is calling. This. Some of them were faces he knew all too well, ones he could never forget. Like James Potter and Lily Potter, whom he had killed 12 years ago. Like old Tom Riddle, whom he had murdered decades earlier. And the bloodline of the Gaunt family. Others were faces he couldn't even recall, perhaps people he had killed without thought or the unfortunate souls who had died because of him. But now, they had come back from hell. Was he afraid of these ghosts? No. Voldemort showed no mercy. His spell struck one of the corpses directly in the chest, causing an intense explosion. The fiery blast instantly consumed the entire army of specters. Playing with undead in front of me? You've got a long way to go. Voldemort sneered coldly. But Cyrus simply shook his head. Those are not undead. They are the weight of your sins. The only thing left for you to do is bow down and repent to them. Of course, to Voldemort, this was nonsense. He drove his wand into the hard ground with force. Finite incantatum. The power of the general counter-curse, combined with Voldemort's immense magical strength and intensity, took effect. A thin, golden curtain formed an impenetrable wall, halting the spread of the hellfire and stopping the continuous rebirth of the undead within it. The effect of finite incantatum was simple. It could neutralize the magic of certain spells, rendering them ineffective. As long as the caster was strong enough, most spells, except for the unforgivable curses, could be stopped by the general counter-curse. Yes, except for the unforgivable curses. Cyrus took a step forward. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Two killing curses collided mid-air, and the essence of death and shadows instantly began to spread. The grayish-green light turned into a mist-like substance, rippling outward like waves. Voldemort, driven by furious intent to kill, cast a curse more powerful than ever before. The green light surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed through the air. The massive outpouring of magic caused Cyrus's wand to reach its breaking point, but neither of them ceased their attacks. Cyrus, holding his fractured wand, lifted his head as a fierce wind swept his hair back from his forehead. Without hesitation, he began walking toward Voldemort. The shockwaves of their spells even triggered the magical defenses of Hogwarts far above them, expanding a transparent barrier that unsettled the young witches and wizards within the castle. Even the professors inside were filled with concern. None of them had ever witnessed a scene like this before. Most of the students had been escorted to the Great Hall by the prefects and other staff, and many were still unaware of the true nature of the events unfolding beneath them. Only Ron, Hermione, and Ginny gathered together, praying that Cyrus and the professors would safely bring Harry back. At the same time, in the empty headmaster's office, the fireplace suddenly ignited with green flames. From within the flames, a tall, thin figure stepped out. His face was serious, his beard long, and he wore half-moon spectacles. His nose looked as if it had been broken several times. The portraits on the walls seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. As soon as Fitzgerald saw Dumbledore, he anxiously spoke up. "They're in the depths of Hogwarts now. The seal we placed long ago has been broken. I fear it may be too late." "I understand," Dumbledore nodded. His only hope was that it wasn't Voldemort who had broken the seal. Otherwise, there might be no one capable of stopping him. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes, who enveloped him in a ball of fire. In the next moment, both vanished in a burst of flames. Inside the cavern, when Dumbledore and Fawkes arrived, Voldemort had already been reduced to a cold, lifeless corpse. Cyrus stood beside Voldemort, holding his broken wand, as though mourning him. The cavern was collapsing, with massive boulders crashing down, but several towering spirals supported the structure. These towers had been conjured by Cyrus to prevent the underground collapse from causing Hogwarts to sink into the earth. The phoenix circled once in the air before flying towards Cyrus, perching affectionately on his shoulder. Dumbledore quickly walked across the cracked stone bridge and came to stand beside Cyrus. "It really was him," he said softly, as if with relief. "Did you kill him?" "You know very well that Voldemort can't truly be killed," Cyrus replied without turning his head. "At least now he's reduced to that pitiful form again," Dumbledore said. "He spent all his efforts to regain a body, only to have it destroyed once more at your hands." Cyrus didn't respond directly, but instead brought up another matter. "I've inherited the powers sealed by the Guardians," his golden red eyes fixed on Dumbledore as if testing him. "You agreed to let me undergo the trial. Do you regret it, Dumbledore?" One Dark Lord had been destroyed, but another, even stronger Dark Lord, had been born. The dark power left behind by Morgana, combined with Cyrus's talent, had made even Voldemort no match for him. "This isn't a legacy I've left behind," Dumbledore replied. "If even the Guardians believe you are worthy, what right do I have to stop you? In fact, Fitzgerald has always believed that light and darkness complement each other. I trust you will not become a servant of power, and it seems the facts support that." "Perhaps," Cyrus glanced down at the wand in his hand, then turned to leave. "In such a hurry to go?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "I believe there are those who would want you to stay at Hogwarts. After everything that has happened, we could use a grand feast to celebrate our victory." "It's far from being a victory yet, Dumbledore." Cyrus shook his head. But then he thought of Ginny and paused for a moment. "I'll attend the feast." The sky gradually brightened. After the night passed, Voldemort and the Death Eaters had disappeared. Harry and the others returned to the forest where the battle had taken place, though it no longer resembled a forest. Instead, it looked like scorched earth, as if it had endured the destruction of the apocalypse. Where's Mr. Cyrus?" Harry looked around, his eyes filled with worry. Both Voldemort and Cyrus had disappeared at the same time, and shortly after, the Death Eaters had suddenly retreated, as if summoned. But there had been no sign of Cyrus. Could it be? Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, her mind already jumping to the worst conclusion. "Shut up, you old hag," Bellatrix snapped viciously. The master would never lose to that noseless bastard. She pulled up her sleeve, revealing the spiral mark on the inside of her arm, and smiled. "See? This is his new mark. He's summoning us. He's calling his followers. ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ and a cool breeze blew gently. Who would have guessed that this place was once littered with corpses? This was the prison that the dark wizard Grindelwald built to incarcerate those who opposed him. Now, the only prisoner left was himself. It wasn't that he lacked the power to leave, but he chose to imprison himself. It was never the prison that held him captive. It was something called love. For nearly 50 years, he had lived in solitude, consumed by regret. The cold winters of Nurmengard couldn't compare to the desolation within his heart. But now it was time to leave. Grindelwald's ice-blue eyes glowed with light. It was as if he could see the future, or perhaps he was simply seeing something obvious right in front of him. Either way, his mood seemed good, and a rare smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Vinda had been waiting for him for some time. The new headmistress of Durmstrang, like Grindelwald, was reunited with an old acquaintance. She stood still at the entrance of the dark prison, where 2 guards lay unconscious at her feet. "You seem to be in good spirits," said Vinda Rosier, dressed in a long black military-style coat over a lady's formal dress, her head adorned with a black hat and veil, making her look like a mourner at a funeral. Although her face had aged with time, as she stood there quietly, she didn't resemble a withered rose. Instead, she looked as if she had just bloomed. "One can't live in pain every day," Grindelwald said softly, his gaze resting on the two guards lying beside Vinda. "You didn't kill them, did you?" Vinda shook her head. Time hadn't made her kinder, but it had certainly changed the dark wizards standing before her. They were no longer as radical as they had been half a century ago. "That's good," Grindelwald paused. "Alter their memories, and then destroy this place. We no longer need a prison to hold our opposition. Time is a flood, and no one can stop it." "They will know that you've left," Vinda said hesitantly. Her only concern was Albus Dumbledore. Grindelwald's mind briefly flashed to the torn, disheveled bedsheets and the letters that had never come, and a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Tell them that Gellert Grindelwald is dead." Vinda looked utterly astonished. "Do you think he would believe it? Or mourn for me?" Grindelwald asked, a touch of sorrow in his voice. But he didn't seem to expect an answer. Then, under Vinda's watchful gaze, he leaned against the wall, sighed, and walked out of the low prison cell, stepping into the cool sunlight. In that moment, Grindelwald's figure blurred, and under the sunlight, he seemed even darker, like an old silhouette. But today would mark a rebirth. Vinda quickly followed. Gradually, another shadow appeared beside her, and then a third, a fourth. Eventually, dozens of aging wizards joined them, forming a decayed, yet flowing river. A massive black banner rose high in the wind, like a triumphant flag, blotting out the sky. "We need new drops to strengthen our force," Grindelwald said softly. "Vinda, have you completed the task I gave you? You should know I never disappoint you." "Then let us set out again," Grindelwald murmured as he gazed in the direction of Britain. "We will meet again soon, Albus." At the same time, at Hogwarts. In the blink of an eye, another semester was coming to an end. This term, Harry had experienced more than in the past 2 years combined. He had been captured by Death Eaters twice, witnessed Voldemort's resurrection, and then his death. After that battle, the wizarding world seemed to return to peace. Voldemort vanished, and Mr. Cyrus also quietly disappeared after attending a single banquet at Hogwarts. From March to June, a whole 3 months passed by peacefully, like a lazy summer afternoon, making Harry drowsy. It felt as though the events of a few months ago had happened long in the past, as if he had lived through several centuries, or as if he had wandered through a strange and vivid dream. But he knew it wasn't a dream, because on his arm, there was a spiral mark, like a wisp of swirling smoke, or perhaps a towering structure. Every time he saw this mark, Harry was transported back to that moment surrounded by blue flames. That day, the Death Eaters had divided into 2 sides. Those who chose to stand with Mr. Cyrus were left with the same mark. The only difference was that most people felt pain from it, but Harry felt nothing. He only discovered the mark after the banquet, when he was about to go to bed. "That means you've become one of his followers," Ron confidently analyzed that night. "It's like the dark mark for Death Eaters, you know? Maybe one day, he'll summon you just like Voldemort summons his Death Eaters." Ron even sounded a bit envious when he said this. Think about it. An organization fighting against the terrifying Death Eaters, saving the world in the nick of time, just like the Order of the Phoenix did years ago. If you could be a part of that, it would be amazing. Of course, Ron was only thinking about the glory that comes with such a great cause, ignoring the sacrifices behind it. In contrast, Neville, who overheard the conversation, seemed very uneasy and unhappy. He normally wouldn't have joined in, but he gathered his courage to ask Harry. "Harry, did you see any of the Lestranges that day among the Death Eaters?" His somewhat chubby face tightened, looking as stiff as a stone. "The Lestranges?" Harry, of course, remembered clearly. He nodded and recounted the whereabouts of the 3 Lestranges. That woman, Bellatrix, followed Mr. Cyrus. The other 2 stayed with Voldemort. Voldemort ordered them to kill Bellatrix, but they failed. Sirius was there. Neville fell silent. But Harry could see that there was a fire hidden in Neville's eyes. "What's wrong, Neville?" Harry asked with concern. He recalled that Neville had never mentioned much about his parents, and now, asking about the Lestranges made Harry think there might be a connection between the 2. Neville's round face turned bright red, tears welling up in his eyes, and the other boys in the dorm looked over, concerned. He couldn't bring himself to speak, but everyone else, especially Harry and Ron, suspected that Neville's parents had been killed. Harry had witnessed firsthand the cruelty of the Death Eaters. Voldemort, that madman, or even Barty Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew, they killed without hesitation, without a shred of guilt. "It's okay, Neville. You don't have to say anything." Ron patted Neville's back, while Harry found himself at a loss for words. 3 Lestranges, 2 had followed Voldemort, but the third, Bellatrix, had chosen to go with Cyrus. The thought that she might have been responsible for the death of Neville's parents made Harry feel like he couldn't breathe. How could Mr. Cyrus allow someone like that to follow him? And what about himself? Harry looked down at the mark on his arm, wondering if this could be considered a betrayal. Cyrus was different, Harry knew that. He wasn't like Voldemort. But what about those who had defected from the Death Eaters? How many people had died at their hands? The next day, Harry confided his worries to Ginny and Hermione. "You don't need to worry about it so much, Harry," Hermione said. "What's important is that you understand who the real enemy is. Chapter 217, New Wand. Her bright eyes fixed on Harry. "I'm not saying those Death Eaters aren't guilty, but ultimately, the root of it all is Voldemort. Now they've become part of the force against him. That's their way of atoning. I'd love to get a mark on my arm," Ginny said angrily. "I'm Cyrus's first follower. We can all be." Ron had considered Cyrus a friend ever since he received his Christmas gift from him. It wasn't the gift itself that mattered to Ron, but the fact that Cyrus remembered he had lost his pet. That small detail, seemingly insignificant, sometimes had a way of winning over hearts. Worrying about this is pointless. The real question is, where have Voldemort and the Death Eaters gone now? Hermione, still rational, opened the Daily Prophet, which featured news from several months ago. The Azkaban mass breakout. "Look at this, so many Death Eaters, and not a single one has been captured. The Dementors have scoured almost all of Britain, and still no sign of them," Hermione said. "Do you think they've left the country?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded seriously. But Ron had a different opinion. "They might just be hiding, using an undetectable extinction charm," he said with a confident look. And he actually had some experience with it. After all, the burrow used that very charm. Even though there were 7 or 8 kids living there, it was still spacious enough. It just looked a bit shabby from the outside. "I don't care where Voldemort is. I just want to know where Cyrus went," Ginny said, clearly determined to find Cyrus and get a mark on her arm as well. "Maybe he left the country too," Ron said. "Things have been pretty chaotic lately. You know about Fudge, right?" He paused dramatically, catching the attention of the other 3. "Fudge? You mean your dad's boss? We saw him last year in Hagrid's hut," Harry said. Of course, Harry remembered. Last summer, after he ran away from Privet Drive, Fudge had arranged a room for him at the Leaky Cauldron. And when Sirius was finally cleared, Fudge had been involved too. So far, Harry had a fairly good impression of him. "He released all the Dementors from Azkaban," Ron said with a shake of his head, almost mockingly. "I've heard the Aurors have been working nonstop, but they can't catch any Death Eaters. Rumor has it that Fudge has started randomly arresting dark wizards and throwing them into Azkaban, pretending they're escaped prisoners. Has he lost his mind?" Hermione frowned deeply, and it wasn't just her. Harry and Ginny also found this behavior far too extreme. "He has to give people some sort of explanation," Ron shrugged. "I'm starting to worry if the Quidditch World Cup this summer will even happen." The Quidditch World Cup, held every 4 years, was one of the biggest events in the magical world, and this year, it was supposed to be held in Britain. Ron had been looking forward to it for ages, but with the current situation, it seemed like it might not happen. After all, with so many Dementors roaming about, foreign wizards might not be willing to come and risk it. Their conversation shifted to Quidditch, and the 2 girls lost interest. Even Ginny, who had once been passionate about Quidditch, was now less interested. After all, no matter how exciting the sport was, it was still just a game, and there were far greater causes in the world. For the greater good. Dumbledore's trembling lips murmured the once familiar vow, as his pale, frail hand held the corner of a letter, the other hand resting on his desk for support. He looked like a crumbling gray tower, on the verge of collapsing, as if nearing the end of his life. The letter was from Nermingard. The letter spoke of Nermingard's sudden collapse. The once mighty tower had become a grave, burying the soul that had both filled Dumbledore with love and caused him so much pain. Behind the half-moon spectacles, tears blurred Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. But it wasn't just his vision that was unclear, it was also the love he had endured and struggled with for 50 long years. A wave of fear washed over him. How terrifying it was that, after all these years, the memory of Grindelwald's face had grown so hazy. The encounter in Godric's Hollow, nearly a century ago, seemed now like a sand painting, wiped away with a single brushstroke, leaving no trace behind. Never again would he receive those endless letters, written in hopes of just one reply. But quickly, Dumbledore buried his sorrow deep within the darkest recesses of his soul. His suppressed emotions formed a deep abyss within him, so much so that the portrait of Fitzgerald on the wall looked at him with concern. She even feared that if Dumbledore's pain were ever torn away from him, it might give birth to another monster. "You shouldn't keep repressing your emotions, Albus," she cautioned. "The stronger the wizard, the greater the risk of instability. A wizard's power stems not just from their physical magic, but from the intensity of their emotions." "Don't worry, Fitzgerald," Dumbledore replied, his voice now calm. He was a rational man, not one to be swayed by emotions. Or perhaps, since his youth, after making irrevocable mistakes driven by the passion of love, Dumbledore had intentionally repressed himself. The greater the person, the more difficult it is to atone for their mistakes. At the very least, he believed in the world beyond death. "Rather than this, I'm more interested in what's happening with Cyrus." He spoke softly, but mentioning Cyrus at this moment felt like a way to change the subject. "Since that dinner, there has been no news of him. I've asked Ollivander, and apparently, there haven't been any new faces buying wands from him recently." At that moment, Cyrus, who Dumbledore had just mentioned, was standing beneath a towering and twisted ancient tree. Moonlight filtered through the branches of the snakewood tree, casting a serene glow on Cyrus. A large, serpentine snake lay coiled beside him, raising its head and wrapping itself around Cyrus, gently resting its small head against his cheek. "Good evening, Nagini." The great serpent hissed and flicked its forked tongue, as if offering a familiar greeting. Cyrus took a step forward and reached out towards the sturdy snakewood tree. Then, the enormous snakewood began to contract, transforming like collapsing quantum space into a short, sturdy wand. This was another legacy of Salazar Slytherin. The snakewood wand. Chapter 218. Beautiful Bella and Headmaster. Time rewinds to a few months earlier, back in March 1994. After the Hogwarts banquet ended, Cyrus left Britain, and for a while after that, he didn't make any headlines. He was almost too quiet. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing anything. First and foremost, he needed to acquire a suitable wand. His previous wand had been destroyed during the battle with Voldemort, shattered by Cyrus' immense power. Furthermore, the sudden surge of overwhelming magic within his body brought a sense of imbalance. That magic had gained a consciousness of its own and wasn't entirely willing to submit to Cyrus. He specifically used 2 fragments of Voldemort's soul to contain it, ensuring that the immense power wouldn't affect his emotions. However, this also had its downside. A wizard's strength is closely tied to their emotional intensity, and because Cyrus was not being swayed by those emotions, he couldn't fully unleash all of his magical potential. This was a problem that would take time for him to digest and resolve. What he needed now was a well-fitting wand. Gregorovich's wands were known for their immense power, but few could compare to his previous Thunderbird wand. More importantly, for Cyrus at this point, he wasn't looking for raw power in a wand. What he needed was stability. In this aspect, Gregorovich's craftsmanship was not on par with Ollivander's. However, Cyrus chose not to visit Ollivander's wand shop to purchase a new wand. The cute, crazy Bellatrix had willingly offered her wand, but after casually trying a few spells with it, Cyrus felt it wasn't a good fit. The other wands from those around him were similarly inadequate. Of course, using raw power to force a wand into submission would be easy for Cyrus, much like Voldemort, who wasn't particularly picky about wands. But since Cyrus had not yet fully mastered the immense magic within himself, a wand that was too ordinary might not be able to handle the output of his magic, and it would simply become a consumable tool. When thinking of a sufficiently powerful wand, aside from Dumbledore's Elder Wand, the first thing that came to Cyrus's mind was Slytherin's Serpentwood or Snake Wand. This ancient wand possessed unparalleled power, and it worked even better when wielded by a Parselmouth. Centuries ago, it had been sealed by a Parselmouth which, Gaunt's ancestor, Gormlaith Gaunt, using the power of Parseltongue. After losing all of its magic, the wand fell into a deep slumber. Miraculously, from the soil where the Serpentwood wand was buried, a towering ancient tree had grown, basking in the sunlight. That ancient tree couldn't be felled or destroyed, and its leaves held healing properties, making it one of the symbols of Ilvermorny. Now, Cyrus had come to this very place. Under the cold moonlight, Cyrus opened his mouth and let out a hissing, piercing sound. Slumbering Serpentwood wand, awaken now, and bow to me. The massive Serpentwood seemed to come to life. It immediately withdrew its lush branches, curling and retreating as if time were reversing, burrowing back into the earth. Then, a dark green snake emerged from the soil. It raised its head to glance at Cyrus and at Nagini, who was coiled on his shoulder. Like a vine, it slithered up Cyrus's body. It was almost weightless, exuding an aura that both Nagini and Cyrus found incredibly comforting and familiar. It slithered along Cyrus's arm, making its way to his wrist, before falling into his palm. Then, its cold and soft body suddenly stiffened, transforming into a wand. 13 inches long, the wand's body was slightly twisted, with the tail end resembling a serpent's tail. The wand's core came from the horn of a basilisk, the most powerful serpent king. Hiss! Nagini slightly opened her mouth, flicking her tongue, as if saying something. Don't worry. By tomorrow they'll discover that this centuries-old tree is gone, but no one will care too much. Hiss! Why? Because I will become the new headmaster of this school, Cyrus said softly, his tone filled with confidence, as if he were stating a future that was already set in stone. Becoming the headmaster of a magic school was something Cyrus had contemplated for some time. The statute of secrecy was deeply ingrained in the wizarding world, especially since the majority of wizards were staunch supporters of it. No matter how powerful his magic was, Cyrus couldn't fight the entire world. He needed to change the way wizards thought, and he needed a loyal group of followers. As for the former Death Eaters who had defected to his side, they were mostly useless, except for Bellatrix and Bulstrode. The others weren't worth much. Even Bellatrix and Bulstrode had been mentally affected by years of practicing dark magic, and then after being captured became more mental due to their time in Azkaban, leaving them somewhat unstable. Cyrus had to use ancient magic to extract the darkness from their hearts. Otherwise, he would have merely gained 2 loyal madmen. He needed fresh blood, new ideas to spread throughout the world, and young wizards were the easiest to influence. As he pondered this, a woman dressed in a black gown approached slowly. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a delicate butterfly ornament, as if she were heading to a formal event. Hot. But as she got closer, her face shocked him. It was Bellatrix. Neither Voldemort nor Rodolphus Lestrange had ever seen Bellatrix dressed like this in their lifetime. She no longer resembled a crazed witch, but instead, she looked like a black rose in full bloom. But, Master, why not choose Durmstrang or Beau's batons? Bellatrix asked softly. She never questioned why Cyrus wanted to break the boundaries between the two worlds because, in her heart, Cyrus was destined to become the ruler of both wizards and muggles alike. Ilvermorny was built by both wizards and muggles together. There's no place more fitting than here. Durmstrang is even more exclusive towards muggle-born wizards, Cyrus replied without turning around. Durmstrang rarely accepted students from the muggle world. Moreover, Cyrus recalled an international news story from not long ago. Nurmengard had collapsed, burying the dark wizard Grindelwald within. Grindelwald was dead? How could that be? Cyrus knew all too well that Grindelwald couldn't have simply died like that, especially since Durmstrang had recently appointed a new headmaster. It was easy to piece together Grindelwald's plan. He wasn't sure what had driven Grindelwald, who had once intended to remain in Nurmengard forever, to leave again, but he knew that Gellert Grindelwald was no simple opponent. Perhaps in terms of raw power, Grindelwald was slightly inferior to Voldemort, but compared to Voldemort, he was far more dangerous, infinitely more dangerous, even. Voldemort's fearsome traits lay in his power and madness, but ultimately, he was little more than a terrorist. Grindelwald, however, was different. His ideas, his influence, his charm, everything about him had the potential to rally the entire wizarding world and spark a massive revolution. However, at least when it came to breaking the statute of secrecy, Grindelwald and Cyrus seemed to share a common goal. Cyrus planned to test Grindelwald's stance when the opportunity arose. Bella, have you completed the tasks I assigned to you? Yes, Master, Bulstrode, and I have successfully infiltrated Makusa, Bellatrix nodded. Underscore. Chapter 219. Dumbledore's participating? Since the battle with Voldemort had ended, Cyrus had been making preparations. Bellatrix and Bulstrode had secretly infiltrated the American wizarding community, adopting new identities and joining the Magical Congress of the United States, Makusa. Now, both held significant positions. And it wasn't just them. Other followers, like Knott and his associates, were also using their influence and wealth to organize wizarding rallies and public speeches for Cyrus. Of course, openly advocating for breaking the statute of secrecy was actually illegal under wizarding law. Grindelwald's approach was to inflame tensions between wizards and muggles, and young people were more likely to be swept up by that passion. But for Cyrus, inciting conflict was not what he wanted to see. He didn't desire war. Bellatrix stood by Cyrus's side. Although it had been mentioned many times before, at this moment, she truly seemed different from her former self. Previously, she had been like a black flame, wild and frenzied, burning herself up as if she would turn to ashes at any moment. Now, she resembled the calm, shimmering surface of the Black Lake under the moonlight at Hogwarts. You've stolen something from others, yet you're not leaving? To be precise, I've reclaimed Slytherin's heirloom, Cyrus replied proudly. The legend of the Snakewood wand was little known, but regardless, it belonged to Slytherin and could only be wielded by a Parselmouth. Although Cyrus had been reborn, a part of his soul still carried the bloodline of Slytherin's descendants. It was only natural for him to claim Slytherin's inheritance. Cyrus raised his head, gazing at the cold moon above, while Nagini quietly nuzzled his palm with her head. Bellatrix savored the peaceful night, her eyes never leaving Cyrus's face for a moment. After the Quidditch World Cup, Hogwarts will join Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to revive the Triwizard Tournament, Cyrus suddenly said. Bellatrix looked a little surprised. The Triwizard Tournament was an old tradition, where the three ancient magical schools would select champions to compete for first place. However, due to the casualties, the tournament had been discontinued centuries ago. Bellatrix didn't know why Dumbledore wanted to bring back this competition, but she understood that if Cyrus was mentioning it, he had some plans for the Triwizard Tournament. Are you planning to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, representing Ilvermorny? She asked. This is an excellent stage, Bellatrix, Cyrus said softly. Master? I don't understand. In the end, the Triwizard Tournament is just a competition among students. How can it help our cause? Bellatrix asked, clearly confused. In truth, she was quite puzzled. Even if this tournament was grand, it was still just child's play. Winning might grant a title like champion, but what real value did that hold? For a young witch or wizard still in school, such an achievement might be an honor. Even after graduating, it could be a legendary tale to share. But for Cyrus, such glory was as light as a bird's feather, meaningless and insignificant. Indeed, even if they are champions, dealing with a few dragons in the Triwizard Tournament is no big deal. Cyrus nodded in agreement. It was as if, in his eyes, dragons were nothing more than geckos crawling on a wall, creatures that wouldn't even require him to lift a finger. They would simply shed their tails and flee. But what if the champion participating in the Triwizard Tournament was Albus Percival Dumbledore? A mischievous smile spread across Cyrus' face. As for Bellatrix, she was completely stunned by Cyrus' words. Her bright red lips parted slightly, appearing like a drop of blood decorating the darkness under the moonlight. Are you saying, to make Dumbledore a champion? She asked, shocked. Why? Do you think Dumbledore isn't worthy of the title of champion? Cyrus responded, his tone playful. Is Dumbledore worthy of being called a champion? The answer was undeniably yes. Even in her past madness, Bellatrix never doubted Dumbledore's strength. A champion's title was nothing compared to his power. However, having such a great wizard directly participate in the tournament seemed utterly absurd. It was like imagining a world champion boxer signing up for a children's boxing match, completely laughable. But soon, Bellatrix understood what Cyrus truly meant. You're planning to defeat Dumbledore in the Triwizard Tournament. Bellatrix's eyes lit up, shining like the bright moon. If that were the case, then maybe this plan could really work. Bellatrix excitedly lowered her head, muttering to herself. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, famous for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Yes, before Dumbledore gained worldwide fame, not many people actually knew him. Even though he regularly corresponded with masters in various fields, who truly knew his real abilities. It wasn't until he defeated Grindelwald, stopping his ambitions, that Dumbledore's name spread across the world. One could say that he could have become the leader of the entire magical community, had he not chosen to give up that power. So, if Cyrus were to defeat Dumbledore under the watchful eyes of the entire world, wouldn't that mean Cyrus would replace Dumbledore as the next leader of the International Confederation of Wizards? The International Confederation of Wizards wasn't some ineffective organization like the United Nations of the Muggle world. On the other hand, even if you don't become the leader of the Confederation, just the honor of defeating Dumbledore would be enough to make countless wizards want to follow you. In the magical world, power equals authority. The strong may be lonely, but behind them, legions of followers will always trail in their wake. Bellatrix was confident. She had never imagined Cyrus would lose. However, Cyrus was more pragmatic. He wasn't sure if the Triwizard Tournament might turn into a tag team match between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. One-on-one, Grindelwald without the Elder Wand would not be a match for Cyrus. Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, might be able to stand on equal footing with him. But 2 against 1, Cyrus had no confidence in that scenario. Chapter 220, Rightful Owner? Morning. The ancient mountains echoed, and mist spread through the dense, dark forest, making Mount Greylock appear like a hidden illusion from a mythical realm. A towering and ancient marble castle loomed, appearing and disappearing within the thick fog, like a distant, fleeting mirage. Unlike usual, today Ilvermorny was particularly quiet. It wasn't a holiday, yet all classes had been suspended. Students, dressed in blue or cranberry-colored robes, gathered on the circular hall's terrace, their expressions full of worry, but no one dared to utter a word. Their gazes were uniformly directed outside. There, they could see the heads of the 4 houses and the old headmaster standing outside the castle. Alongside them was an elderly goblin. Their expressions were a mix of anger and astonishment. It wasn't without reason. What had made them so upset was the fact that the ancient snakewood tree, which had stood outside Ilvermorny Castle for 300 years, had vanished overnight. Someone stole it. The goblin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with rage. Goblins were peculiar magical creatures, resembling upright hedgehogs, about the same height as house elves. For 3 centuries, many goblins had lived at Ilvermorny, serving the school's staff and students much like house elves did. But this one was different. His name was William, a friend of the school's founder, Isolt Sayre, and one of the 4 symbols of the school itself, the very goblin. He had witnessed Ilvermorny grow from a small granite cottage into the massive castle it was today. He had witnessed the passing of his friend, and he had seen the snakewood wand buried in the earth, which had, within a year, grown into a towering tree. But now, the relic left behind by Isolt had disappeared. "I remember that tree was supposed to be indestructible and immovable," said Agilbert Fontaine, frowning. His background was unique. He was a descendant of the legendary Auror, Theodard Fontaine. Agilbert had lived up to his ancestor's name. He was immensely powerful and was considered the top candidate to become the next headmaster. However, even he had never been able to so much as budge the ancient snakewood tree. He could only imagine the uproar that would ensue across North America once the news of the snakewood's disappearance spread. Ilvermorny's student body came from all over the continent, and for 3 centuries, countless young wizards had arrived at the school, with the ancient snakewood being the first thing they saw before entering the castle. Upon their departure, the tree would be the last thing to bid them farewell. For countless days and nights, the snakewood's lush branches had healed the injuries and ailments of the students. But now, it had vanished, leaving only a deep pit in the ground where it once stood. It was clear that if they failed to recover the snakewood, the weight of the consequences would be enormous. They might even be written into the history of Ilvermorny as eternal wrongdoers. But they were completely without leads. Just then, William spoke. "It wasn't indestructible," the elderly goblin said, as if recalling something, his anger curiously subdued. "What?" Headmaster's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the elderly goblin spoke a raspy word. "Parseltongue." It was a truth never recorded in history. One of the founders of Ilvermorny, Isolt Sayre, was a descendant of the infamous dark wizard Salazar Slytherin. Her mother's maiden name had been Gaunt, and that snakewood wand, Isolt had stolen it from her own aunt. It was an artifact belonging to Slytherin, and only a descendant of Slytherin could unlock its true power. Only someone with the ability to speak Parseltongue could fully awaken the wand, William muttered, his gaze downcast. And it must be a descendant of Slytherin. If that's the case, then he merely took what rightfully belonged to him, Agilbert remarked. He then drew his wand, aimed it at the empty space where the snakewood tree once stood, and with a firm motion, a faint golden ripple spread from the tip of his wand. A ghostly image of the tree appeared in the place where the snakewood had been. It was a vision of the previous night, showing the person who had taken the snakewood. They hadn't even bothered to conceal their actions. The gathered heads of the houses took a step back, silently watching the wordless projection unfold before them. It was a bright moonlit night, and they could see clearly. A young, handsome wizard was calmly walking up the path toward the mountain peak. His steps followed the stairs, one by one, as if he were ascending to claim a throne that rightfully belonged to him. William was stunned. He could see traces of Isolt in Cyrus's face, and his aged eyes filled with hot tears. At that moment, the anger that had been burning in his heart was entirely quenched by his tears. For 300 years, Isolt's bloodline had long vanished from the world. Now, seeing another wizard who was also a descendant of Slytherin, William felt as though time had reversed, bringing him back to the moment when he first met Isolt. The young wizard's eyes gleamed with a fiery golden light. He was majestic and solemn. Beside him, a large serpent, of an unrecognizable species, slithered behind him like a loyal subject. He approached the snakewood tree, opened his mouth, and seemed to say some incantation. Though they couldn't hear it, they saw the snakewood shrink under the power of the spell, willingly returning to the wizard's side. It was as if, after centuries of separation, the tree had finally found the one it had been destined to wait for. That's really Parseltongue. Agilbert's pupils contracted slightly, his face full of shock. Even in America, Parseltongue was an infamous ability. Wizards born with this talent were exceedingly rare, but without exception, they all became dark wizards. The most famous, of course, being the great Slytherin, Herpo the Foul, and Lord Voldemort. It seems a descendant of Slytherin has indeed taken the snakewood, Boot said gravely. I know who he is. Boot did, in fact, recognize Cyrus. Over the past year, the British wizarding world had been in complete turmoil, and Boot was somewhat aware of it. He knew that the person who had taken the snakewood the previous night was named Cyrus. The British newspapers had reported that he had opened the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts and was a descendant of Slytherin. So, does that mean he merely took what rightfully belonged to him? The head of Thunderbird House looked troubled. If that were true, what were they supposed to do? The snakewood had stood at the entrance of Ilvermorny for over 300 years, becoming an integral part of the school, a symbol of Ilvermorny. Without the unique snakewood, would Ilvermorny still be Ilvermorny? Even if he is a descendant of Slytherin, we cannot let him take the snakewood. The head of Horned Serpent House, a dark-skinned witch, was resolute and unyielding when it came to the snakewood. However, just as she uttered those words, the figure of Cyrus, through the enchantment, suddenly turned and looked directly at her. Gasp! His fiery golden eyes blazed like the scorching sun, piercing her very soul. It felt as if he were reaching across time itself, staring into the hearts of everyone present, burning away the ugliness and darkness within them. The dark-skinned woman immediately staggered backward, her head spinning, as though she stood on the edge of a cliff, teetering on the brink of collapse. The others also broke out in a cold sweat, trembling under the weight of Cyrus's gaze. __________________. Chapter 221. I want glory to bow down to me. Finite Incantatum. Boot quickly cast a spell, dispelling the golden apparition. After the illusion vanished, Fontaine and the other wizards finally breathed a sigh of relief. He left that shadow on purpose, Agilbert Fontaine said in a grave tone. Even so, the mere gaze from the illusion had such terrifying power, like a mountain pressing down on their shoulders, making it hard to breathe. It was unimaginable what it would be like if Cyrus were to appear before them in person. Fontana even feared that if Cyrus were to stand before him, he might be unable to resist kneeling in reverence before that king-like figure. But then, Boot's words turned Fontana's fear into reality. The old wizard's mouth was slightly agape, his lips trembling, and the hand gripping his wand shook uncontrollably. Sweat trickled down the deep lines of his furrowed brow as he seemed consumed by boundless terror. In a raspy voice, he muttered, "It's too late. He's here." At that moment, it felt as though even the air had frozen. The heads of the houses were momentarily blank, unable to comprehend who Boot meant by he. Or perhaps, they had already guessed, but simply couldn't bring themselves to admit it. We need to get the students back inside the castle. Boot didn't answer their questions. His face was pale, his entire body trembling as he quickly headed back toward the castle. In the next moment, heavy storm clouds gathered from the distant horizon, like an army surrounding Ilvermorny from all sides. Boom! Before Boot could make it back to the castle, thunder and lightning crashed down. Massive golden wings spread across the entire mountain peak, and from within the storm clouds, a gigantic thunderbird descended. Its golden wings shimmered like mist, transforming into delicate streams of light that fell like a rain of blossoms. In full view of Boot and the thousands of Ilvermorny students watching, the thunderbird shifted into the form of a tall and handsome man. Boot froze mid-step, his breath nearly stopping. Cyrus. No one dared make a move, not even Boot, the headmaster of Ilvermorny, who had inherited Isolt's legacy, his ancestors being her two adopted sons. I'm pleased you recognize me, sir. Cyrus arrogantly lifted his chin, his fiery golden eyes gleaming, and no one dared meet his gaze. Oddly, no one found his attitude inappropriate. It felt as though he was naturally meant to speak this way, as if they were destined to bow their heads, unable to meet the eyes of a god. This saves me the trouble of introductions, Cyrus continued. As he spoke, he flipped his palm upward, and a small, dark green snake slithered from his sleeve, slowly transforming into a wand. I assume you don't mind me taking what rightfully belongs to me. Cyrus glanced at them with a playful smirk. It sounded like a question, but it was more of a threat. In truth, after taking the snakewood wand, Cyrus hadn't left at all. He had been waiting for this moment, to make a grand entrance and give them a show of force. The snakewood wand had only been part of Cyrus's plan. Ilvermorny itself was something he desired just as much. Of course, he could have done as he had before with the aura, simply become the headmaster of Ilvermorny. But now, there was no need for disguise. The world deserved to see his true face. The dark-skinned witch gasped audibly upon hearing his words. Cyrus saw her broad nostrils flare as if she wanted to say something, but she remained silent, overwhelmed by the power emanating from him. The tension in the air was heavier than the dark thunderclouds above, thick like blood, suffocating everyone present. Thousands of young wizards hid inside the castle, feeling an overwhelming pressure in their chests, as if they were sinking into a swamp, on the verge of being swallowed whole. Even breathing felt like a luxury they could barely afford. No one dared to speak. They only stared from afar at Cyrus's back. As for the wizards standing in front of him, they felt the full brunt of his nearly tangible magical power. "Sir." As the headmaster, Boot finally spoke. He trembled as he took a small step forward, like a servant paying homage to his sovereign. "Since the snakewood wand is a relic of Mr. Slytherin, and you are simply reclaiming what is rightfully yours, there is, of course, no issue." Cyrus curled his lips into a faint smile. He wasn't surprised at all that Boot would say this. What else could someone facing an unstoppable force of nature like Cyrus say? If Cyrus had come today to harm the students, Boot would have sacrificed himself to stop him. But for an ancient tree, Boot didn't see the wisdom in clashing with him over that. Boot himself was a top-tier wizard, or he wouldn't have become the headmaster. Yet, in front of Cyrus, he felt as though he was standing before a vast, uncontrollable ocean. Perhaps only Dumbledore could rival him? Boot couldn't help thinking. Now, he only hoped that after taking the wand, Cyrus would leave. But his hopes were dashed. As Cyrus toyed with the wand in his hand, he seemed to remember something and spoke. Isolde Sayre, the founder of Ilvermorny, was also a descendant of Slytherin. Given that, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me, as someone with the same Slytherin bloodline, to take over as headmaster of Ilvermorny, would it? The statement struck like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of everyone present. No one had expected Cyrus's true aim to be the Ilvermorny school itself. At that moment, not just the professors, but even the students in the castle felt a surge of humiliation. They all wished they could grab their wands and rush out to confront Cyrus. "This is absolutely impossible," the chocolate-skinned witch roared, her eyes wide with fury, teeth clenched in defiance. Fontaine also drew his wand, seemingly ready to duel Cyrus at any moment. But Boot remained calm. He looked at Cyrus's unnaturally young face, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "To become the headmaster of Ilvermorny, it's not just about receiving a nomination. More importantly, you must be recognized by the castle itself." "Is that so?" Cyrus raised an eyebrow slightly, and in the next moment, to the disbelief of everyone present, he raised the wand in his hand high. The next second, Ruohar. A resounding beastly roar echoed from the castle's circular hall. A wildcat statue, more majestic than a lion, was the first to leap out from within the castle. Following it, a thunderbird took flight, wings flapping, accompanied by the sound of arrows. Finally, a horned serpent stood tall, the jewel on its forehead shining brighter than the stars in the sky. It slithered up to Cyrus, bowing its noble head before him. At that moment, all the castle's glory bowed in submission to Cyrus. Chapter 222, Headmaster Cyrus. All the glory bowed before Cyrus. The old headmaster of Ilvermorny was stunned, and the other professors and young wizards stood there in a daze, as if trapped in an unending dream. The 4 statues within the school only ever moved when new students were sorted into houses, and even then, it was merely a cold howl or a glow from the jewel on the statue's forehead. But now, the statues had left the castle, lowering their proud heads before the black-haired wizard with golden tips at the end of his hair. Even the castle itself was bowing to Cyrus. This was something that had never happened in Ilvermorny's 300-year history. He has the blood of the founders, the serpentwood wand in his hand. The guardians of all 4 houses bow at his feet, and he can even transform into a thunderbird. Amid the endless silence, a student spoke absent-mindedly, voicing what everyone present was feeling. "I can't think of any reason why he shouldn't take over as headmaster." Perhaps the only argument against it was that Cyrus had no established reputation among the students and faculty. He was merely a wizard who had suddenly appeared. Even if he had a legitimate claim to inherit Ilvermorny, it was something difficult for the professors and students who had lived there for many years to accept. But Boot relented. As a descendant of one of Isolde's 2 adopted children, He knew the castle's true heir now stood before him. His sense of justice wouldn't allow him to act out of greed. Beyond that, he also feared that angering Cyrus might put the students and professors in danger. He understood better than anyone the terrifying power of a strong wizard. On the other side of the world, Lord Voldemort had nearly plunged all of Britain into chaos. And that was with Dumbledore standing in opposition. I believe you have the ability to serve as headmaster, sir. The school has recognized you, and I trust that the professors and students will soon realize your extraordinary power, Butte said. Headmaster, Fontaine called out in alarm. It wasn't because he was upset about missing the chance to become the next headmaster. He was worried about the school and the children. From what the news in Britain suggested, Cyrus was a dangerous figure. Butte raised a hand, signaling Fontana to stop speaking. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Butte, Cyrus said softly. However, Butte paused, and suddenly his frail, elderly body stiffened, like an old wampus cat showing a final burst of defiance, every hair standing on end. But I need you to agree to certain conditions. Otherwise, I would rather die than hand over the school. He stared fiercely at Cyrus, as if ready to leap and tear out his throat at any moment. Cyrus remained unbothered. Why should an ant's threats be worth considering? I need you to promise that once you become headmaster, the school will continue as it always has. Every young witch and wizard must receive the same education as before. Of course, Cyrus nodded. Second, you must promise not to harm any of the students. Naturally, Cyrus agreed with another nod. He first reassured Butte, then added, I believe you've misunderstood me, Mr. Butte. I have not come to destroy Ilvermorny. I have come to lead it, to lead all of Ilvermorny's students toward glory and greatness. Slytherins have always cared about glory, but in reality, glory is universal. Honor and status are glory, brave conquests and adventures are glory, wisdom and knowledge are glory, and loyalty and integrity are glory as well. If you're worried, I can make an unbreakable vow with you, Cyrus offered. But Butte shook his head. I believe you, sir, he smiled, as if suddenly unburdened, becoming much more relaxed. Just remember, this isn't about power, it's about responsibility. Well then, I'll take my leave, Butte said decisively, even planning to leave Ilvermorny immediately. But Cyrus stopped him. Why rush into retirement, Mr. Butte? Cyrus asked softly. To be honest, my experience in education is limited to one-on-one tutoring, Hep. Why not stay and help me? I could reserve the position of vice principal for you. It had to be said, Cyrus lacked the right kind of people for teaching. Whether it was Bellatrix or others, none of them were suitable to be educators. Their knowledge leaned more towards dark magic, and their approach to handling things was often more extreme. Keeping the current professors at Ilvermorny could also help ease the students' emotions. More importantly, the professors at Ilvermorny came from 3 different countries, had extensive connections, and were prominent figures in the North American wizarding community. Cyrus intended to recruit them as his subordinates. Butte hadn't expected to remain at his post, but this outcome suited him well. Staying at the school gave him peace of mind after all. The other heads of houses had some concerns, but no one voiced them. They all understood that things had reached a point where opposition wouldn't change anything. With Butte voluntarily stepping down and the school recognizing Cyrus' legitimacy, even if all the board members opposed it, the outcome was already sealed. Unless the board had the resolve to build a new school from scratch. Fortunately, it seemed Cyrus had no intention of making drastic changes to Ilvermorny. In fact, during the first few days of his tenure as headmaster, the school had hardly changed at all, except for one thing. Agilbert Fontaine still found it puzzling when he thought about it. It happened on the 3rd morning after Cyrus became headmaster. He gathered all the students together, with thousands standing in the castle's circular hall. Under the gaze of the 4 house guardian statues, Cyrus stood in the center of the hall, holding the snakewood wand, positioned beneath the octagonal Gordian knot, as if standing at the center of the world. In the past few days, aside from familiarizing himself with his duties as headmaster, Cyrus often wandered around Ilvermorny, drawing the curious and reverent gazes of the students. Aside from the girls' bathroom and dormitory, the young wizards might catch glimpses of Cyrus' golden silhouette anywhere within the school. Chapter 223. Announce my arrival to the world. Few dared to approach him, though some initially intended to cause trouble. However, when they stood before Cyrus, they immediately lost the courage to draw their wands. Throughout it all, Cyrus never made any move to punish them. Today, all the students held their breath, peering down from the high open balconies. Though they stood above, they seemed more like tiny beings gazing up in awe. It was as if they were mere mortals bowing before a sacred being beneath towering mountains. No one dared to breathe loudly, fearing that even the smallest sound might anger the deity. Cyrus did indeed appear like a god. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." He lifted his chin, his golden red eyes scanning the faces of every wizard gathered there. "I assume most of you already know me. Cyrus, your new headmaster." It was a simple introduction, with no unnecessary words. Thousands of heads were bowed, listening to his words of wisdom. "I'm not a fan of unnecessary chatter, so today I'll just take a moment of your time to announce one thing," Cyrus said, his gaze sweeping over the students, who nervously awaited his words. They were all concerned that Cyrus might announce something difficult to accept, like adding hundreds of new school rules. Rumors suggested that some headmasters did that to assert their authority. But clearly, they were overthinking it. Without any pretense, Cyrus raised his voice and said, "In a few months, I will be selecting a group of champions to accompany me to Britain, where we will participate in a selection tournament at Hogwarts." This news stunned everyone into silence. The previously quiet crowd suddenly grew restless. The young wizards whispered to each other in confusion, clearly unsure why Mr. Cyrus would make such a decision. "Excuse me, did you say the Triwizard Tournament?" Fontaine, standing among the crowd, spoke up. He had obviously heard rumors that Dumbledore was planning to restart the tournament. Historically, however, the Triwizard Tournament had little to do with Ilvermorny. In fact, the tournament's history predates Ilvermorny. By the time Ilvermorny began to flourish, the Triwizard Tournament had already been discontinued for years. "Yes," Cyrus confirmed with a nod. Fontaine, aside from a bit of surprise, didn't have much of a reaction to the news. In fact, he considered it a good opportunity for academic exchange. Allowing Ilvermorny students to meet and compete with elite students from other international schools could be a valuable experience. While Hogwarts hadn't ranked particularly high among the international schools in recent years, it was still a prestigious and historical institution. Moreover, Durmstrang produced a dark wizard like Grindelwald, and Beauxbatons had a legendary figure like Nicholas Flamel, who made a name for himself in history. The young wizards were incredibly excited. Few could resist the allure of fame and recognition at such a young age. If the Triwizard Tournament expanded its scope, the rewards of victory would include not only glory but widespread prestige. However, there was a deeper reason behind this decision. This, Fontaine learned later. It's also the will of the Magical Congress. You've probably heard by now about the death of the first Dark Lord Grindelwald at the collapsed fortress of Nurmengard, Cyrus explained to the professors in a roundtable meeting. Of course, this was merely a pretext. In truth, the Magical Congress hadn't planned to get involved in the matter. Cyrus had deliberately pushed for this in order to draw more international attention to the Triwizard Tournament. His ultimate goal was to defeat Dumbledore in front of the world and declare his arrival on the global stage. "And yes, they did recover his body," he added. "But, you believe that body belongs to Grindelwald?" Cyrus glanced at them, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He found it a bit hard to understand how, in a magical world, people could be so naive. If not for Bellatrix's reminder from within the Magical Congress, none of the key members had even considered this possibility. "What do you mean?" one of the professors asked. "Polyjuice potion," Cyrus said plainly. Suddenly, everyone in the room understood. Not long ago, Durmstrang appointed a new headmaster, named Vinda Rosier. Cyrus continued, looking toward the older boot. Sure enough, the old wizard's face showed a look of surprise. The others grasped the implication as well. If Grindelwald is still alive, he might very well accompany Durmstrang's delegation to Hogwarts. Perhaps he's still holding a grudge over being defeated by Dumbledore and plans to kill him in secret, said a dark-skinned witch, her face filled with concern. Her name was Yael Pickquery, a descendant of Seraphina Pickquery, who had once thwarted the pureblood movement. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, two of the most powerful wizards in the world. If they meet, it could be incredibly dangerous, she added, her face full of worry. However, Cyrus smiled and corrected her. Not 2, but 3. Actually, it's 4. A sharp voice pierced through the darkness. Barty Crouch Jr. was surrounded by dozens of people, his snake-like eyes suddenly snapping open. I'm pleased that it only took us 3 days to completely take over the French Ministry of Magic, said Barty Crouch Jr. Of course, by now, it was more appropriate to call him Voldemort. After the battle had ended, Voldemort's soul once again detached from his dead body. This time, he had no choice but to occupy the body of his most loyal follower, Barty Crouch Jr. Afterward, he didn't choose to remain in Britain but headed to France. This was a plan he had already devised while possessing the body of old Barty Crouch. He intended to make France his stronghold. Truth be told, everything went smoothly. He and his followers took control of the French Ministry of Magic in just 3 days. Some officials were placed under the Imperius curse, while many Death Eaters simply assumed new identities and infiltrated the ministry from within. Now, under his manipulation, the unusual headmistress of Beauxbatons had also stepped down. This wasn't supposed to be easy, but Voldemort had immediately seen through Madame Maxime's secret. After all, he was familiar with another friend of similar stature. However, the brief victory didn't bring him much joy. In front of Voldemort lay a series of increasingly difficult challenges. The most critical issue: he had now completely lost the means to resurrect himself. The resurrection ritual involving the Horcruxes required blood, flesh, and bone. But now, he had forever lost the bones of his father. That night, Cyrus had burned Tom Riddle Sr.'s remains to ashes with a single fire. Yet, Voldemort hadn't completely lost hope. He had thought of another method for resurrection. It was risky, but worth attempting. If successful, not only could he fully return, but he would come back even stronger than before. I warn you, until my return, all matters will be under Barty's command. Do not disappoint me again. ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 224, Female Admirers and Club. Resurrection wasn't Voldemort's only goal. He also had to consider what would happen after his resurrection. Just dealing with Cyrus alone was already a massive obstacle, and adding Dumbledore to the equation. Voldemort understood that if his own power didn't increase, even if he was resurrected, he would still face inevitable death. He couldn't rely on the slim possibility of Dumbledore and Cyrus turning against each other. Not to mention the French Ministry of Magic. But over in North America, the change in Ilvermorny's headmaster had gone on for several days without causing much of a stir. Cyrus had originally thought that the American Magical Congress would surely not sit idly by, but the result was beyond his expectations. However, it wasn't too surprising. In the magical world, wizarding schools and magical governments weren't necessarily intertwined. In fact, Ilvermorny's history was almost a bit longer than that of the Magical Congress. Moreover, although Ilvermorny was located in the United States, it actually catered to the magical authorities of 3 countries. The Magical Congress had no authority to interfere in Ilvermorny's affairs. Some of the little wizards at the school had written letters to their families about the situation, but when those parents learned that Cyrus had obtained the Serpentwood wand and had been acknowledged by the 4 House Guardians, they were left in awe. Such a feat was akin to Arthur raising the Sword of Kings. It was truly a sign of destiny. Everything was going smoother than Cyrus had imagined. During this time, aside from necessary rest, Cyrus spent almost half of his time learning about North America and some of its unique forms of magic. Although wizards had the ability to travel long distances across continents, using a portkey, it only took a moment to go from Europe to North America. Most wizards preferred to live in isolation, especially ancient wizards who wouldn't leave their homelands for long periods. The difference in geography also led to different magical practices among wizards. This even resulted in the formation of distinct magical systems. Take transfiguration, for example. The magic to transform a human into an animal existed on different continents, but the principles behind casting the spell weren't exactly the same. European wizards invented the animagus, but the young wizards at Wagadu, the magical school in Africa, used a completely different form of magic to transform themselves into lions or elephants. Unlike the rare animagus, nearly every wizard who graduated from Wagadu mastered this animal transformation magic. North America also had its own ancient and unique form of animal transformation magic, passed down from the indigenous peoples. They referred to wizards who could transform into animals as skinwalkers. Transfiguration was just one example. In fact, Ilvermorny had collected many of North America's unique spells, and due to certain historical reasons, even some magical knowledge from other continents had found its way into the school's archives. Cyrus transformed into a raven, greedily absorbing the vast knowledge. He wished he could move his entire house into the library. In the eyes of the young witches and wizards, if you wanted to find Cyrus, it was simple. Just head to the library. Fortunately, Cyrus's mind was like a massive pensieve. Otherwise, he would probably never be able to read all of Ilvermorny's knowledge. Thanks to Cyrus, the library had recently been packed with love-struck young witches. Each one held a book, but their gazes wandered far beyond the pages, seemingly aimlessly strolling through the library, while in reality, they were searching for that golden figure. Once they spotted Cyrus, they would casually pass by, pretending it was a coincidence, all the while taking a deep, greedy breath of the air around him. The bolder ones might even approach him with their homework or a question, making it seem like they were tackling some grand magical mystery. To these students, Cyrus exhibited immense patience. In fact, The other half of his time was spent interacting with the students at the school. Ilvermorny recruited from all over North America, and if handled properly, Cyrus's influence could spread across the entire continent as the students left the school. This part of the work was simple for Cyrus. He was powerful, commanding, and possessed absolute strength. Naturally, the students who revered strength would follow him. At the same time, he was approachable and kind, earning the loyalty of those who valued integrity. And he was handsome and charming, so those young witches, full of romantic longing, were willing to offer him everything, body and soul. WTF. It wasn't just the young witches and wizards. Even the professors quickly developed a huge change of heart toward Cyrus. Among them, the one who had initially harbored the most hostility towards Cyrus, the Black Witch Peekery, was the first to shift her attitude. Perhaps she had already been captivated by Cyrus's appearance. Now she emitting a sense of goodwill, possibly even something more than goodwill. However, unfortunately for her, Cyrus couldn't muster any real interest in her. Agilbert Fontaine, too, had been won over during his interactions with Cyrus. Cyrus's insights into magic far exceeded their comprehension, making it clear that he was more than capable of leading as headmaster. If you want to defeat your opponent more efficiently, you must strike where it matters. But remember, the most powerful spell isn't always the best, Cyrus remarked, sitting in a library chair, with a blonde girl standing beside him, holding her textbook. The girl's gaze was fixed on Cyrus's face, her eyes seemingly following the sway of that single strand of golden hair on his forehead. It was hard to say if she had even heard what Cyrus was saying. I heard from Mr. Fontaine that you plan to become an Auror after graduation? Cyrus asked gently. Ah. The girl seemed startled by the unexpected question, almost jumping in surprise as she instinctively raised her voice. Yes, sir. Luckily, Cyrus had already cast a Muffly charm to prevent disturbing the other students in the library. That's a good ambition, but being an Auror is a dangerous job, Cyrus continued. The girl nodded in agreement, glancing around. In the library, many pairs of eyes were staring at her like predatory wildcats, ready to pounce. In fact, she felt like she was in danger right at that moment. Starting this Friday, I will be hosting a club 1 or 2 times a week. I think you should sign up, Cyrus said. Is it for selecting the champions? She asked. One of the purposes of Cyrus's club was indeed to identify elite students who could serve as champions. While Cyrus had already set his sights on competing with Dumbledore in the Triwizard Tournament, there was no harm in enjoying some appetizers before the main course. But more importantly, he needed to cultivate a group of warriors strong enough to follow him. Voldemort only trusted his own power, which is why he didn't have high standards for his Death Eaters. As long as someone wasn't a Muggle-born and enjoyed torturing Muggles, they could join his ranks. However, even Voldemort favored those who were particularly gifted. His most treasured subordinates were of course people like Snape, Bellatrix, Barty Jr., and Regulus. Huffed, too bad 3 out of the 4 betrayed him. Chapter 225, Avada Kedavra Gatling Gun. After dismissing the young witch, Cyrus took his books and returned to the headmaster's office. Since Ilvermorny didn't have the long history of Hogwarts, it lacked many of its secrets. But now that Cyrus was here, he could certainly leave something behind. And the first thing he had in mind was a room of requirement. One of the founders of Hogwarts, Rowena Ravenclaw, had used her immense magical power to create the room of requirement. Now, Cyrus, who had mastered ancient magic, was equally capable of such a feat. Using his extraordinary magical power, Cyrus created an enormous space that gleamed with gold and silver. Towering spirals stood at each corner, and the ground was as smooth as a mirrored surface. Of course, to distinguish it from the room of requirement, Cyrus followed Slytherin tradition and named it Cyrus's Secret Chamber. Conveniently, this chamber could also serve as a meeting place for his club. In the following months, Cyrus lived in this pattern. The days seemed to repeat, yet in reality, each one was different. Now, he began studying the magical powers hidden within magical creatures from the perspective of ancient magic. The skin of dragons possesses strong magical resistance because of the ancient magic hidden within it. If I can inscribe this kind of magic into my own body, perhaps I could also enhance my magical resistance. However, this delved into magical modification, and Cyrus had no intention of experimenting on his own body. He didn't want to wake up one morning and find his skin covered in tiny scales. Compared to dragons, perhaps the magic of other magical creatures was more valuable for research. In fact, Cyrus had already studied the demiguise not long ago and had completely unraveled the creature's invisibility magic. This had raised his disillusionment charm to an even higher level. In terms of invisibility alone, Cyrus believed that his charm was now on par with the powers of the Deathly Hallow. However, he speculated that Harry's invisibility cloak might serve other purposes as well. The precognitive ability of the demiguise was far more complex than its invisibility, and this magic resided in their pupils, making it difficult to study without harming them. Cyrus wasn't in a hurry. He would eventually encounter an old, dying demiguise. These magical studies, while not directly increasing Cyrus's magical power, made the spells he cast significantly stronger. In addition to researching magical creatures, Cyrus never forgot about Nagini. The poor snake was typically very quiet. At Ilvermorny, Cyrus gave her plenty of freedom, and she often roamed around the school. At first, the students were terrified of her, but now they barely noticed her presence. Around Cyrus, Nagini almost never showed a hint of her animalistic nature. Another of Cyrus's research pursuits involved integrating modern technology with wizarding magic. Magic and science were never opposites. The magical field around Hogwarts did indeed interfere with some electronic devices, but that was the castle's protective enchantments at work. Science wasn't limited to mechanical constructs or electronic devices. It was the study of concrete things and their objective rules, a worldview and a method for understanding the tangible world. Since magic exists, magic itself is a form of science. Arthur Weasley's magically modified car was a perfect example of how science and magic could coexist. Now that Cyrus had completed his resurrection and regained his power, he had ample time to conduct research. I really needed a laboratory," Cyrus said as he returned to his secret chamber. Under his design, the room had been fully transformed into a laboratory, with pristine white tables covered in firearms he had recently collected from the Muggle world. Cyrus's first attempt was to create a new era of alchemical tools, magical firearms. After all, wands were merely inconvenient relics. The key isn't the gun itself, but rather the magical bullets, Cyrus thought. The structure of the gun was no longer an issue. No spell could outpace a bullet. Cyrus recalled how, centuries ago, Peeves had stormed into Hogwarts with a machine gun and grenades, leaving the entire staff and student body too frightened to approach him. If guns were already that dangerous back then, imagine how much more interesting it would be if the bullets were replaced with spells. And if the unforgivable curses could be turned into spell bullets. Damn, now that would be even more fascinating. Hee. What? You want to duel me in spells? Fine, take this, my Greenfire Avada Kedavra Gatling gun. While Cyrus was deep in his research, on the other side of the world, in Britain, at the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge was overwhelmed. After the mass breakout of Death Eaters from Azkaban, rumors of the Dark Lord's return were spreading rapidly, and the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Fudge's approval ratings had been steadily declining, causing him immense anxiety. At this point, many officials were proposing to cancel this year's Quidditch World Cup, but Fudge firmly disagreed. The Quidditch World Cup must be held as scheduled. Fudge insisted for once, going against the majority opinion. It wasn't that he was particularly fond of Quidditch. He simply needed to use the event to reassure people that the rumors of the Dark Lord's return were just that, rumors. And there was no need to worry about the escaped prisoners from Azkaban either. He wanted to make people believe that under his leadership, everything was thriving. Danger? That didn't exist at all. Fudge's chubby face turned bright red, as though he was about to say Voldemort's name to show how confident and brave he was. But as soon as he uttered the first syllable, his voice failed him. He could only croak out hoarsely, "The Dark Lord's return is nothing but a ridiculous conspiracy. Clearly, someone is deliberately creating panic, gentlemen." But just then, someone Fudge didn't particularly want to see walked into the room. "Very brave, Cornelius," Dumbledore said, striding in with long, confident steps. His tall, imposing figure instantly commanded everyone's attention. "I agree with your insistence on holding the Quidditch World Cup. Why should such a grand event be cancelled?" Surprisingly, Dumbledore stood on Fudge's side this time. He didn't emphasize that Voldemort had returned because it no longer mattered. Voldemort had indeed returned, but only for a few short hours. By the way, I'd like to ask about the Triwizard Tournament. Could we perhaps include Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as well? I've received some enthusiastic requests. He held 2 letters in his hand. One bore the insignia of a bald eagle, clearly a letter from the American Magical Congress. The other letter was sealed with a silver-black crest, resembling a blooming 4-leaf clover. It came from Ilvermorny. Chapter 226. A Visit to American Magical Congress. Dumbledore returning to the Ministry of Magic was as if he were returning home, completely at ease. Or rather, for someone like him, he could quickly take command of any place he went. Fudge's expression wasn't pleasant. Dumbledore was like a medieval pope. As long as he was around, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, would always be nothing more than a figurehead, never able to gain true respect. Just like now, when Fudge proposed proceeding with the Quidditch World Cup as planned, many people present looked doubtful. But as soon as Dumbledore spoke, their attitudes shifted immediately, as if they didn't even see Fudge, the Minister of Magic, standing there. Fudge really wanted to slam the table and loudly tell Dumbledore, "I am the Minister of Magic." But he didn't dare. How could he openly defy the greatest wizard of their time? "You see, since Albus has said so, I believe you all won't have any further objections," Fudge said, forcing a wealthy and amiable expression, as though he and Dumbledore were the closest of allies. However, he turned back to Dumbledore, now showing a troubled look on his face. "Albus, please have a seat," Fudge said. He stood up and offered his chair to Dumbledore, then showed a sorrowful expression and sincerely added, "Regarding the Triwizard Tournament, I think it's best to cancel it. You know about Barty, don't you? He went to France and never came back. Poor old chap. Old Barty Crouch had been killed after Voldemort's return, of course. Neither Voldemort nor Barty Jr. would have spared him." Dumbledore had already learned of this from Harry, but the officials at the Ministry of Magic still believed that Crouch had been assassinated by one of the Death Eaters he had sentenced long ago. Although Barty Crouch Sr. had been deemed ruthless and power-hungry for sentencing his own son, his tragic end still elicited some sympathy. Even after so much time had passed, his body had yet to be found, and many felt a certain sadness about it. Now, the Department of International Magical Cooperation is still being temporarily led by Dolores, Fudge said, and as he mentioned this, a middle-aged woman dressed entirely in pink pursed her lips sweetly and gave a couple of fake coughs, as if something unpleasant were stuck in her throat. She immediately drew everyone's attention. Her garish outfit stood out, clashing starkly with the predominantly black, white, and gray tones of the magical world. Dumbledore glanced at her, his expression calm. "Hello, Madam Umbridge." "Hello, Professor Dumbledore," Umbridge replied, her voice high-pitched and grating. Even those who had worked with her for a while, like Scrimgeour, couldn't help but frown in irritation. Dumbledore, however, remained gracious. He smiled kindly and looked at Umbridge with his usual warm demeanor. "Regarding the Triwizard Tournament, I am truly regretful," Umbridge began, her unpleasant eyes gleaming with malice. "But at this point, we must prioritize safety, so it would be best to cancel it." "That would be quite unfortunate," Dumbledore said, appearing troubled, though he had already devised a plan. He knew what Fudge wanted, and as for Umbridge, she was merely a mouthpiece for the minister. "You see, the Triwizard Tournament was something we proposed. We've already reached agreements with Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, and they've been preparing for months. If we cancel it now, who knows what the International Confederation of Wizards will think of us? I'm afraid they might consider the British Ministry of Magic indecisive, incompetent, and ineffective." Both Fudge and Umbridge's faces immediately stiffened. On the other hand, if the Triwizard Tournament is a success, the Ministry's reputation will rise. "Cornelius, we both know our Quidditch team's performance hasn't been particularly impressive in recent years. I believe people would be thrilled to see a rousing victory after enduring those losses. Do you have confidence in winning, even with Ilvermorny participating in the Triwizard Tournament?" Fudge couldn't help but ask. "I have always had confidence in the students of Hogwarts," Dumbledore nodded. It was clear that Fudge was tempted by the idea. Compared to the Quidditch World Cup, held every 4 years, the revival of the Triwizard Tournament, which had been discontinued for centuries, was far more attention-grabbing. When the history of the British magical world was written, Cornelius Fudge's name wouldn't just be remembered for his term in office. Instead, it would say, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, who took office as Minister for Magic in 1990, was instrumental in the revival of the ancient tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, working alongside Albus Dumbledore to lead Hogwarts to victory. "That would be wonderful, ahem. All right," Fudge nodded. "I think you're right, Albus. But I hope Hogwarts wins." "That is our shared hope," Dumbledore agreed. He stood, ready to leave, but just as he was about to step out the door, he paused, as if remembering something. "Oh, by the way, the letter mentioned that before the World Cup begins, the American Magical Congress will send representatives to the Ministry for negotiations. The exact date will be confirmed later." With that, Dumbledore finally left the room. At the same time, Cyrus traveled to the American Magical Congress to prepare for the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. American wizards were quite different from their British counterparts. In Britain, wizards lived in isolation, with most residing in remote countryside areas. Only a small portion lived in secluded small towns where they coexisted with Muggles. Even then, They took great care to prevent muggles from approaching their homes, avoiding contact at all costs. In contrast, most American wizards lived in cities. The Magical Congress of the United States itself was located inside the Woolworth Building in New York City. No one could tell if the sharply dressed individuals, hurrying into the Woolworth Building with briefcases in hand, were high-ranking government officials or simply wizards. Today, Cyrus wasn't wearing wizarding robes. Instead, he had donned a sleek suit. His tall, elegant frame and handsome features drew attention, but his slightly arrogant expression kept people at a distance. It was as if he were the sun itself, radiating heat that would burn anyone who dared to come too close. The entrance to the Woolworth Building was bustling with people, most of them middle-aged or older, in their 40s or 50s. Someone as young as Cyrus was a rare sight. Yet, no one seemed to find his presence out of place. It was as if his natural air of nobility marked him as someone who naturally belonged in a place of power. The doors to the building were enchanted, allowing only wizards to pass through into a separate space that led to the American Magical Congress. Cyrus muttered a spell, and what appeared to be an ordinary door transformed into one adorned with owl sculptures. Of course, this magic didn't always work perfectly. Occasionally, a muggle, or nomage, as they were called in America, would accidentally stumble into the Magical Congress. In such cases, wizards would simply cast an obliviate spell to erase their memory before sending them on their way. As soon as Cyrus entered, he was greeted by a vast and expansive plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a gray, hollowed-out tower. The tower wasn't very tall, but every morning when the sun rose, sunlight would pour through the glass windows of the Woolworth Building, passing through the hollow spaces of the tower, creating the appearance of a sacred pathway leading to the heavens. Golden sunlight streamed through Cyrus's hair, making him look as if he were glowing. The witch at the reception desk for visitors froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard. After a while, she finally composed herself and addressed Cyrus. "Sir, visitors are required to register their wands." Cyrus handed over his wand. The receptionist picked up the wand and examined it, immediately frowning. Chapter 227. Feel pain to understand sharpness. Then, she took her own wand and pointed it from a distance at an open ledger. The book began to flip rapidly from the first page all the way to the end, without stopping for a moment. The receptionist's brows furrowed even tighter as she tried again, but the result remained the same. Her tone became more rigid. "Apologies, but this wand doesn't seem to be registered. I'll need to see your wand permit. If you don't have one, I'll have to contact the Aurors." In the American wizarding world, all wizards were required to obtain a permit before carrying a wand. Due to historical reasons, mainly the chaos caused by waves of European wizard and muggle immigrants during the 17th century, this land had been rife with conflict. Purifiers had kidnapped wizards and nomages, causing widespread destruction. To counter this, the Magical Congress had implemented the wand permit system, which helped curb the rampant actions of the Purifiers to some extent. "That's one of the reasons I've come to the Magical Congress today, ma'am," Cyrus replied, unperturbed by the lack of a permit. He didn't care at all. Rules were a game for the powerful, and the fact that he was willing to follow them now was already a show of mercy. If anyone in the Magical Congress intended to make things difficult for him, Cyrus was ready to respond forcefully. After all, the entire Congress combined wasn't a match for him. I recently acquired this ancient wand from Ilvermorny. I haven't had the chance to register it yet." "Ilvermorny? An ancient wand?" The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly recalled a recent article from the New York Ghost, reporting that someone had inherited the ancient wand of Salazar Slytherin and had become the successor of Ilvermorny. This news had been verified by multiple sources, though unfortunately, the reporter had not managed to capture the successor's face. Now, looking at the dark green wand in her hand, it did seem rather extraordinary. It was slightly curved, like a snake. The head of the snake served as the wand's handle, and the tail was its tip. The snake's head was intricately crafted, lifelike, with gemstones seemingly embedded where its eyes would be. It looked as if it might spring to life at any moment and bite her. She had already found it hard to take her eyes off Cyrus, and now she practically felt glued to him. "So, you're Mr. Cyrus?" The new headmaster of Ilvermorny. Her gaze was half filled with doubt. It wasn't surprising, given how young Cyrus appeared. He looked as if he was still in his teens, with youthful, smooth skin. His handsome appearance was striking enough that he could have easily been a celebrity in the nomage world. The receptionist was more inclined to believe that Cyrus was some official's kept boy, either a female or male official's pampered companion, than to accept the idea that he was actually the headmaster of a magical academy. "Sorry, sir, I need to confirm this first. The receptionist, now flustered, said. However, just as she was about to pick up the phone, another voice interrupted her. No need, Catherine. A man wearing a white shirt with a vest over it walked over from a distance, his hands in his pockets, looking very sharp. The well-built figure beneath his shirt made it clear that he was a skilled duelist. Cyrus narrowed his eyes. There was something familiar about the man's features. Mr. Graves. The receptionist, Catherine, stood up in surprise when she saw the man and respectfully bowed. Hearing the name Graves, Cyrus quickly deduced who this man might be. More than half a century ago, Grindelwald had disguised himself and infiltrated Makusa. At that time, he had assumed the identity of a wizard named Percival Graves. Clearly, this man was a descendant of Percival Graves. Gareth Graves. The man introduced himself as he walked up to Cyrus and extended his hand, his attitude somewhat arrogant, as if he looked down on Cyrus. So you're the one who inherited Ilvermorny. Cyrus. He introduced himself, not minding Graves' attitude. In fact, Cyrus was actually looking forward to it. The rise of Makusa had been as rapid as the country's own growth. Despite its relatively short history, its influence in the wizarding world was becoming more and more significant. In contrast, the old British Ministry of Magic had long passed its prime, resembling an aging relic, already exuding the stench of decay. And since Cyrus had come from Britain, it was only natural that there would be people in Makusa who didn't look favorably upon him. Anything that rises to prominence usually carries an air of arrogance, especially a colossal entity like Makusa. Although Cyrus' position had already been recognized by the staff and students of Ilvermorny, not everyone in the Congress would accept his authority. There would always be some who were foolish enough to challenge him. In truth, having someone try to stir up trouble wouldn't be such a bad thing. It would give him the perfect opportunity to crush them all in one go. They'd have to experience pain before they could understand the sharpness of his power. Since Cyrus planned to establish his influence starting in North America, he wanted to eliminate any internal discord. He had no intention of facing the same kind of situation as Dumbledore, who, despite preparing to confront Voldemort, found the Ministry of Magic not only unhelpful but an outright hindrance. At this moment, Cyrus narrowed his eyes, quietly waiting for Graves to make a move against him. However, to his surprise, Graves merely glanced at the snakewood wand still in Catherine's hand, and then slightly raised his chin, signaling for her to return the wand. Originally, we should have taken you to the Federal Wand Permit Issuing Office, but the situation is urgent, so it's best for us to go to the Major Crimes Investigation Department first. Catherine blushed and was about to hand the wand back when another rough voice suddenly rang out. Wait! The voice was so loud that it echoed through the vast Makusa hall, drawing the startled attention of all the office workers who had been hurrying about. Cyrus looked toward the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a grim expression and a vicious scar across his face. He was wearing a long trench coat and striding toward them with several other wizards in tow. It was clear from their demeanor that they had come with ill intentions. Chapter 228. Arresting him. Wait. A wizard with a grim scar on his face approached Cyrus with a hostile expression, accompanied by several others. His target was clear. He was coming straight for Cyrus. Graves' already serious face furrowed in a frown. He turned to face the approaching group, slightly shifting his body to stand protectively in front of Cyrus. What do you think you're doing, O'Brien? Graves' voice carried a tone of anger, clearly surprised that the man had shown up here and was confronting Cyrus. Of course, I'm here to see if this so-called heir is truly worthy of the title. O'Brien's face was stern, and those accompanying him were all wizards dissatisfied with Cyrus' appointment as head of Ilvermorny. In fact, these few were just the tip of the iceberg. Throughout the entire Makusa, there were many who had strong opinions about the matter. However, due to the events surrounding Nurmengard and the death of Grindelwald, along with Bellatrix's interference, Makusa's focus had been diverted away from Cyrus. O'Brien, however, had clearly known that Cyrus would be coming to Makusa and had been waiting here in advance. What do you mean by that? Graves was displeased, but he fully understood what O'Brien was implying. Cyrus appeared young, and although he was said to be Slytherin's heir, in the eyes of many, he was just an upstart. Some kid who had appeared out of nowhere and inexplicably become the headmaster of Ilvermorny. How could anyone accept that? More importantly, Cyrus was someone who had come from Britain. If the headmaster position had been given to a wizard from any of the North American magical governments, those within Makusa might not have been so outraged. After all, Ilvermorny was a North American school, and wizards from the three magical governments had grown up together, fostering close bonds. But Cyrus? He was a British wizard, even if he was the rightful heir in terms of lineage. Ultimately, he was still an outsider. It wasn't just O'Brien who felt this way. Even Graves himself harbored doubts about Cyrus. The United States wasn't like Britain. Wizards here didn't place much importance on bloodlines. After all, if you traced it back far enough, nearly all North American wizards originally came from Europe. From that perspective, Cyrus being Slytherin's heir wasn't significant. In fact, it could be seen as more of a disadvantage. It was Professor Boot who made this decision, Graves said firmly. He took a step forward, positioning himself like a wall between O'Brien and Cyrus. The two men locked eyes, their gazes sparking with intensity. You should know that now is not the time to discuss this. Graves gritted his teeth. For him, the issue of changing Ilvermorny's headmaster was far less important than the situation with Grindelwald. Over half a century ago, Grindelwald had infiltrated MACUSA disguised as his ancestor, bringing shame to his family. From that moment, their surname had been tarnished with disgrace. Now, with rumors that Grindelwald had faked his death and escaped from Nurmengard, Graves was determined to clear his family's name. In response, Graves didn't hesitate to bring up Boot, hoping to use the former headmaster's authority to suppress O'Brien. Boot held significant influence in North America. After all, he had been Ilvermorny's headmaster for many years, watching generations of young wizards grow up. Nearly 3/4 of the MACUSA administrators had once been his students, and the remaining quarter were his peers. Graves and O'Brien were both among Boot's former students. For a brief moment, O'Brien seemed moved, but he quickly pushed the feeling aside, so swiftly that his expression didn't change at all. Even if the professor agreed, we don't, O'Brien said coldly. Not all of Ilvermorny's 4 founders were from Britain, and even Isolde Sayre herself severed ties with Slytherin when she fled to North America. What truly makes Ilvermorny great has never been Slytherin's bloodline, but the generations of wizards who have graduated from Ilvermorny over the past 3 centuries. They fought for their lives against the Scourers, against Grindelwald, not Slytherin. O'Brien's voice grew louder with each sentence, and with every word, he took a step closer to Graves until the two were nearly chest to chest. His expression was rigid, his face tense, and the scar on his face twisted like a writhing centipede. Graves was momentarily at a loss for words. His brown eyes widened in surprise as he stared at O'Brien, not expecting such defiance. The only thought that remained clear in his mind was the need to draw his wand and prevent a confrontation between Cyrus and O'Brien. But O'Brien was faster. His rough hands grabbed Graves' wrist just before he could draw his wand. The two men stood there, locked in a stalemate, and for a few tense moments, even the air seemed to freeze. Catherine's eyes widened, her bright lips parted, and her hands clenched tightly before opening again. She seemed torn between wanting to stop Graves and O'Brien from fighting and lacking the courage to step forward. As for Cyrus, his expression remained calm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His fiery golden eyes took in the entire scene, as if he were nothing more than a bystander. Humph. After a moment, O'Brien let out a heavy breath, then forcefully pushed Graves aside and stepped towards Cyrus. Cyrus raised his chin, his demeanor relaxed, even bordering on contempt. He wore a faint smile, as if he were merely waiting to see what O'Brien would do next. O'Brien was tall. Cyrus, who stood over 6 feet tall, roughly the same height as Dumbledore, found himself dwarfed by O'Brien, who towered over him by nearly half a head. The bulging muscles beneath O'Brien's trench coat made him look as strong as a gorilla. In comparison, Catherine, standing awkwardly to the side, couldn't help but worry that the well-proportioned Cyrus might get his head smashed in with a single punch from O'Brien. Of course, if O'Brien were foolish enough to resort to fists against Cyrus, it would be his hand that broke first. But O'Brien didn't do that. O'Brien spoke in a half-threatening tone. The Serpentwood wand indeed belongs to Slytherin, and you can take it. But Ilvermorny has nothing to do with Slytherin. I want you to immediately step down from the position of headmaster, return the school to Professor Boot, and leave America. Otherwise, I'll have you arrested under the law. His words were laced with both threat and seeming generosity, even allowing Cyrus to take the Serpentwood wand. To an outsider, it might seem as if O'Brien was being kind. But in reality, the Serpentwood wand never belonged to him or Ilvermorny. It was a stolen artifact, originally taken by Isolde Sayre, and now, rightfully in Cyrus' hands. O'Brien's words turned this rightful ownership into some kind of charitable gesture on his part. PFT. It was utterly laughable. Cyrus did, in fact, laugh. He lowered his head as if he had just heard an amusing joke, his shoulders shaking with amusement. This reaction clearly infuriated O'Brien and the other wizards who had come with him. Their faces were twisted with anger, and they looked as if they wanted to shove their wands right into Cyrus' eyes. O'Brien, why waste words on this brat? He's just a kid. Exactly. Not only should we force him to step down, but we shouldn't let him take the wand either. The Serpentwood wand may have originally belonged to Slytherin, but after 300 years, it's been marked by Ilvermorny. It belongs to the school now. And he doesn't even have a wand permit. Arresting him as a criminal would be perfectly justified. One of the wizards added, already drawing his wand and pointing it at Cyrus. In the next moment, a crimson flash of light pierced the eyes of every wizard present, stunning the crowd. Chapter 229. Nothing compared to me. A red spell streaked across the hall of the Magical Congress like a shooting star. It hit the wizard who had pointed his wand at Cyrus squarely in the back. Stupefied, the sharp, furious voice echoed through the Congress Hall, drawing everyone's attention. O'Brien was equally shocked. He hadn't expected his companion to be knocked out from behind. He spun around hastily, only to see an angry, dark-haired witch striding toward them, her wand raised. Her chin was lifted, her wand held high above her head like a snake poised to strike after locking onto its prey. How dare you? Bella's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Those pests dared to raise their wands against her master? Them? How could they be so bold as to challenge the dignity of the Dark Lord? In that moment, she felt herself slipping back into the old, wild Bellatrix. All she wanted was to sever the heads of these disrespectful fools one by one and hang them at the entrance of the Congress, like house elf heads. But she restrained herself. From the outside, she didn't even acknowledge Cyrus. How dare you act violently within the Congress? Bella snarled. Her fury kept just in check, knowing that she couldn't ruin Cyrus' plans by letting her emotions take over. Now was not the time to reveal her true identity. As Bella approached, she quickly shifted the blame onto O'Brien, preempting any accusation he might have made against her. This threw O'Brien off guard, robbing him of the opportunity to confront her as he'd intended. The hulking man hesitated for a moment before responding. I am simply arresting a criminal who lacks a wand permit. Excuse me, Bella retorted sharply, her eyes fixed on him, pressing the issue. I believe one of the reasons Mr. Cyrus is here at the Magical Congress is to obtain said permit. Perhaps this is just a pretense, and your real intent is to deliberately cause trouble, isn't it? This matter has nothing to do with you. O'Brien shot back, showing no sign of backing down. His status was undeniable. Even within the Congress, O'Brien held a high position as one of the 12 Aurors, a founding member of the Magical Congress, one of its founding heroes. Bella, while a significant figure within the Congress herself, could not rival O'Brien's level of prestige. Step aside, O'Brien commanded. Bella seemed poised to argue further, but Cyrus gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you for your assistance, my lovely lady, but allow me to handle this myself, Cyrus said, not revealing Bella's true identity. Why yes. He stepped forward to face O'Brien, looking at him as if he were merely a giant ant. Even the questions Cyrus posed were filled with such disdain, it was as if he had never regarded O'Brien as someone worthy of his attention. So, who are you? He's O'Brien. Haven't you figured it out after hearing the name? Someone like you, MMPH. The answer to Cyrus's question didn't come from O'Brien himself, but from one of the wizards behind him. However, before he could finish his sentence, his mouth snapped shut as if glued together, silenced. Cyrus didn't even glance in the wizard's direction, merely saying, with a hint of annoyance, I wasn't talking to you, sir. You're being rather impolite. It was a small act of discipline, but O'Brien's eyes widened in shock. He had been standing right in front of Cyrus, watching his every move. Yet, this young wizard hadn't uttered a single incantation, waved his wand, or made any hand gestures. And still, he had managed to cast a jinx, effortlessly and without warning. O'Brien stepped back cautiously, raising his wand toward the silenced wizard and shouted, Finite Incantatem. A flash of gold shot from O'Brien's wand. Instantly, the wizard's mouth seemed to be violently torn apart from two opposing directions. His delicate lips split open, leaving his mouth bloodied and horrifying to behold. WWH. Ardwaf, have you done? What have you done? The wizard clutched his mouth in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from the pain as blood gushed through his fingers. O'Brien, an experienced Auror, wasn't rattled by the gruesome sight. However, he was stunned that his counter-curse had failed. The moment the wizard's mouth was forcefully torn apart by the spell, it magically sealed itself again. Flesh and blood fused together as though his upper and lower lips were one. Besides the frustration of not being able to break Cyrus's spell, O'Brien was in shock. He never imagined that Cyrus would actually dare to strike back. You dare attack an Auror? Behind Cyrus, Catherine anxiously tugged at his sleeve, her face full of worry. Are you insane? Don't provoke him. O'Brien is one of the strongest Aurors. No dark wizard has ever escaped him. She tried to persuade Cyrus to back down and apologize, but there was no way Cyrus would bow his head. It was you who came looking for trouble, sir, Cyrus said, sounding slightly irritated. He despised people who tried to play the victim after instigating a conflict. Don't you think you're being unreasonable, Mr. O'Brien? The previous headmaster of Ilvermorny approved my appointment. The students and professors have accepted me and believe I can lead them to glory, and even the school itself recognizes my magical power. But you, Cyrus narrowed his eyes, gazing at O'Brien as if he were some insignificant insect crawling out from a crack. Who do you think you are? And what right do you have to question me? O'Brien's face turned beet red, feeling utterly humiliated. The surname you take so much pride in means nothing to me. Cyrus's words were soft, but carried through the entire Congress Hall. More and more wizards had gathered, seemingly filling the entire building. So, dear sir, let me ask once again, who the fuck do you think you are? Those sharp words cut into O'Brien's fragile sense of pride like a blade. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Cyrus chuckled. I'll give you all a chance. He handed his wand to Bellatrix and spread his hands, standing unguarded right in front of O'Brien. In a generous tone, he said, you can all come at me together. As for me, since I don't have a wand permit, I'll fight empty-handed. You fucking arrogant fool. O'Brien was already consumed by rage. To him, Cyrus was nothing but a madman, attacking an Auror and now insulting him in front of everyone. At this point, Cyrus had even put down his wand. This was no different from offering himself up for slaughter. O'Brien wasn't about to miss such an opportunity. O'Brien wanted to make Cyrus pay for humiliating him with his life. Yet, despite his outward fury, O'Brien was far more cautious than he appeared. He hadn't forgotten how Cyrus had silently and effortlessly cast a curse right in front of him. Alone, O'Brien wasn't confident he could win. He raised his wand high, pointing it towards the dome-shaped ceiling, drawing the attention of everyone around. Everyone. O'Brien's eyes were bloodshot. This man has shown contempt for the Congress and attacked an Auror within its halls. Let's take him down together. As he shouted, his raised wand dropped, and the tip emitted a blazing red light. The Aurors who had accompanied him followed suit, raising their wands in unison. At the same time, several individuals stepped forward from the crowd. Some were motivated by a desire to curry favor with the O'Brien family, while others had long harbored resentment towards Cyrus for assuming the position of Ilvermorny's headmaster. With O'Brien leading the charge, their frustrations manifested as tangible action, each of them raising their glowing wands. Catherine and Graves were clearly panicking. Catherine, in particular, tried to pull Cyrus away from the scene, but Bellatrix, confident in Cyrus's abilities, simply scoffed. She gave a disdainful laugh and grabbed Catherine and Graves, pulling them away from Cyrus. She believed without a doubt that her master could handle the situation on his own. What are you doing? He'll be killed. Catherine looked on in horror as dozens of spells gathered at the tips of wands, their lights gleaming like stars. But Cyrus remained where he stood, doing nothing. If he were to be hit by dozens of spells all at once, even if they were just stunning spells, the combined shockwave would be enough to put anyone in serious danger. Shut up and just watch. Bellatrix barked. The next moment, her voice was drowned out by the sound of spells being cast. Stupefied, dozens of voices overlapped, like a massive tidal wave. Boom. Cyrus's figure disappeared in the red light. Catherine and Graves could hardly keep their eyes open, the intense light piercing their pupils and momentarily blinding everyone in the hall. The magical Congress chamber fell into a sudden, eerie silence. Is he dead? After what seemed like an eternity, Catherine finally dared to open her eyes. In front of her, a tall figure remained standing. Cyrus casually brushed off his sleeve and sneered. Is that it? A mere grain of sand. Nothing compared to me. Chapter 230. The Surrender of the Magical Congress. All of your combined spells. Hell, a mere grain of sand. Nothing compared to me. Cyrus stood amidst the explosion, casually brushing the dust from his clothes. The spells cast by dozens of elite Aurors seemed lighter than dust to him. Even more terrifying was the fact that everyone present could see that Cyrus wasn't just putting on a show. The spells, powerful enough to plunge someone into permanent unconsciousness, had no effect on him at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air without making the slightest ripple. That hadn't even ruffled a single hair, and his suit remained as pristine and sharp as it had been from the start, without a single wrinkle. Catherine's eyes widened, as if she were witnessing a god. Is he a dragon? All the witches and wizards present gaped at him, as if they were staring at a monster. The only thing that came to their minds at that moment was a dragon. This magical creature's skin had immense resistance to magic, rendering many spells ineffective. A dragon? How could such a lowly beast compare to him? Bella's face flushed, her eyes brimming with madness and devotion as she gazed at Cyrus. It was as if she were worshipping a deity, her breath heavy with awe, having just witnessed a miracle. And she was right. Even a dragon couldn't withstand dozens of spells without flinching, especially when the casters were all top-tier aurors. No one noticed Bella's strange expression at that moment. All eyes were fixed on Cyrus. His power had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Cyrus stood alone before the mass of hundreds of wizards, appearing small, as though he could be swallowed up by the sea of people at any moment. Yet, paradoxically, he felt immense. His upright figure seemed like a pillar holding up the sky and the earth. The high-ranking members of the Magical Congress met his gaze. Though they stood on equal ground, they couldn't shake the sensation that they were gazing up at a towering mountain. Especially those who had just attacked Cyrus. Each of them felt consumed by fear. Under the piercing gaze of his fiery golden eyes, it was as though a massive weight had settled on their shoulders. Sweat trickled down O'Brien's temple, and he involuntarily swallowed. His pupils constricted, and the image of Cyrus reflected in his eyes was no longer that of a handsome man, but a fearsome, monstrous creature. Now, the monster started to move. Cyrus walked forward as if taking a casual stroll. His steps were light, but to O'Brien, they seemed extremely heavy. Those footsteps were like a giant stepping on thin ice, and with each step closer, they left a mark of fear in his heart. By the time Cyrus stood in front of him, O'Brien's heart was already in shreds. Such ungentlemanly behavior. I really don't know if you're brave or just foolish, daring to challenge me. There was no smile on Cyrus' face as he glanced across the wizards in the Magical Congress Hall. All the wizards who met his gaze seemed to be under a spell, involuntarily bowing their heads, as if that was the only way to avoid the gaze that could pierce right through them. Cyrus saw the current Congress president rushing over with a few aides, his expression anxious, seemingly intending to stop this commotion. But at this moment, it was obviously impossible for Cyrus to stop. He let out a cold laugh and raised his left hand, electric currents in his palm dancing like a swarm of serpents. In the next moment, the magic power in Cyrus' hand erupted violently. Boom! A massive shockwave spread violently outward from Cyrus as the center. The air in the Magical Congress seemed to warp instantly, and a semi-transparent shockwave rippled outward like water, becoming almost tangible. O'Brien, who was closest to Cyrus, immediately felt an immense force slam into his chest, as if a high-speed train had crashed heavily into him. The overwhelming pressure nearly flattened his entire body. All the blood in his body surged outward under this force, like countless arrows shattering his veins and piercing through his skin. Pop! Like a water-filled balloon, O'Brien exploded in an instant. Blood spread out like a crescent, falling like a torrential rain and splattering directly onto the Congress president, who was rushing over, covering him in blood and turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Quahog hadn't even had time to comprehend what had just happened when the space in front of him began to distort. The tidal wave-like shockwave reached him in an instant. Quahog had no time to react and was hit directly, sent tumbling backward and almost losing consciousness. It wasn't just him. Except for Bellatrix, Catherine, and Graves, all the members of the Magical Congress present were affected by the force of the impact. For a moment, the entire Congress Hall looked like an overturned bowl of dumplings, with people scattered everywhere. The snakewood wand in Bella's hand seemed to come to life, raising its small, dark green head and forming an invisible barrier. Several people were flung high enough to almost hit the ceiling of the Magical Congress, and then fell down haphazardly like rain. Some crashed heavily to the ground, breaking bones, while others ended up hanging from the wall decorations, like a cat held by the scruff of its neck. "Oh, sorry. Seems I got carried away, and a few people died," Cyrus said apologetically, though his tone was entirely indifferent. He looked down at the wizards now groveling at his feet, his words dripping with mockery. "It's hard to tread on ants without crushing them to death, you know." The president of the Magical Congress, Quahog, looked almost like the moon. One side facing Cyrus was entirely covered in blood, while the other was clean. Ugh! He lay twisted on the ground, struggling and glaring angrily at Cyrus. Among all the wizards present, apart from O'Brien and the few who first provoked Cyrus, no one else could be confirmed dead, at least not in the gruesome manner of O'Brien and his companions, whose bodies had exploded, leaving blood splattered and their bones and flesh reduced to a pulp, with only a blood-soaked, perforated skin remaining. It was clear that Cyrus had enough control over his power. He had deliberately intended for O'Brien and the others to die. Samuel G. Quahog knew this clearly, but he couldn't say it out loud. Partly because of the blow to his chest, several ribs were broken, possibly even puncturing a lung, and partly because he knew that Cyrus' words were giving him a way out. To insist on exposing the truth would only be asking for death. Not only him, but in fact, most people who could work in the Magical Congress were shrewd individuals. They all understood Cyrus' message. He was merely demonstrating his strength, and O'Brien was just unfortunate enough to get in the way. Now, no one felt any sympathy for O'Brien. Everyone thought he completely deserved it. Why provoke a fearsome figure like Cyrus for no reason? And he even ended up dragging them into this mess. So then, I'll be the headmaster of Ilvermorny. Who agrees? Who opposes? Cyrus arrogantly raised his chin. His eyes seemed like blazing suns, hanging high above the dome. He spread his hands, and Bella, holding the snakewood wand, immediately understood. She quickly stepped behind Cyrus, lowered her head, and presented the wand with both hands. Samuel G. Quahog watched as Cyrus reached out and gripped the snakewood wand. He was like a king donning his crown, holding the scepter that symbolized power itself, standing at the pinnacle of authority. Apart from the wailing, the Congress Hall was utterly silent. No one spoke, so Cyrus took it as them having no objections. At this moment, who could even utter the word no? Even if Cyrus announced he was going to immediately become the head of the Magical Congress, Quahog wouldn't dare entertain a thought of refusal at this time. Otherwise, everyone in the Magical Congress could end up dead instantly. He looked at Cyrus and inexplicably thought of Dumbledore. Perhaps only the greatest white wizard in the world could be a match for Cyrus. They were equally powerful, but the difference was that Cyrus was no saint. O'Brien's still warm splattered blood was a testament to Cyrus's terror. Compared to Dumbledore, Cyrus was perhaps more like Grindelwald. Bella watched as the others in the Magical Congress groveled like dogs, unable to muster even a word of defiance against Cyrus. She looked at Cyrus and asked a question that deeply concerned her. "Does this mean I no longer need to hide?" She softly whispered. Compared to infiltrating the Magical Congress, she preferred to stand behind Cyrus and follow in her master's footsteps. After all, her initial infiltration into the Congress was merely to take control of it, and now, if Cyrus wanted to become the Congress president, it was just a matter of saying so. Then let Bulstrode take over the position of Congress president. Cyrus granted Bella's request while appointing his loyal servant Bulstrode as the next president of the Magical Congress. As for Quahog, though he had submitted to Cyrus for the moment, it was purely due to the display of force. No one could say whether he might turn around and seek Dumbledore's help. It was better for the power of the Magical Congress to remain firmly in his own hands. Afterward, Cyrus slid one hand into the pocket of his expensive trousers, turned his head, and looked at Graves, who appeared soulless and puppet-like. He spoke softly. "Now then, Mr. Graves, shall we continue with our original discussion?" He ignored the injured scattered everywhere. Someone would eventually come to help anyway, and instead focused his attention on the more valuable target, Graves. This wizard held greater value and was easier to recruit and manipulate. "I can tell you that Grindelwald is indeed still alive, and he is very likely to achieve his objective through this tournament," Cyrus stated confidently. "I know the history of the Graves family and understand your thoughts, but you are no match for him. You might think I'm arrogant, but in this world, there aren't more than 3 people capable of standing against Grindelwald, and I happen to be one of them." As he said this, Cyrus slid the snakewood wand along the inside of his arms, signaling for Graves to come closer. "Follow me, and I can help you." Graves' gaze showed signs of wavering. In fact, at this moment, Graves had even forgotten his hatred for Grindelwald, replaced instead by Cyrus's words echoing in his mind. Arrogant? Graves didn't think Cyrus was arrogant. On the contrary, he believed that Cyrus was probably being modest, casting spells without a wand and instantly killing so many Auror-level wizards in the hall. Even Grindelwald couldn't do that. He couldn't imagine the terrifying power Cyrus would wield when he picked up the legendary snakewood wand. Graves' mind had gone blank, and he could no longer think. He subconsciously began to step towards Cyrus. However, someone else was faster than him. Catherine had already moved to Cyrus's side the moment Bella returned to him. August. The highly anticipated Quidditch World Cup had begun. Harry had received a letter back in July, and for this summer holiday, he left Privet Drive early to stay at the Burrow for a few days. Now, along with everyone from the Weasley family and Hermione, he had arrived at the stadium said to be large enough to hold 100,000 people. He eagerly looked at every face passing by, trying to spot Cyrus in the crowd. It had been several months since he had last seen Mr. Cyrus. However, Through some of the well-informed people at school, namely Ron, and sometimes receiving information in letters from Mr. Weasley, Harry learned that Cyrus had apparently gone to North America. As for more specific details, Arthur Weasley hadn't elaborated. Of course, Harry already knew that Cyrus would be bringing students from Ilvermorny to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. In fact, just last month, Cyrus and Bella had personally gone to the Ministry of Magic, almost scaring Fudge to the point of losing control. In the end, it was Dumbledore who stepped in to negotiate and settle the matter. Currently, Cyrus and the former Death Eater Bellatrix were likely in Britain, waiting to meet with representatives from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to discuss the details. However, information regarding the Triwizard Tournament was still confidential, and Arthur couldn't reveal anything. Unlike Harry, who was looking around everywhere, Hermione and Ginny seemed to have never expected to see Cyrus at the World Cup in the first place. "Harry, I've told you, Mr. Cyrus isn't coming to watch the Quidditch match," Ginny said, exasperated. To him, Quidditch is just a pastime. He has far more important things to do. But what if he does? Harry reached into his pocket and grasped something cold. Then, to Hermione's horror, he took out a handgun. "What are you doing, Harry?" Hermione screamed. "Put that away right now. Why are you so worked up? I've already used up all the magic bullets. I just wanted to ask Cyrus for some more. Chapter 231, Sweating Profusely. The handgun in Harry's hand was a birthday gift from Cyrus, more like an experimental product. It was an alchemically crafted firearm that fired spells instead of bullets. In fact, it was not the gun itself that was truly valuable, but the magical spell bullets, which were consumables. After all, the alchemical modifications to the gun were simple enough that even Mr. Weasley could manage them. Fred and George even copied the design and created a replica. However, since the twins didn't fully understand the inner workings of the gun, the magical bullets backfired. The spell inscribed on one of the bullets was a curse, and when it exploded, it affected Fred and George directly. Both of them immediately grew enormous front teeth, and even Mr. Weasley couldn't break the curse. After 2 days of living with their oversized teeth, Mr. Weasley finally resorted to using a saw to cut them down, restoring them to normal. For a child growing up in a magical family, though, this kind of mishap wasn't a big deal. After all, when Ron was younger, the twins had once burned a hole in his tongue. This little accident only made the twins more interested in the alchemical handgun. But with their weak foundation in alchemy, the gun's structure remained unstable. Most importantly, they had no way to craft the magical spell bullets themselves. So, once Harry used up all the spell bullets, the handgun became little more than a useless toy. Harry didn't understand why Hermione was making such a fuss about it. Because modifying Muggle objects without permission is illegal, Harry, Mr. Weasley explained on Hermione's behalf. That law was one I helped write. In fact, most of the laws concerning Muggles were written by me. But your car. Harry glanced at him, trailing off. There are always a few loopholes, Harry. Arthur smiled softly and raised a finger to his lips, signaling Harry not to say more. Some unwritten rules, although widely understood, were not meant to be spoken aloud. After the enchanted car was discovered 2 years ago, Arthur had gotten into a bit of trouble. He almost lost his job. But that incident had been part of a larger, unseen conflict between Dumbledore, the Ministry, and the pureblood families led by the Malfoys. Once Dumbledore returned to the school, the matter quietly faded away. Harry followed Mr. Weasley into the stadium, joining tens of thousands of people walking along the purple red carpet, gradually taking their seats. Everything here was astonishing. The floors were covered in velvet, and the most luxurious seats were in the uppermost box, where the chairs shimmered in purple and gold, radiating opulence, as if everything was bathed in a golden light. Harry couldn't resist reaching out to touch them, but he quickly pulled his hand back as if pricked by a needle, afraid of damaging something and being asked to pay for it. While waiting for the event to begin, Harry saw Mr. Weasley constantly shaking hands with various people. He hoped that Mr. Cyrus might be among them, but even by the end, Cyrus had not appeared. At that moment, Cyrus was at the Ministry of Magic. Around a large round table, for individuals sat at the north, south, east, and west corners. Dumbledore's gaze kept shifting between Cyrus and Vinda, making it clear that he had many things he wanted to say to both of them. This prolonged silence made the atmosphere strange and uncomfortable. Cyrus, however, wasn't bothered by the awkwardness. His power was his greatest shield, and he made no attempt to hide behind any pretense, sitting before Dumbledore exactly as he was. In fact, he had made no effort to conceal what he had done in North America, save for the ruckus he caused at the Magical Congress, which had yet to be made public. There was no need for Cyrus to command it. MACUSA had sealed the news themselves. After all, if word got out that their Congress had been single-handedly subdued, the embarrassment would likely cause their officials to lose all credibility on the international stage. Vinda also seemed unfazed by the tension in the room. The old woman sat calmly, her features and demeanor still hinting at the cold beauty she had once been. The only one visibly anxious was Madame Maxime, sitting at the other end of the table, her discomfort palpable. Of course, in reality, her true identity was Barty Crouch Jr. After Voldemort left, Barty abandoned the plan to get rid of Maxime. Instead, he treated her as he had with Lupin, imprisoning her and placing her under the Imperius curse. However, faced with Dumbledore at this moment, Barty didn't dare take any risks. He maintained his disguise as Maxime and came in person. The problem was Dumbledore silent because he had seen through the disguise? Barty began to sweat profusely. He fidgeted, almost ready to speak, but finally, after a long silence, Dumbledore broke the tension. He looked toward Cyrus. I never expected you to become the headmaster of Ilvermorny. Was it your suggestion for Ilvermorny to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Dumbledore asked softly, smiling. Cyrus leaned back slightly, noticing that the moment Dumbledore spoke to him, Madame Vinda's expression darkened a little. The wrinkles on her face seemed to tighten, and the look she gave Cyrus was slightly hostile. However, from the moment she entered the room, Vinda had a cold expression on her face. So aside from Cyrus, no one else noticed the subtle change in her demeanor. Cyrus suspected that she might not be the real Vinda Rosier, but rather someone else entirely. But he didn't expose her. I opened the Chamber of Secrets. So it's only reasonable that I inherit the school founded by Salazar Slytherin's descendants, isn't it? Cyrus replied. Mr. Boot and the students were quite enthusiastic, believing that I'm the chosen one. They thought no one but me could take on the role of headmaster. Are you sure it's enthusiasm and not fear? Madame Vinda quipped sarcastically. As soon as she spoke, she finally drew Dumbledore's attention. His gaze shifted toward her, seeming somewhat apprehensive. It's been a long time, Madame Rosier. I was also surprised to hear that you've become Durmstrang's headmistress, Dumbledore said. You can blame that student of yours, Dumbledore, Vinda responded coldly. The one called Voldemort, right? If it weren't for him, that sly coward Karkaroff wouldn't have died. Vinda's tone suggested that becoming headmistress was something she had no choice in. But such a flimsy excuse wasn't enough to quell Dumbledore's suspicions. The old man's every word seemed to be a subtle probe. It wasn't easy to come here. Did you come alone? Dumbledore's breath grew heavier. Vinda, or rather, Grindelwald, understood his implication and let out a cold snort. He didn't mince words with Dumbledore and directly asked, or do you think he's still alive? His icy gaze fixed on Dumbledore, as if subjecting him to an intense interrogation. You defeated him, earning fame and respect from everyone for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald. But is that truly the case? He never really lost his ability to resist. We're all waiting for his return. To everyone's surprise, the greatest wizard of the time seemed to back down, avoiding Grindelwald's gaze, like a child caught in the wrong, hanging his head. Barty Crouch Jr. sensed the potential for gossip, but dared not ask more. Cyrus casually picked up some sunflower seeds, thoroughly enjoying the show, his demeanor showing no interest in calming things down. Grindelwald, of course, noticed Cyrus's laid-back attitude, but he didn't care. His goal was to make Dumbledore uncomfortable, and it seemed he was becoming increasingly aggressive in doing so. Do you really believe you defeated him, the one who wielded the legendary Elder Wand? It was never you who defeated Grindelwald. It was love. Otherwise, even in defeat, he wouldn't have willingly allowed himself to be imprisoned in Nurmengard. And what about you? He wrote you countless letters, using up every piece of parchment, until he had no choice but to write on scraps of bedsheets. And you? Not a single reply, letting him endure 50 years of lonely torment. Do you know how he spent his time when he wasn't just staring out the window? Grindelwald's questioning cut deep, like countless blades plunging into Dumbledore's heart, leaving it bleeding. The once imposing figure of Dumbledore now seemed fragile, like a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished. Don't tell me you're only now beginning to mourn for him, Vinda said coldly. He's dead, dead in the forgotten depths of Nurmengard. From now on, who will love you, Dumbledore? The meeting room fell into silence once more. Dumbledore appeared consumed by sorrow and guilt. Emotions that he had long buried beneath the surface began to resurface. As long as they remained hidden, everything seemed calm. But once unearthed, they lay exposed and raw. His eyes brimmed with tears. Does love sting hurt, Dumbledore? Cyrus interrupted, setting aside his sunflower seeds and breaking the mournful atmosphere. Dumbledore, realizing his lapse in composure, removed his glasses and used his aged fingers to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Apologies. Once you get old, it's hard not to be sentimental," Dumbledore said softly. "Sentimental?" Grindelwald muttered, clearly displeased with Dumbledore's response, but he didn't press further. In the end, these were the consequences of his own sins, ones he would have to slowly atone for. "Let's get back to discussing the Triwizard Tournament," Grindelwald said, like an aged duelist who had just finished a skirmish with Dumbledore, now turning his attention to Cyrus. "The Triwizard Tournament has never had anything to do with Ilvermorny. What are you doing here?" Grindelwald's gaze was stern and rigid, his rejection of Cyrus's involvement barely concealed. "Just because it didn't involve us in the past doesn't mean it can't in the future," Cyrus replied calmly. "This tradition has been interrupted before, so why can't it be amended? Turning it into a quad wizard tournament is not impossible." As Cyrus spoke, he stood up, leaning forward with his hands pressed firmly on the table. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "The world is getting smaller, gentlemen. In the past, wizards would stay confined to their little corners of the world, but now, magical governments have formed in various countries, and the International Confederation of Wizards is functional. Wizards from Europe, South America, and North America can now gather and sit together, even though they're half a world apart. The Quidditch World Cup is the best example of this. I believe if we continue to uphold this tradition, more wizarding schools would be willing to join. Having children from across the world learning and competing together would be a good thing." Cyrus paused, his gaze lingering on the disguised Grindelwald for a few seconds before continuing. "Only by breaking down barriers can wizards broaden their horizons. If he were still alive, perhaps the two of you would have much to discuss," Vinda remarked, seemingly intent on steering Cyrus's words toward the sensitive topic of the relationship between wizards and muggles. He wanted to see where Cyrus stood on the issue of the Statute of Secrecy. "Of course, breaking the barriers between the wizarding and muggle worlds is part of that as well," Cyrus responded, unfazed by Grindelwald's probing. The power he wielded now allowed him to speak freely without hesitation or concealment. Besides, he believed that with Dumbledore's wisdom, it was impossible for him to think that muggles were entirely worthless. As long as muggles had strengths, those strengths were worth learning from. Of all the people present, only Barty Crouch Jr. found Cyrus's views utterly absurd and incomprehensible. He couldn't fathom how someone like Voldemort, who so deeply despised muggles, could have produced a being like Cyrus from his soul, someone who seemed to embrace muggles and even believe that such lowly beings were worth supporting. It must be that pathetic, lowly part of the soul that was split off. Barty thought to himself. Barty Crouch Jr. had already uncovered Voldemort's secret, the Horcruxes. He also knew how Cyrus came into existence. Both he and Voldemort believed that Cyrus must be the part of Voldemort's soul connected to muggles. Barty was itching to lash out at Cyrus for his hateful views, but in the end, he held back. He hadn't forgotten his current role. Whether it's 3 schools or 4 schools doesn't really matter. "What I want to know is how you plan to conduct the tournament," Maxime asked, focusing on the tournament's process, which was crucial for Voldemort's revival. "I think the tournament doesn't have to be limited to Hogwarts," Cyrus offered a suggestion. "The rules from centuries ago for the Triwizard Tournament seem a bit too outdated, don't you think?" Barty's proposal received unanimous approval from everyone present. However, the specifics of the tournament content remained unknown, even to Dumbledore. The final decisions would be made by the Ministry of Magic and, potentially, the governments of all 4 magical nations involved. "I just hope the difficulty is raised a little." Cyrus raised an eyebrow, teasing. If the difficulty level of the tournament remained the same as in the original, Cyrus thought he might have to mourn for those dragons in advance. "And I hope this tournament will be presented to the entire magical world for all wizards to see. I propose that it be hosted by the International Confederation of Wizards. What do you think?" he added. ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 232. The disappearance of Voldemort. Let the International Confederation of Wizards host the tournament? Dumbledore paused for a moment, but quickly realized that Cyrus's proposal was quite reasonable. His original plan for the Triwizard Tournament was to strengthen the ties between Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Hogwarts, ensuring that when Voldemort returned, the British magical community wouldn't be left isolated and without allies. When Voldemort rampaged across Britain over a decade ago, the international community offered little help. This was partly due to Britain's previous stance of standing by during the global chaos caused by Grindelwald, resulting in eventual repercussions that came back to haunt them. But who could have predicted that Voldemort, after being revived, would be defeated by Cyrus in less than a day? Still, the planned tournament couldn't just be cancelled. In this context, with Cyrus suddenly proposing to join the competition as Ilvermorny's headmaster, Dumbledore couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to his intentions. He had made a point to gather information about Cyrus's activities in North America and had even exchanged letters with Boot, the head of Ilvermorny's board. In those letters, Old Butte spoke highly of Cyrus, leading Dumbledore to believe that, unlike Voldemort, Cyrus wasn't likely to take an extremist path. This gave him some peace of mind. After today's meeting with Cyrus, Dumbledore had an even clearer sense that Cyrus likely wanted to break the international statute of secrecy. To be honest, Dumbledore didn't react to the idea of breaking the statute with the same level of panic as some might. His opposition to Grindelwald was never just about breaking the statute, but rather about how Grindelwald's extreme methods had caused countless casualties in the process. Moreover, Dumbledore's attitude towards Muggles was always subtle and difficult to decipher. But Dumbledore knew well that if Grindelwald had succeeded in breaking the statute of secrecy, it would have brought disaster to the world, because the agenda of the wizard supremacists had originally been devised by Dumbledore himself, for Grindelwald. At that time, Dumbledore, due to the tragedy in his family, harbored deep hatred for Muggles. If it weren't for the Muggles, his sister wouldn't have become an obscurial, his mother wouldn't have died so soon, and his father wouldn't have been imprisoned in Azkaban, where he eventually met a tragic end. Back then, his heart was filled with hatred. To be honest, expecting him not to resent Muggles was impossible. As long as he wasn't completely cold-hearted, he couldn't forgive the loss of his loved ones. But later, especially after Grindelwald fled Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore underwent a profound change. He became quieter, more rational, and began to see the world with a different perspective. He asked himself, again and again, are wizards inherently good and Muggles inherently bad? If that were true, why did the person he loved most, Grindelwald, abandon him when he needed him the most? Why had his sister died under the very spells they cast? Eventually, Dumbledore realized that from the very beginning, arrogance, prejudice, and fear were the greatest enemies between wizards and Muggles. Wizards looked down on Muggles, and that was their arrogance. And it wasn't just the pure-blood wizards who felt superior to Muggles. Even wizards born to Muggle parents harbored the same arrogance. They thought of themselves as extraordinary, believing that mere Muggles could never stand on equal footing with them. Arrogance gave rise to prejudice, leading wizards to believe that Muggles were utterly useless. Grindelwald didn't see it that way. He believed Muggles had their uses, but much like how a mule pulling a cart has its uses, very few wizards regarded Muggles as equals. Cyrus, of course, had his own arrogance. However, in his view, there was nothing wrong with people taking pride in their natural gifts. He had never let his power go to his head because he understood better than anyone just how powerful Muggle weapons could be. As for Muggles, their main emotion toward wizards was fear. They feared the unknown powers wizards wielded and felt envious of the talents they themselves lacked, which led to exclusion, bullying, and oppression. Bridging that gap was no simple task. When two completely different worlds collided, the first result would inevitably be conflict and strife. For this reason, Dumbledore remained concerned, believing that neither wizards nor Muggles were prepared for such a change. Perhaps he was right, but now 50 years had passed, and wizards hadn't made any progress. Rather than being unprepared, it would be more accurate to say they were complacent, lacking the courage to face a new world. Since they remained stagnant, Cyrus didn't mind giving them a push from behind. Very well, then the referees will also be provided by the International Confederation of Wizards. I hope this inter-school competition proceeds smoothly, Cyrus concluded. Afterward, the four of them discussed other details. For example, Cyrus expressed his desire for the entire competition to be broadcast live. Otherwise, it would lose much of its appeal for the audience. He also proposed that instead of individual champions, the competition should feature teams. This was something that had never been done before in the Triwizard Tournament. In the end, they all reached an agreement. Now, all that remained was to wait a few months for the official start of the Quad Wizard Tournament. Until then, Dumbledore stood up from his seat, the obsidian ceiling above reflecting the image of his wizard robes. Cyrus and the others also rose from their chairs and made their way outside. At that moment, Dumbledore called out to Grindelwald. "Ms. Vinderrosier, might you have a few minutes to spare?" "I'd be happy to," Grindelwald replied. The two of them stayed behind. Naturally, neither Cyrus nor Barty would be so tactless as to interrupt them, especially Barty Crouch Jr., who was eager to get back and prepare for the tournament. He had no time to concern himself with Dumbledore's personal matters. So, Cyrus and Barty walked out of the meeting room together, strolling side by side down the empty, dark corridor. "You're really tall, Madame Maxime," Cyrus casually remarked. Cyrus himself wasn't short. He stood nearly as tall as Dumbledore, but when standing next to Maxime, he only reached her chest. "I'm just big-boned," Barty, disguised as Madame Maxime, replied with a slightly displeased expression, sounding awkward. After that, he didn't say another word. Barty Crouch Jr.'s ability to deceive so many people came from his attention to detail. When he transformed into someone, like Lupin, he would live exactly as Lupin would. Now, it was the same with Maxime. He knew that her heritage was a sensitive subject, something Maxime was ashamed of. So, when Cyrus brought it up, he immediately showed a look of anger and abruptly ended the conversation. For the remainder of their walk, they said nothing until they reached the end of the corridor, where two figures, one in black and one in white, appeared. Bellatrix Lestrange, dressed in a black gown, stood with her curved wand pointed at a man. The man was someone Cyrus knew all too well, Lucius Malfoy. "What are you doing here, Lucius Malfoy?" Bellatrix's tone was icy, and the look she gave Lucius was far from friendly. "I just have something to discuss with my master." Lucius Malfoy pressed his dry, cracked lips tightly together, his face ashen. His hands clenched the gentleman's cane so hard they turned white. He clearly wasn't doing well. Although he didn't want to back down in front of Bellatrix, his lack of confidence was obvious. His usual arrogance was gone. "Your master?" Bellatrix sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. "You're not talking about that noseless monster, are you? If so, you should be looking for him in a grave." "I mean Mr. Cyrus," Malfoy stiffly replied. But Bellatrix violently flicked her wand at Lucius. The tip of the wand transformed into a whip, which lashed across his face, leaving a bloody gash. "You think you're worthy of calling our master by name?" Bellatrix's voice was ice-cold. She bore a deep grudge against Lucius for not stepping through the flames and pledging his loyalty to Cyrus. She was furious about his lack of commitment. If she weren't working at the Ministry of Magic and with the Triwizard Tournament looming, Bellatrix wouldn't have wasted words on Lucius. Even if she didn't kill him, he would not have escaped the agony of the Cruciatus Curse. "You pathetic creature," a sneaky rat running in both directions. Bellatrix spat venomously. She was no saint. Although Cyrus had freed Bellatrix from the harmful effects of dark magic with ancient spells, her cruel nature had not changed. Cyrus didn't need someone kind and gentle. He needed a blade that could kill. However, this time, Bellatrix had misunderstood Lucius. In fact, Lucius had remained with Voldemort under Cyrus's orders. What Cyrus hadn't expected was to see him here. Could this be Voldemort's doing? Cyrus wondered as he walked over to Lucius. "No need to be so harsh on my friend, Bellatrix," Cyrus intervened, stopping Bellatrix from further tormenting Lucius. At the same time, he noticed Lucius avoiding his gaze. "No." Cyrus discreetly shifted his eyes, glancing toward the disguised Maxime who had accompanied him. Lucius is wary of her, he thought. Suspicion arose in Cyrus's mind, but he didn't voice it. Instead, he warmly greeted Lucius, maintaining the facade of cordiality. "How have you been, Lucius? Following that poor master of yours. I doubt you're living well," Cyrus teased, his face full of mockery. "Now that you've come to me, are you planning to betray him and pledge your loyalty to me again?" "I was foolish before, my lord." Lucius's voice trembled as he lowered his head, seemingly terrified of Cyrus's wrath. "But now, I am determined to return to your side and serve you once more." His groveling display was clearly intended for Maxime's eyes. Cyrus hadn't expected Lucius's acting skills to be so refined. It seemed that anyone who could stay close to Voldemort wasn't entirely without talent. "You're a smart man, Lucius, but betrayal is shameful. How can I trust you not to betray me as well?" Cyrus asked softly. "It was never betrayal, my lord," Lucius choked out. "I just followed the wrong person." "A convenient excuse," Cyrus sneered. Lucius's face immediately filled with fear, and even Barty Jr., standing nearby, showed a slight change in his expression. His eyebrows furrowed, as though finding Cyrus's suspicion and wariness excessive and troublesome. Barty had simply intended to plant a spy at Cyrus's side, much like Snape. And his options were limited. Lucius, who had once helped resurrect Cyrus, was the most suitable choice. Seeing that Cyrus was resistant, Barty had almost given up hope. But just then, Cyrus changed his tone. "But I suppose I should give you a chance. You did help bring me back, didn't you?" "I don't mistreat those who've helped me, Lucius," Cyrus said, without even glancing at Barty, though he was watching Barty's every move intently. "Thank you, my lord." Lucius whimpered like a weeping maiden. At this moment, Barty, still in his Maxime disguise, showed a timely display of confusion. His large, elegant face, which resembled that of a statuesque figure, wore a puzzled expression. "Sorry, I overheard you saying lord. Are you a noble, perhaps?" Barty asked in a high-pitched voice. Yes, sometimes they call me the Dark Lord. Cyrus smiled at him mockingly. Though I really don't like that title. You know, only the losers are called Dark Lords. The victor is always known as the greatest wizard. But some fools don't get that and feel proud of it. After saying this, Cyrus let out a soft laugh and turned, leaving the room with Bellatrix and Lucius in tow, not looking back. As soon as they exited the ministry, Cyrus immediately performed apparition and side-along apparition, transporting Bellatrix and Lucius across half the world, directly to the front gate of Ilvermorny. Upon landing, Lucius wobbled, clutching his stomach in discomfort. He hunched over, retching slightly. Bellatrix, however, was accustomed to Cyrus's long-distance apparition. After a few steps, her discomfort completely disappeared. Go on, tell me what happened. Cough. He wanted to place a spy by your side. Lucius answered, as Cyrus had expected. Bellatrix, however, looked shocked. From the conversation between Cyrus and Lucius, it was clear that Lucius wasn't a recent defector still earning trust. Quite the opposite, he had been serving Cyrus for a long time. Voldemort's orders? Lucius shook his head. No, it was Barty Crouch Jr.'s orders. The Dark Lord has disappeared. Disappeared? Cyrus raised an eyebrow. This caught him by surprise. Voldemort was now just a soul fragment. If he wasn't staying with his loyal followers, where could he have gone? I don't know. Lucius shook his head. I guess even Barty doesn't know. He just told us that during the Dark Lord's absence, we must follow all of his instructions. I think he must have some plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't continue pushing for the Triwizard Tournament in such a weakened state. When Lucius said this, Bellatrix's face clearly showed concern. But Cyrus didn't seem bothered. No need to worry. Even if he has a plan, so what? I'm here. Chapter 233, Ilvermorny's Champions. Cyrus first pondered Voldemort's plans. It wasn't hard to guess. That noseless man wanted nothing more than greater power and immortality, at the very least, resurrection. As for how Voldemort intended to achieve that, Cyrus didn't have a clear idea. He didn't dwell too long on Voldemort, but instead turned his attention to Lucius, his gaze filled with concern. Lucius, is Draco all right? At the mention of Draco, Lucius's voice choked, his lips trembling, and his eyes reddened. Barty Crouch Jr. has control over him. Officially, he says it's to protect Draco and Narcissa, but in reality, he's just worried that I might truly switch my allegiance to you. The mention of his family shattered Lucius's earlier tough facade like a glass cup dropped onto the ground. He was left in pieces. Lucius, I had no idea you cared for your family this much. Bellatrix remarked, somewhat surprised. That's my wife and son. Lucius didn't even have the energy to get angry at her. He simply covered his face with his hands, weeping uncontrollably. If not for the cane he held for support, Cyrus wondered if he could even stay on his feet. At that moment, Lucius was no longer the proud Malfoy, but simply an ordinary father and husband. My lord, I beg you, if you can just offer some unimportant information, enough to guarantee their safety. Lucius fully realized the difficulty of being a fence-sitter. The invisible struggle between two enormous forces could utterly destroy him. By now, he no longer dared to hope for too much, just that Cyrus might show him some mercy and allow him to prove his worth to Barty Crouch Jr. You're being too formal, Lucius, Cyrus said, slowly walking over and placing a hand on Lucius's shoulder, offering him a handkerchief. You work for me. How could I stand by and watch your family fall into danger? Not to mention, Draco is also my friend. My lord, you'll write to Barty and tell him I don't trust you. Say that you want to bring Narcissa and Draco here, under my watchful eye. He won't refuse that, Cyrus said as he reached out to adjust Lucius's clothes, straightening his wrinkled collar. Lucius was stunned. He hadn't thought of such a solution. Compared to having Narcissa and Draco stay with the madman Barty Crouch Jr., he definitely trusted Cyrus more. I'll do that. Lucius finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped, as if suddenly remembering something. Hesitating, he turned back and said, My lord, Barty Crouch Jr. plans to put your name into the Goblet of Fire. As expected, Cyrus's expression didn't change. In fact, even if Voldemort hadn't done it, Cyrus himself would have added his and a few others' names into the Goblet of Fire. Cyrus waved his hand dismissively. Go on, Lucius. Bring Draco and Narcissa back. Let Draco attend Ilvermorny next term. Lucius thanked him profusely and left. Bellatrix approached Cyrus, watching Lucius's departing figure with undisguised disgust. That slippery fox, master. He will never be truly loyal. She was referring to Lucius's delayed revelation about the Goblet of Fire. Such critical information wasn't something Lucius could have simply forgotten. The only explanation was that he hesitated, unsure whether to fully commit to Cyrus. When Cyrus offered to rescue Narcissa and Draco, Lucius's remaining defenses finally crumbled. "Don't worry about it," Cyrus said softly. "The Malfoys are always like this. He can't cause much trouble, and if he tries, I can easily put a stop to it. Besides, he will never have access to real power." Cyrus knew the Malfoy family's nature very well. As long as he provided enough benefit and ensured the safety of Narcissa and Draco, he wasn't concerned about Lucius's loyalty. In fact, he didn't really care about the Malfoy family at all. Now that Lucius had returned to his side, his only real use was occasionally relaying messages to Barty, sending out some misinformation. Even then, Cyrus had to be cautious about whether Barty would genuinely trust the information Lucius provided. Rather than focus on such trivial matters, Cyrus preferred to let Lucius handle affairs with the Wizarding Bank, ideally expanding its influence to include North America. "All right, it's time for us to gather our champions," Cyrus said, stepping towards the school. October. The short summer had passed, and the weather was starting to cool. On October 29th, the young witches and wizards in the castle gathered around the circular hall, their eyes filled with admiration and envy as they watched 10 students dressed in burgundy and blue wizarding robes. The chosen champions were both male and female, each exuding confidence and strength, looking as majestic as jaguars or thunderbirds, except for one person, Draco Malfoy. His platinum blonde hair made him stand out sharply among the group, but what stood out even more was his demeanor. He looked as helpless as a sheep lost in a pride of lions. However, Draco was still happy, because this meant he could return to Hogwarts. Draco wasn't entirely sure why Lucius had arranged for him to transfer schools. He only knew there had been some upheaval at home. Since Christmas break, things had felt off, and by March, his mother had written to inform him that Lucius had gone abroad and that he should be extra careful at school. Later, during the summer, Draco noticed more and more dark wizards appearing around his home. If it weren't for the statues guarding Malfoy Manor, Draco would have doubted whether those people might storm in to attack him and Narcissa. Soon after, his family hurried to America, and he transferred to Ilvermorny. To his shock, little Tom had become the headmaster of the school. Of course, by now, Draco knew Cyrus's true identity. But unlike his father, Draco wasn't fearful. On the contrary, he saw his close relationship with Cyrus as a source of pride, something he could boast about, especially knowing that Cyrus was also friends with Harry. Yet here he was, a student of Cyrus, and Harry was stuck with that old Dumbledore. Draco couldn't wait to brag about this to Harry. Additionally, 2 of his friends were still at Hogwarts, and the sudden separation left Draco feeling a bit reluctant. This Triwizard Tournament was the perfect opportunity for him to return and properly say goodbye to them. As he stood quietly among the crowd, the attention from so many eyes filled him with a mix of pride and unease. He knew deep down that he wasn't cut out to be a champion, nor did he have the ability to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Fortunately, at that moment, the crowd parted, and Cyrus, dressed in a coat, walked out alongside Bellatrix. The other professors followed behind them, their gazes toward the selected champions filled with both pride and concern. Chapter 234, Returning to Hogwarts. The more exceptional the champions were, the prouder the professors felt. But they also understood that the Triwizard Tournament was incredibly dangerous, which was why it had been discontinued for centuries. "All right, let us give our blessings to our champions." Cyrus stood at the forefront, and all eyes focused on him. The young witches and wizards looked up to him in admiration, clenching their fists alongside him and silently, solemnly, raising their wands. In the wizarding world, the wand salute was the highest form of respect. Every wand tip lit up with sparks, glowing brilliantly like a constellation of stars. The acting headmaster Boot was already shedding tears of pride and emotion. "Don't worry, I'll bring the children back safely," Cyrus reassured him. In the end, the students' tournament was just the opening act. The real battle would be between the Dark Lords. "Those who can't join us need not worry. There will be a live broadcast," Cyrus said with a wave of his hand. He then led the 10 champion candidates out of the hall. Outside, 2 fire-breathing dragons, their heads lowered, had been waiting for some time. The 10 champions were visibly startled when they saw Cyrus bring out 2 fire-breathing dragons. They all covered their mouths in silent shock, clearly afraid to approach. The mere thought of those terrifying creatures lifting a claw and slicing them in half sent shivers down their spines. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, hop on. I've arranged for these dragons to carry you there. Isn't this grand enough?" Cyrus chuckled softly, then reached out to pat the shoulder of a blond boy standing nearby. Set an example, Fisher? Of course, the blond boy nodded vigorously. He took a deep breath and, mustering his courage, walked toward the carriage hitched to the back of the dragons. The entire time, Fisher couldn't take his eyes off the dragons, his steps cautious and his forehead beaded with sweat. The white and black dragons both noticed his approach, but they paid him no mind. The white-scaled dragon briefly opened its cloudy eyes to glance at him before closing them again. Fisher let out a sigh of relief as he reached the edge of the carriage, placing one hand on the golden carriage shaft. Seeing his successful attempt, the others transformed from fear to eager anticipation. The next to act was a girl with long, golden hair, her features delicate but her expression haughty. Her name gave Cyrus a pleasant surprise. Cassandra Vole. Cyrus hadn't expected to encounter a character who hadn't appeared in the original story but was from a mobile game. In fact, like Draco Malfoy, Cassandra Vole was also a transfer student. She had originally attended Durmstrang, but her father was a Death Eater. On that fateful night in March, her father chose to cross through the flames and kneel at Cyrus's side. Afterward, as Cyrus swiftly gained power within Makusa, the magical Congress of the United States of America, Cassandra had followed and transferred to Ilvermorny. In the mobile game, Cassandra was supposed to be a descendant from Harry Potter's era. Since Cyrus didn't know much about her, he wasn't sure if she was indeed the same Cassandra from the game or just an ancestor with the same name. It was common abroad for descendants to inherit the names of their ancestors. Thanks to Durmstrang's teaching methods, Cassandra was proficient in dark magic and, despite her young age, had already displayed impressive talent, earning her a spot among the reserve champions. She seemed to be in her rebellious phase, eager to prove herself. Not long ago, she had even approached Cyrus, requesting him to mark her arm with a magical imprint. Of course, Cyrus had refused. Once all the students had boarded the carriage, Cyrus and Bellatrix followed suit. The inside of the carriage was spacious, ensuring each student had their own room. Since they would all be attending classes together at Hogwarts, Cyrus hadn't bothered constructing a classroom inside. Find a room to rest. We'll arrive at Hogwarts by the evening of the next day, Cyrus said. Traveling across the world by carriage was quite a novel experience. In the past, Cyrus would have saved time by using apparition directly, but this time, a bit of flair was necessary. So, he specifically released the two dragons from his suitcase to pull the carriage. The white dragon was a bit old, but for a dragon, this level of exertion was hardly anything. Cyrus sat alone outside the carriage, watching as the sun gradually slipped behind them. Night fell, and the cold, distant moon hung in the sky. Below, the dark ocean surged with waves, silver-white foam breaking and dissolving into the darkness. The two dragons flew at a considerable distance from each other to avoid their wings colliding, with silver chains hanging over their bony backs. Cyrus enjoyed the breeze, the black world rushing toward him, filling his eyes. Suddenly, the carriage door opened. Bellatrix, dressed in formal attire, emerged, gracefully sitting down on the other side like a black butterfly. Ugh, SSS. Harry shivered in the cold wind. A week ago, he'd learned that the other three schools participating in the Four-Wizard tournament would be arriving at Hogwarts today. However, he hadn't expected such a grand affair, with the entire school summoned to the gates to welcome the visitors. Professor McGonagall appeared particularly anxious, her sharp eyes constantly scanning the sky and the young wizards. She tirelessly pointed out any irregularities in their attire. Even something as minor as a tilted hat was unacceptable. First-year students were especially excited, and Harry was in a good mood as well. This was supposed to be potions class, and Snape had planned to poison his potion, but now he wouldn't have the chance. Thinking about this, Harry stole a glance at Snape. Snape still wore his usual stern expression, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Soon, the sky darkened. The cold wind blowing from the Black Lake made them shiver, but there was still no sign of the other schools. Ginny, with her fiery red hair, turned and leaned against Hermione's shoulder, complaining, "I'm getting fed up. When are they going to get here?" Weasley. McGonagall hissed angrily, her gaze immediately snapping toward Ginny. Before Ginny could straighten up, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that something was stirring in the Black Lake. Suddenly, a section of the water surged upward. A loud, strange sound drifted over from the darkness. Massive splashes erupted from the water's surface, and waves crashed against the damp shores. Then, right in the center of the lake, a gigantic whirlpool appeared. Within that vortex, a sharp horn pierced through the water. A colossal creature burst forth, tilting and towering like an enormous whale emerging from the sea, before crashing back down onto the surface, sending water shooting skyward. The enormous splash fell like icy rain. Ginny stared in shock. A ship, skeletal in appearance, gleamed under the moonlight. Its portholes flickered with a dim, misty light, resembling the eyes of ghosts. On the ship's raised cross mast stood a man in a coat, wearing a captain's hat. Dumbledore, standing amidst the crowd, was instantly frozen in place. So, you didn't die after all. After 49 years, he was face to face once more with Gellert Grindelwald. But Dumbledore had no time to reminisce, for in the darkness, a searing flame ignited out of thin air. In the next moment, the blaze rapidly expanded, surging skyward and illuminating the entire night. The flame shot up higher than the castle itself. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts were startled by the sudden turn of events and took a few steps back in alarm. But a few bolder students stared intently at the flames. There are several shadows in the fire. A student shouted in excitement. In the next moment, the massive heads of 2 dragons, one black, one white, broke through the flames. The dragons spiraled upwards, soaring from the fire into the clouds. The flames parted, splitting like waves being pushed aside. A powerful gust of wind blew against the students' robes, forcing them to bow their heads and hold onto their wizard hats to keep them from flying off. Yet, even with all this, no one could tear their eyes away from the 2 dragons. With mouths agape, they watched as the dragons, pulling a golden carriage, circled the castle and left trails of flame in their wake. Eventually, the carriage descended and landed on the shores of the Black Lake. The dragons lowered their heads, and the door of the luxurious carriage swung open. Then, under the silvery moonlight, a handsome wizard stepped out. Ginny's eyes widened, and she nearly jumped in surprise. Cyrus, __________________________________________________ Chapter 235, Grindelwald's Prophecy. It wasn't just Ginny who spotted Cyrus. Hermione and her 2 lackeys also saw him. All 4 of them stood there, mouths agape, their faces full of shock. In comparison, Grindelwald and Durmstrang's ghost ship, which had made such a dramatic entrance, now faded into the background. The dragons lowered their proud heads, submitting to their king. Cyrus leaped gracefully from the carriage, surrounded by flames that bloomed around him like a giant, blossoming flower. Right behind him was a beautiful mature woman, Bellatrix, dressed in a formal gown. She held her head high, proud as a black swan. To Cyrus's left, a large, green-scaled patterned serpent slithered closely, Nagini. Nagini moved through the fire, seemingly unaffected by the heat. Her large, round eyes scanned the gathered students, as if remembering something fondly. Her thin, slit-like nostrils flared briefly before closing again, and she quietly coiled at Cyrus's feet. Behind them, the 10 candidate champions followed, one by one, jumping out of the carriage. They walked through the fire, heads held high, holding their breath as they endured the gazes of the Hogwarts students. Ginny, eager and excited, looked like she was about to burst out of the crowd and run straight to Cyrus. But Hermione quickly grabbed her arm. Are you mad? Professor McGonagall will kill us. Hermione, ever the rule follower, wasn't about to let Ginny break the rules right in front of her. She immediately tried to calm her down. Just wait. The tournament lasts the whole school year. We'll have plenty of time later. Ginny reluctantly settled down after that. In contrast to Ginny's restraint, Harry and Ron were all smiles when they saw Cyrus, both looking genuinely happy. However, their attention was quickly drawn to someone else, Draco Malfoy. Scoff. The ever-arrogant ferret noticed Harry and Ron staring at him and wasted no time tilting his chin upward, a smug grin spreading across his face, nearly reaching his ears. He's so full of himself, Ron gagged, as if he'd seen something disgusting. He turned to Harry and complained, I was so happy thinking we wouldn't have to see him anymore. I can't understand why Cyrus would bring him to compete in the tournament. Ron couldn't fathom how Draco Malfoy could qualify to be one of the champions in the Triwizard Tournament. Though Ron's thoughts were laced with malice, the truth was that Draco wasn't quite up to the standard of a champion. Cyrus brought him along partly to give him a chance to visit Hogwarts again, and partly to nurture Draco's talent in alchemy. Draco Malfoy had shown exceptional skill in alchemy. Even during Cyrus' time as a student, Draco had been able to independently repair something as complex as the Vanishing Cabinet, a high-level alchemical artifact. In Cyrus's view, Draco, like the Weasley twins, was a rare alchemical talent. He might even achieve some unexpected breakthroughs in modifying Muggle devices. Meanwhile, Durmstrang's ghostly ship dropped anchor, the enormous sound of water once again pulling everyone's attention away. Grindelwald, seemingly trying to outdo Cyrus, leaned backward dramatically, as if mimicking a great white bird in flight, landing lightly on the deck. The captain's hat spun in his hand, transforming into rose petals that scattered around him. Come out, students, Grindelwald called, spreading his arms wide as his gaze passed over the fire and locked onto Dumbledore once again. Even though Cyrus had briefly interrupted the moment, the intense gaze between Grindelwald and Dumbledore had never wavered from the start. Then, Vinda Rosier led a group of wizards clad in thick felt garments off the wooden ramp. They followed in Grindelwald's footsteps as they came ashore, each of their shadows looming as large as a brown bear. The male wizards wore heavy fur cloaks, felt hats, and held what looked more like clubs than wands in their hands, making them appear as if they had just emerged from the Arctic. Cyrus stood calmly, waiting as Grindelwald and Madame Rosier approached. This was his first time seeing Grindelwald in person. He appeared older than in Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald, yet still looked nothing like the old man who Voldemort had killed in the movie. Perhaps he had taken time to restore his appearance after leaving Nurmengard? Cyrus wasn't sure, but at least he could tell from Grindelwald's features how dashing he must have been in his prime. Even now, there was an undeniable arrogance in his eyes. When Grindelwald finally reached Cyrus, he briefly tore his gaze away from Dumbledore for just a moment. "Impressive fire," he remarked. After making his casual remark, Grindelwald continued toward the castle, strutting like a proud peacock. Cyrus paid no mind to his attitude, walking alongside him with his students. Apart from Cyrus, only Professor McGonagall noticed that something felt off in the air. As Dumbledore's longtime friend, she had some insight into his complex feelings toward Grindelwald. Now that Grindelwald was standing right in front of Dumbledore, McGonagall couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. She glanced at Dumbledore, but saw no trace of sadness, anger, or even joy on his face. "Albus, aren't you surprised to see me?" Grindelwald asked in a strange tone, almost playful, as if he'd pulled a prank and was disappointed not to see the reaction he wanted from Dumbledore. It wasn't unexpected, though. Albus Dumbledore had, in some sense, died a long time ago on that rainy day in Godric's Hollow, even if he hadn't yet been laid to rest. "What do you want?" Dumbledore's voice was cold, without a hint of the grief he had once felt for Grindelwald. His wand was clenched tightly in his hand, as if it were brimming with tension, ready to unleash a fight at any moment. "You swore never to leave Nurmengard," Dumbledore growled, his voice fierce and booming like an enraged lion. Despite his age, he still radiated strength and fury, his words like the roar of an engine about to ignite. But in reality, Dumbledore's voice remained cold and calm. "You lied, just like you did before." Grindelwald's demeanor shifted abruptly to something more ruthless. His already eccentric personality now became as unpredictable as a storm, and his expression turned sharp, like jagged ice ready to wound anyone who dared to approach him, drawing blood with a mere touch. "I've always been this way. You should have known that 50 years ago." His words were colder than the waters at the bottom of the Black Lake, as if he was deliberately trying to provoke Dumbledore, hoping to incite him into a fight. Cyrus noticed Dumbledore's hand gripping and releasing his wand several times, but in the end, Dumbledore didn't make a move. "You two seem to have quite the history," Cyrus interjected. "But whatever personal matters you have, maybe you should settle them after the tournament." "I'm afraid the International Confederation of Wizards won't wait that long. They'd be more than happy to arrest a convict sentenced to life imprisonment," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes as deep as a lake, reflecting Grindelwald's still handsome but aged face. "And conveniently, the Confederation is serving as the tournament's judges. I doubt, for your sake, they'd dare act here at Hogwarts," Grindelwald retorted without backing down. Ignoring Dumbledore's reaction, he led the Durmstrang students into the castle. Hogwarts students instinctively stepped aside to make way for Grindelwald. "Who is he?" Harry whispered, turning to Ron. Ron shook his head. "I don't know." There weren't many people left who remembered what Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had disappeared from the wizarding world for nearly 50 years, actually looked like. Albus Dumbledore defeated the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Cyrus's voice came from beside Harry and Ron. "That's him, Gellert Grindelwald." Harry repeated the name. He didn't fully grasp the weight of the name, though he wanted to ask more. However, Cyrus had already walked past him with his students. As Draco Malfoy passed by, he sneered and delivered his trademark greeting. "Good evening, Scarhead." There wasn't time for more, but that one line was enough to make Harry's blood boil. That awful Malfoy should have saved a bullet just for him. Ron also fumed angrily. Cyrus approached Dumbledore, and unlike the cold exchange with Grindelwald earlier, Dumbledore was now much warmer. They shook hands and exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Then, Cyrus gave a brief hug to the ever-diligent Professor McGonagall. After a few encounters with him, McGonagall and the others had changed their opinions of Cyrus, no longer seeing him as an enemy. "Beau's batons hasn't arrived yet?" Cyrus asked. "They are indeed the last ones," Dumbledore nodded. How rude. I'm not inclined to wait for them here, Cyrus said, frowning in displeasure. If it were simply Madame Maxime leading her regular students to the tournament, Cyrus might have considered waiting out of respect. But in reality, the ones participating were Death Eaters, led by Voldemort, and Voldemort himself wasn't even here. To think that people like them deserve to have him standing at the gates to welcome them? I'm heading in. Is it all right if the students sit at the Slytherin table? Haha, why even ask me? After all, you are the heir of Slytherin, Dumbledore joked lightly, stepping aside to give Cyrus the way. Cyrus entered Hogwarts under the envious gazes of the students. The late October night had already turned cold, and the damp wind blowing in from the Black Lake made everyone shiver as it slipped into their collars. With the arrival of Durmstrang and Ilvermorny, the students' initial excitement had mostly worn off. Now, all they wanted was to return to the warm Great Hall and enjoy a sip of hot pumpkin juice. However, Beauxbatons seemed determined to be late, leaving everyone shivering in the cold wind outside. Inside the castle, Cyrus moved with ease, familiar with every corner. The students following him, however, curiously glanced around. Although they were referred to as young wizards, apart from Malfoy, the rest of the group seemed around Cyrus's age. After all, Cyrus had only been resurrected in June last year, and his current body was only 16 years old. Professor, did you graduate from Hogwarts? Cassandra asked as she looked around the castle, sensing the mysterious aura emanating from every corner. As the oldest magical school, Hogwarts certainly exuded a deeper heritage compared to others. Of course, Cyrus nodded. I graduated from Slytherin House. If it were Ilvermorny's sorting method, I would likely be placed in Horned Serpent. No, I think you'd be in Thunderbird. Fisher immediately shook his head. You can transform into a Thunderbird. It's not just about joining a house. You practically are the house. Why not all four houses? Another witch countered, adding to the praise. Cyrus paid no mind to the students' flattery. Soon, he reached the Great Hall, pushed the doors open, and saw that Grindelwald had already seated himself along with Durmstrang's students. They were sitting at the Gryffindor table, with Grindelwald occupying the chair beside the headmaster's seat, and Vinda Rosier sitting close beside him. Please, take your seats, Cyrus said, acting like a host as he welcomed them, then proceeded to the staff table with Bellatrix. Once they sat down, the table was immediately filled with an array of sumptuous dishes. However, no one was in a hurry to start eating, with most simply sipping on pumpkin juice to warm themselves up. This is our first time meeting, isn't it, Mr. Cyrus? Grindelwald spoke softly, sipping red wine before turning to Cyrus. Do you know, he raised his finger, tapping it lightly against his eye. I am a seer. A seer? That reminded Cyrus of a certain alien who liked to say the same thing. Cyrus mentally scoffed, but maintained a polite smile as he looked at Grindelwald, appearing to wait for him to continue. There are countless prophecies made in this world every day, but most of them are just pretentious nonsense, clever tricks that mean little, Grindelwald began. But I'm different. This eye of mine can truly see the future. So what did you see? Cyrus asked, intrigued. Though he was generally skeptical about prophecies, Cyrus had always found them interesting, especially since it was a gift neither he nor Voldemort possessed. He had even asked Harry to keep an ear out for any prophecies concerning him. However, perhaps due to changes in the future, the divination professor hadn't received the same insights as in the original timeline. A very vague image, Grindelwald responded. His voice wasn't particularly hushed, yet somehow, no one but Cyrus seemed to hear him. It was as if the Great Hall had been split into two worlds. The students around them were laughing and chatting, but their movements seemed as slow as turtles and snails, as if time itself had frozen. Only Cyrus and Grindelwald remained outside of this frozen moment. Grindelwald was very serious. I saw the clock, the darkness, death, and the white curtain. Underscore. Chapter 236. Everyone is here. Grindelwald's prophecy didn't come in mere fragments or scattered words, but in vivid images. 50 years ago, he had seen the instant a nuclear weapon detonated, witnessing the terrifying power born from Muggle technology. Now, he was seeing another vision, equally enigmatic but not without clues. The white veil and the sense of death immediately made Cyrus think of the Department of Mystery's death chamber in the Ministry of Magic. Whether from the original story or the movies, the death chamber had left a deep impression on Cyrus, especially the moment when Sirius Black vanished through the archway, disappearing into another world as the white veil fluttered. As for the darkness, could it be Voldemort? Cyrus pondered briefly. Grindelwald's lips curled into a stiff smile, as if his skin was being forcibly pulled into that expression. It was almost as if he had guessed what Cyrus was thinking. In a low voice, he said, "Voldemort is an extraordinarily talented and utterly mad individual. He won't be defeated so easily, we both know that. The real question is how he'll return after this failure. Prophecies were never a power one could control at will. Even the most gifted seer could only catch glimpses, fragments of the future. Grindelwald had seen Voldemort return from death, but he didn't know exactly how. His peculiar eyes remained fixed on Cyrus, as if there were countless unspoken words lingering behind them. In fact, when it came to the prophecy, there was one crucial piece of information Grindelwald had not yet revealed, and it was the very reason he had ultimately decided to leave Nurmengard. "I know you plan to defeat Dumbledore in front of the entire world. I can help you," Grindelwald said. "And what's your goal in this? Is it simply because I intend to break the statute of secrecy?" Cyrus raised an eyebrow. He didn't believe for a second that Grindelwald was a generous, selfless wizard. "The world I envision is not the same as the one you wanted." After all, Grindelwald was an ambitious man, someone who had always pursued grandiose goals. Though his actions had been extreme, they had ultimately been in the name of what he considered the greater good, for the benefit of wizards. Cyrus, on the other hand, wasn't nearly so noble. His pursuit was for his own interests, with the broader aim being to create a world where wizards and muggles could, at best, coexist without hiding, beneath him, of course. 50 years. I no longer care about those things, Grindelwald said with a trace of sorrow. Time erodes ambition, and the 50 years he had spent languishing in Nurmengard, reliving his past pains day after day, had worn down his once lofty dreams. The world didn't seem all that important when compared to the betrayal of those closest to him. Cyrus looked at Grindelwald. He had to admit, the offer was incredibly tempting. Having such a powerful ally by his side, even Dumbledore, armed with the Elder Wand, would be no threat. "But I refuse." "You refuse?" Grindelwald seemed genuinely surprised by Cyrus' response. His raised eyebrows conveyed disbelief, as if every single one of them expressed how incomprehensible the refusal was. "Aren't you afraid I might team up with Dumbledore to take you down? Breaking the statute of secrecy will undoubtedly lead to chaos, and he won't stand idly by while rivers of blood are spilled. Defeating both the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald and the greatest wizard Albus Dumbledore at the same time seems far more valuable to me," Cyrus replied with a confident smile. His goal was to showcase his power to the entire world, and the stronger the opponents, the better the contrast would be. The combined pressure of facing Grindelwald and Dumbledore together was certainly immense, but now that Cyrus had fully mastered the powers of ancient magic and inherited the legacy of Morgana, he felt he could at least attempt it. But that wasn't the only reason. Cyrus was reluctant to ally with Grindelwald because of the notorious reputation that followed the Dark Wizard. Associating with him would inevitably place Cyrus under the same label, extreme and evil, just like Grindelwald. Even though 50 years had passed, and people may have forgotten Grindelwald's appearance, forgotten his words, or the exact actions he took, they would never forget the fear he had instilled in them. Nor would they forget the hatred they harbored toward him. "You've chosen the hardest path," Grindelwald remarked with a frown. "Then let's wait and see," Cyrus said with a faint smile. With that, he completely ended the conversation with Grindelwald, straightening his posture. In an instant, the frozen time seemed to thaw, as if spring had suddenly arrived. After a while, the sound of commotion came from outside the Great Hall. More than 1,000 wizards, led by Dumbledore and the other professors, lined up and entered. Cyrus noticed Harry and his friends waving at him from the crowd, so he responded with a happy glance. "Thank you for waiting, gentlemen," said Madame Maxime, followed by a group of witches dressed in blue. They moved gracefully, almost like fairies. There were also a few wizards among them, but they were not as eye-catching, especially under the dazzling beauty of the half-Vila, Fleur Delacour. The magic in Fleur's bloodline almost captivated half of the wizards at Hogwarts, while the other half, who weren't mesmerized, were all witches. However, such tricks had no effect on powerful wizards, especially someone like Cyrus, whose magical resistance could rival that of a dragon. "The French wizard's sense of time is truly something to behold," Cyrus remarked sarcastically. This comment made the Beauxbatons students somewhat displeased, and Fleur's younger sister, Gabrielle, glared at Cyrus angrily, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. But no one argued back, as Cyrus was simply stating the truth. Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Madame Maxime, originally intended for the students to sit at the Slytherin table, but seeing that it was already filled with Ilvermorny students, he directed them to the Ravenclaw table instead. With that, all the students and teachers finally took their seats, although Cyrus noticed that there were still a few empty chairs at the faculty table. Dumbledore stood at the golden podium engraved with an eagle, waiting until the hall was completely silent before he began his usual brief speech. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, ghosts, and, most especially, our distinguished guests. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to Hogwarts. I hope, and indeed trust, that you will find yourselves comfortable and happy here. Dumbledore said, pausing for a moment before continuing. The Triwizard Tournament will officially begin after the banquet. For now, I invite everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content, as if you were at home. With that, he strode back to his seat, where Cyrus and Grindelwald were seated on either side of him. Madame Maxime's seat was placed a bit farther away. Hagrid, another large figure, had not taken his eyes off Maxime since she first appeared. This amused Cyrus, who wondered if Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Maxime, would go for an unforgettable romance with Hagrid. Then, the feast began. It was clear that for this tournament, even the Hogwarts kitchen had taken on a new flair. The house elves had learned new recipes, and an array of French dishes appeared, along with some American food crowding the tables. Cyrus picked up a beef burger and paired it with a cold, iced cola. At first, the students below seemed a bit reserved, but it wasn't long before they grew lively and enthusiastic. The Durmstrang students shed their thick, fur-lined robes, revealing crimson uniforms underneath. Star Quidditch player Victor Crumb attracted a great deal of attention, so much so that even Ron and Harry shifted their focus away from Cyrus and Malfoy, eagerly approaching Crumb with admiration. Ginny and Hermione weren't as obsessed with Quidditch players as some others were. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy, the young master, initially wanted to go find his two usual companions, but Goyle and Crabbe sat stony-faced, clearly not intending to acknowledge him. Their parents, like Draco's father Lucius, had once refused to cross the fire, and now they had already treated Draco as a traitor. The fact that Barty Crouch Jr. had sent Lucius Malfoy to be an undercover agent to Cyrus was not widely known after all. Feeling snubbed by his supposed friends, Draco's mood soured. He sat back down in his seat, eating the exotic dishes in silence. At that moment, more guests arrived. The Great Hall doors opened to reveal an elderly wizard. He appeared to be even older than Dumbledore, hunched over with a walking stick, moving slowly and unsteadily as he entered. Behind him followed Graves, along with several wizards Cyrus didn't recognize. Apart from the old wizard, the others were middle-aged or in their prime. As soon as they entered, they immediately noticed Grindelwald, and their expressions became much more serious. In fact, these wizards were elite Aurors sent by the International Confederation of Wizards to deal with Grindelwald. Of course, none of them were foolish enough to attempt an arrest at this moment. Their purpose was simply to confirm the situation. They needed to see for themselves if Grindelwald was truly alive, as the French Ministry of Magic had suspected. If he was, it meant they might soon be facing yet another war. Albus, long time no see. The elderly wizard leading the group seemed unfazed by the tense atmosphere. When he saw Dumbledore, he was overjoyed, speaking in some sort of unclear language. Surprisingly, Dumbledore not only understood him, but also responded in the same language. "Welcome, Babajide." Dumbledore warmly stood up, embracing the old wizard and guiding him to a seat. Afterward, their conversation switched to English. "I didn't expect you would restart the Triwizard Tournament. If I had known earlier, I would have ensured that Wagadu participated," Babajide said, sounding a bit regretful. He then greeted Cyrus and the other school heads. "Hello, Mr. Akingbade." Cyrus also greeted him politely. He remembered the identity of this elder. In the original story, after Dumbledore's death, Babajide Akingbade succeeded Albus Dumbledore as the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Although he wasn't mentioned in detail in the original series, it was clear he was also a wizard of considerable magical power. Chapter 237. Interrogation. The banquet continued. After a while, the golden plates filled with food scraps were magically cleared away, and Dumbledore stood up once more, stepping to the front of the room. "The moment has finally arrived," he said excitedly, then introduced Babajide Akingbade and the other wizards who would serve as judges for the tournament to all the students. The British Ministry of Magic had also sent representatives, with Ludo Bagman from the Department of Magical Games and Sports continuing as one of the judges. As the host nation, it was impossible to leave all the responsibilities to the International Confederation of Wizards. In the past few months, Mr. Bagman has worked tirelessly to arrange the Triwizard Tournament, alongside our friends from the Magical Congress of the United States. Without them, this event wouldn't be as grand as it is today, Dumbledore said. "They will join me," Professor Cyrus, Professor Rosier, and Madame Maxime to form the panel of judges who will assess the efforts of the champions. Officially, the headmaster of Durmstrang at this moment was still Vinda Rosier. Filch, bring up the box. With some difficulty, the limping Filch pushed a wooden chest to the center of the great hall. 1,000 pairs of curious eyes were fixed on the box, with Barty Crouch Jr.'s gaze being unusually greedy. Dumbledore didn't open the chest immediately. This year's tournament consists of 3 tasks, each held at different times throughout the school year. These tasks will test the champions in various ways, and I'm pleased to announce a change in the rules. Traditionally, only 3 wizards could compete, but now, each school will have 3 champions. He raised his fingers, and the students' eager gazes toward him became even more expectant. The champions may need to unite at times, or they may be forced to compete individually. We will score them based on the quality of their performance in each task, and after the 3 tasks are completed, the champion with the highest score will win the Triwizard Cup. And to select the champions, we have the most impartial judge, Dumbledore continued as he approached the chest. He placed his hand on the worn wood and, with a wave, the sides of the box fell away, revealing its contents. Inside was a large, roughly carved wooden goblet. It was rather unimpressive in appearance. One might even say ugly, but the bright blue-white flames flickering within it captured everyone's attention. Any student wishing to compete as a champion must write their name and the name of their school on a piece of parchment and drop it into this goblet of fire, Dumbledore explained. You have 24 hours to enter. Tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will select the names of those it deems most worthy to represent the 4 schools. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Cyrus noticed Barty Jr. licking his lips excitedly, clearly itching to act. It wasn't just him. Every person with secret ambitions seemed to be plotting their schemes under the glow of that magical flame. The feast had ended, but the young wizards did not leave immediately. Most of them sat in groups, their eyes filled with longing as they stared at the goblet of fire. However, at this stage, very few dared to approach the goblet and submit their names. Most students didn't want to face the embarrassment of publicly tossing their names into the goblet only to not be selected. They preferred to wait for a moment when no one was watching, sneaking over to submit their names privately. That way, if they weren't chosen by the goblet, no one would know whether or not they had even entered. But Cyrus knew all too well that those who acted in such a sneaky manner would never be chosen by the goblet of fire. Unless, of course, there was no one else left in their school. There were, of course, also those with great pride. Cassandra was one of the first to step forward as soon as Dumbledore drew the age line, causing a great deal of dissatisfaction among the younger students who were just shy of being old enough to compete. With her chest held high, her gaze full of contempt and arrogance, Cassandra walked elegantly towards the goblet. Her slightly curled golden hair swayed gently with each step, like lively little snakes. Her beauty was as captivating as Medusa's, drawing many admiring glances from the younger students. Tisk, Ginny, her fiery red hair glowing like flames, turned her head away in displeasure. Like Hermione, she found Cassandra far too arrogant. Cassandra was just the beginning. After her, all the students from Ilvermorny, except Draco Malfoy, who was too young to qualify, stepped forward to the goblet of fire and submitted their names. After that, it was Durmstrang's turn. They had come specifically for the competition, so naturally, there was no hesitation. However, Cyrus noticed that Grindelwald made no move. Perhaps he planned to have someone else help him, or maybe he was waiting for a moment when no one was paying attention before taking action. Of course, Cyrus had the same idea. All right, you can take a walk around Hogwarts or head back to the carriage to rest since it's getting late, Cyrus suggested. He highly recommended that the Ilvermorny students take the opportunity to explore Hogwarts, especially the library, though there was no rush. After all, they would be attending classes with the Hogwarts students for the entire year. Professor, what about you? Cassandra asked. I have some friends to meet, Cyrus replied with a smile. Anyone who wishes to return to the carriage can go with Bella, or you can take the time to make some new friends. With that, Cyrus walked through the crowd and headed toward the doors of the Great Hall. In fact, most of the students in the Great Hall were also getting ready to leave, and a thick crowd was gathering at the doors. Cassandra's emerald green eyes glanced through the crowd, watching Cyrus's retreating figure, noticing a few small shadows following closely behind him. She let out a soft, contemptuous laugh directed at the little figures before turning to follow Bella. Outside the hall, Cyrus made his way toward the castle's courtyard, stopping under a central statue. Cyrus, Ginny called from afar, and a group of people came running over. I never imagined you'd become the headmaster of another magic school, Hermione said excitedly, almost giddily. So how is it? Does Ilvermorny's library have a lot of books? Fewer than Hogwarts, but they have a lot of innovative magic, Cyrus replied. I suppose you've already gone through the book I sent you, on the differences in animal transfiguration. That was the book Cyrus had given Hermione as a birthday present this year. Harry and Ron, as usual, were baffled by Hermione and Cyrus's discussion about books, though they had grown accustomed to it. They knew they had to interrupt her, or else the conversation would never end. They were about to say something when Ginny beat them to it. I heard from Dad that you've been in North America recently. The Ministry of Magic has lifted your wanted status, but I had no idea you'd become the headmaster of Ilvermorny. How many things have happened? Ginny's eyes were fixed on Cyrus, and she bombarded him with questions, eager to uncover every detail, right down to what he had been eating every day. Chapter 238. Headmaster competition starts. It's a long story. To put it simply, I got the Serpentwood wand left behind by Salazar Slytherin, and then the Ilvermorny school itself acknowledged me. The old headmaster voluntarily stepped down and handed the position to me, Cyrus briefly explained. The school's acknowledgement? Harry and Ron repeated, looking puzzled. The school itself has consciousness, just like Hogwarts. If you don't have the recognition of the castle, even if you're appointed headmaster by the Ministry of Magic or the school governors, you won't be able to access the castle's secrets, Cyrus clarified. He didn't really want to dwell on his own matters, so he shifted the topic. Why don't you tell me about yourselves? Has anything special happened recently? Of course. Ginny nodded vigorously, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. She roughly pulled Harry over from Ron's side and lifted his sleeve. What's with this mark? When did that appear? On the night you defeated Voldemort, Harry said, pressing his lips together. Cyrus looked at Harry's arm in surprise. He hadn't expected that the magical mark he had created to bind the Death Eaters who had defected to him had also left an imprint on Harry. Immediately, he felt a sense of joy. Harry, only those truly loyal to me can bear this mark without being harmed by the flames, he said seriously, meeting Harry's gaze. If you're willing, you can follow in my footsteps. In terms of magical talent, Harry Potter was already quite good, but he still couldn't compare to true geniuses. Snape, with his biased perspective, often regarded Harry as mediocre. However, Harry had an advantage that others did not, his influence. Especially in Britain, there wasn't a wizard who didn't know the name Harry Potter. Every Muggle-born or half-blood wizard who had suffered under Voldemort's reign was deeply grateful to him. There was a lot Cyrus could do with his by a little PR. Of course I'm willing, Harry said quickly, a shy smile spreading across his face, and at this moment, he seemed even more excited than Cyrus. For a long time, Harry had yearned for recognition, especially in front of Cyrus, the man who had saved him multiple times and had truly defeated Voldemort with sheer power. But just as his heart was surging with joy, Ginny roughly pushed him aside. The fiery girl extended her smooth, jade-like elbow towards Cyrus, her tone firm and unwavering. Ouch, I want it too. And don't forget me, Hermione quickly added, also reaching out her hand. The two girls stood their ground, locking eyes with Cyrus, making it clear that they wouldn't back down unless he agreed. This made Ron feel a bit awkward. He glanced at his best friend Harry, then at the formidable mother figure, Hermione, and finally at his own sister. If I don't reach out, will I be considered antisocial? Cyrus rubbed his forehead, looking both resigned and serious as he said, I don't mind having more followers, but I need to remind you all, this isn't a game. Do you truly understand who my enemy is? His amber golden eyes stared directly into the young, untested souls before him. It's not Dumbledore, right? Ron joked awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. But he quickly realized that Cyrus wasn't laughing at all. He froze. Is it really? It wasn't just Ron. Even Ginny and Hermione were stunned, and Harry looked completely in disbelief. On one side stood Cyrus, the person they admired and looked up to, and on the other was Dumbledore, revered as the greatest wizard of all time. Harry suddenly found himself conflicted, not even understanding why there was any conflict between Cyrus and Dumbledore. But you two worked together against Voldemort. That was before Harry. Cyrus smiled gently, softening the atmosphere a bit. But don't worry, we won't kill each other. This isn't about hatred. It's about what we each need to do and what we stand for. Just as Harry and the others were grappling with their shock, a cold voice suddenly cut into the conversation. I don't care about Dumbledore, but why did you refuse me before? Ginny and Hermione's hearts tightened as they quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the shadows stood a tall, blonde girl with her arms crossed and a cold, smug smile on her face. Both Harry and Ron were intimidated by Cassandra's presence, instinctively taking a half step back. Ginny and Hermione, recognizing the girl as the same witch from Ilvermorny who had drawn attention earlier, stepped forward defiantly. But Cassandra paid them no mind. She walked with the grace of a snake, her movements forming elegant curves as she approached. She stopped momentarily by Harry, her sharp green eyes piercing him, making him forget how to breathe for a moment. Mechanically, Harry turned his head and whispered to Ron, "Is this a showdown?" Ron just shook his head dumbly. "Miss Vole, I thought you had returned to the carriage with Bella," Cyrus said, not in the least uncomfortable, maintaining his composure as always, as if this small scene posed no challenge to him. "I changed my mind and decided to take a stroll. And, Professor, I told you to just call me Cassandra," she replied, her gaze locking onto Harry, or more precisely, the mark on his arm. "You rejected me from becoming your follower like my father, saying I hadn't graduated yet. But, how do you explain him?" Before Cyrus could respond, Cassandra lifted her sleeve and continued, "I don't care who you're against, and I'm prepared for any sacrifice for you. We are too." Ginny glared at Cassandra as she and Hermione stepped forward, full of hostility. Cassandra gave Ginny and Hermione a serious look, her golden eyebrows furrowing slightly. The two girls' appearances did make her feel a bit threatened. However, as her gaze lowered, her eyebrows relaxed immediately, and she let out a dismissive chuckle, as if she had just seen a joke. "Seriously, they think they can compare with me?" She proudly puffed out her chest and gave her shoulders a slight shake, which only fueled Ginny's anger. Her fiery red hair nearly stood on end from her frustration. Luckily, at that moment, someone stepped in to diffuse the tension. Good evening, Harry." Hagrid's booming voice broke the silence. His massive frame parted the crowd of young witches and wizards as he walked over. When he spotted Cyrus, his expression grew complicated. "Seeing your face stirs up a lot of mixed feelings, Mr. Cyrus," he said bluntly, though he still extended his large hand towards Cyrus. "But I know you're not Tom Riddle. You are taller and handsome, if I may say." He winked. "And for that, I owe you thanks." "Thank me? For being handsome?" Cyrus was momentarily confused. He couldn't recall doing anything that would warrant Hagrid's gratitude. "Aha, you saved Harry more than once, didn't you?" Hagrid replied. "And there's also what you did for Mr. Scamander. During the summer, he invited me into his suitcase. He told me it was you who introduced me to him." When Hagrid mentioned that, Cyrus remembered. He had indeed spoken to Uncle Newt Scamander about Hagrid's impressive skills with magical creatures during one of their meetings. "Thanks to you, I saw loads of fantastic creatures, ones you don't find in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said, nearly tearing up with emotion. Then, he gave Cyrus a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Come by my hut for tea sometime, will you? And don't worry about your 2 fire dragons. I'll take good care of them." Hagrid left just as suddenly as he had arrived. In the end, Cyrus left a mark on everyone's arms. Cassandra, knowing when to step back, didn't linger once she had achieved her goal. She tactfully left without further interrupting Cyrus, Ginny, Hermione, and the others from reminiscing. Cyrus didn't chat with Harry and his friends for long, as Hogwarts had a curfew. At midnight, he sat outside the carriage, gazing at the dark silhouette of the castle. With a flick of his fingers, the snakewood wand came to life. It slithered into the ground, carrying a message in its mouth, and began to snake its way toward the castle. The night passed quickly. By the next evening, after yet another grand Halloween feast, the long-awaited moment had arrived. It was time to reveal the champions. Dumbledore, in good spirits, picked up his spoon and tapped it against the goblet in front of him. The hall fell silent, and over 1,000 eyes turned to watch. In fact, far more than just those present were watching. Cyrus had made sure the entire world could witness the tournament by setting up magical drones that recorded everything. At this moment, thanks to the International Confederation of Wizards, every detail of the tournament was being observed by various ministries of magic and the other 6 magical schools. The Goblet of Fire is about to make its decision. Today is Halloween, so let's hope there are no surprises, Dumbledore said, turning to Cyrus with a small, light-hearted joke. But even he didn't dwell on it much. He approached the Goblet of Fire, drew out his wand, and made a sweeping motion. Instantly, all the candles in the hall went out, except for those inside the pumpkin lanterns, plunging the great hall into a half-lit, shadowy state. The Goblet of Fire now radiated a brilliant light, far brighter than anything else in the hall. The blue-white flames, spitting sparks, were almost blinding. Everyone's attention was focused on it. Waiting, some kept glancing at their pocket watches. "Let us witness the birth of the champions," Dumbledore declared loudly. Suddenly, the flames in the goblet turned red, crackling fiercely. A tongue of fire shot into the air, and from it flew a charred piece of parchment. Everyone in the hall held their breath. Dumbledore caught the parchment and held it up high. Hogwarts' first champion is Cedric Diggory. The hall erupted into applause and cheers. Cedric, bathed in glory, was pushed forward by his fellow Hufflepuffs. Tall and modest, he strode confidently to Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore was about to offer him some encouraging words, but just then, the goblet of fire flared up again. This time, the eruption was even more violent. The goblet seemed to transform into a massive volcano, spewing out scorching lava and fiery sparks. The flames danced wildly in the air, scattering like fireworks and eventually forming many bright letters. However, the most dazzling and shocking names that appeared left everyone speechless. Dumbledore was stunned, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Everyone instinctively stood up from their chairs. At that moment, only Babajide Akingbade remembered the tournament's process. The old wizard, frowning deeply, loudly announced, "Hogwarts champion, Albus Dumbledore. Durmstrang's champion, Gellert Grindelwald. And Ilvermorny's champion." He paused slightly, looking toward Cyrus, who was smiling. Cyrus, __________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 239. Continuation of the Last War. The tall and gentle Cedric stood awkwardly beside Dumbledore. The joy of being selected as a champion had completely vanished, leaving him stiff and bewildered. He turned his head toward Dumbledore, who had his hand on Cedric's shoulder, equally stunned. It wasn't just Cedric. Other students who had been selected as champions were also in a state of shock. The Great Hall was eerily silent, as if no one had yet recovered from the shock of the names blazing across the ceiling. Cedric leaned slightly toward Dumbledore, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Professor, was this part of your plan?" "Of course not," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head numbly. He could feel the weight of over 1,000 questioning gazes pressing down on his shoulders, making him feel heavy. But he quickly snapped out of his surprise, regaining his usual calm demeanor. His blue eyes flitted quickly across the faces of Cyrus and Grindelwald, like a bird skimming across the surface of a lake. He saw both of them smiling. "Albus, what is going on?" Professor McGonagall hurried over, her steps quick and urgent. In Cyrus's memory, he had never seen her so flustered. Indeed, it was true. Strict and rigid Professor McGonagall, after 2 failed romantic relationships, had devoted half of her life to Hogwarts. Hogwarts had become her home, her refuge. She was like the elderly matriarch of a family, tirelessly worrying over everything related to Hogwarts, unwilling to see anything that might harm the school. But now, this upheaval had been laid bare for the entire world to witness. Each questioning gaze in the hall felt like a blade cutting into her. The only thing keeping her from collapsing on the spot was one fact. Albus Dumbledore was still there. "I want to know what is going on as well." Barty Crouch Jr. walked over angrily. He used Ms. Maxime's tall body to sweep away all obstacles and rushed over like a crazed, massive thestral charging through. "Give me an explanation, Dumbledore." He was genuinely furious. Even though he and Voldemort had made some secret preparations and anticipated that the 4 Dark Lords might gather together, he had never expected that Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Cyrus would all participate in the tournament together. Beauxbatons was the only magic school without a headmaster in the tournament. Of course, with Voldemort currently missing, even if Barty Crouch Jr. himself participated, facing 3 legendary wizards would only lead to his death. "I don't recall anyone informing me that headmasters were allowed to participate in the Triwizard Tournament," he said icily. "Just to clarify, Mr. Grindelwald is not the headmaster of Durmstrang, and he never graduated from there either," Vinda Rosier said with a light chuckle. But no one cared much about that. In fact, no one even paid attention to the fact that Harry Potter's name had also emerged from the Goblet of Fire. Even though Harry was underage, at least he was still a student. Cyrus seemed relatively unaffected by the situation. He appeared young, and since leaving the United States, his fame wasn't as widespread. But Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Albus, I think the Goblet of Fire, having been dormant for hundreds of years, may have malfunctioned, and its magic is now unstable. Perhaps we could restart the process and use another method to select the champions," Babajide suggested. However, Dumbledore raised his hand and gently shook his head. "I think no matter how unstable the magic of the Goblet of Fire may have become, it couldn't have randomly chosen a name it didn't know." "You mean someone deliberately submitted your names?" Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. He paused, his blue eyes scanning each wizard present. Everyone in the hall was waiting for him to make a decision. They needed him to determine if this chaotic Goblet of Fire tournament, which hadn't even officially begun, could proceed smoothly. Some were anxious, fearful of being wrongly accused by Dumbledore of sabotaging the competition. "It doesn't look good," Ron whispered to Harry with a shake of his head, then asked, "When did you even sign up without telling me?" "I didn't sign up. Someone must have put my name in," Harry replied, shaking his head. "I suspect it's Voldemort. Don't you think? He must be trying to use the Triwizard Tournament to cause a conflict between Cyrus and Professor Dumbledore. And that Grindelwald. Maybe he's here for revenge too." "You make a good point," Ron agreed, nodding. "If Dumbledore hasn't lost his mind, there's no way he'll continue with the tournament." But Dumbledore's response took Ron completely by surprise. "What I mean is, I'm quite honored that the Goblet of Fire believes me worthy of the title of champion, for it represents not just magical strength, but also many admirable qualities, such as integrity, wisdom, courage, and ambition." As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze rested briefly on each house when mentioning those traits. Each student caught under his glance subconsciously straightened their posture. "Albus, you're not seriously going to continue with this, are you?" McGonagall's voice trembled. "This is absurd. The whole world is watching us. The Goblet of Fire is a binding contract, Minerva. Once the champions are chosen, the trials cannot be cancelled," Dumbledore said firmly. "We must follow the rules, which clearly state that anyone whose name emerges from the goblet must compete in the tournament." Cyrus observed their argument, though, as the mastermind behind this situation, he now seemed like a detached spectator. He remained seated at the staff table, casting a small signal toward a hidden corner. Moments later, unnoticed by anyone, a beetle flew away. "We don't know how this situation came to be," Dumbledore said, addressing the entire hall, and, through the magical drones, all the witches and wizards watching from around the world. "However, in my view, we have no choice but to accept it. Gellert Grindelwald, Cyrus, and I must all participate in the tournament, representing our respective schools. Of course, this puts Beauxbatons at a disadvantage, so I propose we offer them some compensations elsewhere." Dumbledore suggested a solution. Although the proposed solution did not satisfy everyone, there was no better alternative for the moment. The Goblet of Fire had already extinguished its flames, and reigniting it would only be possible when the next Triwizard Tournament took place. "I have no objections to this, Dumbledore." Cyrus finally set down the food he had been eating and stepped forward to address everyone. "During the tournament, Bellatrix Black will represent me as a judge." As he finished speaking, Bellatrix stepped forward with graceful poise and gave a slight bow. "I have no objections either," Grindelwald said, his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were gazing absent-mindedly at the enchanted starry ceiling of the Great Hall. He walked forward to stand alongside Cyrus and Dumbledore, his tone casual, yet laced with provocation. "Let us compete once more, Dumbledore." After speaking, Grindelwald shot a subtle glance toward Cyrus, raising his eyebrows slightly. Cyrus understood his meaning. At this point, Graves, serving as a judge, and several Aurors from the International Confederation of Wizards, all looked outraged. One of them stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, "This tournament must be stopped, Albus Dumbledore." In truth, the moment Grindelwald uttered those words, the nature of the tournament had fundamentally changed. It was no longer an event meant to foster friendships and cooperation between schools. Instead, it had become a continuation of the conflict from 50 years ago, a rematch between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, a rekindling of the war between the International Confederation of Wizards and the forces of the Dark Wizards. Several decades ago, the Dark Wizard movement led by Grindelwald had instigated a violent and bloody reform, and those deep-seated hatreds did not simply vanish with time. Naturally, the influence of Grindelwald's faction, often referred to as the Alliance or Acolytes, had not faded in a mere 50 years. If Grindelwald were to turn the tables and claim victory this time, many more would rally around him, fighting for his cause. The International Confederation of Wizards would never allow war to break out again in such a manner. Meanwhile, Cyrus, standing alongside Dumbledore and Grindelwald, was largely overlooked by most of the wizards present, save for a few who were aware of his true capabilities. To them, the fate of the world and the outcome of this impending battle seemed to hinge on the conflict between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, disregarding Cyrus as a determining factor. "The decision made by the Goblet of Fire cannot be undone," Dumbledore said, shaking his head and signaling for everyone to remain calm. Graves, who had been expected to respond more aggressively, surprisingly composed himself upon seeing Cyrus. "Since that's the case, I have no choice but to agree," Graves conceded. Barty Crouch Jr., his face stern, stepped forward. His thoughts were now preoccupied with concern for his master, Voldemort. He believed Voldemort would return stronger than ever with time, which was why he had secretly added both Harry and Cyrus' names to the Goblet of Fire. Yet, given the current situation, Even if the Dark Lord did return, how could he hope to defeat both Dumbledore and Cyrus if they joined forces? Barty, tall and poised, elegantly moved to stand beside Grindelwald, bowing slightly to the notorious Dark Wizard. Here stood Grindelwald, the dark sorcerer of the Second World War, who nearly swept across the entire wizarding world, forever altering its landscape. Despite this, Voldemort had always looked down on Grindelwald, dismissing him as nothing more than a failure, a man who not only lost to Dumbledore, but was also imprisoned in Nurmengard, a fate that was both pathetic and pitiable. At this moment, Barty Crouch Jr. found himself seriously considering whether to extend an olive branch to Grindelwald, ensuring that when the Dark Lord returned, he wouldn't be left isolated and vulnerable. Grindelwald was once Dumbledore's greatest enemy. There's a strong chance this could work, he thought, subconsciously inching closer to Grindelwald. Just then, a sudden flash of light illuminated the dark hall, followed by the distinct click of a camera shutter. Into the room walked a woman dressed in vivid colors and high heels, Rita Skeeter. This was the very same journalist Cyrus had personally sent to prison, but whom he had recently bailed out using a considerable amount of galleons. Months in Azkaban had caused her to lose a significant amount of weight, but the time behind bars had done nothing to diminish her unpleasant nature, nor her penchant for fabricating stories with her enchanted quick quotes quill. Of course, now she worked for Cyrus. Rita Skeeter's flair for sensationalism would undoubtedly add a great deal of intrigue to the coverage of this Triwizard Tournament. In this era, wizards still primarily obtained their information through reading. Realizing that the situation was now beyond reversal, Babajide reluctantly spoke up. Since things are settled, the tournament will proceed. Albus Dumbledore and Cyrus will relinquish their roles as judges, with Professor McGonagall and Madame Black assuming their positions. Additionally, before the official start of the tournament, we may need to discuss whether to make any adjustments to the competition format. He paused for a moment, having said so much at once that he found himself slightly out of breath. The first task will take place on November 24th, in the presence of the other students and the panel of judges. Ilvermorny will participate as scheduled, Cyrus said calmly, then motioned for the 10 Ilvermorny students to follow him as they exited the Great Hall. Cassandra, Fisher, come to my office, he added with a brief instruction. Cassandra and Fisher were the two other students selected from Ilvermorny to compete. Now, having to go up against headmasters in the Triwizard Tournament, Fisher appeared visibly unsure of himself. However, Cassandra seemed excited at the prospect of standing alongside Professor Cyrus in the competition. As she passed the Gryffindor table, she gave a challenging look to both Ginny and Hermione, raising her eyebrows arrogantly, her expression bordering on disdain. Ginny was so enraged, she nearly jumped up and cast a hex on her. Once back at their carriage, the students who hadn't been selected didn't immediately return to their rooms. Instead, they gathered in the common area of the carriage, eagerly discussing the recent events, particularly debating which of the three headmasters, Cyrus, Dumbledore, or Grindelwald, was the most powerful. Cyrus led Cassandra and Fisher to his mobile office within the carriage. Though called an office, it resembled a small hotel suite, with the desk not far from the bed. "Professor, do you have any specific instructions for us?" Fisher asked nervously. "I've heard that Grindelwald and Dumbledore are possibly among the strongest wizards in the world." "You don't need to worry about that, Fisher," Cassandra said softly, her voice as light as silk fluttering in the breeze. "The professor's abilities are no less than theirs." "Of course, I believe that," Fisher replied, recalling the unforgettable sight of the Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie bowing before Cyrus. "All right, there's no need to exaggerate my abilities," Cyrus said, his tone calm but firm. "What I want to tell you is this. It may seem like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and I have joined the competition, but in reality, the pressure on you will be even greater." He continued in a softer voice. "We have our own challenges to face, but you're likely to face more enemies. Cyrus, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald wouldn't truly compete on the same level as the younger students. However, there was a real concern about the students from Beauxbatons. While Voldemort hadn't entered the tournament himself, there was no telling if the chosen contestants from Beauxbatons might be replaced by Death Eaters. The Death Eaters didn't care about magical contracts, nor did they care about the lives of Beauxbatons students. And then, there was Voldemort. Since Grindelwald's prophecy hinted at his return, this tournament had carried an air of danger from the very beginning. "I'm not losing to those brats," Cassandra said confidently. Chapter 240, Wand Inspection. Cyrus wasn't particularly excited about the difficulty of the Triwizard Tournament. To be honest, unless the tournament involved a direct confrontation between him, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. What challenge in this world could possibly stop them? Their magical power was so immense that other wizards couldn't even fathom its limits. For Cyrus, a dragon that normally required 7 or 8 trained wizards to subdue was no more than a pet dog. The trials that the International Confederation of Wizards had decided on might seem like nothing but a blatant joke to them. Moreover, the Confederation had to consider the other contestants besides just the 3 of them. With that in mind, the difficulty of the tournament was unlikely to be too great. But Cyrus didn't really care about that. The process and outcome of the first 2 tasks weren't important. What truly mattered was the 3rd task, or even after the tournament concluded. As long as he could defeat Dumbledore in a direct fight under the watchful eyes of the entire world, that would be enough. Before the official tournament began, there was a series of complicated preparations. For example, the champions had to participate in an exclusive interview with the Daily Prophet. This time, the Prophet had teamed up with several renowned wizarding newspapers from around the world, making it a global opportunity. With Cyrus's guidance, Rita Skeeter didn't focus on trivial gossip, but instead dedicated most of her ink to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The woman repeatedly hinted to Cyrus that she knew some hidden secrets about Dumbledore and Grindelwald, wearing a mischievous smile as she spoke. It was clear she was referring to their private, scandalous affairs. If you're willing, I could publish these stories. This isn't something I made up. Rita Skeeter spoke in her sickly sweet tone, clasping her gold and silver-adorned hands together tightly. This would be a huge scoop. I didn't spend all those galleons to bail you out of Azkaban just so you could report gossip, Miss Skeeter. Cyrus leaned back on the sofa, casually observing the overly adorned woman before him. He needed a loudspeaker, someone to amplify the discussion about the Triwizard Tournament and make it a hotter topic in the wizarding world. A bit of light gossip as decoration wouldn't hurt, but if Dumbledore and Grindelwald's personal history were exposed, the world's attention would likely shift away from the tournament itself. Cyrus did plan to defeat Dumbledore, but not like that. The higher Dumbledore's international reputation, the more valuable it would be to defeat him. Are you sure? But gossip is often what attracts the most interest, Rita Skeeter persisted, still not giving up. People love to learn about the hidden, ugly secrets behind those who seem to be above everyone else. Sometimes, they don't even care about the truth. Not necessary. Cyrus's golden eyes swept across her, his authoritative gaze piercing through Rita Skeeter's flamboyant exterior, as if seeing straight into her soul. All you need to do is prepare for after the tournament. Make sure the whole world knows that in 1995, Cyrus defeated the greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter felt as if she were a vampire standing under the scorching sun, suffering. All right, if you insist. She squirmed uncomfortably in her chair, her brightly painted nails tapping on the teacup before setting it down again. She glanced at Cyrus several times, looking a bit hesitant. What's the matter? Cyrus lightly frowned. He wasn't particularly fond of Rita Skeeter. His dislike for her was almost on par with his feelings toward Lockhart, if not worse, but he was polite. Now that Rita Skeeter was working for him, he could afford to show some tolerance. I was just thinking. Rita Skeeter fidgeted with the teacup in her hands, casting a sickeningly flirtatious glance. Perhaps you could do me the honor of sharing a drink with me? Cyrus. Cyrus was stunned. He couldn't fathom that someone as unattractive as Rita Skeeter could have such lofty thoughts, even daring to suggest having a drink with him. Then again, with his looks, he could attract most women. Even Cedric couldn't compare to him. But, Rita Skeeter? No, thank you. Fortunately, at that moment, Cassandra, with her golden hair, walked in. She strode past Rita Skeeter with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at the woman who dared to daydream before promptly ignoring her. Professor, the wand inspection has started. Madame Bellatrix asked me to bring you over. I understand. Cyrus stood up from his chair, showing no sign of apology as he said to Rita, My apologies, Miss Skeeter. It seems we'll have to postpone that to another time. After Cyrus finished speaking, he and Cassandra left together. The wand inspection was being held in an empty classroom where no lessons were taking place. By the time Cyrus and Cassandra arrived, all the other champions had already prepared themselves. The judges sat upright behind a table draped with black velvet. Grindelwald, with his legs crossed, leaned back in a chair, looking more like an inspector than a participant. Ollivander was examining Harry's wand. He took his time but didn't offer much commentary, merely confirming that the wand was in good condition. Very well, all the champions' wands have been checked, except for you 3. Babaji turned his head, looking at Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the newly arrived Cyrus. I'll go first, Grindelwald volunteered. His sharp, predatory gaze swept over everyone like a seabird hunting its prey, and then he smiled. My wand is the most ordinary one here, nothing as legendary as yours. He handed over his wand, and Cyrus glanced at it. As Grindelwald had said, it was an unremarkable wand. There were no intricate carvings, and unlike some wands, it wasn't bent. It looked like a simple dried twig, so plain that it seemed almost unworthy of someone like Grindelwald. Pinewood, Ollivander conjured a glass of red wine with his wand, Dragon Heartstring Core. The wand is in fine condition. He handed the wand back to Grindelwald, then turned his attention to Dumbledore and Cyrus. Grindelwald's previous comment had drawn much attention. Harry, for instance, had quietly made his way over to Cyrus. Nudging Cyrus with his elbow, he whispered, "What did he mean by that? What legend?" Harry wasn't the only one curious. Fleur from Beauxbatons and Crumb from Durmstrang, along with everyone else, had their ears perked up, eager to hear if Cyrus would provide an answer to satisfy their curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough, Harry," Cyrus replied, not revealing anything immediately. In just a few seconds, Dumbledore had already handed over his wand, which looked thin and knobbly, almost like a skeletal finger. The moment Ollivander saw the wand, he froze. His eyes widened dramatically, as if they might tear at the corners. He took the wand carefully, holding both ends delicately, as though afraid it might crumble at the slightest touch. "There's no need to be so cautious, Garrick. It's not as fragile as it looks," Dumbledore said with a touch of humor. But Ollivander took a deep breath, looking up with a gleam in his eyes. "Is it really, Dumbledore? The legendary one? The Elder Wand?" Everyone was stunned by Ollivander's question. The judges were dumbfounded. Bellatrix, in particular, looked incredulous. "No wonder even Voldemort couldn't defeat you all those years ago. The legend of the Elder Wand is true." Her comment stung Barty Crouch Jr., but he didn't have time to be offended on his master's behalf. His gaze was now fixed on the Elder Wand, filled with pure greed. If he could get his hands on that wand, would the Dark Lord still fear that impostor, Cyrus? "What's the Elder Wand?" Harry whispered, his voice low. "This is a very popular legend in the wizarding world, Harry," Cyrus explained. "Almost every child born into the wizarding world has heard the tale of the Deathly Hallows and the Three Brothers. It's about as well known as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is among Muggles. The difference is that Muggle fairy tales are just stories, while wizarding tales may be based in reality. In short, it's a wand that makes its wielder unbeatable. The wizard who possesses the Elder Wand will never lose a duel, not even against death itself. Or that's what the legend says." Cyrus's amber gold eyes flickered with thought. He had once wielded a fake version of the Elder Wand during Fitzgerald's trial, and the experience had been overwhelming. It felt as if the wand contained an endless reservoir of power, making all enemies seem insignificant before him. As for the real Elder Wand, even he wasn't entirely sure how powerful it truly was. According to the ancient legend that had been passed down for thousands of years, very few owners of the Elder Wand ever passed it on through honorable duels. Most of the time, it changed hands through assassination or ambush. Perhaps the only exception was the famous duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But whether that truly counted as a legitimate transfer of ownership, Cyrus couldn't say. He hadn't witnessed the duel himself. Dumbledore had only ever admitted that he was more skilled in certain techniques than Grindelwald, not that he possessed far superior magical power. Ollivander sighed as he ran his hands over the Elder Wand, caressing every intricate groove as if it were a masterpiece. His voice was filled with awe, completely captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship of the wand. He had always believed that the wand chooses the wizard, and this principle was never more evident than with the Elder Wand. It seemed almost alive, able to discern its true master. Despite Ollivander recognizing its extraordinary nature, he knew he couldn't tap into its full power. After several minutes, Ollivander reluctantly handed the wand back to Dumbledore. The last person to undergo the wand inspection was Cyrus. Chapter 241, Salazar's Wand. With a simple raise of his hand, a small emerald green snake slithered out from his sleeve. It lifted its head, and its tiny eyes, like red gemstones set in a sculpture, gleamed with life. Ollivander gasped in amazement, carefully reaching out towards Cyrus. In his eyes, the serpent seemed just as much a work of art as the Elder Wand. With a mere thought from Cyrus, the green snake transformed back into a wand, sleek and flexible, with each individual snake scale on its surface exquisitely detailed. "I never dreamed I would one day see this legendary wand." Ollivander's voice trembled with excitement, and tears shimmered on his bushy white eyebrows as he spoke. It was understandable. Salazar Slytherin was a legendary wizard, also one of the founders of Hogwarts, and every witch or wizard who graduated from Hogwarts, whether they were from Slytherin or not, would feel a sense of awe and honor in the presence of this wand. Wands choose the wizard, and clearly, I have not been chosen by either of these wands, Ollivander said as he gave the wand a firm flick, but he felt no particular response from it. I heard that you awakened it at Ilvermorny. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. Only a true heir of Slytherin can unlock its full power, Cyrus said softly. He wasn't just referring to Parseltongue. He meant the true ability to be recognized by the wand. Just as Parseltongue abilities vary, Harry using this wand would experience a completely different enhancement compared to Cyrus. Even Lord Voldemort himself might not be able to make this Serpent King wand submit as easily. Serpentwood, with a core of Serpent King's horn. The wand is in good condition, Ollivander quickly announced, sensing that the wand was growing restless in his hands, as if it resented being held by someone so ordinary. It seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, it was struggling. He hurriedly returned the wand to Cyrus. Now, all the wands had been inspected. Next, Babajide Akingbade stood up. He looked even more haggard than before, likely due to the mental strain of having to modify the tournament tasks over the past few days. He walked out from behind the black velvet-draped table and spoke in a hoarse voice. The schedule for the tournament remains unchanged, and since we've already made preparations, we can't go back on our plans. Therefore, the first task will only undergo some minor modifications, Babajide Akingbade said with some difficulty. The International Confederation of Wizards had already contacted the Romanian Dragon Reserve, and the dragons were well on their way. It wouldn't make sense to turn them back now. Moreover, as one of the most dangerous magical creatures, they couldn't think of anything else that could match the dragons. However, Babajide glanced at Dumbledore. Having these contestants steal dragon eggs would be too hard on the poor dragons. The task had to be adjusted. The original number of dragons was clearly insufficient, but fortunately, they had received emergency assistance from Newt Scamander, who had brought in more magical creatures to diversify the challenge. You will depart from Hogwarts and enter the Forbidden Forest. Throughout the journey, you are forbidden to use anything other than your wand. No tools, no flying. You must travel on foot through the forest, Babajide Akingbade explained. As for the 3 champions who are also headmasters, you will need to retrieve a specific token to pass the trial, while the other contestants only need to reach the finish line to complete it. In the course of the challenge, we've placed some items and clues that relate to the second trial. If you manage to find them, they might help you in the upcoming tasks. One more thing worth noting. This is an elimination round. From the moment the first ray of sunlight touches the ground, you will enter the Forbidden Forest, and any contestant who fails to reach the finish line by sunset will be eliminated. The use of an elimination system was a necessary compromise. Babajide Akingbade and the committee members had debated for a long time before coming up with a solution that could both bypass the magical constraints imposed by the Goblet of Fire and ensure the safety of the champions. Originally, the chosen champions were required to participate in all the Triwizard Tournament tasks. However, this time, they had collectively cast a spell on the Goblet of Fire, successfully modifying some of its rules. Now, Babajide only hoped to eliminate enough young wizards in the first round, which would make the competition a bit more fair. Of course, he understood that this would inevitably lead to a showdown between the 3 headmasters. No, to be honest, Babajide, who was still uncertain of Cyrus' true strength, believed from the start that only Dumbledore and Grindelwald would make it to the final round. As compensation, Bagman continued, the champion from Beauxbatons, who doesn't have a headmaster competing, will receive some special information in advance and will not be subject to elimination. Additionally, Beauxbatons will receive extra points in the final score calculation. I have no objections, Barty Jr. nodded, though he didn't look particularly pleased. Bagman then turned his gaze towards Cyrus, regarding him with an affectionate, almost paternal look. These same advantages will apply to Ilvermorny as well. Thank you for your and the committee's kindness, Mr. Akingbade, Cyrus responded with a warm smile. However, Ilvermorny has no need for such special treatment. Otherwise, it might be a bit disrespectful to the elderly. Upon hearing Cyrus refer to them as elderly, Dumbledore remained unfazed, but Grindelwald clearly wasn't as willing to accept the label. He looked eager, as if he couldn't wait to challenge Cyrus and prove otherwise. Since you insist, I will respect your decision, Babajide Akingbade nodded, choosing not to say more to Cyrus. Akingbade may not have considered Cyrus on the same level as Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but after all, Cyrus was a headmaster, a position that required considerable skill. He was undoubtedly stronger than most adult wizards, perhaps even Aurors. Moreover, Cyrus was still so young, and this was his first time bringing Ilvermorny to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be shameful. In fact, losing to Dumbledore and Grindelwald was considered an honor by most wizards. After concluding his remarks, Babajide Akingbade asked the Beauxbatons students and headmistress to stay behind. I will provide some maps of the Forbidden Forest, marking areas of extreme danger. If you're not confident in your abilities, please make sure to avoid those areas. Babajide's voice grew distant as Cyrus and the others left the classroom. Harry and Cedric walked side by side behind Dumbledore. Though they weren't particularly familiar with each other, they found common ground in their shared experiences. Have you ever been to the Forbidden Forest before? Harry asked Cedric, turning his head. No, Cedric shook his head. His pale face looked a bit unhealthy. I'm a Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor. I was forced to go in during my first year, Harry said. I ran into a centaur, and then a dark wizard. Actually, it was Quirrell. In my second year, I stumbled upon a whole swarm of acromantulas as big as cars, and in my third year, Death Eaters dragged me in there. With each sentence Harry spoke, Cedric's face grew a shade paler. That doesn't sound like a pleasant memory. Cedric replied stiffly, his face now pale like a vampire. It really wasn't. Harry glanced back at the classroom, where the Beauxbatons champions were gathered around Akingbade, listening to him explain the dangerous areas of the Forbidden Forest they should avoid. Honestly, I think we could use some help too. Haha, don't worry, Harry, I'm quite familiar with the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore, overhearing their conversation, turned back and winked playfully. The only question is whether there might be any new guests there this time. That makes me feel a bit better, Harry said, though his expression showed anything but relief. He sighed regretfully. It's a shame we can only carry wands. Otherwise, I'd bring that enchanted firearm. My suggestion, Harry, is that casting a summoning charm wouldn't exactly be breaking the rules, Dumbledore offered with a knowing smile. The rule says that when you enter the Forbidden Forest, you can only carry a wand. But if you summon something later on, well, nothing's stopping you from doing that. Meanwhile, Cassandra and Fisher were asking Cyrus about the Forbidden Forest as well. Professor, I've heard there are many dangerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Fisher asked with some concern. For most wizards, handling magical creatures wasn't an easy task. Many of these creatures had strong magical resistances, and spells that could destroy armored vehicles might barely scratch the thick hides of a 5X-rated magical beast. There are indeed many dangerous creatures in there, and I know they've brought in at least a few dozen more, Cyrus said, holding a letter with Scamander's signature. At least 4X-rated. Upon hearing this, Fisher's face instantly fell. Cassandra, on the other hand, seemed quite excited. She cupped her small chin and asked, if I kill them, can I keep the magical materials from their bodies? She was already considering which magical creature's parts would be the most valuable. The Triwizard Tournament prize was only 1,000 galleons, and she would have to compete against a few headmasters to get it. Even though Cassandra was prideful, she didn't think her magical prowess could match those 3 monsters. Since that was the case, she might as well find a way to profit in other ways. Cyrus couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated by Cassandra's assertive personality, though he had to admit she was quite skilled. Unlike most young witches and wizards, Cassandra was particularly adept at dark magic, which happened to be highly effective in combat. If they encountered a powerful magical creature, she might actually have the ability to kill it. However, what you should be worrying about now is whether you can reach the finish line before nightfall, Cyrus said softly. The Forbidden Forest covers a vast area, and since flying is prohibited in this competition, even if you can summon a broomstick, you can't ride it. Relying on walking alone, even without interference from magical creatures, reaching the finish line will be a difficult task. I was actually planning on teaching you the flying charm. Can't we just apparate? Cassandra asked in return. I know there's an anti-apparition charm on the castle, but the Forbidden Forest is pretty far from there, right? Chapter 242. First challenge begins. Apparition is certainly possible, but I doubt many of the champions have fully mastered it yet. Have they? Cyrus glanced at Fisher, who, predictably, lowered his head in shame. I passed the exam, but sometimes it's not that reliable, Fisher admitted awkwardly. Apparition is something wizards are allowed to learn only after reaching adulthood, and even then, they must undergo collective training with other students. The training period is long. Though several champions were old enough, they hadn't yet begun formal instruction. Trying to cram some training into the few days before the competition would depend entirely on their innate talent. Yup, I've mastered it. Cassandra proudly lifted her head, resembling a golden-curled cat. Then you can aim for more points and start preparing for the next round. Cyrus nodded. When it comes to facing dangerous magical creatures, having mastered apparition is clearly a game-changer. With it, no matter how dangerous the situation, escaping remains an option. Fisher, you should practice more over the next few days. I'll have Bella prepare plenty of Dittany to ensure you're flawless by the time the competition starts. Yes, Professor. Also, Cyrus paused and lowered his voice. You might want to keep an eye on Bosbaden's students. Aside from the champion named Fleur, I suspect the other two have already been replaced. Among Bosbaden's 3 competitors, Fleur, who had 1/4 Vila heritage, was difficult to impersonate by a polyjuice. Even if her appearance could be altered, her innate magical charm, which was nearly impossible to mimic, could not be faked. The other 2 Bosbaton's champions seemed unremarkable. Most likely, Death Eaters would be taking their place when the time came. Be prepared. Don't forget, we are Death Eaters. Our Lord is depending on us. Barty Crouch Jr. glared sternly at the 2 wizards standing before him, Rodolphius and Rabaston Lestrange, both of them die-hard loyalists to the Dark Lord. You don't need to remind us. Rodolphius grunted as he painstakingly performed human transfiguration on himself. Since the first task would last the entire day, relying solely on Polyjuice Potion wasn't safe enough. Their human transfiguration skills were decent enough that, aside from those who knew them well, no one would be able to tell the difference. By the time the majority of the audience was watching the tournament through the magical images, the chance of them being discovered was almost non-existent. Let's go then. Barty growled through gritted teeth. Remember, we won't be eliminated. Getting the key is more important than winning. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Rodolphius and Rabaston followed in silence. Meanwhile, over 1,000 people had gathered in the stands of the Quidditch Stadium. In the center of the vast stadium stood a massive circular screen, large enough to ensure that every witch and wizard could see the progress of the competition from every angle. The magical drone that Cyrus invented closely resembled a golden snitch in appearance. In fact, he had based the design on the small and discreet flying object, making modifications to it. If only they had this kind of big screen during the Quidditch World Cup, Ron remarked, sitting in the back of the stands. Hermione, Ginny, and the massive Hagrid squeezed in next to him. Hagrid was incredibly nervous, muttering to himself, don't worry, Harry will be fine. He knows the Forbidden Forest better than anyone. Look, they're coming out. Hermione anxiously grabbed Ginny's hand. But she didn't need to say anything. The large screen in the center of the stadium was already showing the teams emerging from the 4 corners of the field. Dumbledore, as usual, was dressed in his peculiar wizard robes. Harry and Cedric each wore their respective house Quidditch uniforms. The Bosbaton's champions were clad in their blue school uniforms, while Durmstrang's champions had taken off their cloaks and replaced them with blood-red school uniforms. Grindelwald wore his London attire, a black trench coat that complemented his spiked white hair, making him look rebellious and fierce. In that moment, it felt as though the dark wizard of 50 years ago had returned. As for Ilvermorny, Cassandra and Fisher weren't wearing their school uniforms. Instead, they donned dark green robes, resembling shadowy serpents. The golden hair of Cassandra, contrasting with the green fabric of her robe, made her look like a golden flower blooming in a pool of venom. Leading them was Cyrus, hands casually tucked into the pockets of his coat. His highlighted strand of hair fell over his forehead, and his crimson golden eyes seemed to shine brighter than the dawn sun. The Quidditch Stadium erupted into a frenzy, with thousands of people cheering, the sound waves rising higher and higher. Ginny, unsatisfied with just seeing Cyrus on the screen, stretched her neck desperately, trying to catch a glimpse of that golden figure on the lush green field in the distance. Though the screen offered a much clearer and closer view, something about searching for him in the actual field felt far more fulfilling. The champions from the 4 schools gathered amidst the cheering crowd. Cyrus's gaze met Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's. They exchanged no words, yet the tension in the air was palpable. Cyrus noticed Harry behind Dumbledore, clenching his fists tightly and trembling slightly. He was still a bit scared. In 10 minutes, the competition will begin, Babajit announced, walking to the center where the 4 teams stood. The champions will enter the Forbidden Forest from different directions. If you encounter an opponent in the forest, you are allowed to engage in combat. The first champion from Bosbatons will go first. Fleur stepped forward, took a deep breath, and ran toward the Forbidden Forest. Next up was Harry, followed by Cassandra, then Krum, and then another Bosbatons champion. Finally, only 3 remained on the Quidditch pitch, Cyrus, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. By this time, the sun had fully risen. The morning mist, illuminated by the sunlight, draped the forbidden forest like a golden veil. Cyrus lifted his head, watching the performances of the 9 champions on the large screen. Cassandra, upon entering the forest, immediately began orienting herself, swiftly moving deeper into the woods. She actively searched for the tracks of magical creatures, clearly intending to find some clues. "Mr. Cyrus, it's your turn," Babajit said, squinting at the time before turning to Cyrus. Cyrus nodded, confidently and calmly stepping forward. He was about an hour and a half behind the first Beauxbatons champion, Fleur, yet he didn't seem concerned about the time. With steady composure, he left the roaring Quidditch stadium, heading toward the muddy path leading into the forbidden forest. The early morning forest, shrouded in mist, made it seem as though he was walking into a luminous, ethereal realm all by himself. As Cyrus stepped into the forbidden forest, a cold and damp air immediately enveloped him. The morning sunlight seemed unable to bring warmth or light to this dark forest. The towering, thick-leaved trees shattered the sunlight into fragmented beams, casting faint slivers of light onto the forest floor. The rays, frozen in narrow spaces, felt weak and powerless, yet like spears piercing the darkness. The forbidden forest was just as it had always been. Cyrus's feet pressed down on the thick, wet layer of fallen leaves, the ground slippery beneath him. But this posed no challenge for him. With his abilities, reaching the finish line could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. However, the tournament wasn't just about who arrived first to score the highest. The performance along the way, the information gathered, all contributed to the judges' evaluation. For most contestants, simply reaching the end would be an enormous challenge. But for Cyrus, he had to do it in style. The finish line was never his real goal. Thus, not long after entering the forest, he stopped in his tracks, as if waiting for someone. Back in the Quidditch stadium, Cyrus's unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of everyone watching the event. He stopped. Lee Jordan, true to his signature Quidditch commentary style, shouted loudly, even without a microphone. "What do you think he's doing?" Hermione asked, staring intently at the screen without turning her head. Ginny also shook her head in confusion. But Ron, with a rather absurd thought popping into his mind, couldn't help but smirk, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. "You don't think he's waiting for Dumbledore or Grindelwald, do you? Dueling Dumbledore? He's got no chance." Hagrid responded in his booming voice, drawing the attention of several young wizards around him. But Hagrid's confidence quickly wavered. "Wait a minute. Dumbledore's the one you know who fears the most, but Cyrus has defeated you know who too. Now that I think about it, their strengths might be closer than we realize." His expression darkened, and he began to worry for Dumbledore. The handsome Ilvermorny headmaster was apparently planning to go head-to-head with Dumbledore. Chapter 243, Dumbledore versus Cyrus. This news spread like wildfire. Even before Dumbledore had set off, every young witch and wizard in the stands had already heard whispers about it. Even Cornelius Fudge, who had come from the Ministry of Magic to watch the event, was shocked by the rumor. He couldn't believe that someone would be foolish enough to challenge either Dumbledore or Grindelwald. After all, while Fudge had grown more independent and was eager to break free from Dumbledore's influence, this was only because he was certain of Dumbledore's peaceful nature. He knew Dumbledore wouldn't actually harm him. As for going head-to-head with Dumbledore, Fudge doubted that even if the entire Ministry of Magic's wizards teamed up, they would only be able to harm Dumbledore in the slightest. Completely mad, he muttered, shaking his head as best as he could with his fat neck barely visible beneath his head. "I think he's just looking for revenge," Umbridge said in her sickly sweet voice. "Isn't this the same man who was subdued by Dumbledore before? Clearly, he still doesn't understand the difference between himself and the greatest wizard." Although the Ministry and Dumbledore had grown somewhat distant, Dumbledore still represented the face of the British magical world. Umbridge and Fudge naturally regarded Dumbledore as one of their own, even as an extension of the Ministry. "I'll bet 30 galleons that Dumbledore will take care of this kid in less than 5 minutes." Ludo Bagman laughed excitedly. "And that's with Dumbledore being kind to a young man." "You think so?" Arthur Weasley, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. Though Arthur preferred to believe in Dumbledore's superior power, his daughter just so happened to be a huge fan of Cyrus. Thanks to her, Arthur had a clear understanding of Cyrus's abilities. 30 galleons. How about a bet, Ludo?" Arthur smiled. "I believe Dumbledore won't win in less than half an hour." Molly angrily nudged Arthur in the side, whispering furiously in his ear, "What are you doing? We don't even have a single galleon to spare. Besides, Bagman's a cheat. Did you forget how much he lost at the Quidditch World Cup and tried to settle his debts with fake galleons? Molly's words did make Arthur hesitate. To be honest, Ludo's reputation for honesty was indeed questionable. If it weren't for his role as head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports in organizing the tournament, he might still be on the run from debt collectors. But this time, Ludo seemed confident that he was going to win. He placed 30 galleons right in front of Arthur and Molly. Here's the real deal. Apart from that one time Molly went to Gringotts with Harry to withdraw money, she hadn't seen that many galleons in a long time. All right, 30 galleons it is. You're betting that Dumbledore or Grindelwald can't defeat that Cyrus in less than half an hour, right? Otherwise, I win. Ludo slyly broadened the terms of his bet. 5 minutes might not be a sure thing, but half an hour? He was convinced that was foolproof. With someone so eager to hand over money, even Molly couldn't argue against it. She just sternly reminded Arthur to make sure the children never found out, so they wouldn't start gambling like Ludo Bagman. All right then, I'll be your witness. Fudge jumped in, his beady eyes glistening as he looked at Arthur. Arthur, looks like you're going to lose this one. Ludo let out a loud cheer just as Dumbledore began walking toward the Forbidden Forest. Look now, Dumbledore's heading into the forest. On the screen, Dumbledore's crooked nose stood out prominently. At the exact moment Dumbledore stepped into the Forbidden Forest, Cyrus, who had been standing still with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Though it appeared he had been resting with his eyes shut, in reality, Cyrus had been casting a heightened sense spell, his mind sending out pulses like a radar. Oh, you took a different direction, huh? Dumbledore. Just as everyone had speculated, Cyrus was indeed waiting for Dumbledore. However, he wasn't rushing to challenge the wielder of the Elder Wand, just testing the waters first. He tracked the direction in which Dumbledore had entered the Forbidden Forest. It was a bit far, but for him, that posed no problem. Cyrus cast a flying spell. Although the rules prohibited flying, he stayed close to the ground, like a whirlwind dashing along, so it technically didn't count as breaking the rules. Dumbledore was still adjusting to the damp and chilly air of the forest when Cyrus crossed half a mile in an instant, appearing before him through a veil of mist. Cyrus didn't opt for a sneak attack, but made his appearance boldly. The emerald green snake coiled around his wrist slithered down, transforming into a wand in his hand. Dumbledore, unfazed, summoned the Elder Wand into his grasp. The two of them stood amidst the foggy forest, as if the frozen beams of sunlight around them had become the walls of an arena. You know, this reminds me of our battle not long ago at the Shrieking Shack, Dumbledore reminisced with a smile. Though it wasn't that long ago, everything seems so different now. Old men are often left behind by time, don't you think? I think we just need to fight now, Cyrus responded coldly as he struck. A spell shot out, and the surge of magical power shattered the surrounding mist in an instant. Even the beams of light twisted violently for a moment. Dumbledore swiftly flicked his wand, conjuring a whip that cracked against Cyrus's spell, detonating it and obscuring Cyrus's view. In the next instant, Dumbledore vanished from where he stood, reappearing silently behind Cyrus. A powerful spell transformed into a massive arrow, speeding towards Cyrus's back. At the Quidditch Stadium, Ginny and Hermione watched, hard in their throats. Although the spell took the form of an arrow, it looked potent enough to take down dragons and giants. They doubted even the sturdiest fortress walls could withstand it. Sure enough, on the screen, Cyrus seemed to sense Dumbledore's attack from behind. His body transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dispersing just as the arrow pierced through him. He reformed a short distance away. Bang! The arrow slammed into the trunk of a massive redwood tree, nearly 10 meters in diameter. The tree trunk exploded into nothing, not even leaving behind dust. Only the top branches intertwined with other trees remained, suspending the shattered remains of the redwood in midair. Is he insane? Ron almost jumped up from his seat. Is Dumbledore actually trying to kill Cyrus? Quiet. Ginny snapped, tugging angrily at Ron's robes, pulling him back into his seat. What's wrong? Don't you two care at all? Ron asked angrily. I thought you both cared about Cyrus. We just have confidence in Cyrus, Hermione said irritably. It was much more dangerous when he fought Voldemort. Hearing that, Ron finally quieted down. He had indeed heard Harry describe some of the battles between Cyrus and Voldemort. Apparently, like Harry, even the killing curse couldn't kill Cyrus. Considering that, Dumbledore's attack might not be such a big deal. But not far from them, Neville was both tense and furious, his gaze shifting between the screen and the highest section of the stands, where Bellatrix Lestrange sat, the woman responsible for his parents' suffering. Neville couldn't understand why Cyrus, who was a friend of Harry's, would associate with Death Eaters. The answer was actually simple. Cyrus wasn't like Dumbledore, a saint. He didn't particularly care about Bellatrix's past crimes. Whether it was Bellatrix or the other Death Eaters who had pledged allegiance to him, to Cyrus, they were nothing more than tools, his blades. He didn't care how many people this blade had killed in the past or how cruelly it had treated its enemies. All that mattered was that Bellatrix was loyal to him and that she was sharper and more capable than most other Death Eaters. That was enough for him. The world doesn't revolve around any single person. Even though Neville couldn't understand, the battle continued. Cyrus and Dumbledore had already exchanged several rounds, with countless spells flying past them, each barely missing, close enough to snatch their lives. The wizards in the Quidditch Stadium had never witnessed such an intense and thrilling duel before. For a moment, the entire stadium fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, afraid that the slightest noise might disturb the duel unfolding on the screen. In the scene, Cyrus suddenly vanished, his figure seemingly appearing in several places at once. Multiple apparitions at the same time. Dumbledore frowned slightly. There was no spell to create multiple copies of oneself, so Cyrus had likely performed several apparitions simultaneously, briefly manifesting in different spots around him. This technique demanded extraordinary skill from a wizard. Even a single apparition carried the risk of splinching, and using it in such a manner could easily lead to being torn apart if anything went wrong. Yet, not only had Cyrus avoided being dismembered, but he had also managed to surround Dumbledore, launching powerful spells from several directions at once. 4 or 5 bright red beams of magic slashed towards Dumbledore in unison, leaving him with no escape. He had no choice but to face them head-on. However, Dumbledore didn't seem worried at all. He stepped back slightly, and with a flick of the Elder Wand, he caught one of the spells, as if it were a lightning rod drawing in the attack. With a swift motion, he redirected that spell toward another incoming one from behind. Then, at some unknown point, Dumbledore had cast an undetectable extension charm, lengthening the distance of the third spell's trajectory. With a sidestep, he evaded the attack, then directly parried the fourth spell, knocking it into the fifth incoming curse. All of this happened in an instant. For a brief moment, he was surrounded by chaotic beams of light, seemingly on the brink of danger, yet he effortlessly resolved all the challenges with grace. This is a skill, Cyrus. Sometimes, there's no need for a direct clash, Dumbledore said casually. Raw magical power isn't everything. Cyrus half expected him to follow up with, traditional spells are about using force efficiently. You're right, Cyrus replied, lowering his wand. He hadn't used his full strength, and neither had Dumbledore, it seemed. But as a probe, this level of engagement was sufficient. Another reason was the arrival of a white-haired wizard rushing impatiently towards their battlefield, Grindelwald, who was practically charging at them. He didn't care for fairness and launched a sneak attack immediately. However, the spell didn't target either of them directly, but exploded between Cyrus and Dumbledore. It felt more like a trumpet blast, announcing his entry into the fray. With an arrogant tilt of his head and a smirk that stretched his face without any real mirth, Grindelwald sneered. You two seem to be having quite the fun. Mind if I join in? _________________________________________________________________________________________ Chapter 244, Path of the Fire God. The spell announced Grindelwald's arrival. He forcefully positioned himself between Cyrus and Dumbledore, each of them now standing in a triangle, the tension and volatility between them intensifying. In the stands, Hagrid clenched his larger-than-cauldron fists in anxiety. Do you think Grindelwald and Cyrus would team up against Dumbledore? Every whisker on his massive face showed his worry for Dumbledore. Is this wizard called Grindelwald really that powerful? Ginny asked. Wasn't he defeated by Professor Dumbledore? Some legends have grown so distant that young wizards like Ginny hardly know who Grindelwald is, with most of their knowledge coming only from the repeatedly encountered chocolate frog card. Hagrid pondered his words, then replied, He's one of the most dangerous wizards in the world. Let me put it this way. People call Dumbledore the greatest wizard because he defeated Grindelwald. Understand, throughout Dumbledore's life, he'd faced many enemies, but Grindelwald was the only one recorded alongside him on the same chocolate frog card. It could almost be said that Grindelwald was Dumbledore's most brilliant triumph. He once lost to Dumbledore, but he's a truly terrifying dark wizard. I fear he'll join forces with Cyrus against Dumbledore, Hagrid said worriedly, which made Ginny a bit displeased. What are you talking about? If Grindelwald is a dark wizard, there's no way Cyrus would associate with him, Ginny retorted angrily. Ginny and Hermione had a somewhat idealized view of Cyrus, like seeing their idol with a filter, imagining him as being too perfect. In reality, Cyrus didn't intend to team up with Grindelwald, but his reasoning had nothing to do with good or evil. It was simply unnecessary. As it turned out, just as Ginny had said, The moment Grindelwald appeared on screen, Cyrus put away his wand. He said something and then left. Hagrid watched this and sighed in relief. What a good man. He's a righteous person. He wiped his eyes and was visibly relieved for Dumbledore. I'm so glad you all are friends with him. I'm curious about what they said, Ginny muttered, pursing her lips. In the Forbidden Forest, time rewound to the moment Grindelwald first appeared. You're a bit late. Things here are already over, Cyrus said softly, but after a pause, he corrected himself. Or maybe not late, perhaps just in time for you. I won't intrude on the two of you. He put away his wand and turned to leave, but added, the magical drones can only transmit visuals. They can't capture sound yet. So if you have anything to reminisce about, feel free to talk. Cyrus left in such a carefree manner that he left Dumbledore and Grindelwald staring at each other, somewhat at a loss. When two men over a century old are left alone, the atmosphere naturally becomes awkward. After all these years, there should have been plenty to talk about, especially for Grindelwald, who likely had countless grievances to express. But they were no longer young, nor so easily swayed by emotion. After a long silence, Grindelwald finally broke it. However, he didn't immediately bring up the past. Instead, he glanced in the direction Cyrus had left, looking puzzled. How much does he actually know? I wouldn't imagine you'd go around telling people about us. That's not your style. You must be ashamed of our history. That's what I'm wondering as well, Dumbledore replied calmly. He seems to know many things that he shouldn't. Reflecting on everything Cyrus had done over the past year or two, there were many instances where Dumbledore thought Cyrus shouldn't have known certain things, yet he seemed to know more than anyone else. For instance, Vault 12, ancient magic, the location of every Horcrux, even the long-lost Slytherin wand, which Voldemort himself didn't know about, and his own history with Grindelwald. However, Dumbledore didn't dwell on this too much. Ever since Cyrus emerged from the diary, he was destined to be different from Voldemort. He possessed magical abilities that Voldemort could never fathom and could perceive ancient magic. Perhaps he had even inherited some gift of prophecy. It was Grindelwald's comment, however, that stung him. Dumbledore's blue eyes locked onto Grindelwald's. For the first time since their reunion after 50 years, he didn't look away. He said seriously, I have never been ashamed. I can see that. You've changed so much, Dumbledore. It's as if I never truly knew you, Grindelwald said with a face full of regret. Ever since escaping from Nurmengard, he had frantically scoured newspapers for any mention of Dumbledore. He had seen a witch named Rita Skeeter attacking Dumbledore in the papers, calling him a decaying corpse, and yet Dumbledore seemed utterly indifferent to it. After all these years, Dumbledore had become calm, cold, and rational. But the Dumbledore in Grindelwald's memories was nothing like that. Back then, he was passionate and ambitious, concerned about his reputation, his honor. His brilliance and everything about him were so captivating that it was hard to look away. Only now did Grindelwald realize that everything he thought he knew about Dumbledore came from those brief 2 months in Godric's Hollow. You only saw the flowers in full bloom, so of course you're shocked by their withered state, Dumbledore said calmly. But decay is the natural state of life. My beard didn't grow this long overnight. We are both over 100 years old. Cyrus walked deeper into the Forbidden Forest. He wasn't heading towards the finish line, but instead began searching for the magical creatures within the forest. The International Confederation of Wizards had placed the information for the next match somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, and, unsurprisingly, it was guarded by those magical creatures. Not being able to fly is a bit of a hassle, Cyrus muttered. Walking through the vast, dense forest made it difficult to even determine direction. With the sudden influx of so many foreign creatures, it was likely that the original inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest were the most agitated of all. Just follow where the commotion is greatest. Cyrus raised his wand and gently pointed it at the ground. Suddenly, from the patch of dirt his wand aimed at, a sleek black snake slithered out, flicking its tongue in confusion before heading deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Soon, another snake emerged. Then another. Countless black snakes began pouring out like water from a burst pipe, writhing and intertwining with each other in an overwhelming, continuous stream. Just watching it was enough to make one's skin crawl. But Cyrus remained unfazed. The ground beneath him was now completely covered in snakes, and from his golden, slit-pupiled eyes, magical power radiated intensely. He opened his mouth and let out a raspy hiss. Go, find the strongest creatures for me. At his command, the swarm of snakes dispersed. The sight left many trembling with fear, especially the young Gryffindors who saw Cyrus as the epitome of evil. Anyone who dealt with snakes like that couldn't possibly be a good person, right? Yet, despite such rumors, there were still some girls who found themselves drawn to him. The students in Slytherin were clearly divided in their opinion of Cyrus. Some of their parents had already followed Voldemort and Barty Jr. to France, while others remained uncertain where their loyalties lay. However, no matter which side the young Slytherins aligned with, their eyes gleamed with admiration as they watched Cyrus command the snakes with Parseltongue, secretly wishing they could wield such power themselves. In just a few minutes, Cyrus had nearly mapped out the entire Forbidden Forest. The black snakes weren't real serpents, but magical creations that, infused with ancient magic, moved like black lightning across the forest, returning a detailed mental map of its layout to Cyrus's mind. He quickly pinpointed the location of a dragon. It was a Romanian longhorn, with black scales that accentuated its enormous golden horns. The dragon was massive, stretching as long as 6 or 7 people combined. Its jagged spine was connected to thick, devilish wings and powerful forelimbs. The wing membranes were thick and armored with scales for protection. Beneath the dragon lay the blood-soaked corpse of a gigantic grabhorn. Its thick hide, usually impervious to magic, had been torn apart by the dragon's claws, spilling blood and entrails everywhere. The Romanian longhorn appeared to be preparing for a meal, but the sudden arrival of Cyrus immediately triggered its alarm and anger. It roared at him, much like a lion defending its kill from hyenas, stepping over the grabhorn's body to protect its prey. Its 4 longest fangs were longer than Cyrus's arm. Cyrus glanced down, noticing that there were no dragon eggs beneath the beast. Clearly, the second task was no longer connected to the Black Lake. This was a male dragon, and although it wasn't as aggressive or easily provoked as a female guarding her eggs, its danger level was still significantly higher. They are even better at combat. Such a massive and terrifying creature, just appearing on the screen, was enough to make anyone feel suffocated, let alone facing a dragon in person. But Cyrus didn't take the dragon seriously at all. He ignored the longhorn's warning and walked directly toward it. The Romanian longhorn felt provoked and, without hesitation, prepared its breath attack. It took a deep breath, its abdomen swelling like Popeye after eating spinach, and the black scales around its throat began to glow red from the heat. In the next moment, a fierce torrent of dragon fire was unleashed. The flames distorted the air instantly. In that brief moment, the trees touched by the fire seemed to have no time to react before they were reduced to charred remains, turning into white ash that crumbled away. The damp forbidden forest suddenly became dry. The ground beneath Cyrus's feet, which had been slick with moisture, dried up in an instant. The foul-smelling, wet leaves shriveled as their moisture evaporated, turning yellow and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. Even areas not directly touched by the flames began to burn due to the sudden spike in temperature. The fire engulfed Cyrus. The entire small section of the forest had already been consumed by a sea of fire. In an instant, the scorching flames rose from the ground, engulfing the towering trees that stretched dozens of meters into the sky. The overwhelming blaze resembled a fiery red ocean, radiating intense heat. Roar! The Romanian longhorn dragon roared triumphantly, standing amidst the flames like a demon crawling out of hell. Is he really burned to death? Seamus, though not personally acquainted with Cyrus, couldn't help but feel anxious. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Many other young wizards were equally concerned. In their eyes, a dragon was one of the most powerful magical creatures in existence, and no one could possibly survive its fiery assault. The intensity of the flames was so extreme that even the rocks beneath them glowed red, almost melting under the heat. However, Cyrus quickly proved that their worries were unfounded. Amidst the blood-red flames, a shadowy figure walked calmly. Cyrus was surrounded by fire, yet the flames seemed to avoid him. With each step he took, the fire parted to the sides, making way for him. He walked through the blazing inferno, appearing like a deity in control of the flames. Then, in a clear voice, he spoke. Path of the Fire God. In an instant, the sea of flames split apart. The searing dragon fire bowed to him, no longer spreading. The scorched black earth beneath his feet seemed as pure and untainted as a path to heaven. Over 1,000 wizards watched in stunned silence, witnessing the handsome young headmaster illuminated by the firelight, as if he were a deity descending from the heavens, wielding the power of flames. My God, he's like a god. Many young wizards from Muggle families were struck by a profound sense of awe, thinking of the biblical figure Moses parting the sea. In a world where no gods existed, it felt as though one might be standing right before them. However, for Cyrus, this was merely a trivial display. Fire was something he'd long grown tired of playing with. The Romanian longhorn dragon seemed intimidated by Cyrus's power, but after all, it was a top-tier predator, a dragon. Its most dangerous weapon wasn't its dragon fire, but, as its name suggested, the pair of golden horns atop its head. Those horns resembled two towering golden spears. When a Romanian longhorn dragon encountered a formidable foe, it would usually use its horns to pierce the enemy. The dragon, whose massive body was larger than a train car, lowered itself, much like a bull preparing to charge. It wasn't submitting, it was readying its deadliest weapon. Its fiery, torch-like eyes locked on Cyrus's brilliant golden eyes. "I don't doubt for a second that it could smash the Hogwarts Express to pieces," Ron said anxiously. "Those horns could pierce right through the train cars." "It's nothing," Hermione said, clutching Ginny's hand tightly, her voice trembling. "Remember? Ilvermorny's carriage was pulled by a big dragon. See, Cyrus will tame it." The muscles on the Romanian longhorn's forelegs were clearly visible, even beneath its scales. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, leaving deep marks in the earth. Then it moved. But instead of charging, it took off into the sky, soaring through the flames that blocked its path to the open air. Ron stared in disbelief, sinking limply into his seat, muttering like a lost soul. "Did I see that right?" "You saw right. That Romanian longhorn dragon ran away," Hagrid said, tears welling in his eyes. "It was scared. I always knew dragons weren't dangerous. They're just big, sweet babies. It's the wizards who are dangerous. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 245. You're a bit too extreme. Cyrus hadn't expected that, after all its fierce display, the Romanian longhorn would just turn tail and run. But for the creature itself, this was hardly surprising. Even a powerful dragon possesses sharp instincts, and Cyrus's overwhelming presence made it abandon any thoughts of resistance. In the Romanian dragon sanctuaries, one had to sense danger early to survive among the dragons. However, Cyrus hadn't gotten the clue for the next task. "I didn't give you permission to leave just like that," Cyrus said, raising his wand toward the dragon's retreating silhouette in the sky. A black chain shot out from the tip of his wand, clanking as it extended, snaking through the air like it had a mind of its own. It locked onto the dragon's throat, claws, and beating wings. Cyrus immediately felt a tremendous force pulling against him, as though he had latched onto a speeding train. With the dragon's strength, if anyone else had tried to restrain it from behind, the dragon might not have even noticed. Like a cloud hanging on a plane's wing, it would have flown off with ease, then shaken off the opponent. But Cyrus's strength was beyond that of an ordinary wizard. His feet seemed rooted in the scorched earth. Though his body beneath his wide wizard's robes wasn't particularly muscular, it held power rivaling the dragon's own. He was like Antaeus from mythology, his feet planted on the ground, drawing endless strength from the earth. The mighty dragon was like a pitiful kite, unable to break free. Still, a dragon was a dragon. Even though Cyrus possessed the physique of a thunderbird, he was at a disadvantage in pure strength, and his lighter weight made him the weaker party. The Romanian longhorn inched forward, dragging Cyrus with it, leaving a deep trench in the ground where his feet dug in. But Cyrus remained unfazed. He clenched his wand tightly and yanked back with explosive force, electricity crackling as he released a burst of thunderous power. Crack! The air exploded as the dragon was jerked back like a kite string snapped taut. It crashed heavily to the ground, flattening a line of sturdy trees beneath its massive bones. The dragon reared its head, howling in agony, but the chains held it tight. With strength that could snap steel and claws sharp enough to tear through metal, the dragon was helpless against Cyrus's conjured chains, bound tightly and unable to rise. Out of respect for Newt, Cyrus refrained from dealing a fatal blow to the dragon. Otherwise, this would have been much simpler. Though a dragon's hide could resist most spells, Cyrus wouldn't have needed a second move to kill it if he'd chosen to. At this moment, over 1,000 wizards were left speechless. Though they'd had some measure of Cyrus's power after his sparring with Dumbledore, watching him pull a speeding dragon back with sheer physical strength had utterly astounded them. What was the difference between this and an ant pulling back an airplane? Is he really a wizard? Or is he another dragon that learned spells and took on a wizard's form? This thought popped up in nearly everyone's mind at the same time. If Harry could see this scene, he might remember that night when Voldemort, brimming with confidence, had rushed up to Cyrus only to have his arm shattered with a single twist. But he was destined not to see it. At this moment, Harry was struggling through the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As the youngest contestant, he was under much greater pressure than the others. He didn't know how to apparate. He was forced to clumsily tread on slippery leaves and moss-covered fallen trees. He had ventured into the Forbidden Forest a few times before, but it was so vast, and the scenery looked almost identical everywhere. The deepest he'd ever gone into the forest was in his second year, searching for spiders with Ron and Ginny. Cyrus. Back then, they'd only ventured in for about half an hour, but now, he'd already crossed a charred, sunken area, where he spotted lifeless, desiccated spider corpses scattered across the ground. They lay scattered, stretching their dried, lifeless legs in the charred soil, like twisted, withered thorns. He knew he had ventured farther this time. With each breath, Harry could feel his heart pounding heavily, a heightened sense of life brought on by fear and tension. His green eyes scanned the dim forest as he moved forward. He guessed the sun had fully risen by now, yet the deeper he went, the darker his surroundings became. Switching his wand to his left hand, he clutched the magical firearm tightly in his right, his palm slick with sweat, as if the grip might steady his nerves. The first thing Harry had done upon entering the forest was to follow Dumbledore's advice and summon the magical firearm back to himself. Since being chosen as a champion and preparing for the tournament, he and Cedric had been training under Dumbledore's guidance. Harry had asked Dumbledore to help him restock some alchemical bullets. Not only had Dumbledore done so, but he'd also encouraged Harry to try making them himself. Harry hadn't mastered it yet, though Cedric occasionally managed to create one successfully. Right now, Harry's priority was finding Cedric. This challenge was beyond anything he'd anticipated, and without joining forces with Cedric, he doubted he'd complete it. As for other strategic insights, Harry hadn't even begun to consider them. He hadn't signed up for this tournament himself, so there was no need to go all out. However, finding Cedric in the Forbidden Forest was proving to be another challenge entirely. Harry looked up at the sky, but his view was blocked by the dense, gray-green foliage above. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. He and Cedric had initially planned to send up sparks after entering the forest to locate each other. This method worked at first, but the farther they went, the less effective it became, with wand sparks unable to break through the thick canopy, leaving the sky completely obscured. Now, Harry could only forge ahead, relying on his initial sense of direction. But the forest itself was a massive maze, and getting lost in it was all too easy. He hadn't come across Cedric. Instead, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. He immediately tensed. In this kind of environment, anything that emerged from those bushes, whether wizard or magical creature, was bound to be a threat. Suddenly, a flash of gold darted out. Harry's heart skipped a beat, his mind going blank, unable to think of any spells. Instead, his right hand, already gripping his gun, instinctively shot forward, his finger pulling the trigger involuntarily. Bang! The enchanted bullet fired instantly. The figure seemed startled as well, but she reacted quickly. The bullet didn't hit her. Instead, it struck an invisible barrier. The spell was fully discharged, a powerful disarming charm, nearly shattering her shield charm. "It's you, kid." Cassandra glared at Harry, visibly furious. If it hadn't been for her quick response, she might have been hit by Harry's spell. Or rather, she hadn't actually reacted in time. She'd just been cautious enough to cast a shield charm preemptively, which, by sheer luck, blocked the attack. "You're Miss Cassandra." Harry recognized her now. Not that he could ever forget her strikingly beautiful face, even if he tried. He let out a sigh of relief. Cassandra was one of Cyrus's followers, after all. Both of them bore the mark, so in this sense, they were allies, and he didn't need to worry about an attack. However, Cassandra's attitude was less than friendly. "Call me Voleur." "We're not that close," she said icily. "All right, Miss Voleur." Harry didn't mind. In a place like this, running into someone he knew was a blessing. He offered a suggestion. "Miss Voleur, I think we could cooperate." "I don't mind," Cassandra nodded. Compared to the inter-school rivalry, she was far more interested in the contest between Cyrus himself and those two who could be called Dark Lords, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Teaming up with Harry, Cassandra planned to eliminate her former classmates from Durmstrang first, then deal with the rest afterward. And Bosbaton's wizards too. It'd be best if they're all knocked out in the first round. Cassandra said furiously. But technically, Bosbaton's champions can't be eliminated. No one can force them out, Harry reminded her in a low voice. Cassandra's intensity always made him feel a bit intimidated. By Merlin, Cassandra shot him a disdainful look and sneered. "Are you some goody two-shoes? If everyone played by the rules, your name wouldn't have shown up in the Goblet of Fire." Harry was left speechless, but she had a point. Even before the tournament started, plenty had already been bending the rules. The rules of the Goblet of Fire were as laughable as Hogwarts' own school rules. "So what's your plan?" Harry asked. "It's simple. The rules say they won't be eliminated, but nothing says they can't withdraw from the tournament. I doubt they'd be willing to quit willingly." "Heh, if they won't quit gracefully, we'll make them," Cassandra sneered. her beautiful face masking the malice in her words. Just beat them up so badly they can't continue. Besides, in a tournament like this, a death or two isn't exactly unheard of. Harry looked at her with a shiver. Who could have guessed that behind such a lovely face lay someone so ruthless? He was terrified but decided to try to reason with her. Are you crazy? We can't kill people. Cyrus told me the Beauxbatons champions were replaced. Aside from that half-vila, the other two are Death Eaters, Cassandra scoffed, casting a sideways glance at him. Do you have such pity for Death Eaters too? A Death Eater's life is still a life. Wait, Death Eaters? Harry paused, seeming to recall what that meant, then quickly added, how do you plan to kill them? He looked almost eager, lifting his pistol. What about this? This thing's way better than a wand. I've got 12 magic rounds, 6 for each of them. He looked ready to empty the magazine. What if I hit them with the slug-vomiting charm and a laxative curse, then stun them for good measure? Cassandra. Cassandra's mind immediately filled with disturbingly revolting images. I think you're taking it a bit too far. She hadn't expected this side of Harry. His past experiences had clearly started to shape him differently. After multiple kidnappings by Voldemort and the Cruciatus curse inflicted by Pettigrew, he understood firsthand the cruelty of Death Eaters. Harry might not kill, but teaching those vile people a lesson with some nasty spells? He had no objection. Anyway, let's figure out how to find them, Cassandra suggested. Remember the order of departure? That half-vila went first, then you and I. That means they're behind us. But our entry points into the Forbidden Forest were a little different, and they have a map, so they might have gone farther by now, Harry noted. They won't go too far. They're not supposed to be eliminated, remember? They'll be searching for clues to the second task, Cassandra reasoned. We should also recruit more help. Those 2 Death Eaters might be more than we can handle. Though Cassandra was skilled in dark magic, she was no match for Death Eaters. Voldemort's followers weren't all bumbling fools. In fact, quite the opposite. The top Death Eaters were extraordinarily powerful, capable enough to serve as professors or even heads of houses at Hogwarts. If they were weak, the Order members who fell during the war would have died in vain, which was unthinkable. Their enemies were powerful and ruthless. That was reality. What made the name Voldemort so terrifying wasn't actually Voldemort himself, but the Death Eaters. In that era, when wizards spoke his name, Death Eaters would inevitably follow. But I can't find Cedric, and he's really skilled, Harry said, frustrated. Cedric's talent was something Harry deeply admired. He was only in his 6th year, yet he excelled in every area and had the honorable demeanor of a knight. Though Harry had never met Madame Hufflepuff herself, he felt that if there were an heir, Cedric would be the most fitting. Well, then, we'll just have to rely on luck. But I know how to locate those 2 Death Eaters, Cassandra said with a smirk. Professor Cyrus taught me how to use the dark mark. Chapter 246, Death and Betrayal. The Dark Mark. Harry was startled. You're not planning to cast the dark mark to lure them over, are you? Casting the dark mark was indeed much more eye-catching than sending up sparks. But Harry didn't think it was a good idea at all. He pointed cautiously at the golden snitches hidden in the sky above them. Those snitches are monitoring us. If you cast the dark mark, everyone will see it. Casting the dark mark in front of 1,000 British wizards was as blatant as revealing their hand. The impact would be almost as severe as casting an unforgivable curse in public. Of course not. Even if I did cast the dark mark, they'd still need to want to come over, Cassandra rolled her eyes. With only 2 Death Eaters in the Forbidden Forest, they couldn't possibly use the dark mark to contact them. In this situation, anyone seeing the dark mark would immediately realize it was a trap, especially considering that besides Cassandra, only Cyrus might pull such a stunt. They certainly wouldn't run over and willingly walk into it. The dark mark doesn't have a tracking function, but Professor Cyrus created a sensing charm. If we get close enough, we'll be able to detect them, Cassandra explained. Their conversation was also displayed on the screen. Looks like Harry and this beautiful girl have decided to team up, Fred chuckled softly. Fred and George exchanged a glance at Ginny, but unlike a few years ago, they didn't tease her about Harry. By now, they knew Ginny had no interest in Harry. Oddly enough, it was Ron who looked a bit envious of Harry. Don't get any ideas, little Ronnykins. You couldn't handle that girl. She's a snake. All right, stop bickering. Look, they're on the move. Harry's heading toward those 2 Beauxbatons students. Hagrid exclaimed in surprise, being more concerned about Harry than anyone else there. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, Rodolphus and Rabastin had already regrouped. The 2 brothers from the Lestrange family, trusted lieutenants of Voldemort, had more tricks up their sleeves than others. I really want to find a chance to kill that imposter, the younger Rabastin muttered furiously. And how would you do that? Rodolphus hated Cyrus even more, especially since Cyrus had stolen his wife. Although Bellatrix had never shown much interest in him and had been entirely focused on Voldemort, at least back then, they were still husband and wife in name. But now, his wife had run off with another man, and he was the laughingstock of the Death Eaters. Rodolphus wanted Cyrus dead even more than Rabastin did, but he still retained enough reason to say, "Even our master couldn't kill that monster with the killing curse. You think we can?" He looked coldly ahead, recalling the map they had studied earlier. "We just need to focus on our tasks. The location for the second event has been arranged, and when the time comes, the Dark Lord will rise again. Cyrus and Dumbledore, both of them will die." Rodolphus and Rabastin had two missions. First, to gather intelligence, and second, to attempt contact with Grindelwald to try and form an alliance. Although Voldemort had lost the previous battle, they weren't in a terrible position now. France had become their stronghold. When Voldemort returned, he would still have a chance to stand against both Cyrus and Dumbledore. However, if those two managed to form an alliance, it would be a massive problem. They couldn't afford to wait passively. They needed to proactively seek out allies. And conveniently, Grindelwald had surfaced. "But surely, we can collect some interest in the meantime, can't we?" Rabastin was unwilling to let go of his grudge. Cyrus had shamed his family, and Rabastin would find no peace until he avenged that disgrace. Those two students who came with that impostor. One of them is the traitor Vol's daughter. She is partly Vila. Killing her would have an impact on that Cyrus. His eyes glinted with a feral intensity. At this, Rodolphus made no effort to dissuade him. The two students were nothing to them. Killing them was never the hard part. The challenge was to ensure their deaths appeared accidental. "Then handle it however you want. I'll try to contact Grindelwald," Rodolphus said, assigning tasks. Seeking out Grindelwald was clearly far more dangerous than dealing with a couple of young wizards, and as the older brother, he still looked out for Rabastin. However, Rodolphus wasn't expecting an alliance with Grindelwald right away. This was simply a test of the waters. Even if it succeeded, he certainly wouldn't be able to openly discuss their dark plans under the gaze of over 1,000 people. It was good that the cameras only showed the image and did not give sound. Everything needed a proper setup. After splitting from Rabastin, Rodolphus retraced his steps with purpose. His movements were precise, not a random wandering, yet no one suspected him. Beauxbatons was already in a weaker position, and from the outside, Rodolphus's behavior appeared as if he were simply searching for isolated champions to eliminate, thereby increasing his own chances of victory. After all, the Champions Tournament wasn't just a duel between champions. The points before the third event could influence a lot. Meanwhile, Harry and Cassandra were drawing closer to Rabastin. The Dark Mark signal was gradually strengthening. Cassandra and Harry had both cast the disillusionment charm, though Harry's spell work was somewhat lacking. He usually relied on his cloak for invisibility, and he'd only learned this spell as a last-minute addition to his repertoire before the tournament began. "Keep it down," Cassandra whispered, crouching low. On the screen, they were no longer visible. Before long, they spotted Rabastin. The young French wizard disguised as a student wore an expression of pure malice as he moved swiftly through the forest. "He's definitely looking for us too," Harry whispered. He kept his movements minimal to avoid casting any shadows against his surroundings and quietly, but efficiently, loaded his magical firearm. As for using his wand, that wasn't even a consideration. What a cumbersome tool. The truth was, Harry hadn't yet mastered silent casting, and loudly voicing spells would be about as discreet as announcing a surprise inspection hours in advance. He knew he was planning a sneak attack. After all, he probably has a shield charm up. "Don't you have anything more powerful loaded in those magic bullets?" "I have one with an explosion charm," Harry whispered tensely. "Good. I'll count to 3, and you'll break his shield charm," Cassandra hissed, her eyes cold and predatory as she fixed on Rabastin, as though he were already dead. Her lips, painted a faint green, parted slightly. 1, 2. Harry crouched low with the gun raised, feeling as though his legs were 2 springs, ready to launch him forward. Cassandra's countdown felt like a drumbeat against his chest. His palms were slick with sweat, but he didn't have time to question whether this would work. He just had to go through with it. "Fire!" Cassandra didn't speak, but jabbed Harry with her wand, signaling him to shoot. Harry sprang out like a startled cat. The sudden noise drew Rabastin's attention, and he tensed, though he saw no one. At that moment, the air cracked with a deafening sound. Bang! Rabastin barely had time to locate the source of the noise before the spell slammed into the shield charm before him. The next moment, there was an intense explosion and blinding fire. Boom! Even the magical drone capturing the scene seemed to tremble. The sudden assault shocked everyone watching. Rabastin felt as if a unicorn had rammed straight into his chest, sending him stumbling backward. Although he wasn't hurt, his shield charm had shattered. For a brief moment, his mind went blank, but he quickly realized he was under attack. Cassandra seized the moment, rolling on the ground, her elbow raised as she fired off a spell. Stupefied. But Rabastin reacted faster than she'd anticipated. The instant his shield charm broke, he was already bracing for the next spell. He didn't have time to cast another shield charm, but deflecting a spell was still within his power. While people could become invisible, spells couldn't. Rabastin slashed through Cassandra's spell like he was wielding a blade, then calculated the direction it came from and raised his wand high. Revelio. It was as if a gust of wind blew over them, stripping away the disillusionment charm on Cassandra and Harry like dust, revealing them in plain sight. Rabastin's cold lips curved into a smirk, his face displaying a mix of surprise and thrill. "I was just looking for you both," he snarled, launching an immediate attack. For someone like him, every move was ruthless. Though he refrained from openly using dark magic, deadly spells weren't limited to the dark arts alone. Avis Apugno. The spell shot out, summoning a swarm of white birds that launched like piercing arrows. Harry rolled, scrambling behind the thick trunk of a fir tree. Cassandra, lacking immediate cover, quickly used a spell to raise the earth in front of her. Protego. Under her spell, the soil hardened into an iron-like barrier. The arrow-like birds struck against it, producing a clanging sound and sparking on impact. Harry could hardly imagine the effect that spell would have on a person if it hit. He figured the body left behind would look more like a broken watering can than anything else. Cassandra was pinned down, unable to lift her head. Harry quickly loaded his next bullet, and with his free hand, he raised his wand, muttering softly, "Lumos." His wand emitted a green glow. Then, he yelled, "Avada Kedavra," as he charged out. "What?" Hearing the killing curse name sent a jolt of panic through Rabastin, and when he saw Harry's wand tip glowing green, his face paled further. In reality, the killing curse wasn't something just anyone could cast. Even if Harry attempted it, at most it might give Rabastin a nosebleed. But Rabastin wasn't about to take any chances. Without hesitation, he abandoned his assault on Cassandra, diving to the side to escape. At the same moment, Harry flung the green glowing Lumos spell from his wand. Rabastin's focus was entirely on the green Lumos spell. But then he realized something was wrong. That's not the killing curse. Tricked. Though the light looked identical, the green Lumos charm Harry used was noticeably different from the killing curse. In his panic, Rabastin failed to recognize it immediately, but now he realized the deception at once. Furious, he turned his head to glare at the one who had fooled him, Harry Potter. But what he faced was the barrel of a gun. Behind his glasses, Harry's green eyes gleamed with wild intensity. "You've lost," he shouted, voice full of conviction. Confringo, bang. Harry pulled the trigger, and the gun immediately fired off a spell. Protego Maxima. Rabastin didn't plan to end up shattered. Harry dared to attack him, so he'd make sure the spell rebounded. A perfectly cast shield charm could deflect a spell right back at its caster. He'd kill Harry Potter here as a gift to his master. The spell shot out from the gun's barrel so fast that not even a shadow was visible. Chapter 247. She is a demon. Rabastin heard the gunshot, and the next instant, the spell exploded. It wasn't a blasting curse at all. It was a golden spell. The bullet struck Rabastin's shield charm like a powerful spear hurled by a mighty warrior, piercing through the morning mist. Finite incantatum. A smirk spread across Harry's lips as he looked at Rabastin with growing satisfaction. Among his remaining magic bullets, there was no dangerous blasting curse. 4 of his newest bullets had been crafted by Dumbledore himself, including the earlier explosive curse and this one. That's why the magic bullet's effect was so potent. Rabastin's ultimate shield burst like a soap bubble. Cassandra leaped forward without hesitation, her wand slicing through the air, golden hair whipping around like a dancing goddess. Defendo. An invisible blade shot forward, striking Rabastin's chest like a blender. In an instant, blood seeped through his robes. Agate. The pain seemed to hit him only afterward. In that instant, Rabastin was almost unaware of what had happened. He felt as if he'd lost all feeling, all warmth. It was as though he was back in Azkaban, his limbs gradually submerged in icy seawater. Harry was closest to Rabastin, and the splattering blood nearly reached his face. Though only minutes earlier he'd told Cassandra they needed to kill the Death Eaters, in Harry's mind, kill had been more of a figure of speech. He'd meant capturing Rabastin and letting him face justice. Besides, seeing someone die right before your eyes was entirely different. No, Rabaston wasn't dead yet. He still had a breath left. If they had some divinity, or perhaps a counter curse, he might still be saved? Harry turned stiffly toward Cassandra. Gulp. She showed no sign of mourning for their enemy's fate, a gleeful smile on her face, her delicate features appearing like an enchanting sprite in the morning mist. But Harry felt only coldness. He felt as if he were staring at a vibrant snake, beautiful, but lethal. Cassandra met Harry's gaze, her mouth curving into a disdainful smirk. Then, to Harry's shock, she raised her wand. Stupefied. Eh? A red beam struck him square in the chest. Harry's face was a portrait of disbelief, unable to fathom why Cassandra would attack him. Weren't they allies? Weren't they trustworthy companions? He barely knew Cassandra, true, but the mark on their arms had driven him to trust her. Yet he had been betrayed. He wanted to confront Cassandra, to ask her why she had done this, but he was already slipping into unconsciousness, falling backward. Cassandra gave Harry a cold glance, then walked over to the fallen Rabaston. The disguised Death Eater looked dazed, like a fish out of water, gasping for breath, his mouth opening and closing as he coughed up blood. More than 1,000 people in the Quidditch stands watched in silence. No one dared speak, and many were covering their eyes in horror, while McGonagall seemed on the verge of losing her mind. How could she dare kill him? Hermione screamed. They had been sheltered at Hogwarts, never fully understanding the brutality of the world, and Cassandra's actions left her shaken. How could they dare? Harry Potter and that woman killed the Beauxbatons champion. They've lost their minds. We must stop the tournament immediately. The stands where the judges and high-ranking officials from various wizarding ministries sat had erupted into chaos. Cornelius Fudge was drenched in sweat, unable to fathom the potential fallout. This incident could very well destroy diplomatic relations between the British and French ministries of magic. Though the tournament was inherently dangerous, with injuries and fatalities recorded in its history, no champion had ever deliberately killed another. At this moment, Harry and Cassandra were swept into the eye of a storm. "Stop the tournament right now," barked Rufus Scrimgeour, pushing past the still panicking Fudge as he addressed the other judges, especially Madame Maxime. Scrimgeour's wet, kelp-like hair clung to his face as he cast a glance at Bartemius Crouch Jr. unexpectedly. The one who should have been the angriest, Madame Maxime, sat silently in her seat, her enormous face unreadable. "The tournament, once begun, cannot be stopped," Babajide said reluctantly. Cassandra's actions were indeed egregious, but stopping the tournament now would bring repercussions upon the other champions, punishing them under tournament rules. Then disqualify Harry Potter and Cassandra Vole from the competition, someone suggested. Professor McGonagall immediately felt a surge of anger. This has nothing to do with Potter. Her thin frame trembled, but her gaze was fierce, like an old lion defending its cubs. Everyone saw it. Harry Potter and that woman conspired to murder the Beauxbatons champion. This was premeditated murder, gentlemen. The wizard who spoke was visibly agitated, looking at everyone present. He was from the International Confederation of Wizards and had graduated from Beauxbatons himself. Seeing his school's champion killed had clearly stirred his emotions deeply. "If you ask me," Fudge began, stammering and sounding timid, "this has nothing to do with Harry. You see, that woman also attacked him. He was deceived." All Fudge could think of was how to shift the blame as quickly as possible. No matter what, Harry Potter represented Hogwarts and the British wizarding community, so he couldn't be implicated as an accomplice. Hearing Fudge, Scrimgeour finally relaxed. When Fudge had first started speaking, he'd feared the fool might mess things up, but thankfully, Fudge had accidentally said something useful. Fudge's explanation seemed sufficient to satisfy the International Confederation of Wizards official who had raised the matter. They could clearly see Harry and Cassandra's actions, and in the end, Cassandra had indeed attacked Harry Potter, which was enough to clear him of any guilt. "Then disqualify Ilvermorny from the competition," he said, glaring angrily at the panel of judges. Babajide looked troubled. "I think we may need to discuss this further. Perhaps we could pause the competition to try saving the Beauxbatons champion?" McGonagall, now relieved that Harry's name had been cleared, voiced her concern for the fallen Beauxbatons champion. "It looks like he might still have a chance, doesn't it?" It was a reasonable suggestion. However, at that moment, Cassandra on the screen seemed to notice the magical drone watching her. She lifted her gaze, flashing a striking smile. Then, pointing her wand at the barely breathing Rabaston, her emerald green lips parted like a venomous serpent's. Fiendfire. In an instant, under the horrified stares of everyone watching, Cassandra unleashed blazing flames, incinerating Rabaston to ashes as if disposing of hazardous waste. McGonagall felt as if something had split her head open with searing pain. Umbridge was the first to break the fearful, stunned silence, screeching in her shrill, grating voice. "She's a demon, just like that Cyrus. They're born evil." How many people remember that he used to be a wanted criminal? No one else seemed to know what to say. Only Umbridge continued to ramble on. "We should immediately disqualify Ilvermorny from the tournament." The headmaster reflects the students. Who knows what she might do next? Didn't you see her glance at the golden snitch at the end? It's pure defiance. Ilvermorny has no respect for Hogwarts, no respect for the Ministry, and certainly no respect for the International Confederation of Wizards. She had spoken so much in one breath that her plump body heaved for air, making her look more like a bloated toad. Who's to say Cyrus didn't order her to do this on purpose? Her accusations left Cyrus and Cassandra in an increasingly precarious position, and seeing her effect on the crowd, Umbridge smirked smugly and continued, "We should disqualify Ilvermorny from." But before she could finish, a slender, smooth leg, clad in high heels and peeking through a black lace skirt, slammed forcefully into Umbridge's chest, sending her sprawling onto the ground. Chapter 248, Morning Stroll. Bella's anger could no longer be suppressed. Although Cyrus had used ancient magic to eliminate the negative effects of the dark magic and Azkaban on her over the years, making her more elegant, the madness in her bones would not disappear so easily. At this moment, she put one foot on Umbridge's chest, bent over and glared at this ugly thing, and the bent wand almost pierced Umbridge's eyes. "What are you doing, Lady Bellatrix?" McGonagall shouted. In an instant, the other wizards in the stands instinctively drew their wands, surrounding Bella with the tips of their wands aimed at her like barrels of guns. "Put the wand down, Lestrange," Scrimgeour ordered sternly. He had no fondness for Umbridge, but the violent incident involving Ilvermorny was one thing. Now, Bella's sudden attack clearly escalated matters to another level. "I don't associate with House Lestrange anymore. You shall address me as Black. Why you dare kick me?" Umbridge glared at Bella, livid. "You dare to kick me?" The humiliation of being trampled underfoot, her, the Deputy Minister of Magic, was unbearable. "Shut up, you toad." Bella stared icily at her. "Say one more thing about Headmaster Cyrus, and I'll make sure you get a lesson. Don't worry, it won't be over too quickly. You." "Okay." McGonagall hurried in to stop Umbridge from continuing to act stupidly and annoy Bella. She pulled Bella away from Umbridge. "I think we all need to be more rational." "Rational? How am I supposed to be rational?" Umbridge shrieked like a madwoman. "Her. Have you all forgotten what she really is? A Death Eater. She was locked up in Azkaban for 12 years. She and that person from Ilvermorny are both bad blood." Screaming, she leapt up from the ground, her voice raw and grating. "We must provide Beauxbatons with justice. The tournament must be stopped. Ilvermorny should be immediately disqualified, and the murderer and those two criminals should be sent straight to Azkaban." A series of crisp knocks on the table cut through Umbridge's tirade. Durmstrang's headmaster, Vinda, who had remained calm and detached throughout the entire scene, quietly tapped her hand on the table. "I think. Why not ask Madame Maxime's opinion on the matter?" Vinda said softly. All eyes turned to Maxime, revealing her still sitting calmly in her chair, appearing as though she were an outsider to the entire incident. With everyone watching him, Barty Jr. felt conflicted. Cassandra's killing of Rabaston was difficult for him to accept, but now was not the time for Cyrus to be eliminated. Placing Cyrus's name in the Goblet of Fire was his master Voldemort's directive, while adding Harry Potter's name had been his own decision. In the current situation, even if Harry were eliminated, he could not allow Ilvermorny to lose its place in the tournament. Besides, he already had secrets to keep. If things escalated, even Rodolphus's identity could be exposed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter pill. "The tournament will proceed," Barty Jr. said icily. "The Triwizard Tournament isn't child's play." Beauxbaton's champion was prepared for this sacrifice. Gasp! With even the supposed victim choosing leniency, Umbridge had no choice but to back down, no matter how badly she wanted to stir up trouble. She could only glare at Bella with frustration and malice. Bella had returned to her calm demeanor, completely unfazed by Umbridge's animosity. After all, why bother with someone who would soon meet her end? Clutching her wand, Bella took small, deliberate steps back to her place, a dangerous smile lingering on her lips. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Cassandra couldn't see what was happening in the stands, though she could guess the crowd's reactions well enough. Killing someone wasn't a trivial matter, and she had been fully prepared to be expelled from the tournament for her actions. This was also why Cassandra had knocked Harry out, partly to teach the kid a lesson, to make him less naive, and partly as a form of protection. As for the trouble that killing Rabastin might bring Cyrus, Cassandra wasn't concerned. This action had been taken with Cyrus's tacit approval. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared the dark mark's usage with her. She, or rather, Cyrus, had already anticipated Barty Crouch Jr.'s reaction. Lucius mentioned that Voldemort wanted Cyrus to participate, so Barty Jr. wouldn't dare eliminate him early. Not only would he have to swallow this setback, but he'd also need to protect Cyrus and Ilvermorny's standing. It was almost amusing. Cassandra had thought she might lose her eligibility in the tournament, yet nothing came of it. The Dark Lord's followers were more cautious than she had expected. Once the tournament is over, the other students will probably be afraid of me, won't they? Cassandra sneered, clearly indifferent to what those younger students thought. She was a serpent by nature. Why would she care for their words of praise? Rodolphus made several turns before finally finding Grindelwald. Grindelwald had already separated from Dumbledore by now and didn't look like he was here for the tournament. He looked more like an old man out for a morning stroll. After 50 years locked in Nurmengard, even strolling through a forest like this felt like a luxury to Grindelwald. The damp mist in the air was the taste of freedom. Sniff, sniff. Though, of course, marred by the stench of rot coming from the Death Eater. Will you come out willingly, or shall you stay hidden forever? Grindelwald stood in the forest, eyes closed, as if savoring the crisp morning air. But even without opening his eyes, he sensed everything around him. Rodolphus skulked forward, like a sly, defeated wolf. Mr. Grindelwald, he began, knowing exactly the kind of enemy he was facing, and thus taking a very submissive stance. I've come to propose an alliance. An alliance? Grindelwald let out a scoff, as if he'd just heard a joke. You're from France, he said, opening his eyes, one of which glowed a distinct silver blue. Surely you know that my most hated place is Paris? Rodolphus. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Rodolphus stammered, quickly adding. We work for the Dark Lord. You all? Grindelwald repeated the word, almost mockingly. Rodolphus felt a surge of anger at his tone, but he dared not confront Grindelwald, swallowing his resentment in silence. We share a common enemy. Dumbledore and Cyrus are allies. I know you're powerful, but both you and the Dark Lord could benefit from an ally. Rodolphus pleaded earnestly. Fighting alone is rarely the wisest course. You make a good point, Mr. Lestrange, Grindelwald replied with a mocking smile. But why don't you take your own advice? What? I mean, your dear brother. Grindelwald's silver eyes seemed to flicker with reflected flames. If he had stayed with you, perhaps he wouldn't have been killed so easily. Chapter 249, Cassandra the Knight of Justice. Grindelwald possessed the gift of prophecy. The moment he entered the forest, he had already foreseen Rabastin's death. In fact, he felt inclined to kill Rodolphus right now. The Death Eaters assumed that this dark wizard had left his tower to seek revenge on Dumbledore, but the reason Grindelwald had left Nurmengard was because of his vision. A clock, darkness, a veil, and death. It was Dumbledore's gray, lifeless corpse. He had broken his 50-year-long self-imposed confinement to change this future. Grindelwald hadn't seen exactly who would kill Dumbledore, but it wasn't hard to guess. Two suspects, Cyrus and Voldemort. But he had observed Cyrus and knew the man would not kill Dumbledore. For the many things Cyrus was, he was a good person. Now at least. So, there was only one person capable of doing so, Voldemort. With his hands clasped behind his back and his wand held between his fingers, Grindelwald's dangerous gaze fixed on Rodolphus, sending an icy chill down his spine. Of course, what unnerved Rodolphus even more were Grindelwald's earlier words. Rabastin, what happened to him? Grindelwald cast a mocking glance at her, offering no response, yet he refrained from attacking Rodolphus as well. Killing Rodolphus would be easy, of course, but this man was merely a minor player, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Even if he died, Voldemort would still return. Grindelwald, however, couldn't afford to jeopardize his standing in the tournament by committing murder here. If he were disqualified for breaking the rules, he'd lose his chance to prevent Dumbledore's death. Could it be that fake Dark Lord, Cyrus? A feeling of dread arose in Rodolphus's heart. Based on Grindelwald's words, he feared that his brother Rabastin had met a dire fate. It didn't even occur to Rodolphus that two students could have killed Rabastin. He assumed only Cyrus could have done it. Rabastin was, after all, an elite among the Death Eaters, and Rodolphus doubted anyone other than Cyrus could take him down. But Rodolphus overlooked something. If it really had been Cyrus, he and Rabastin combined wouldn't have lasted a single move. Meanwhile, Cyrus, the very person Rodolphus was filled with hatred toward, was using chains to subdue a dragon, bringing the formidable creature to heel beneath his foot. The Romanian longhorn dragon, one of the most fearsome magical creatures, whimpered like a beaten dog, its tail tucked between its legs. It lay curled up, its huge eyes peeking open just enough to watch Cyrus, as though terrified he might devour it. Cyrus, however, didn't have plans to roast dragon meat on the spot. Though it was indeed a powerful tonic, and applying it to wounds could aid in healing, eating it as a meal wouldn't be much different from any other meat. Magical materials from fantastic beasts typically need to be activated through magical means to harness their full potential. Preparing them into potions is often the best way to utilize their properties. Otherwise, Dumbledore's discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood wouldn't be as celebrated. Cyrus's sole purpose for restraining the dragon was, of course, to gather information and clues for the second task. In truth, this information wasn't particularly necessary for him. After all, intelligence is intended to help champions prepare for the challenges ahead. But given Cyrus's abilities, preparation made little difference. The second task. Cyrus lowered his gaze to the mysterious object in his hand, a transparent crystal sphere. It resembled a prophecy orb, though it probably wasn't. As he focused his fiery golden eyes on the crystal ball, a mist began to fill its interior. In the thick haze, a shadowy, black corridor slowly appeared. The place seemed somewhat familiar to Cyrus. So, this must be the location of the second task. He wasn't planning to immediately decipher the contents of the crystal ball. Instead, he pulled sharply on the chain as if reining in a wild beast. The iron lock constricted tightly around the dragon's throat, fusing like searing metal into the dragon's scales and melding with the flesh of its neck. The Romanian longhorn dragon let out a desperate howl, spreading its wings as it struggled in sorrow. "Quiet down, big guy," Cyrus commanded, his eyes blazing with authority, like a king issuing orders to his subjects. The Romanian longhorn dragon immediately lowered its head, falling silent. It wasn't merely fear that kept it from making a sound. A magical force, like invisible shackles, compelled it into obedience. After all, magic is the power that brings a wizard's wishes to life. Cyrus's formidable magical strength imbued even his casual words with the power of incantation. Though he hadn't reached the point where every wish could be effortlessly fulfilled, to most wizards, this was already close to divine power. Many brilliant wizards take pride in creating a single well-crafted spell, but to Cyrus now, it was as simple as uttering a command. "Take me to the other magical creatures guarding the clues," he said softly, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. For a creature like a dragon with high magical resistance, such spoken magic would typically be weak, perhaps even ineffective. But the Romanian longhorn had been thoroughly subdued. Its fragile spirit dared not defy Cyrus's command. The dragon spread its wings over the scorched ground, leaping into the air amidst flames. The dragon took flight. Its jagged spine pierced through the dense canopy of the forbidden forest, carrying Cyrus upward to meet the blinding sunlight. Cyrus gripped the chain in one hand, standing as if on solid ground, with his right foot braced on the dragon's neck, his left foot on its back, and his other hand gripping the majestic golden horn, as imposing as a royal crown. The wind whipped against him as they soared through the sky, making his robes billow behind him like a cloak. He looked every bit the dragon rider, mastering the skies. With his keen eyesight, he glanced back and could spot the roaring Quidditch stadium from miles away. So cool. Ron had lost count of how many times he'd jumped up, shouting. All he knew was that Mr. Cyrus looked unbelievably impressive, like a king of the forbidden forest, riding a mighty dragon as he surveyed his kingdom. "But flying's not allowed in the competition," Harry said weakly, slumped beside Ron. After Cassandra knocked him out, it hadn't been long before Aurors rescued him from the forbidden forest. Otherwise, if he'd stayed unconscious in there, it would have been no different than a death sentence. Those magical creatures roaming the forest wouldn't have spared a defenseless meal. Of course, this also meant he'd lost his eligibility in the competition. But Harry didn't mind much. He hadn't entered willingly anyway. If he'd once dreamed of winning the Goblet of Fire, that dream had died the moment the goblet had spat out Cyrus and Dumbledore's names. He knew his own limitations. Forget comparing himself to those two legends. He wasn't even the best among his own classmates. Perhaps if he combined his own courage with Hermione's wisdom, Ginny's strength, and Ron's humor, they would resemble a well-rounded champion. When Harry thought about this, Cedric's image came to mind. But even someone like Cedric probably wouldn't be a match for Cassandra, let alone for Cyrus. Then he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for Cedric. Because of his own betrayal by Cassandra, Cedric was now fighting alone. Welcome to the world of adults, mate. The rule says champions can't fly, not dragons, Ron pointed out. Cyrus just happens to be standing on the dragon's back. Good point, Harry replied absent-mindedly. His gaze wasn't focused on Cyrus's screen, but instead on Cedric's. The Hufflepuff champion wasn't as lucky. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Cedric had been searching for Harry, but the sparks he shot into the air hadn't attracted Potter. Instead, they had drawn the attention of a Niffler warthog. This magical creature resembled a boar, with gray, spiky skin and a pair of enormous, upward-curving tusks on its snout. Luckily, Cedric's reflexes were sharp. He knew not to stand directly in front of the creature. Otherwise, those tusks could have easily pierced his abdomen. Cedric finally cast a quick reflex charm to dodge the Niffler warthog, only to stumble into the territory of a runic serpent. These three-headed snake-like creatures are usually about 2 meters long, but the one Cedric encountered seemed to have been hit with an engorgement charm. It was massive, almost unnaturally so. Gasp. He'll be fine, right? The sight reminded Harry of the basilisk skin he and Ron had encountered in their second year, while on their way to the Chamber of Secrets. Fortunately, runic serpents aren't particularly aggressive, and Cedric knew its weaknesses. Each of its 3 heads has a different function. The left head is the smartest, while the right head is venomous. However, theory alone wasn't enough, and Cedric had no real experience dealing with a runic serpent. He ended up mixing up the directions, mistaking the right head for the left, and was bitten by the venomous head, suffering its toxic effects. Luckily, an unexpected visitor arrived on the scene. A centaur from the Forbidden Forest, who, like a valiant knight, rescued Cedric from danger. Harry was also keeping an eye on another competitor, Cassandra, the one who had knocked him out of the game. Harry had initially found it difficult to accept Cassandra's betrayal. As a follower of Cyrus, someone he once thought of as an ally, it stung to be betrayed by her. But when he woke up from his unconscious state and returned to the stands, his feelings quickly changed. Seamus and Neville, among others, had come by to show their support, though they didn't say much. However, Harry could feel their fear and resentment toward Cassandra from their expressions and tone. It reminded him of how he was once mistaken as the heir of Slytherin. "She was protecting you, Harry," Hermione whispered. She already knew from Harry why Cassandra had no choice but to kill. The Beauxbatons wizard she killed was actually a Death Eater after all. If she hadn't attacked you then, you would have been an accomplice, and now you're seen as a victim. But what about her? Harry felt a pang of guilt. "No need to worry about her," Ginny said, shaking her head. "Remember, her school is Ilvermorny. You're the one who has to stay at Hogwarts for another 3.5 years. Besides, you really need to be more cautious. You've been captured by Death Eaters twice, and still don't seem to learn." Ginny was pointing out Harry's lack of alertness. Harry felt a bit embarrassed, and at that moment, Ron cut in. "Look, Crum's about to get eliminated." Harry, who was curious about the Quidditch star who shone at the World Cup, quickly turned to watch. Just in time, he saw Fisher defeating Crumb. The two had come face to face and chose to engage in a direct, fair confrontation. Clearly, Fisher might not be as skilled as Crumb in Quidditch, but in wizard dueling, he was a step ahead. He used a spell to hang Crumb from a tree branch, then swiftly seized Crumb's wand. However, Fisher didn't have much time to celebrate, as Rodolphus ambushed him. After realizing his brother might be in trouble, Rodolphus was already furious. Adding to that, Grindelwald seemed uninterested in any collaboration. Without wasting time, he turned to search for Rabaston's whereabouts, but found nothing. It was at this moment that he spotted Fisher, and his anger erupted. Without hesitation, Rodolphus attacked Fisher from behind, a searing curse hitting Fisher squarely in the back, sending him rolling on the ground several times before he came to a stop. "Just a mud under Cyrus's boot. Before my master is reborn, let me exact a little interest from you." Rodolphus sneered at Fisher as if he were looking at a corpse. He wasn't going to risk killing Fisher, nor was he going to use an unforgivable curse, but Rodolphus was confident he could teach the young upstart a painful lesson. The Beauxbatons champion? Fisher frowned deeply, not fully understanding what Rodolphus was saying. Unlike Cassandra, Fisher had no idea the man in front of him was a Death Eater. Like Cedric, he was talented but innocent, representing an ideal student. Perhaps someday he would follow in Cyrus's footsteps, but for now, he was simply an ordinary student. One thing Fisher did understand, however, was that this person was insulting his cool headmaster. That alone made it impossible for Fisher to tolerate. "You dare insult Professor Cyrus?" Ignoring the burning pain in his back, he glared angrily at Rodolphus, gripping his wand even tighter. "For the honor of the Fisher name, representing 12 generations of Aurors, I challenge you to a duel." But before he could finish, a spell whizzed past his ear, barely missing the tips of his golden hair. Then, a massive creature crashed through the rocky undergrowth, charging forward like a runaway train. A dazzling golden-haired figure, standing atop the gigantic rune-engraved serpent, was firing spells like a machine gun. "Vol!" Fisher exclaimed, his voice pitched high with surprise. Cassandra lifted her delicate chin and called out confidently, "Fisher, dueling is so last century. Now it's time for some good old-fashioned justice, in the form of a group beatdown. Underscore, 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 underscore." Chapter 250. This is not a game. Cassandra stood atop the enormous rune-engraved serpent, its jagged scales jutting out like sharp rubble. The damp forest wind whipped through her golden curls, making her look like a Valkyrie. Vol's daughter, Rodolphius, was taken aback by Cassandra's sudden appearance, along with that uniquely massive rune-engraved serpent. He rolled across the ground, dodging Cassandra's barrage of spells. With a quick Protego charm, he deflected her attack back toward the serpent, only for the spell to land harmlessly on one of its scales, larger than a human hand. Though Rodolphius didn't believe Cassandra had killed Rabaston, her presence only intensified his fury. Rabaston had initially separated from him to deal with Cassandra. Now, here she was, unharmed, while his brother's fate was uncertain, a comparison that filled him with even more rage. Moreover, he never had the courage to confront Cyrus directly to avenge his brother. From the start, he'd targeted Cassandra and Fisher. Now that they were together, his bloodlust spiked. "Hey, Vol, what are you doing here?" Fisher glanced at the massive serpent, its three heads flicking out crimson tongues as its terrifying eyes swept over everyone, as if viewing them all as prey. This was the largest rune-engraved serpent Fisher had ever seen, and in its presence, he felt as small as a rabbit, just waiting to be swallowed. Due to his fear, he didn't dare get too close to Cassandra, maintaining a safe distance while he and Cassandra warily watched Rodolphius. The pain from the wound on his back was growing more intense. "Just happened to run into you," Cassandra said casually. She wasn't particularly close with Fisher and had no intention of sharing information about the Death Eaters. Fisher might be promising, but he wasn't yet a follower of Cyrus. "All right, let's take him down together." Cassandra readied herself for battle. The others didn't realize that when she said, "take him down," she truly meant to kill Rodolphius. Ever since the Goblet of Fire had chosen the champions, Cassandra hadn't been focused on the tournament itself. She knew she wouldn't be the star of this competition, nor did she plan to use the tournament to seek the spotlight. Helping Professor Cyrus in any small way was the only thing that mattered to her. Although she wasn't clear on the Death Eaters' plans, eliminating them couldn't be wrong. She swiftly jumped off the back of the runespore and pointed her wand, sending the massive creature barreling toward Rodolphius like a train car. A runespore around 2 meters in length was dangerous enough to be rated as a 4X. This one, though not as powerful as a dragon, still held formidable strength. The serpent dove toward Rodolphius as if he were prey, its right head, with its venomous fangs, striking out like lightning. Rodolphius didn't hesitate to roll to the ground, dodging the attack, then aimed a quick conjunctivitis curse at the left head. Despite its massive size, the runespore didn't have the same magical resistance as a dragon, and its eyes were a vulnerable spot. It had already suffered at Cedric's hands before meeting Cassandra. If Rodolphius's curse hit, it might actually lose an eye. The central head, which relished in its own glory, immediately shut its eyes and turned to shield the left head from the curse. Then, it swung its powerful tail like a whip toward Rodolphius. Crack! It sounded as if the air itself had been split open. Watching the monstrous creature rampage through the forest, Fisher finally dared to approach Cassandra, standing back as he watched the giant snake wreak havoc. Its tail cut through thick fir trees, which didn't fall immediately but leaned, held up by the surrounding branches. "Where on earth did you find such a monster?" he asked in astonishment. "Just happened to come across it." Cassandra didn't elaborate. She really had stumbled upon the runespore by chance, but taming it had required a bit of skill. Even for her, handling such a powerful magical creature wasn't easy, though Cyrus always seemed to have some special ways with serpents. The ancient magical mark Cyrus had left on her arm wasn't just for decoration. It held Cyrus's power, and conveniently, he was both a Parselmouth and wielded a snakewood wand. The magic of Parseltongue seemed to be even more potent under the enhancement of ancient spells, and it was through this means that Cassandra had commanded the unique runespore. "Forget about it. Let's join the fight." Cassandra elegantly raised her wand and cast a spell toward Rodolphius, who was being chased by this big rune-engraved serpent. Rodolphius wasn't entirely helpless, though. While large creatures had the advantage of power, being small also had its perks. To the serpent, Rodolphius was as slippery as an eel, nearly impossible to capture. And the serpent's weak points were obvious. With his skills, it was only a matter of time before he could counterattack effectively. He cautiously evaded the serpent's strikes, aiming his attacks at the head responsible for decision-making. But Cassandra was not about to let him succeed. In a split second, she and Fisher both joined the battle. Using the massive body of the Rinspore as cover, they advanced steadily, their bright spell fire flashing through the air like fireworks. Compared to Fisher's honorable attack style, Cassandra was much fiercer. Every spell she cast was dark magic, each shot aimed at Rodolphus's head or heart, whether it was a slashing curse or a storm of piercing javelins to pierce his body. Aside from the unforgivable curses, Cassandra used everything at her disposal. The other person itching to cast an unforgivable curse was Rodolphus himself. His skills were formidable, but even he was struggling against 3 serpent heads and 2 wands. Often, he didn't even have time to block Fisher's attacks, which, though less deadly, still added pressure. This was turning into one of the most intense battles yet, with Cassandra and Fisher pushing Rodolphus back step by step, while the serpent blocked his retreat from the front and behind. Rodolphus even considered fleeing, but he quickly realized, to his dismay, that this small area had been sealed with an anti-apparition charm. I anticipated that. Cassandra unleashed a wave of flames, a slight smirk forming on her lips coated with pale green lipstick. She had prepared ahead of time before charging in. Though cast hastily, the spell covered enough ground to keep Rodolphus contained within this space with steady precision. Sweat beaded on Rodolphus's forehead as his failed attempt to apparate left him disoriented with lingering side effects. Sabula. In his brief moment of confusion, Fisher's sand burst spell struck him first. Ugh! Rodolphus's left arm was instantly blown to shreds, and he tumbled sideways, rolling on the ground in a battered state, his expression that of a wounded, fierce wolf. But instead of facing a vulnerable prey, his gaze met a fierce, radiant, venomous serpent. Just as she had with Rabaston, Cassandra cast a slashing curse, sending an invisible blade slicing straight for Rodolphus's heart. Rodolphus's pupils reflected the advancing flurry of blades, seeming to split the air into fragments, and in that split second, he felt as if his very vision was pierced by the sharpness of the oncoming curse. Thud! A blood-soaked arm fell from the air, landing heavily on the ground. It was Rodolphus's left arm. The flesh had been completely shredded, resembling minced meat splattered across the ground in clumps, while only the stark white bones remained somewhat intact. You will die for this. La. Fisher gagged slightly but held his ground, not daring to look away. Despite his corpse-like pallor, Rodolphus's fierce eyes remained locked onto them, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Did you shift your body to the right at the very moment the spell was about to hit your heart? Cassandra remarked with a quirked brow. You're a bit smarter than the other one. He took my spell directly in the chest. The other one. Rodolphus seemed to forget his pain for a moment, veins bulging at his temples as he growled at Cassandra like a demon. You killed my brother. Oh, that was your brother? Cassandra appeared somewhat surprised, but showed no sympathy toward a Death Eater. That's perfect, then. I was worried his family would mourn him if he died alone. Now, if I kill you, it'll all be neat and tidy, right? Had Rodolphus not been consumed by his own rage, he might have questioned who was the real Death Eater here. But he couldn't voice his thoughts. All he wanted now was to tear Cassandra to pieces. If it were Cyrus, he might have asked Rodolphus why he hadn't thought of this day when he was torturing other wizards. But Cassandra merely raised her wand coldly, aiming it directly at Rodolphus as Fisher watched in stunned silence. Vivol. Why you killed someone? Fisher stared at her in shock. And now you want to kill another? What's the problem? Cassandra retorted. The problem? Fisher's voice rose incredulously. He stepped in front of Cassandra, trying to stop the beautiful transfer student from making an even graver mistake. But Cassandra pushed him aside without hesitation. I'm not asking you to get involved. Just stand back and watch. Are you insane? This is just a tournament. You'll get us disqualified. Don't you understand, Fisher? Cassandra's green eyes fixed on him, her gaze carrying a blend of pity and scorn, as if she were addressing a naive, immature child. What? You think the fall of Nurmengard was an accident? Haven't you heard of what's been happening in the British magical world these past years? Cassandra sneered. You really need to grow up, Fisher. This was never just a tournament. It's a clash of powers. In Fisher's stunned silence, Cassandra continued calmly. You think the lake is calm on the surface, but beneath it, the currents have been raging all along. In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flashed through Fisher's mind. Countless things he'd never considered suddenly lit up like sparks of insight. He realized that the current peace was merely the calm before the storm, and it might take just one flash of lightning to shatter the illusion. The outcome of the Triwizard Tournament would be that very lightning bolt. He stepped aside, leaving nothing between Cassandra and Rodolphus. On the Quidditch field, over 1,000 spectators watched tensely. Cassandra, who had already killed once, raised her wand again toward the Beauxbatons champion, who knelt on the ground with only one arm remaining, seemingly unable to resist any longer. Most people had initially felt disdainful of Rodolphus's cowardly ambush on Fisher and hadn't thought much of him, but now, almost everyone felt a wave of pity for him. She shouldn't be so brazen, Hermione said, frowning. Knowing that their opponent was a Death Eater, Hermione didn't exactly object to Cassandra killing him, but doing so in front of more than 1,000 spectators wouldn't be wise for Cassandra's reputation. Maybe she doesn't care. I mean, she's pretty cool, Ron said admiringly. In the Weasley family, killing a Death Eater would be an honor worthy of being inscribed in their family records. Meanwhile, over at the judges' stand, the professors were in disarray. Professor McGonagall's face was pale with worry. We must stop her at once, or else. The tournament continues. Barty Crouch Jr. interrupted. What? McGonagall looked both shocked and outraged. Do you know what you're saying, Madame Maxime? She stormed over to Barty, her eyes filled with disbelief as she demanded. That's your student's life on the line. Historically, the Triwizard Tournament has always been a dangerous event. They were prepared for sacrifices before they even arrived at Hogwarts. Barty replied with a stony expression, looking at McGonagall as if the Lestrange brothers' lives meant nothing to him. Professor McGonagall, if the Triwizard Tournament is to be revived, then casualties shouldn't be a reason to stop it. This isn't just a game. Or do you think this is child's play? Fine. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to have a headmaster like you. Irritated by Barty's coldness, McGonagall turned and stormed back to her seat, as though determined never to speak another word on behalf of Beauxbatons champions. Meanwhile, deep in the Forbidden Forest, Rodolphus hadn't yet given up hope of survival. As long as a wizard still holds the wand in his hand, he cannot be considered to have lost. Just like now, Rodolphus madly ignited the flames from hell. The fierce fire began to burn. ________________. Chapter 251, the winner of the first game. The fiend fire began to burn. Rodolphus was clearly all in, pushing himself to the brink. He knew how to control fiend fire, but right now, he had no intention of controlling it. As the flames spread, he looked like a vengeful demon returning from hell. Die with me. Rodolphus laughed madly amidst the flames, his pupils reflecting the firelight. The heat scorched his skin, making it appear as though he was covered in cracks. In reality, Rodolphus did look as if he were about to shatter. After over a decade in Azkaban, he had barely tasted freedom only to witness Voldemort's defeat once again. Though he continued to serve among the Death Eaters, his heart was long past bearing any more weight. Bellatrix's betrayal, Rabaston's death, all of this had become the final straw that broke him. Although he was a Death Eater, he didn't disregard everything. At least in Rodolphus's heart, family honor always mattered. But now, the Lestrange name was nothing more than a joke. If that was the case, he might as well let everything burn to ashes in the fiend fire, bring his enemies before him, and even his own life, into the embrace of death. Let death be the final judgment. What a madman. McGonagall stared blankly at the screen, and she wasn't the only one feeling anxious. Once fiend fire spirals out of control, the consequences are incalculable. Beyond the Forbidden Forest itself, there were 4 lives at stake in there. The most innocent, of course, were Fisher and Crumb. The Quidditch star had finally regained consciousness after being defeated, but he was still suspended mid-air, unable to break free, his wand still in Fisher's possession. Fisher hadn't forgotten about him, but there was no way to worry about that right now. He and Cassandra were completely surrounded by flames, staring at Rodolphus across the fire. The searing heat made it difficult to breathe. Even Cassandra had lost her usual grace, her golden hair matted with sweat, clinging to her forehead. Ha ha! Rodolphus laughed, seeming not to care about his own life at all. His chest was filled with thick smoke and nothing but the thrill of revenge. How ironic. You're trapped in your own web. He was, of course, referring to Cassandra's anti-apparition charm, which had been intended to prevent Rodolphus from escaping. Now, it had turned into a prison, locking Cassandra herself in a sea of fire. What are we supposed to do? Fisher asked urgently. Figure it out yourself. Don't rely on me for everything. I'm not your mother, Cassandra said irritably. She wasn't really joking, just feeling a bit annoyed. She had anticipated that Rodolphus might cast the killing curse, in which case his disqualification would have been a sure thing. But Cassandra had never expected him to be so bold, choosing instead to bring them both down with him. Through the flames, her emerald green eyes narrowed like the depths of a dark pool. Perhaps it was only through fiend fire, a spell that could consume everything, that Rodolphus could destroy the evidence of his Death Eater identity while taking lives in the process. Just as Cassandra was considering her next move, the flames closed in. The surging fire rose up like a snake preparing to strike, its fiery fangs lunging toward them. Cassandra quickly cast a spell to shatter the flames in their path, but halting the blaze entirely was beyond her power. She and Fisher kept pushing back the flames, but their steps were forced ever backward, only to find a wall of fire behind them as well. The distance between them and Rodolphus grew, and as Cassandra looked back, she could no longer see Rodolphus's figure, now lost completely in the inferno. "Fisher!" Cassandra shouted as loudly as she could. Although Fisher was right beside her, the roar of the fire and the sound of large pine trees crashing down in flames drowned her out like a torrential storm. Luckily, Fisher heard her. The steadfast young man had just managed to pull Crumb down from a tree, rescuing him just in time before the fire could consume him. Now, Crumb stood beside them, looking dazed, his wand in hand, staring blankly at Cassandra and Fisher, unsure what to do. Both he and Fisher had pinned all their hopes on Cassandra, waiting for her command. "Do you have any bright ideas that might keep us from dying?" Fisher shouted. "Stick your wands into the ground." Cassandra raised her wand high, even standing on tiptoe, her slender form creating a graceful arc. In the firelight, she looked like a swaying willow. Crumb didn't speak much English, but he understood well enough from her gestures and tone. Both he and Fisher caught on to Cassandra's plan. The three of them formed a triangle, leaning back to back. The next moment, finite incantatum, Cassandra quickly crouched down, her flowing golden hair lifting with the motion as she drove her wand into the ground. Finite incantatum, finite incantatum. From the point where their three wands pierced the earth, a golden veil began to spread outward, connecting and forming a massive barrier that blocked the raging flames from entering. This method managed to temporarily contain the flames, but their magical strength wasn't enough to completely subdue the fiend fire. Once their energy ran out, escape might still be impossible. "What do we do?" Fisher asked anxiously once again. "Wait to die." Cassandra rolled her eyes. They were in a stalemate. To hold off the fiend fire, they had to keep their wands in the ground, but that left them essentially stranded. Trying anything else would require pulling out their wands, which would immediately give the fire an opening, and it would surge in, incinerating all three of them. She looked beyond their safe zone. The blaze was growing, climbing up to the treetops where the lush needles sparked and flickered, burning brightly before falling like fiery rain. The shadow of the massive rinspore had vanished. Cassandra didn't know whether it had fled or perished in the flames. As for Rodolphus, the pitiful man had likely already become nothing more than a wisp of ash scattered across the inferno. "We're doomed," Crumb muttered in Bulgarian, his expression bleak. "I have one last idea." Cassandra wiped the sweat streaming from her forehead and slipped off her cumbersome robe. Underneath, she wore a long pleated skirt down to her ankles, with a white blouse overlaid with a sleeveless sweater, her chest rising and falling. Under the puzzled gazes of Crumb and Fisher, Cassandra rolled up her sleeve, revealing her pale left arm. On the inside of her wrist, a swirling gray mark coiled like a wisp of smoke. "What's that?" "Ancient magic," Cassandra replied without looking back. "Fisher, when I pull my wand from the ground, both of you immediately cast a protective charm. You must keep the fiend fire outside," she instructed, her gaze more serious than ever. They only had a brief moment to act. They needed to close the gap with the protective barrier the instant the general counter-curse faded, or they'd all be done for. On her end, Cassandra couldn't guarantee this method would work. "Let's try it." Crumb nodded firmly. As a Quidditch player, he lacked no courage. "Got it." Fisher nodded earnestly, gripping his wand tightly, ready to cast at any moment. Cassandra gripped her wand with the hand bearing the mark, her right hand pressing against her left forearm, with her thumb pressing onto the ancient magic mark. The mark seemed to come alive. The power of ancient magic began to flow. It was like a wisp of smoke or ink spreading through clear water, diffusing within Cassandra's body and merging seamlessly with her innate magical energy. At this moment, Cassandra felt an extraordinary force coursing through her. Her emerald eyes seemed to take on a golden hue, and she exhaled slowly. "Get ready." Crumb and Fisher's hearts leapt into their throats. Then, Cassandra pulled out her wand. In an instant, the fiend fire, like a raging flood, found a vulnerable opening, surging towards Cassandra like molten lava. The intense heat almost singed her hair, turning it dry and curled. "Protego." Luckily, Fisher and Crumb didn't falter. They placed their utmost trust in Cassandra without hesitation, with Fisher abandoning his own protection so that the shield charm could fully shield Cassandra. If it hadn't been for Crumb's spell working in tandem, Fisher himself would likely have perished. Now, they were like two fragile bubbles in the vast ocean, constantly on the verge of being crushed by the sea of flames pressing in. But Cassandra raised her wand high, as if wielding the authority of a deity. Flame separation. In an instant, the fiery sea parted, revealing a narrow, scorched path through the flames. The fire surged as if against an invisible wall, unable to engulf the path, as though it burned just to create this very passage. Crumb and Fisher stared in astonishment, but Cassandra knew that the separation charm wouldn't hold for long. Though it drew on the traces of ancient magic Cyrus had left in the mark, its strength depended entirely on the caster's skill. "Hurry up," she shouted, sprinting forward without looking back. In the Quidditch stands, McGonagall and the others, who were still deliberating on a rescue plan, were momentarily stunned. Fiendfire's threat was one that even they handled with extreme caution, and extinguishing it was no simple task. Cassandra's bold maneuver had completely taken them by surprise. If she weren't so ruthless, her performance would be quite remarkable, Lupin remarked to Sirius, who was watching as a champion's family member. "The real issue now is putting out the fire," Sirius said seriously. The fiend fire was still raging, and if it kept spreading, it would soon engulf the entire Forbidden Forest. "I suspect Dumbledore will soon notice the fire," Lupin remarked. Lupin was right, but the one who arrived wasn't Dumbledore, it was Cyrus. Shortly after Cassandra and the others escaped the flames, Cyrus appeared, riding a dragon. He had sensed the magic mark Cassandra activated and tracked it here, just in time to see the three escape the blaze. Instead of pursuing them, he rescued the Runespore serpent, barely alive, from the fire and then subdued the flames. Impressive, Cassandra managed to kill both Death Eaters. "I imagine Barty Crouch Jr. must be quite annoyed," Cyrus chuckled softly. To him, two Death Eaters were no more than ants. Whether they lived or died mattered little. But they had served well to test Cassandra's abilities, so their deaths hadn't been in vain. The Runespore, with its high magical resistance, hadn't been burned to death by the fiend fire, but had suffered greatly. It twisted its body in agony, emitting the faint scent of roasted snake flesh. A good portion of it had already been seared. The two less intelligent heads on the right and middle, wincing from the pain, couldn't resist glancing back, as if considering tasting themselves. If Cassandra's separation charm had been impressive, Cyrus extinguishing the raging fire with a simple gesture was even more astonishing. He stood with the dragon on the scorched wasteland, where once mighty pine trees now remained as stunted, blackened stumps, gray smoke rising from the ground. It's about time to conclude the first task. The two Death Eaters were dead, and Cyrus had gathered nearly all the intelligence he needed. He looked toward the finish line, and the Romanian longhorn dragon instantly understood, soaring in that direction. Awaiting him at the finish line were several portkeys. A single touch would instantly transport him to the Quidditch pitch. As Cyrus observed the 12 portkeys, he knew that a few of them would go unused. Everyone could see Cyrus approaching the finish line. They had just emerged from a tense and thrilling life-and-death struggle and were now holding their breath, ready to cheer for the first champion to cross. Although this champion wasn't Dumbledore, as many had anticipated. Speaking of Dumbledore, he was fully engrossed, acting as if he were truly competing as a champion, eagerly seeking clues for the second task and stubbornly traveling on foot. That was why he lagged behind everyone else, still nowhere near halfway through the Forbidden Forest. For someone over 100 years old, participating in the Triwizard Tournament was a novel experience, and the competition offered its own thrill and challenge. After all, at the end, both Cyrus and Grindelwald awaited him for a showdown. And Dumbledore was still an old lion. He craved vitality and adventure. With a pop, in the vast Quidditch pitch, the golden-haired, sunlit figure of Cyrus appeared. In that instant, over 1,000 people erupted into cheers, rising to their feet with raised hands, celebrating his arrival. Chapter 252. I stand here and will not let my students suffer any injustice. Cyrus stood in the center of the Quidditch pitch, looking like a triumphant general returning from battle under the golden sunlight. More than 1,000 people cheered for him in unison. In truth, Cyrus had gained quite a bit of popularity among the young wizards at Hogwarts. Although he had orchestrated the Chamber of Secrets attacks, they hadn't resulted in much real harm. On top of that, he had saved Harry several times, attended last year's gatherings, and wasn't a complete stranger to the students. Moreover, Harry often shared stories about Cyrus's deeds. Though most people listened to them as tales, Unwilling to believe that the Dark Lord had truly once returned, these stories still helped Cyrus gain considerable popularity. Of course, there were also those who weren't particularly happy about it. In the stands, Umbridge, who had been humiliated by Bellatrix, looked at Cyrus with disgust. His handsome face irritated her. To her, he was just a fugitive from the Ministry's prison who ought to look hideous. Then there was Barty Crouch Jr., his cold gaze lingering on Cyrus from afar. 2 Death Eaters had been killed, and both were valuable assets to the Dark Lord. It was impossible for him not to feel a surge of anger. But instead of acting immediately, he decided to quietly wait for the competition to conclude. This wait stretched from noon until evening, during which time Cyrus even casually went to the Great Hall for lunch. Finally, at the very moment when the sun's outline met the horizon, the last champion to complete the trial reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest and returned to Hogwarts. As expected, the last champion to arrive was Dumbledore. The old man seemed as if he'd set out on a morning stroll, only to return home by nightfall. In fact, aside from Cyrus, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald, there weren't many champions left. Cassandra had eliminated 2 Death Eaters, knocked out Harry, and, without any rest, turned around and knocked out her own new teammate, Krum. Afterward, she headed directly to the finish line to lie in wait. Another Durmstrang champion, unfortunately, fell into her trap and was eliminated. Bosbaton's Fleur narrowly avoided her, reaching the finish line just before Cassandra, while Cedric managed to break through her blockade. After that, Fisher voluntarily withdrew from the competition, and this chaotic and near-comic tournament finally came to an end. Now, the exhausted Cassandra stood beside Cyrus. She wanted nothing more than to sit down and rest, but with over 1,000 people watching, showing any weakness wasn't an option. She held the pumpkin juice Cyrus had handed her, taking a sip to replenish her energy. Well, I did pretty well, didn't I? Her nose flared slightly, and she lifted her chin towards Cyrus with a hint of pride. You did exceptionally well. I didn't think you'd be able to kill 2 senior Death Eaters. Cyrus praised her, genuinely impressed. He'd known Cassandra had talent, but he hadn't expected her to go this far. In that moment, the young witch looked both disheveled and captivating. Her fair face was smudged with soot. Her hair had become dry and frizzy from the intense heat of the flames, and her clothes were covered in mud. Yet, no one would say she looked anything less than remarkable. In fact, as the last embers of the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in the dim glow of twilight, her weariness seemed veiled, leaving only a radiant brilliance resting upon her shoulders. But I'm guessing I won't qualify for the next match, Cassandra said, with a smug grin that didn't look regretful in the slightest. In the history of the Triwizard Tournament, I'm probably the only one who's disqualified for too many kills. Just as she finished speaking, torches lit up around the Quidditch pitch, casting their warm glow under the dark blue night sky. Cyrus draped his cloak over Cassandra's shoulders and then shifted his gaze toward a group of people approaching with grim expressions. At the front was Babajide, with Fudge at his right side, followed by the other judges. Barty Crouch Jr. was among them as well. Congratulations on completing the first task, champions, Babajide greeted them, though his face showed little cheer. I believe some of you may have noticed that the number of champions who passed this task doesn't quite match up. Hearing this, Cedric and Fleur immediately looked at Babajide. They had both noticed the absence of their teammates earlier. However, Cedric had spotted Harry waving to him from the stands upon arriving at the pitch, so he hadn't been overly concerned. Fleur, on the other hand, was baffled. According to the rules, her teammate shouldn't have been eliminated. Yet, she hadn't seen any sign of her fellow champions on the big screen, nor could she find them anywhere on the Quidditch pitch. A few have been eliminated, Babajide began, only for Fleur to interrupt, her anxiety clear. But Bosbaton's champions weren't supposed to be eliminated. She spoke in French, and though Babajide didn't fully understand, he grasped her meaning. Please remain calm, Miss Delacour, he said evenly. I am deeply sorry and saddened regarding the fate of your fellow Bosbaton's champions. A dreadful thought immediately crossed Fleur's mind. Could it be that they had been unfortunate enough to encounter some uncontrollable magical creatures? Throughout the task, Fleur had avoided magical creatures wherever possible. While this meant she might miss valuable clues and information, it had kept her safe. Yet now, as she mourned for her 2 classmates, Umbridge broke through her thoughts. I have something to say. The pudgy woman in pink sidestepped both Minister Fudge and Babajide, the representative of the International Confederation of Wizards, as she aggressively confronted Cyrus and Cassandra. Cassandra Voleur, due to your cruel actions, we hereby disqualify you from the tournament. Her face twisted into a scowl, her bulging eyes glaring. Cassandra wasn't surprised. She had been prepared for this. Without hesitation, She stepped forward to face her judgment. She had only taken a single step forward when a hand rested on her shoulder. Surprised, Cassandra looked back and met Cyrus's intense golden gaze. "As long as I'm standing here, no one will make my students suffer," Cyrus said, pulling Cassandra back. "Stand aside." Just moments ago, Cassandra had fought in the Forbidden Forest like a Valkyrie, but now she seemed more like a startled kitten, staring at Cyrus's back in a daze. Cyrus stepped in front of Umbridge, his cold gaze locking onto her. She shuddered, feeling as though a dragon had fixed its eyes on her, the sense of impending death washing over her in an instant. What do you think you're doing?" she stammered, her voice feigning authority. Her feet shook like oversized carrots, barely able to keep her standing under Cyrus's intense gaze. The aura radiating from him seemed to seep into her very soul, making her want to drop to her knees. Still, she clung to her position, representing the ministry's authority. "Perhaps you don't understand what kind of person this student of yours is." TSSH. Before she could finish, Cyrus's hand lashed out with a sudden, brutal slap. Given Cyrus's strength, enough to crush Voldemort's bones effortlessly, this slap left half of Umbridge's face wrecked. Her face swelled grotesquely, like she'd been stung by a wasp, and she flew sideways, her other cheek scraping against the ground. 5 or 6 teeth scattered around her, blood-streaked, like kernels of white corn. Umbridge didn't even have time to react. Her legs gave a twitch, and she passed out on the spot. No one had seen that slap coming. Barty Crouch and Dumbledore had expected Cyrus might not take kindly to threats, but no one anticipated he'd be so decisive. After striking Umbridge, Cyrus acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't spare her a glance, instead grabbing Fudge's tie and using it as a cloth to wipe his hand. There's a certain satisfaction in using one's fist, wouldn't you say? The only downside is the mess. Don't you think so, Cornelius? Cyrus said nonchalantly. His tone had a familiarity that, in Fudge's ears, sounded utterly chilling. Fudge didn't dare respond, terrified that a single wrong word might lead Cyrus to hang him by his tie. He turned to Dumbledore, eyes pleading for help. Naturally, Dumbledore stepped forward, earning an eye roll from Grindelwald, who thought to himself that only Dumbledore would intervene here. If it were him, he wouldn't bother. It wasn't that Grindelwald feared Cyrus and thus indulged Cassandra. On one hand, he thought the deaths of 2 Death Eaters weren't worth fussing over. On the other, even if Cassandra had truly killed students, it certainly wouldn't be Umbridge's place to step in. Who did she think she was? Was she even qualified to speak to someone like Cyrus? But Dumbledore was a different kind of person from Grindelwald. He gently placed his aged hand on Cyrus's wrist, looking at him calmly as he spoke in a soft voice. "All right, Cyrus, let's listen to what this is all about first." Dumbledore pulled Cyrus back. He thought that the most significant difference between Cyrus and Voldemort was that Cyrus could be reasoned with. Even Grindelwald, who possessed an innate arrogance, lacked that willingness. But Cyrus was different. He was willing to listen, as long as the person speaking was ready to talk to him reasonably. Babajide also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was highly respected, his magical abilities were far from matching Dumbledore's. The few exchanges between Dumbledore and Cyrus today had been enough to kill him 10 times over. "Mr. Cyrus, I must inform you that Cassandra Vole killed 2 young warriors from Beauxbatons during the tournament. This is a very severe act," Babajide said solemnly. "Though the Triwizard Tournament has always involved danger, there's no precedent of warriors killing each other. I'm afraid we will have to disqualify Miss Vole." His tone was extremely courteous, almost pleading. No one found this strange, nor did anyone feel it inappropriate. Even those who might have felt differently seemed at a loss for words, especially after seeing Umbridge's defeated, toad-like appearance on the ground. But Cyrus shook his head. "I disagree." His gaze met Babajide's, unwavering. "The rules of the tournament do not prohibit warriors from fighting each other. Cassandra broke no rules, so disqualifying her would be unreasonable," Cyrus said firmly. In truth, Cassandra didn't need to continue in the tournament, and having her withdraw now wouldn't be the worst outcome. But Cyrus could accept Cassandra choosing not to participate. He wouldn't accept her being disqualified. Additionally, I'd like to clarify that while Cassandra may have inadvertently harmed one of Beauxbaton's warriors, the other clearly died by his own out-of-control fiendfire, Cyrus stated calmly. Casting such dangerous dark magic, being burned by it is simply his own doing. He only used fiendfire because he was under attack. Bartemius Crouch Jr. finally snapped, stepping forward in irritation, calling it an accident or self-inflicted. It made Cassandra sound like an innocent lamb. Under attack. Cyrus raised an eyebrow, glancing around with a cold smile. "So, should I interpret this gathering around me as an attack?" He pulled out his wand, and several people instinctively stepped back, faces pale with fear. Would you all like to feel the fiend fire for yourselves? He was a madman. This thought flashed through everyone's mind as the tension shifted back to Dumbledore. Other than Dumbledore, no one could rein Cyrus in now. Grindelwald might have been able to, but he'd sooner join forces with Cyrus against Dumbledore than calm him down. Dumbledore felt troubled. He hadn't expected the first event of the tournament to escalate like this. It was serious, of course. People had been killed, but Cyrus was refusing to back down. Dumbledore glanced at Cassandra. The pretty, blonde girl didn't look the least bit vicious. She sipped warm pumpkin juice with a puffed cheek, looking more innocent than ever. It almost made Dumbledore want to hurry back to the Great Hall for dinner. Then he exchanged a quick glance with Cyrus, trying to understand the full situation. Cyrus let him read his surface thoughts. In an instant, everything became clear. They'd killed Death Eaters. So, Dumbledore finally understood. What he'd thought were vulnerable, innocent students from Beauxbatons had already become Death Eaters, merely disguising themselves. There was nothing to hesitate over now. I believe that since the rules were not explicitly stated beforehand, Miss Vole's qualification should not be revoked, Dumbledore announced, noticing Bartemius Crouch Jr.'s face growing visibly darker. Of course, we should still place some restrictions, such as forbidding deadly force or the use of dark magic on other champions. Chapter 253. Cyrus killed Dumbledore? How could I have such a dream? That interrogation ended quietly under Dumbledore's mediation. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic had initially underestimated Cyrus, viewing him as an easy target. Both Fudge and Umbridge had witnessed Cyrus being captured by Dumbledore before and assumed that in the mere year or two since, nothing had changed. But in reality, Cyrus now likely surpassed even Dumbledore in raw magical power. The only real concern was the Elder Wand. He hadn't yet gone all out against this wand, but when Harry had become its master, even Voldemort had lost. Cyrus's only worry was whether the legendary, invincible Elder Wand might indeed possess some form of death's power, ensuring victory for any true master who wielded it. Either way, Cyrus was no longer the same person he had been. Back then, he'd focused on how to escape from Dumbledore. Now, he was fully confident he could defeat him. What a tiresome farce. Grindelwald was already weary of the Ministry's posturing. He'd encountered many foolish magical governments, but the British Ministry's sheer ineptitude was rare even by world standards. He could only attribute it to Dumbledore having sheltered these fools too well, so much so that they somehow believed they could imprison a Dark Lord with mere earthly authority. Honestly, for people like Cyrus and himself to even agree to abide by tournament rules or laws was already an act of mercy. If they wanted to, taking over the British magical world would be a simple task, accomplished in a day. He yawned, looking rather displeased at the way Cyrus and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Although he knew Cyrus liked women, and even if he didn't, he'd hardly be interested in a man over 100 years old. Dumbledore's brittle bones couldn't withstand a young man's energy. Still, he couldn't help feeling irritated. Those bushy white eyebrows twitched with discontent as he tilted his head and looked at Dumbledore. "When's dinner, Dumbledore?" he asked. "It's dark already, and the weather's cold. Don't make an old man over 100 stand out here freezing." Dumbledore glanced at him, and in fact, everyone looked at Grindelwald. In that moment, even Fudge was somewhat grateful to Grindelwald for breaking the tension and easing his own discomfort. Dumbledore, however, had the deepest, most complex expression in his gaze. "Right away, Mr. Grindelwald," Dumbledore said, his tone carefully distant. "Everyone, please return to the Great Hall. Severus, take Umbridge to the hospital wing." "Me?" Snape, standing off to the side like a bat lurking in the shadows, paused, staring at Umbridge sprawled on the ground with unconcealed distaste. He might have looked like a giant bat, but he wasn't an actual bat, and he certainly had no interest in handling toads. "You can help Madame Pomfrey prepare some potions to speed her recovery," Dumbledore said, not giving Snape a chance to refuse before leading the others back toward the Great Hall. Under the dark cloak of night, only Snape and the vibrant, unsightly Toad remained on the Quidditch pitch. The Ministry officials didn't stay for dinner. After what had just happened, they had little face left to linger. The Beauxbatons group also opted out of the meal, which everyone understood. After all, who could be cheerful dining beside those responsible for their friend's death? At the feast, Cassandra's brutal killing of the two Death Eaters had already made an impact. Everywhere she went, students cleared a path for her, and a circle of empty seats formed around her spot at the Slytherin table. Her beauty had once drawn admiration, but now no one dared to look her in the eye. Everyone feared that she might suddenly pull out her wand and cast a curse. Getting into an argument with someone else might lead to injuries, but upsetting her? That might mean a one-way trip to the afterlife. Frightening, wasn't it? Heh, Cassandra didn't mind this in the slightest. In fact, she seemed to relish the fearful stares, which irked Ginny and Hermione. She's so full of herself. Ginny huffed. She really is something. Ron said admiringly. If I were her, I wouldn't even know how to carry on at Hogwarts. He dreamed of being the center of attention, but this kind? He knew those uneasy glances would crush him. At the feast, Harry seemed a bit distracted. He turned to glance at Cedric, who was seated at the Hufflepuff table, surrounded by the adoring cheers of the other Hufflepuffs. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over. Cedric, he called, and a boy sitting beside Cedric looked up, moving aside to give the smaller-framed Harry some room. Sorry, I got eliminated a bit early, Harry said apologetically. I was hoping we could face the challenges together. Don't worry about it, Harry. You were eliminated by Cassandra Vole. I heard about what she did, Cedric replied, casting a wary and cautious glance at the blonde beauty seated alone at the Slytherin table. He couldn't help but feel a chill. Lucky she didn't kill you. Noticing Cedric's gaze, Cassandra turned her head slightly and locked eyes with him. Cedric, however, didn't recoil in fear, but simply looked away calmly. To be honest, we all underestimated the other schools and the tournament itself, Cedric admitted to Harry. Harry felt the same way. When he first heard about the Triwizard Tournament, he thought it would be just a regular school exchange competition. But then Cyrus showed up, followed by Grindelwald, and suddenly the three most powerful wizards were part of the event. Then there were the Death Eaters. Harry felt frustrated. It was clear that there were many layers of conspiracy behind all of this. Harry had seen Voldemort take on many forms. The Quirrell in his first year, Cyrus in his second year, mistakenly thought to be Voldemort, a goblin body in his third year, and then returning again through his father's remains. Even though Voldemort had been defeated again and again, he seemed impossible to kill. Who knew in what form he would come back this time? And besides, you did help, Cedric said, patting Harry's shoulder, his face especially bright. That centaur in the Forbidden Forest, Firenze, he asked if I knew you. Hearing that, Harry grinned. Then he pulled out a magical firearm. Here, take this, Harry said. I'm low on bullets, but you should be able to make more, so that shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully, it'll help in the second task. Or, maybe you could just withdraw. Harry actually hoped Cedric would give up the tournament. Right now, besides the trio of Cyrus, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald, only 3 students had made it to the second task, Cedric, Fleur, and the fearsome Cassandra. Harry wasn't worried about Cassandra, knowing she only targeted Death Eaters, but Fleur Delacour. He glanced over at the nearly empty Ravenclaw table. That half-vila, always exuding a magnetic charm, was now Bosbaden's last remaining champion. No one knew what she would do in the second task, or if she'd even be the one participating herself. No, I'll keep competing. Cedric shook his head, looking more like a brave Gryffindor. Don't worry about me, Harry. I'll make sure I stay safe first. Good luck, Harry nodded, genuinely happy for Cedric. The break between the first and second task spanned 2 to 3 months. The second task would take place after the Christmas holidays and would only begin when spring arrived. During this time, the visiting champions and alternates from other schools could only sit in on classes at Hogwarts. In these months, Harry didn't feel any sense of a tournament atmosphere. The Ministry of Magic and the wizards from the International Confederation of Wizards had all returned, and everything seemed to go back to normal, except for one thing. I don't get it. You've been eliminated, so why don't you have to take the final exams? Ron asked, a bit jealous. Skipping exams was a dream he'd loved to achieve. If only I'd been chosen as a champion. I'd lose in the first round, then coast through the whole year, he exclaimed, slamming his hand down on the table, surrounded by essays thicker than his thumb. Don't be silly. Harry's going to take his exams, right? Hermione said, as if it were obvious. She couldn't understand why anyone would want to avoid exams. But Harry's silent smirk said it all. This made Hermione extremely frustrated. She slammed her book down on the table, glaring at him, and the 3 of them were promptly kicked out of the library by Madame Pants. Even so, Hermione kept lecturing Harry about taking his exams. She insisted that he shouldn't neglect his courses and studies. Otherwise, he might end up with nothing this year. You've seen how brilliant Cassandra is. If you keep wasting time like this, I bet even Cyrus wouldn't want a follower like you, Hermione declared, turning up the heat. Finally, Harry picked up his assignments and began working. This surprised Snape. He'd fully expected Harry to shirk his potions assignments, using the champion title as an excuse, and was prepared to mock him in class for being the eliminated champion. But seeing Harry turn in his work left Snape momentarily lost for words, rendering this one of the rare potions classes in which Harry wasn't ridiculed. Of course, it wasn't as if Snape had anything positive to say either. Typically, Cyrus spent his time in the Hogwarts library or in his carriage. He rarely strolled around the grounds, as Hogwarts young witches tended to accidentally gravitate toward him, pretending to do something nearby. And the carriage itself was well equipped with almost every convenience he could need. Anything missing could simply be conjured up with magic. Except for the books in the library. This was also the reason Cyrus often lingered in the library. Previously, he'd only been interested in the restricted section, but he'd come to realize that there were plenty of valuable books outside of it as well. Many were on magical theory, which, while not forbidden, offered insights that proved quite useful. Some of these theories, Cyrus could test for himself. Cyrus was accustomed to young girls constantly glancing his way, but today, the girl, observing him, was a bit unusual. He looked toward a dim corner of the library shelves, where a shadow of blue drifted by. "You've been watching me for quite a while, Lady Grey," Cyrus said, keeping his head down as he continued reading. Lady Grey. Helena Ravenclaw's face twisted in anger as she stepped out from behind the shelf, her expression filled with a despairing rage that made it seem like she might tear Cyrus apart. "You liar. You deceived me and stole the diadem from me. Back then, you affectionately called me Helena, and now, you call me Lady Grey?" The ghost of Ravenclaw, whose real name was Helena Ravenclaw, was the daughter of Hogwarts founder. In her fury, she reached out with her hands that could grasp nothing, to claw at Cyrus's face. "First of all, the one who deceived you was Tom Riddle, not me. We just happen to look somewhat alike," Cyrus said calmly, ignoring the ghost's feeble attempts to claw at him. "Second, the diadem that Tom Riddle promised to retrieve for you. I can give it to you right now." He took out the diadem, which had corroded entirely, its form barely recognizable. Helena finally fell silent, dropping to her knees and covering her face as she sobbed. "It's ruined beyond repair. Voldemort used it as a vessel for a Horcrux, and that dark magic destroyed it. I've failed my mother." "Of course you have." Cyrus offered no words of comfort, only nodding seriously. "The wise Rowena Ravenclaw somehow had a daughter as foolish as you." Cyrus had little patience for foolishness, and Helena was the perfect example of a fool, the kind of romantic that he found utterly insufferable. Someone like that was bound to make disastrous decisions. "Well, no matter. The diadem is back, even if it's damaged. It's still Lady Ravenclaw's relic, so you might as well keep it safe." He rose from his seat, as their exchange, despite his earlier soundproofing spell, had already drawn the attention of many students nearby. Night. The ghostly ship drifting on the Black Lake disturbed Captain Jack. No, it disturbed Grindelwald's sleep. The scene before him became hazy, as dark shadows and veils faded away, replaced by a world shrouded in silvery gray mist. Albus Dumbledore stood before him. Gradually, everything grew clearer, the gray tower around them, resembling an observatory. The wizard he had longed for stood opposite him, wand in hand, just as he had 50 years ago. But Grindelwald had no time to feel heartache before a green flash cut through the air. Avada Kedavra. Ah! Dumbledore's lifeless body fell before him, and from the cold, viscous darkness, a handsome young man dressed in green robes stepped forward. Cyrus. Chapter 254. The Queen of Ice and Snow. Grindelwald woke from the dream. One eye still glowed silver in the darkness, like a moon. He immediately realized this wasn't a simple nightmare, but a prophecy. Only, Cyrus is going to kill Dumbledore? He found it hard to believe. Grindelwald had indeed foreseen a battle between Cyrus and Dumbledore. It was inevitable. But he'd never thought it would come to the point of life or death between them. Was it truly necessary to go that far? A sudden emptiness hollowed his heart, as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss. Looking through the cabin window into the black depths of the lake, he saw the ship swaying restlessly in the waves, reflecting his own growing unease. As a prophet, he knew well that a true prophecy was nearly impossible to alter. Often, everything you did to prevent it only hastened its realization. Just like Voldemort, who handpicked an enemy destined to defeat him. Over 50 years ago, when Grindelwald witnessed the destructive power of nuclear weapons, he hadn't considered trying to prevent that terrifying weapons creation, knowing it would be futile. But now the moment he foresaw Dumbledore's death, Grindelwald was resolute in his determination to take action, even if it meant paying with his life. Now he sat silently in his cabin chair. The entire room was damp and stiflingly hot, yet he paid no mind. Grindelwald was completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Grindelwald." It was Vinda's voice. "There is someone here to see you." Grindelwald opened the door, and there stood Vinda, looking a bit smaller than he remembered from the distant past. Behind her emerged a man in a suit. "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald." Barty Crouch Jr. licked his lips. "Barty Crouch Jr., here to seek a collaboration with you on behalf of the Dark Lord." After the first task ended, everything seemed to return to normal. Hogwarts was once again bustling with noise, though the weather was growing colder. And with this year's Quidditch matches cancelled, fewer people gathered on the grounds. In early December, Hogwarts had its first snowfall. The surface of the Black Lake had also begun to freeze, though the ice was still thin. In a little while, it would be solid enough to skate on. Around this time, Professor McGonagall announced one of the traditions of the Triwizard Tournament, the Yule Ball, a Christmas ball. Fisher was taken aback, then cast a glance at Cassandra, who was sitting alone. However, Cassandra kept her gaze fixed on Cyrus without turning her head. Fisher reluctantly looked away. It's one of the tournament's traditions. During the Christmas holidays, fourth-year students and above are to stay and participate in the ball, while first, second, and third years are not allowed. "Of course, we don't need to worry about that," Cyrus said with a slight smile, as only 10 of them had come, with Draco being the youngest. "I suggest you find a dance partner as soon as possible, or you'll have to enter alone. Or skip the ball altogether and go hungry. I should warn you, there won't be any food available outside of the ball." "But what if we can't find a partner?" Draco asked quickly. "If you can't, you could partner with another single student, Draco. Society is quite open now. Dancing with another boy is no big deal. Though, you might need to negotiate who will play the role of the girl at the ball," Cyrus said with a laugh. This suggestion made the faces of several boys change immediately. If they considered that the only girl from Ilvermorny participating in the tournament, aside from Cassandra, was already taken, then unless they were comfortable dancing with another boy, they'd have to hurry to invite one of the girls from the other schools. "That's why I suggest you spend more time socializing with the young witches from the other schools," Cyrus said with a slight laugh. While hesitant people wasted time, the truly bold were already thinking about how best to ask someone suitable. Just 3 days after the announcement of the Yule Ball, many girls in the castle had already secured partners. Ginny and Hermione were still waiting. A few boys had asked them, but none of them were who they'd hoped for. "There's no way he'd ask both of us," Hermione said pointedly. "And then there's Miss Bella, who doesn't seem like the type to give up easily." "Maybe teachers don't have to worry about finding a partner," Ginny muttered, still not giving up. "Do you really think Snape will look for a date?" Of course not." The two of them whispered on in the library, unaware that a large figure was watching them from behind a bookshelf, clutching a book as he nervously observed the slightly disheveled Hermione. "If he doesn't come to invite us, what do you think we should do?" Hermione asked. "Well, I mean, there's no rule that dance partners have to be a boy and a girl, is there?" Ginny suggested, coming up with an idea Hermione would never have considered, one that required a little courage to break tradition. Meanwhile, Cyrus hadn't put much thought into finding a dance partner. In fact, he wasn't planning on dancing at all. Compared to dancing, Cyrus was far more curious about whether Dumbledore and Grindelwald might share a dance at the ball. For the past few days, he'd kept an eye out, wondering if Grindelwald would muster the courage to ask Dumbledore. Unfortunately, he hadn't spotted any signs of it. However, his patience for such gossip only lasted so long. In the days that followed, he returned to his usual habits, hiding in his luxurious carriage or heading to the Room of Requirement to research magic. It was far more interesting than dancing. Lately, he'd been studying the Madagot. This was the magical creature featured in Fantastic Beasts and spotted in the French Ministry of Magic. Entirely black with eyes that looked almost alien, Madagots had a unique ability. They could duplicate themselves when attacked by magic. The duplication ability of Madagots was exceedingly rare in the magical world, nearly unheard of. After duplicating, each individual Madagot's magical strength didn't weaken, making them exponentially more dangerous. Cyrus was currently investigating whether all duplicated Madagots shared a single consciousness or if each entity possessed its own independent awareness. If he could replicate the magical circuitry of Madagot blood, he might be able to create a duplication spell. One Dark Lord was terrifying enough, but if there were 2, 3, dozens, he could hardly imagine it. He cast a minor spell at the Madagot. The normally gentle creature instantly became enraged, quickly splitting into 2, arching its back and bristling as it crouched down, hissing menacingly at Cyrus. "First, let's see if the 2 cats from the same original will exhibit different emotions." Cyrus paid no mind to their bared fangs and claws. He simply reached out, grabbed one Madagot by the scruff of its neck, and separated them. Then, he continued to provoke one Madagot while placing some delectable food in front of the other to calm it. Soon, he observed that the Madagot with food grew calmer, while the one without it seemed even angrier. It appears they each have their own consciousness, yet their awareness is linked, Cyrus mused, stroking his chin. It seemed the Madagot's duplication magic was a bit like a fusion of shadow cloning techniques and shared vision. Each duplicate retained its consciousness while sharing sensory input. The Madagot denied the treat knew it had been treated unfairly, which only heightened its anger. This discovery made the magic seem even more remarkable. However, replicating such a power and converting it into a spell would not be easy. Even for Cyrus, who had mastered ancient magic, replicating the Madagot's abilities would require extensive experiments and time, especially those involving more ruthless magical procedures, an essential step. In the days leading up to the Christmas ball, Harry and Ron finally realized the urgency of the situation. Harry hadn't initially given much thought to the ball. He had already decided who he wanted to invite, Cho Chang from 5th year. However, because of his hesitation and shyness, Cho had already become Cedric's partner. As he watched everyone around him pair up with their partners, he and Ron were left standing alone. Finally, Harry started to panic. I have an idea. Ron came up with a less-than-great plan. I'll ask Hermione, and Harry, you can ask Ginny. Will that work? Harry was worried. Why not? Ron countered. We both know they're interested in Cyrus, but he can't be everyone's partner. They'll want to find a way into the hall to have a chance to dance with him, won't they? As for us, it's not like I'm excited to dance. Ron had lost all interest in dancing after seeing the dress robes his mother had sent him. To be honest, just having someone to walk the red carpet with would be a win. I just want to get to the food. You make a good point, Harry agreed stiffly. Unlike Ron, he was still holding out hope about Cho. But if he wanted to see her in her dress robes, he'd first have to get into the Great Hall. So, should we go with your plan? Harry and Ron quickly found Hermione and Ginny in the common room. The fire was crackling in the fireplace, warming the entire space. Ginny was curled up on the sofa, playing chess with another girl, while Hermione had her head down, reading a book. Hey, Hermione, Ginny, we need to talk to you, Ron said. Hermione glanced up, then turned a page. Go on then. Ron sat down beside her with a serious expression and looked her in the eyes as if he was about to reveal a big secret. Listen, Hermione, he paused dramatically. You're a girl. Hermione, what the? Not only Hermione, but Ginny and everyone else nearby turned to Ron in astonishment. What an eye you have, Hermione snapped, closing her book with a thud and smacking Ron on the head with it. Ow, Ron, did you think Hermione was a boy this whole time? Ginny rolled her eyes. She sleeps in the girls' dormitory. No, that's not what I meant. I was saying we could go to the Christmas ball together. Ron rubbed his head, grinning. He looked less like someone asking for a dance and more like someone suggesting they team up for a grocery run. He clearly hadn't considered the possibility of rejection, but Hermione leaned back on the sofa, crossed her arms, and replied coolly. No. Yeah, thought so. Wait, no? Why? If you don't go with me, how else are you going to the ball? Ron asked, bewildered. You're mistaken, Ron. Did you really think Hermione's unpopular? Ginny retorted. Isn't she? Ron replied, looking sure of himself, though he quickly realized how that sounded. I mean, I know who you both want to go with, but he can't ask both of you, right? You still need a way to get into the hall. We don't need your help with that, Hermione said lazily, eyes still on her book. Actually, Crumb asked Hermione several days ago, Ginny added. Hermione turned him down, but even Crumb understood that he should make a proper invitation. You two waited until the last minute, and then came to us like it's no big deal. Ginny's sharp gaze made both Ron and Harry shrink a little in embarrassment. Harry hadn't even spoken, but could already tell his chances were gone. Sure enough, once Ginny finished talking, she went right back to her game. However, she did offer Harry a small bit of advice. That proud Cassandra still doesn't have a date. You two could try your luck with her. See Cassandra? The image of a beautiful but intimidating face flashed in Harry's mind. Whenever he thought of her, he couldn't help but picture blood. The memory of a Death Eater's and still vivid enough to make him slightly afraid of Cassandra. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I kill Pettigrew? Ginny said. It's different. I blacked out then, so I didn't see it, Harry replied, still recalling the feeling of blood splattering onto his face. Forget it. I'll find someone else. He and Ron walked off. Meanwhile, by the edge of the Black Lake, Cassandra, the one they'd been talking about, sat alone among the falling snowflakes. The ice on the lake, once thin, had grown thick, and Durmstrang's ghostly ship was now deeply lodged in the frozen surface, as if mirroring Grindelwald's steady heart. As night descended, Cassandra watched Grindelwald walk across the dark ice toward the castle, as though he was heading toward a heart-frozen solid. On the ship's deck, Durmstrang's headmistress gazed sorrowfully at his retreating figure. Her look held a mix of disappointment and resignation. Cassandra, 2. Waited for someone to invite her. She knew several wizards were considering it. After all, she was quite beautiful. But none dared approach her, only peeking from afar, heads lowered. Such people weren't worthy of a second glance from Cassandra. Fortunately, they did not have the courage. Otherwise, the failure of the invitation would only make them feel more embarrassed. Now, there was no one by the Black Lake, and the fire in the castle was lighting up. She was sitting alone in the snow, and suddenly she stood up and jumped lightly onto the ice. The moment she landed, she had a pair of ice skates on her feet, and Cassandra began to dance on the ice with heavy snow falling. Cyrus left the room of requirement and planned to return to the carriage. Ilvermorny's carriage was parked at the edge of Black Lake, near the Forbidden Forest. As he passed the Black Lake, he saw Cassandra dancing in the snow. The girl seemed tiny compared to the huge Black Lake stage, moving gracefully and jumping lightly on the black ice. The heavy snow in the sky bloomed on the tips of her golden hair. Chapter 255, Christmas Ball. On the night of the Christmas Ball, snow drifted down from the sky. However, the castle itself wasn't cold at all, as if a spell had been cast to ward off the chill. By 7 in the evening, a crowd of young wizards had already gathered at the entrance of the Great Hall. For once, they had shed their robes and dressed formally in suits or gowns. Draco wore a white suit today and looked rather dashing. His date wasn't Pansy, who usually clung to him like a lapdog, but another girl. Harry and Ron had ultimately ended up inviting the pretty twin sisters, though they didn't seem particularly thrilled with their dates. Especially Ron, who was wearing that overly ornate, grandmotherly dress robe, making him stick out awkwardly among the crowd. He felt completely out of place and had no desire to dance, only wanting to hide somewhere and eat. As for Harry, his eyes were practically glued to Cho Chang, who stood across the hall in a stunning cheepow, though she was already linked arm in arm with Cedric. Cedric, tall and handsome as ever, looked impeccable, and Harry reluctantly averted his gaze. "Do you know who Hermione and Ginny ended up going with?" Ron asked curiously. He was sure neither Ginny nor Hermione had chosen Cyrus as their partner, because that night, after much debate, he and Harry had decided to try their luck with Cassandra, though really, it was mostly Harry who was willing to approach her, as Ron was too intimidated. However, when they reached the Black Lake, they'd seen Cassandra from a distance, boldly inviting Cyrus herself. "I don't know, but Cyrus accepted Cassandra's invitation," Harry said absent-mindedly. "If it were me, I'd choose Cassandra too," Ron said matter-of-factly. "She's got a great figure, unlike Ginny, who's just a little kid, and Hermione, who's, well, different." Just then, 2 terrifying voices spoke up from right behind him. "Who exactly are you calling underdeveloped kid? And what exactly do you mean by different?" Ron froze, feeling as though a shadow of death had fallen over him. "Let me explain, Hermione," he stammered, turning around stiffly. But as he looked toward the voices, he stopped short, stunned. Standing before him was not the usual scruffy girl he was used to. Hermione's hair was now smooth and glossy, flowing down her back like a waterfall instead of tied up. She was dressed in a long, purple gown that made her look almost like a princess, so beautiful he barely recognized her. Who are you?" Ron asked, dumbfounded. Ginny, dressed in a similar style to Hermione, rolled her eyes and delivered a cold jab. "Impressive. It took you 4 years to realize Hermione was a girl, and now you don't even recognize her." She was half a head shorter than Hermione, with her fiery red hair cascading down and a red dress to match. Her pale, soft skin highlighted the striking red, making her look like a blooming red rose. The only slight drawback was that, in certain areas, this rose seemed a bit lacking. "Hermione? Ginny?" Ron and Harry both looked shocked. They weren't alone. None of the other students had expected Hermione, who usually looked so unkempt, to be this beautiful when dressed up. But Ron's attention was clearly elsewhere. He sneakily looked behind Hermione and Ginny, expecting to see a boy with them, but found no one. "Where's your date? I knew you were bluffing." Ron slung an arm over Harry's shoulder with a smug grin, raising his eyebrows as he said, "You shouldn't have been so boastful. If you hadn't, Harry and I could have been your dates. But now it's too late. We've already got 2 of the prettiest girls in school. And especially you, Ginny. Hermione can at least attend the ball, but you're done for." "TSK, I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting," Ginny replied, rolling her eyes and ignoring Ron's antics as she lifted her chin and looped her arm through Hermione's. Together, this stunning pair, like a beautiful garland woven together, made their way to the doors of the Great Hall, capturing the admiration of everyone around. Just then, it struck 8 o'clock, and Professor McGonagall walked past the dumbstruck Ron, looking surprisingly younger in her outfit than he did. LOL. As she passed him, She cast him a bewildered and somewhat disdainful look. "What on earth are you wearing, Weasley?" McGonagall said in surprise and disapproval. "Even actors in medieval plays wouldn't dress like that. Perhaps you and Sir Nicholas would have a thing or two to discuss on fashion." Ron's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Then, she opened the oak front doors of the Great Hall. The students, careful not to disturb their formal attire, stepped in one by one along the red carpet with pride. The Great Hall itself looked completely transformed. Most notably, the 4 long tables were gone, replaced by 100 small round tables scattered around like lily pads in a lake, with garlands hanging from the starry ceiling above. Dumbledore had likely cast a spell, as tonight the ceiling didn't show snowfall, but rather glittered with brilliant starlight. Harry glanced toward the usual spot where the professors sat. It looked mostly the same, but Dumbledore, Cyrus, and even the dark wizard Grindelwald were nowhere to be seen. Harry quickly realized that tonight's spotlight was reserved for the champions, who were still competing in the tournament. They would be making a grand entrance. As he thought this, he heard a hushed gasp ripple through the crowd. He immediately looked up, peering outside the doors. Dumbledore strode in, tall and dignified in a pristine, elegant robe, while at his side walked Grindelwald, cloaked in all black. The two walked side by side, and in Harry's mind, it was like watching a holy angel accompanied by a devil. Harry was utterly confused. Why don't they have dance partners? I thought Dumbledore would invite Professor McGonagall. You're mistaken, boy. A sugary voice broke through Harry's musings. Rita Skeeter had somehow slipped in. She seemed to be looking much better lately. Even her physique had started reverting to her plumper, former self. At this moment, she rested her overly bejeweled arm on Harry's shoulder, peering over her gold-rimmed glasses perched on a heavily powdered nose. Her gaze towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald was filled with a kind of decadent excitement. Albus Dumbledore is Gellert Grindelwald's partner. Just look at him. Doesn't he look like a bride in a wedding dress? Rita mercilessly shattered Harry's vision of angel and devil standing opposed, painting instead a wedding scene in his naive mind. Grindelwald, dressed in a black suit with a bright red rose pinned to his chest, standing at the altar with Dumbledore, flawless in white, but with a rather prominent beard. Harry shuddered. It's such a pity that Mr. Cyrus won't let me write about those two. Rita Skeeter sighed. People loved hearing the gossip about great figures, and tales between Dumbledore and Grindelwald were so sensational. But Cyrus forbade it. Chapter 256, The Elegant Couple. It's such a pity that Mr. Cyrus won't let me write about those two. Rita was thoroughly intrigued by the scene, thrilled that Grindelwald had suddenly shown up with Dumbledore at the ball, looking as if they were on the verge of a second spring together. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to write anything. These two might just reveal everything themselves. I wonder if these two old roses can bloom once more. Rita thought to herself with eager anticipation. Harry felt slightly nauseated by Rita's insinuations, but couldn't argue. Was she just a fangirl obsessed with shipping elderly men together? There was nothing inherently wrong with that, he supposed. Actually, even Harry himself had almost been labeled similarly once. Some girls had thought there was something special between him and Ron. Ugh. Instinctively, Harry took a step away from Rita Skeeter. Just then, another round of gasps rippled through the crowd, though this time the reactions held more awe than shock. Oh my, look at them. Bloody hell. She's absolutely stunning. Ron's eyes were practically glued to the sight. Harry quickly followed his gaze. Cassandra had gone all out with her look tonight. She wore a long, elegant black gown, her golden hair styled with extra refinement. She adorned a black headpiece with silver snake-shaped pins nestled in her hair, which cascaded in soft curls over her right shoulder, leaving her left ear visible, where delicate silver tassels shimmered like tiny wisps of light. She had a rare necklace around her neck, understated but adding a touch of elegance to her swan-like, graceful neck. The black gown was meticulously designed, with a neckline cut to her shoulders, revealing her collarbones. The long skirt stopped just above the ground, showing her ankles, and she wore black high heels with red soles. Harry noticed that Cassandra had put on bright red lipstick today, the color so intense it reminded him of the blood of that Death Eater, stinging his eyes. He quickly looked away, as did many others who, after being captivated by Cassandra, swiftly averted their gazes, as if her thorned beauty was too dangerous to behold. Yet, there was one who dared to hold the rose by its thorns. Cyrus strode in confidently. If Cassandra's beauty had captured the attention of every boy in the room, then Cyrus had nearly every girl's gaze locked on him. He hadn't dressed up much, but even so, his handsome face and posture was as intoxicating as a love potion. In fact, the moment Cyrus entered the hall, It seemed as though the entire ball had been held in his honor. He appeared not just as a centerpiece, but as if he were the very king of the night. Cassandra? She's with Cyrus? Ginny's eyes widened, jealousy as natural as breathing. We were so focused on the idea that Cyrus couldn't accept everyone's invitations that we left her with an opening. Hermione said, covering her face, looking regretful. I thought he might go with Miss Bella. Ginny added. It wasn't that she thought Cyrus liked Bella more, but because of their roles. Cyrus, despite looking young, was still a headmaster, so accepting a student's invitation seemed somewhat odd. Ugh, a total miscalculation, she said, frustrated. But it was too late now. Cyrus led Cassandra to a table, and soon, dinner began. Of course, dinner wasn't only about eating. It was an opportunity for dance partners to get to know each other better. Many had invited their partners, but since the first task of the tournament, they might barely have exchanged words. Naturally, Cyrus and Cassandra were already well acquainted, and now they leaned in, whispering. The second task will be held outside Hogwarts, Cyrus shared, offering Cassandra some insider information. As the winner of the first task, Cyrus currently held the highest score and had gathered the most information. The level of danger may indeed be high. Are you thinking of withdrawing from the tournament? I was considering it. Cassandra drew her knife over her plate, cutting a small piece of pork and offering it to Cyrus. However, since the headmaster himself has clashed with the International Confederation of Wizards over me, backing out now might seem ungrateful, don't you think? Those guys, Cyrus smirked. I just can't stand their attitude. Whether you compete or not shouldn't depend on their decision, but on our own choice. The International Confederation of Wizards? What were they to him? In truth, the second task's content was similar to that in the original story, but the competition's location surprised Cyrus. If the intelligence he gathered was accurate, then the venue was definitely intriguing. He glanced over at Madame Maxime. She sat alone at her table, looking displeased with a dark expression, while at a distance, another large figure was sobbing into a dirty handkerchief, heartbroken. It seemed Hagrid hadn't managed to connect with Madame Maxime this time. Barty broke the heart of him. Poor guy. TSK, TSK. But, of course, that wasn't Cyrus's main concern. Cyrus couldn't help but suspect that the Death Eaters had prepared in advance, influencing the International Confederation of Wizards and the British Ministry of Magic to set the location in such a place. Clock, curtain, death. He recalled Grindelwald's prophecy, noting how each key term seemed to align with the second task. Could Voldemort actually be resurrected in the second task? He speculated. Then he glanced at Grindelwald. Unexpectedly, Grindelwald was also looking at him, though his gaze wasn't friendly. It was filled with hostility. Cyrus felt no fear. Instead, he smirked back, openly challenging him. He hadn't joined the Triwizard Tournament to make friends with this old man. He was here to show the world his power. First, defeat Grindelwald, then defeat Dumbledore. Then he'd see who else dared to stand in his way, blocking his path forward. Chapter 257, 3 Cyruses. Cyrus was preoccupied with thoughts about the second task. Still, no matter what plans Grindelwald had or what schemes Barty Crouch Jr. and Voldemort were plotting, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was looking forward to whatever surprises they might bring. Once he defeated them all, he'd see who else dared to stand in his way. A smirk played on his lips as he thought this, but then two figures appeared in front of him. It was Ginny and Hermione. They stood with arms akimbo, looking like two angry butterflies. What are you two doing here? Cyrus asked curiously. I thought your table was elsewhere. With over 100 tables set up, only the still competing champions sat together. Ginny and Hermione's table was much farther away. Clearly, they had come over specifically for Cyrus, and judging by their demeanor, they weren't here for a friendly chat. Cassandra remained silent, leaning back in her chair. She picked up her drink and sipped it lightly, her expression one of amusement, as if enjoying the show. It was obviously a tense situation. The entire table fell silent, and even people at the neighboring tables turned their heads surreptitiously to watch, anticipating Cyrus's embarrassment. For every girl infatuated with Cyrus, there was a boy jealous of him, and the students from Beaux Batons had long since come to loathe Ilvermorny. Fleur and her partner sat together, glaring at Cassandra with hatred, clearly furious over the deaths of their two schoolmates. In truth, if not for the recent events, Fleur might have considered inviting Cyrus to the ball. But now, even though she didn't think Cyrus was deeply involved in the incident, inviting the headmaster of Ilvermorny was out of the question. She had tried inviting Cedric afterward, but to her surprise, he had declined as well. In the end, she had to settle for a random Hogwarts boy as her partner. Fleur felt like nothing good had happened to her since being chosen as a champion. Contrary to expectations, Ginny and Hermione didn't start yelling or making a scene. Instead, they picked up their glasses of butterbeer, clinked them against Cyrus's, and each took a sip, leaving a trace of foam on their lips. Ginny set her glass down, shot a glare at Cassandra, and then turned to Cyrus, extending an invitation. I wonder if I might have the honor of dancing with you later? Or are you planning to spend the entire evening dancing with just her? Of course, with two such lovely ladies, Cyrus said with a slight nod. Ginny and Hermione immediately beamed with joy, linking arms and walking away together. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, then leaned over to whisper in Cyrus's ear. While I've always believed that youth and affection are beautiful things, His gaze shifted to Cassandra, then to Ginny and Hermione skipping away. His meaning was crystal clear. 3 love interests at once. Can that even be called love? Of course, Dumbledore wouldn't put it so bluntly. He phrased it more delicately. The ball lasts only a few hours. If you plan to dance with all of them, I'm afraid you won't have enough time or energy for everyone. The ball officially started at 8 p.m., and with dinner taking over an hour, there wasn't much time left. Dumbledore was certain that even if Cyrus was willing to dance with Ginny and Hermione, his current dance partner wouldn't easily let him go. Cyrus merely smiled faintly, offering no argument. After a while, the plates were nearly empty. Even if there was food left, the wizards and witches dressed in their elegant robes had little appetite for more. At this point, Dumbledore stood up, waved his wand, and all the tables floated to the walls, leaving the center of the room clear. A raised stage emerged from the ground near the right-hand wall, covered with various instruments. Moments later, the Weird Sisters swarmed onto the stage, greeted by thunderous applause from the audience. The Weird Sisters were a wizarding band as iconic in the magical world as the Beatles were in the Muggle world. Their music was modern and energetic, far from old-fashioned. As the hall lights dimmed, the pulsing rhythm of the music made it clear to everyone what was about to happen. Dancing. Let's begin, Cassandra said, uncharacteristically nervous. Her face was flushed, and her emerald green eyes sparkled as they met Cyrus's gaze. In that moment, her black gown seemed even more extraordinary. The dim lighting seemed to converge on her dress, making it stand out as if glowing. Clearly, Cassandra had used magic to ensure her gown would dazzle under low light. Cyrus took her gloved hand, feeling the soft fabric beneath his fingers, though his gaze strayed toward Ginny and Hermione, standing motionless in the crowd, seemingly waiting for him. Then, to the rhythm of the music, Cyrus held Cassandra's tightly cinched waist. It was incredibly soft, as if he were holding a cat. On the other side, Ginny and Hermione stepped aside, standing on the outskirts of the crowd. Although they were technically each other's dance partners for the evening, the idea of dancing together seemed too awkward. They watched the ebb and flow of the dancers in the hall, but in the dim lighting, Cyrus and Cassandra soon disappeared from their view. When the Weird Sisters finished their first song, applause echoed through the room. Ginny and Hermione immediately stood on tiptoe, trying to spot Cyrus. "Have you found Cyrus yet?" Ginny asked. "No, but I suspect Cassandra won't let him go until she's danced 3 or 5 songs with him," Hermione replied, her voice tinged with jealousy. Even as she spoke, her eyes never left the dance floor. At that moment, Ginny was just as much a competitor to Hermione as Cassandra. Both of them were eager to be the first to dance with Cyrus. However, instead of finding Cyrus, they ended up attracting a few annoying bees, unwelcome admirers buzzing around them. A few boys, thinking themselves dashing, slicked back their hair, abandoned their current dance partners, and confidently made their way toward Ginny and Hermione. Bowing like gentlemen, they extended their hands. Who could be so rude as to leave 2 such beautiful ladies standing alone? One of them asked with an air of smug charm. Ginny rolled her eyes and turned her head, ignoring them entirely. Undeterred, they pressed on, saying, "Would we have the honor of inviting you both to dance?" "Sorry, we're waiting for someone," Hermione said, frowning and clearly displeased. The fact that these boys had ditched their own partners after just one dance was unappealing to her. Of course, if Cyrus were to suddenly abandon Cassandra and come over to ask her to dance, that would be an entirely different story. Just one dance. They persisted, refusing to take the hint. Ginny, however, was far less patient than Hermione. Her fiery temper flared, and her bright red hair seemed to ignite as she glared at them, practically shouting. Scram! The smiles on the boys' faces froze instantly, twisting into grimaces that looked as if they had just attended a funeral. Ginny's abrupt and harsh rejection left the boys utterly deflated. Their previously gentlemanly demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced with a sneering arrogance. "I know you're waiting for that Cyrus," one of them snapped. "But he's currently dancing with that Cassandra Vole woman." The other chimed in with a cold smirk. I don't see what's so great about him. But let's face it, you've never been his first choice. Want to guess how long he'll keep dancing with her? Their taunts made Ginny and Hermione seethe with anger, their fists clenched, itching to grab their wands and teach these idiots a lesson. But someone else beat them to it. Levi Corpus. A spell shot out of the darkness, striking the two boys and hoisting them upside down toward the ceiling. Cassandra approached like a radiant queen, her confident strides commanding attention. Her movements were decisive but elegant, as if this was precisely how she was meant to carry herself, regal and authoritative. She wasn't a princess, she was a queen. I must say, she began lazily, her voice dripping with mockery. The starry ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall was feeling a bit plain. It looks much better now, don't you think? Though it sounded like a question, her tone left no room for dissent. Nearby students, who had witnessed the scene, exchanged uneasy glances before quietly retreating from the unfolding chaos. To ensure these two troublemakers didn't draw any further attention, Cassandra casually cast a muffly-auto charm around them, silencing any noise they might make that could disrupt the ball. Cassandra? Ginny and Hermione looked over, startled. What are you doing here? Before Cassandra arrived, Ginny and Hermione had been eagerly waiting for their chance to become Cyrus's next dance partner. But now, seeing Cassandra so gracefully step aside and offer them the opportunity, they both felt a bit embarrassed and hesitant. Why? I came to invite you two to dance, of course, Cassandra said with a sly smile, her gaze on Ginny and Hermione resembling someone observing little kittens. Otherwise, how pitiful you'd look, sitting here like abandoned kittens. Whatever modesty Ginny and Hermione had a moment ago vanished in an instant. Both glared at Cassandra, clearly annoyed. Seeing their reaction only seemed to amuse Cassandra further. She chuckled and added, Come on, let's go. Ginny and Hermione exchanged glances. The chance to dance was now right in front of them, but a new dilemma arose. Who would go first? Before either could make a decision, a series of gasps and exclamations suddenly erupted from the center of the dance floor. Ginny and Hermione turned toward the commotion, their curiosity piqued. They saw the dancers parting, stepping aside to clear a path. At the end of that path, Cyrus was walking toward them. Except, there were three Cyruses. Chapter 258, The Second Task. Three Cyruses stood before them, each gracefully extending a hand. Would anyone like to dance? Hermione and Ginny were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Who drank Polyjuice Potion? It's not Polyjuice Potion, but a duplication charm, Cyrus explained softly as he gently took their hands and led them onto the dance floor. Ginny and Hermione, their faces now flushed crimson, let themselves be guided as if they were marionettes under Cyrus's control. The sight captivated everyone at the ball, not just because of Cyrus's strikingly handsome appearance and the overwhelming beauty of the three girls, but because, in all of Hogwarts history, no one had ever witnessed someone dancing with three people at the same time. When the Weird Sisters began their second song, many guests seemed to forget what they were supposed to do. The center of the dance floor cleared out, and people stood gaping, like spectators watching an extraordinary skating performance. It wasn't until the Weasley twins burst into the trio's dance with their own partners that the rest of the crowd snapped back to reality. It was time to dance. Yet, as surreal as it was to see Cyrus dancing simultaneously with several girls, the room reached peak absurdity when Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald each let go of their respective partners, McGonagall and Madame Maxime, and clasped each other's hands to join the music. The pair danced together, arms around each other's waists. Dumbledore appeared to take on the more traditionally feminine role in the waltz, and Cyrus immediately noticed something else. Dumbledore was definitely a zero. The sharp and piercing gazes of the crowd fell heavily on the two elderly figures in the center of the dance floor. The sheer weight of doubt and inquiry in those eyes could crush a person. Yet neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald seemed to care. They moved as if oblivious to the judgment surrounding them, as if, for a brief moment, they had left behind all sadness and regret. Together, they were transported by the music back nearly a century, to a season when roses bloomed in Godric's Hollow. Cyrus gently held the hands of the girls dancing with him, positioning himself and them like three rose petals encircling the two old men at the heart of the floor. Grindelwald didn't even glance at Cyrus. His eyes reflected only one person, Dumbledore. But it wasn't the Dumbledore of now. It was the Dumbledore of nearly a century ago. Despite the undeniable intimacy between them, neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald ever openly addressed their relationship, not even by the time the second task of the Triwizard Tournament had begun. Harry, curious about whether Rita Skeeter's speculations held any truth, dared not ask Dumbledore directly. However, the day after the Christmas ball, he did hear whispers about an incident. Apparently, Dumbledore had been punched. His already crooked nose was now even more misshapen. Regardless, the focus soon shifted to the second task. On a crisp spring morning, under the pale sunshine, everyone once again gathered at the Quidditch pitch. Despite the lingering snow and biting cold of early spring, the crowd's enthusiasm was undeterred. However, no champions had yet appeared on the Quidditch pitch. What's going on? The crowd was in uproar. The scheduled start time for the task had already passed, yet none of the champions were anywhere to be seen. If not for the fact that tickets to watch the event were free, many young wizards might already have climbed onto the heads of those in the front row, shouting, "Geneva! Refund!" The Weasley twins were already itching to cause a stir, but just then, the large screen at the center of the Quidditch pitch suddenly lit up. An ancient hall and a dark corridor appeared on the screen. Several young wizards immediately recognized the location. Their eyes widened, and they covered their mouths, gasping in astonishment. That's the Ministry of Magic. My goodness, that's a Sphinx. Ron saw the screen showing Cyrus encountering a fierce magical creature as soon as he entered the room, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. The danger posed by a Sphinx was no less than that of a dragon. In fact, it was even worse because the creature enjoyed toying with wizards, making it all the more insidious. Although Ron had witnessed Cyrus subduing a dragon before, he couldn't help but feel worried now. Putting himself in Cyrus's place, he knew if it were him standing there, he would barely have a 1 in 10 chance of survival. I wonder what riddle the Sphinx posed. Ron muttered to himself, frowning as he stared at the screen. He couldn't hear the audio from the scene, but his imagination filled in the gaps. If it were him, he'd rather face a dragon than fail the Sphinx's riddle and be toyed with like a mouse before meeting his end. He glanced over at Hagrid, hoping to share his thoughts on how dangerous Sphinxes were, but the half-giant was clutching a handkerchief tightly, his large frame trembling as he teared up and said, "It's so adorable. I really hope Cyrus doesn't hurt it." Ron immediately realized Hagrid wasn't the right person to talk to about this. "Never mind. I should have a little faith in Mr. Cyrus," Ron muttered, shaking his head and turning his attention back to the screen. He saw that the Sphinx had moved aside, clearing the path. Just as he was about to feel relieved for Cyrus, he noticed that Cyrus had no intention of leaving. What on earth happened? Time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. The Sphinx had just caught a whiff of something suspicious and immediately spread its massive claws, speaking in a hoarse voice. "You have 3 chances to give the correct answer." It was evident that the Sphinx was impatient, eager to kill Cyrus. However, Cyrus wasn't focused on the riddle itself. Instead, he was staring at the creature's claws. These were unmistakably the claws of a feline. The paw pads looked like ripe, plump fruits, but the claws were as sharp as daggers. The moment Cyrus got the riddle wrong 3 times, the Sphinx would instantly tear his body apart. The Sphinx loved riddles and delighted in killing foolish people. But in reality, its fondness for riddles was part of its inherent magic. Just like how certain dark magic books would curse someone to only speak in rhymes for the rest of their life, failing to answer the Sphinx's riddle would subject a person to its magical influence, leaving them weaker and more vulnerable. Of course, refusing to answer would yield the same result. Otherwise, why would such a creature tirelessly pose questions? The answer is fish. As Cyrus pondered whether the Sphinx's paw pads might be softer than a cat's, he casually gave his answer. These kinds of riddles weren't a challenge for him. To be honest, compared to these questions, even the door knocker of Ravenclaw had more depth. It wasn't a joke. In comparison, Cyrus really felt that the knocker possessed far more wisdom. The Sphinx was stunned. It hadn't expected Cyrus to answer so effortlessly. A fish is alive but breathes with gills, fitting the condition of having no breath. Its body temperature is also low, cold whether alive or dead. It doesn't get thirsty, yet it is constantly surrounded by water. The Sphinx looked somewhat disappointed. It seemed to think that Cyrus had a clever mind, and if it devoured him, perhaps it could become a bit smarter itself. But magic is a kind of contract. Since Cyrus had answered the question correctly, it could no longer harm him. So, the Sphinx straightened its legs, its massive body rising like a mountain, revealing the black floor beneath its belly, clearing the way for Cyrus. "You answered correctly. Please proceed." Its almond-shaped eyes gazed at Cyrus, while Cyrus also lifted his head, his fiery golden eyes staring at the creature like a king surveying a lowly beast. Cyrus curled his lips into a cold smile, yet his feet remained still. "Oh no, no, it wasn't me trapped with you, you see? And did I say you could leave?" he sneered. "It's unfair if only I answer your questions." "What did you say, human?" Why don't you answer my question? The Sphinx was taken aback, its almond-shaped eyes now widened like bronze bells. It had never imagined that one day it would become the one being questioned. This was a complete reversal of the natural order. However, it quickly realized this could be an opportunity. If it could answer the question posed by this wizard, wouldn't that break the previous magical contract? Then, it could tear him apart and devour his brain. Very well, ask your question. The Sphinx immediately agreed to Cyrus's request. It was extremely confident and filled with anticipation. Its eyes were already filled with murderous intent, though its human-like face still wore a smile, appearing harmless. The Sphinx lowered its massive body, ready to listen to Cyrus's question and answer it instantly. This was no challenge for it. From the moment it was born, its mind had been filled with riddles and answers. After solving the riddle, I will kill this clever wizard. My question is a difficult one, Cyrus said with a smile. What can run but never walks, has a mouth but never speaks, has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps? A high-quality riddle indeed. The Sphinx, which had intended to answer immediately, hesitated. The answer didn't come to its mind right away. But after a brief moment of thought, the Sphinx immediately knew the answer. It's a river, it said. A river runs but never walks. It has a mouth where it meets the sea, yet it never speaks. It has a source, but it never sheds tears. It has a riverbed, yet it flows without rest. It seems this question wasn't difficult for you. Although Cyrus said this, he wasn't surprised. The connection between riddles and answers seemed to be an innate part of the Sphinx's magical prowess, especially with these abstract puzzles, which it enjoyed the most. Hearing this, the smile on the Sphinx's face shifted ever so slightly. In that moment, its expression became utterly savage. The gentle smile, once as calm as a spring breeze, now resembled the ferocity of a wild beast. Or rather, it was a beast all along. I've won, so now you shall die here. Without warning, it went berserk. Its hunched body shot out like a spring, and its enormous wings spread wide, making it look like a streak of yellow lightning. Its thick, razor-sharp claws lunged forward like a spear aimed directly at Cyrus's chest. Chapter 259, Fleur and Cassandra. Ron watched in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. However, his fear flickered out as quickly as a spark, because in the scene before him, Cyrus hadn't even raised his wand. He simply used his bare hands, slender compared to the Sphinx's, to catch its claw. In the next moment, boom! Ron couldn't hear any sound, but it felt as though even the image before him was shaking. Cyrus, with a swift maneuver, a perfect shoulder throw, slammed the Sphinx directly onto the ground. Then, he followed it up with a punch that landed squarely on the Sphinx's head. In Ron's mind, he could almost hear the sound of bones cracking. He shuddered, thinking that a wandless Cyrus might be even more dangerous than when he uses his wand. At least with the latter, you'd get a quicker death. Oh, poor Sphinx. I knew it would be unlucky to meet Cyrus. Hagrid was crying like a 300-pound child. Ron patted Hagrid's shoulder, feeling genuine sympathy for the first time as he tried to comfort him. The scene shifted back to Cyrus. You thought that giving the right answer would make me spare you? I have no magical restraints. He sneered, looking down at the unconscious Sphinx. This type of magical creature may let someone go if they answer its riddles correctly, but a monster that self-righteously forces others into its rules, and then smugly spares them to craft its own legend? Cyrus had no fondness for such things. Isn't that just a form of manipulation? Without giving the Sphinx another glance, Cyrus ignored it and continued walking deeper into the Ministry of Magic. The most pressing matter now was to figure out which floor he was on and how to reach the next level. Ever since the Ministry had shut down the elevators, Cyrus had no idea how to access other floors. Walking alone through the vast, black corridor, the darkness felt even heavier than during his previous visits. The Ministry's firelight and lamps had all been extinguished, leaving only the option of creating light oneself. Cyrus wasn't particularly bothered by this. His eyes could see perfectly clearly in the dark, but the same couldn't be said for the other champions. The third floor of the Ministry of Magic. Fleur quickly dispatched a ghoul, her wand's glowing tip casting light on a mass of writhing devil's snare, which resembled a nest of serpents. Under the bright illumination, the devil's snare began to retreat, revealing a narrow path. Ultimate Lumos, Fleur cast, her voice sharp and resolute. Her magic illuminated the dark surroundings, with the black marble reflecting the light and making every shadowy corner seemingly inescapable. Seeing this, Fleur let out a breath of relief, the fear in her heart dissipating alongside the darkness. What she didn't realize, however, was that in an entirely unfamiliar environment, light was as conspicuous as a torch or beacon, drawing monsters to converge upon it. Before long, Fleur began to hear strange sounds emanating from the far end of the narrow, dark passageway. Her fear returned with a vengeance. She crouched slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the dark shadows ahead, as if they were poised to devour her. She suppressed her breathing, listening intently as the tap-tap sound echoed closer and louder, growing sharper and more pronounced. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. It felt as though a massive army was surging toward her out of the darkness. Fleur's instincts weren't wrong. In an instant, the shadows ahead seemed to be tinged with a fiery red hue. Then, the shadows themselves appeared to move, or rather, something within them began to shift and surge in waves. Fleur quickly recognized the creatures, something that looked like a cross between turtles and crabs, with numerous legs encased in shells. The countless jointed limbs clattered against the ground, producing a sound that made her scalp tingle. Fire crabs, with a danger rating of only 3x's, wouldn't normally pose much of a threat if their numbers weren't overwhelming. But now, they were like a swarm of locusts. Terror instantly gripped Fleur's heart. She gasped sharply, her mind completely void of any thoughts of breaking through. Without hesitation, she turned and ran back the way she came. Thousands upon thousands of fire crabs surged forward, overwhelming everything in their path, leaving nothing but devastation. The devil's snare that had begun to spread again in Fleur's absence was devoured in an instant, leaving not even the slightest remnant behind. And yet, the swarm of creatures showed no signs of stopping. The fire crabs propelled themselves forward with sparks shooting from their tails, rapidly closing the distance between them and Fleur. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. If someone were caught by these creatures, it would only take a few minutes for them to be reduced to nothing but bones. Countless crab-like pincers would shred every inch of flesh to tatters before devouring it entirely. Except for Hagrid. He didn't see them as dangerous. Now, if they were blast-ended scroots, that'd be interesting, he said. Ron rolled his eyes beside him. If it were blast-ended scroots, Fleur Delacour would probably die even faster. In fact, Ron couldn't help but wonder how Fleur was supposed to escape this predicament. After all, the champions had no way out. As expected, Fleur soon reached a dead end. She had been transported there by Porky Apparition, but the enchantment on the handle had vanished after it activated. Now, the path she was on had become a trap with no exit. Clenching her teeth tightly, Fleur turned around, gripping her wand in her hand. She was ready to gamble everything on one last desperate attempt. At that moment, a clear incantation echoed from the depths of the dark corridor. Petrificus totalis. Then, from the deepest darkness of the hallway, it was as if a sun had risen. The spell's light illuminated the shadows, streaking through the air like a meteor and tracing a brilliant arc before landing on the leading swarm of fire crabs. The ones at the front were immediately affected by the spell, turning into rigid, lifeless stones. This disrupted the movement of those behind them, causing a chain reaction as they collided and piled up on one another like crashing waves. Their tangled limbs and bodies became an impenetrable mess, leaving them momentarily unable to separate. What? Who? Fleur was stunned. Then, another spell shot out from the darkness. Bombarda Maxima. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the mountain of fire crabs was obliterated. The spell's force scattered their remains like a storm of dust and debris, showering Fleur's face. Just like that, the crisis was resolved. But Fleur felt no relief. She already had a strong suspicion about who was helping her, and that thought only made her mood worse. Sure enough, Cassandra emerged from the shadows, her maroon robes swaying as she walked. Holding her wand delicately like a hairpin, she studied Fleur with her piercing green eyes. It seems the Beauxbatons champion isn't living up to her reputation. Can't even handle a few fire crabs? Maybe you should just withdraw from the competition now. Cassandra strode forward gracefully, stepping over the shattered remains of the fire crabs. Even in death, the creatures retained faint traces of magical energy. Each step Cassandra took caused tiny sparks to flicker beneath her feet, like fiery blossoms igniting in her wake. Chapter 260, Dark Lord and the Dark Lord. Cassandra Vol. Fleur stood as though facing a formidable enemy. The pile of fire crab corpses beneath her feet felt like soft, shifting sand, and Cassandra was like a terrifying golden shark ready to tear her apart at any moment. Fleur's fighting spirit wavered, but she still didn't lower her wand. Not because she was particularly brave, but because judging by Cassandra's performance in the last challenge, surrendering might as well mean death. Even so, Fleur had a question she desperately wanted answered. I don't understand. Why are you targeting Beau's batons so specifically? In the first challenge, Cassandra had eliminated many participants, but no one except the Beau's batons champions had died. Fleur couldn't wrap her head around it. What had Beau's batons done to provoke Cassandra? Could it be that this girl had once wanted to attend Beau's batons, but was rejected? But Cassandra had no intention of answering Fleur's question. Not only did she refuse to respond, but she also added in French. Sorry, I don't understand French. Then Cassandra raised her hand and cast a spell. Protego, clang. The spell struck directly against Fleur's shield charm. As expected of someone chosen as a champion, Fleur's spell-casting skills were solid. In fact, a competent graduate from a magical school should meet the minimum standards for Aura recruitment by the Ministry of Magic upon graduation. Fleur, in terms of knowledge and magical prowess, was already quite exceptional. It wouldn't have been surprising if she had been offered a teaching position at Beau's batons right after graduation. Her only shortcoming was her lack of combat experience. Compared to someone like Cassandra, a top-tier prodigy, there was still a significant gap. In truth, Cyrus had long assessed Cassandra's talent. While she could be a bit arrogant at times, her natural abilities were on par with prodigies like Barty Crouch Jr. or Severus Snape. But regardless of Cassandra's brilliance, Fleur was now filled with a profound sense of insult. At the beginning of her time in Britain, her English had indeed been poor, but after several months at Hogwarts, she wasn't completely incapable of speaking it. The question she had just asked was in English, but Cassandra had responded in French, claiming she didn't understand. If this wasn't an insult, then what was? Fleur glared angrily at Cassandra with her blue eyes. This woman was simply despicable. Even if it cost her life, she couldn't allow Cassandra to look down on Beau's batons. With that mindset, Fleur resolved to fight with all her might. She was well aware that the second task forbade killing, otherwise it would violate the tournament's rules. But judging by Cassandra's demeanor, it was clear she hadn't cared about the competition's rules from the very beginning. And why would she? With the headmaster himself participating, the other champions had been mere ornaments from the start. As for the possibility of facing repercussions from the International Confederation of Wizards for killing someone, Fleur held no hope. After the first task, the Confederation's attitude had already been evident. They didn't dare act against the young Ilvermorny headmaster. She could only wager her life to fight for the honor of the champions and the glory of her school. Fleur took a deep breath and raised her wand. When she opened her eyes again, her resolve was unshakable. Cassandra, on the other hand, was momentarily perplexed by Fleur's sudden shift in demeanor. Truthfully, she hadn't planned on killing anyone this time. Since Fleur wasn't a Death Eater, there was no need to kill her. Cassandra wasn't some kind of murderous monster after all. But seeing Fleur take on such a do-or-die attitude, Cassandra quickly adjusted her stance. Determination plays a significant role in a wizard's spellcasting. A wizard's strength stems not just from their magic, but also from their inner will. Fleur's resolute mindset at this moment wouldn't grant her sudden new powers, but it would at least allow her to fully realize her existing abilities. Defendo. Fleur began with a highly destructive spell. Cassandra wasted no time. She pointed her wand at the ground and cast Obstructio. The smooth, black marble floor suddenly rose up, arching like the back of a wildcat, forming a trench-like barrier in front of Cassandra. Bang! A violent explosion followed. The raised obstacle was sliced into fragments as if several blades had passed effortlessly through tofu, shattered instantly by Fleur's spell. Seizing the momentum, Fleur pressed the attack. She couldn't afford to let Cassandra control the rhythm of the duel. The ground had barely exploded before Fleur impatiently unleashed another spell. A puño. This time, the fragments of the shattered stone were pulled into the air, transformed into deadly projectiles under Fleur's spell. The stone shards surrounded Cassandra like bullets, launching from every direction, ready to tear her apart in a storm of sharp, unforgiving debris. With no room to escape, the attack appeared inescapable. But could such tricks truly hinder Cassandra? She smirked coldly and casually cast a shield charm. Protego. An invisible barrier materialized in front of her, absorbing the onslaught of flying shards. The moment they passed through her defense, the sharp stones disintegrated into harmless dust. Look what you've done. You've dirted my clothes, Cassandra complained, frowning in annoyance as she dusted herself off. She cast a quick Scourgify on herself, restoring her pristine appearance, though her irritation lingered. She was clearly losing patience and decided it was time to end the duel swiftly. Serpensortia. Cassandra summoned a black viper. Without pause, she followed up with an engorgement charm, pointing her wand at the summoned snake. Engorgo. With a loud bang, smoke billowed, and the once 2-meter-long serpent swelled to an enormous size, surpassing even a basilisk in sheer magnitude. The now gargantuan black snake raised its triangular head, its cold, lifeless eyes emitting an oppressive, foul aura, like stagnant, moss-covered swamp water. Its forked tongue flicked menacingly, sensing Fleur's fear that practically oozed from the darkness. Hisses. Fleur stiffly raised her gaze, her heart pounding as if gripped by an iron fist. It felt as though the massive, muscular body of the monstrous snake was already coiling around her, squeezing the air from her lungs. For a wizard, a ferocious beast was already a terrifying foe, but this? A creature magnified to the size of a train, its venomous fangs gleaming in the dim light? This was beyond comprehension. The black snake prepared to strike. It coiled a third of its body upward, towering ominously. Each of its scales, now the size of a human hand, gleamed like polished steel, rising and falling as though the beast were breathing. It locked onto its target. The massive, terrifying head of the snake came crashing down toward Fleur with incredible force. Boom! The marble floor beneath shattered from the impact. Fleur barely managed to roll away in time, escaping the strike by a hair's breadth. The snake's colossal head missed her by mere inches, but the foul stench from its slit-like nostrils hit her full force, making her head spin. Hiss! The creature's cold, slimy tongue flicked out, brushing against Fleur's face as it quivered. The sensation sent a wave of goosebumps over her entire body. Am I going to be eaten? The thought consumed her, paralyzing her mind, while the serpent reared up again, its massive form pressing against the ceiling as it prepared for another strike. This time, the air it displaced as it lunged carried a stinging chill, adding to the unbearable tension. Fleur instinctively shut her eyes in terror, bracing for the inevitable. Yet, instead of the crushing final blow, she heard an unexpected, piercing sound echoing through the darkness. Bang! The air around her suddenly turned scorching hot. Startled, Fleur opened her eyes, only to see the enormous serpent now entirely engulfed in flames. The fire consumed it in an instant, reducing the once mighty beast to a charred husk. As the serpent's body collapsed, the flames extinguished themselves, leaving only brittle blackened bones that crumbled to ash the moment they struck the ground. Cassandra glanced over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. From behind her, a tall and handsome man emerged. His face radiated righteousness as he held a gun in one hand and a wand tightly in the other, both aimed squarely at Cassandra. It was Cedric. "Let her go," Cedric said sternly, his gaze fixed on Cassandra, clearly on guard against any sudden move she might make. Even with the magical firearm in his hand, facing a witch like Cassandra offered little reassurance. Though the enchanted bullets packed considerable power, Cedric knew his skill alone might not guarantee a hit on someone as quick as Cassandra. "Hogwarts champion?" Cassandra's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. "If I recall, your name is Cedric Diggory. Cyrus mentioned you specifically, said you had potential. But what are you doing here? This isn't your fight, is it?" "It's not," Cedric admitted, his tone firm. "But I can't stand by and let you kill her." He paused, his expression unyielding. "Harry told me you're not a bad person, but—" He lifted his chin slightly. "Let her go." Cassandra glanced at the weapon Cedric had trained on her, the dark, gaping barrel of the gun unwavering. For a moment, she ceased her attack. She had experienced the power of enchanted bullets during the first trial, and the most powerful among them had been capable of breaking through even her strongest shield charm in an instant. Facing both Cedric, armed with a magical firearm, and Fleur at the same time didn't guarantee victory. Besides, Fleur Delacour wasn't a Death Eater. There was no real reason to continue pressing her. With a shrug, Cassandra raised her hands, signaling that she wouldn't attack further. "Come here," Cedric shouted. It took Fleur a moment to react, but finally, she scrambled out of the black serpent's ashen remains, crawling and stumbling until she reached Cedric's side. The two of them were about to leave when Cedric suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, looked at Cassandra, and, after a moment of hesitation, extended an invitation. "Miss Vole, why don't we work together?" Cedric suggested. Work together? Not only was Cassandra surprised, but Fleur also frowned, glaring at Cassandra with clear displeasure. The resistance in her expression left no doubt about how she felt. After all, just minutes ago, this woman had nearly killed her. "Our strength doesn't compare to that of the two headmasters or the dark wizard Grindelwald," Cedric explained. "That's why we should combine our forces." It was evident that Cedric, unlike Cassandra, hadn't given up on the idea of winning, even in the face of their current situation. "You're very skilled," Cedric continued, "but I know more about the Ministry of Magic than you do. We're on the second level of the ministry. I suspect the treasure we're looking for might be on the final level. How interesting. You're from Hufflepuff, right? Cassandra asked with a faint smirk. My whole family is Hufflepuff, Cedric said proudly. Talking about his house, Cedric straightened his back with pride. I heard that Hufflepuff accepts students the other 3 houses don't want. They're not particularly clever, brave, or cunning, nor do they strive for glory. But you don't seem like that at all, Cassandra remarked, eyeing Cedric with a curious expression. You're mistaken, Cedric replied earnestly. Hufflepuff welcomes wizards who are just and loyal. While it was true that many average students ended up in Hufflepuff, leading to certain biases against the house, Hufflepuff didn't neglect other qualities. After all, how could a person who was just and loyal not also be brave? How could they not care about honor? Facing off against Headmaster Cyrus, Cassandra tapped her delicate chin, her face showing a hint of temptation. To be honest, the proposal was too enticing for her to ignore. As someone who had a clear understanding of Cyrus's abilities, Cassandra knew she couldn't defeat him. She was also aware of his plan. The so-called Triwizard Tournament was nothing more than a stage for a duel with Dumbledore. Still, Cyrus had his own agenda, and if she performed exceptionally, she would earn even greater recognition. All right, let's give it a try, she finally agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the labyrinth, Cyrus had already cleared 4 levels, moving from the 3rd to the 6th. After the Ministry of Magic structure had been disrupted, no one could predict which floor they'd reach after opening a door. Cyrus made steady progress, encountering and overcoming challenges, including a sphinx at the beginning, a variety of magical creatures, and numerous enchanted constructs. Nothing could stop his advance, except one thing, another legendary wizard. Cyrus halted his steps in a room filled with fireplaces. The space was silent, with numerous small baskets arranged neatly on the tables, each filled with different powders. These were Floo powders. By examining them, Cyrus confirmed his current location, the Floo Network Authority on the 6th underground level of the Ministry of Magic. However, these details were inconsequential compared to the presence of someone who had been following him for some time. Without turning around, Cyrus faced the row of fireplaces behind him and spoke. You've been tailing me for so long. Finally lost your patience? No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the fireplaces behind him roared to life. Green flames erupted, and within them, a shadowy figure began to take shape. An old man with white hair and a trench coat emerged swiftly from the fire. His steps were quick, and the flames lingered on the hem of his coat, trailing behind him like ghostly butterflies from the depths of hell. It was Grindelwald. Cyrus had expected this. While he couldn't pinpoint why Grindelwald's hostility toward him had escalated so suddenly, he didn't particularly care. He tightened his grip on the serpent-wood wand in his hand, as though seizing the greatest power in the world. Now, 2 figures, both worthy of the title Dark Lord, stood facing each other across a broad table. Both held their wands at the ready, and the air between them seemed to swirl with an invisible vortex, pulling the room into a tense stillness. Chapter 261. You joined Voldemort? I didn't expect you to notice me. I thought I was hiding quite well, Grindelwald said in surprise. Indeed, his concealment was exceptional. By hiding within the Floo network in the form of fire, it was nearly impossible to locate him based on magical traces alone. However, the issue was that Cyrus was no ordinary wizard. He could perceive traces of ancient magic and, after acquiring the power of the Thunderbird, had developed an acute sensitivity to even subtle magical residues. What's more, Grindelwald had erased only the magical traces of his concealment, neglecting the hostility he had inadvertently revealed before this second task began. For someone like Cyrus, whose instincts rivaled those of magical creatures, how could he possibly overlook such a dangerous presence? Do you know, Grindelwald said softly, I was originally planning to cast the killing curse on you directly. His heterochromatic eyes gleamed, the silver ones seemingly reflecting glimpses of the future. Just as you killed Albus Dumbledore from behind at Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. Grindelwald added this thought silently to himself. Cyrus showed no anger at Grindelwald's admission of intending to ambush him. Once someone is confirmed as an enemy, it's only natural to use every means available to eliminate them. Cyrus was a bit curious. What had made Grindelwald change his original plan? Or rather, have you joined forces with Voldemort? Cyrus asked. Perhaps, Grindelwald replied ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying it. This vague attitude was enough to validate Cyrus's suspicions. With the conversation at this point, there was nothing more to discuss. Then let me see for myself what the legendary dark wizard is capable of, Cyrus said coldly, firing a probing spell. That spell seemed to serve as the horns signaling the start of their battle, launching his confrontation with legend itself. Meanwhile, in the Quidditch Stadium, everyone watching was stunned to see Cyrus engaged in combat with Grindelwald. The older wizards, in particular, were deeply shocked. They knew better than anyone just how powerful Grindelwald was. Albus Dumbledore's worldwide renown and title as the greatest wizard weren't earned simply because he spent decades fighting Voldemort. It was because he had defeated Grindelwald. People often said Voldemort feared Dumbledore above all others, but this same Dumbledore had once been Grindelwald's first follower. A smile appeared on Barty Crouch Jr.'s face. For Cyrus, battling Grindelwald at this moment was an ideal turn of events. The former Dark Lord, true to his long-standing enmity and love with Dumbledore, had foolishly allowed himself to be manipulated into fighting Cyrus. Of course, Barty Crouch Jr. didn't believe Grindelwald's strength surpassed Cyrus's. No matter how terrifying this legend might have been in his prime, he had spent 50 years confined in Nurmengard. Who could say whether his magical prowess had deteriorated over those decades? And Cyrus? He was the one who had defeated Voldemort himself. Even so, Barty Crouch Jr. eagerly hoped the two would inflict heavy damage on each other. If that happened, then when the Dark Lord was resurrected, only Dumbledore would stand in his way. That lunatic really thinks Grindelwald will be as easy to deal with as Dumbledore? Dolores Umbridge sneered, her words dripping with disdain and a twisted satisfaction. In the previous match, she had been thoroughly humiliated by Bellatrix and knocked unconscious with a slap from Cyrus, which even fractured half the bones in her face. If not for the magical world's advanced healing, she might have been permanently disfigured. The physical pain was one thing. What truly tormented her was the public disgrace, being humiliated before thousands of spectators and the entire wizarding community. Now, her heart brimming with malice, she cursed Cyrus silently, hoping he would meet his end at Grindelwald's hands. In the previous competition, although Cyrus had a tentative exchange with Dumbledore that demonstrated his strength, no one truly believed Cyrus was a match for the legendary wizard. After all, during that exchange, neither Cyrus nor Dumbledore had used their full power. Moreover, everyone knew Dumbledore to be a gentle and courteous man. He didn't kill, and he rarely even injured others. That inconclusive duel was widely regarded as Dumbledore's leniency toward a younger wizard, a show of restraint rather than an earnest fight. But this boy actually believes his abilities can compare to Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's? How foolish. Umbridge sneered coldly. Grindelwald is nothing like Dumbledore. He has no mercy. Not far away, Snape cast a frosty glance at her, as if observing a clown. When it came to Cyrus's capabilities, Snape knew better than anyone else. The first time he officially met Cyrus had been in Godric's Hollow. Back then, Cyrus's power was nowhere near what it was now. Yet even then, Snape found himself completely overpowered. Since then, Cyrus had defeated Voldemort's form possessing a goblin with a mythical armor and later Voldemort himself. Now, Snape could sense the terrifying strength within Cyrus growing more overwhelming with each encounter. It was hard for Snape to imagine anyone in the world possessing greater power than Cyrus. As for Grindelwald, Snape didn't know much about him, but he was certain that Grindelwald was no match for Cyrus. Deep within the 6th level of the Ministry of Magic, Cyrus casually cast a spell, and Grindelwald didn't dodge. Instead, he countered with a spell of his own. He needed to gauge the full extent of Cyrus's strength. The moment their spells collided, it was as if a typhoon had made landfall on the coast. The sheer force of their magic created a violent whirl of wind in the confined room, quickly growing into a hurricane. The flue powder that blanketed the entire room was swept into the air, scattering to every corner before igniting like the gunmetal gray powder of saltpeter. Whoosh! Green flames flared and vanished like a curtain of auroras. When the spells clashed, the ground itself trembled. Grindelwald hadn't yet fully discerned Cyrus's strength. He frowned deeply, the sensation of his spell colliding with Cyrus's magic akin to pouring water through a hose into a vast lake. It simply disappeared into the overwhelming force. Of course, the reality wasn't quite so exaggerated. Cyrus's magical strength was at least twice that of Grindelwald's. Initially, their inherent magical power was almost evenly matched. The 50 years of imprisonment hadn't weakened Grindelwald. In fact, it seemed those 50 years of suppressed passion had made his magic even stronger. As Dumbledore once said, the most powerful magic is none other than love. Of course, even so, Cyrus was confident he could hold his own against Grindelwald without resorting to the ancient, dark power left behind by Morgana. With a flick of his wrist, Cyrus deftly diverted their colliding spells. The deflected magic shot upwards like a reverse meteor streaking through the room. Boom! The magically reinforced ceiling couldn't withstand the combined force of their power and was blown open, leaving a massive crater. Above the 6th floor was the 1st floor. The room's temperature plummeted abruptly. For Cyrus, it felt like a cold, bitter summer day in Azkaban. As for Grindelwald, it reminded him of every frigid winter in Nurmengard. The sun without warmth resembled a cold, incandescent light. Snow blanketed every corner outside, and the damp floors were coated in ice. Memories of loss flooded Grindelwald's mind. His beloved gone, dying beneath the astronomy tower in the dead of night, struck down by the killing curse like a bolt of lightning. Dark creatures, like phantoms, surged into the chamber through the massive breach. The monsters guarding the 1st floor were Dementors. Both Cyrus and Grindelwald quickly understood the source of the oppressive emotions weighing on them. These vile, skeletal creatures, faceless and grotesque, thrived on devouring happiness. They lured out the darkest memories buried within and stripped away every trace of joy. Get out of my sight. Underscore. Chapter 262. What's the most important thing in life? Grindelwald loathed nothing more than recalling that prophecy. Raising his wand with an expression of pure disdain, he cast a spell at the Dementors. Expecto Patronum. A silvery light burst forth, bright as moonlight, rippling like waves across a dark sea. The luminous energy radiated outward, layer by layer, circle by circle, driving the Dementors back. The light seemed soft and gentle, yet it carried an overwhelming force, forcing the vile creatures to retreat. Like waves crashing against the shore, it relentlessly pushed them further and further away. Cyrus glanced at the glowing wand in Grindelwald's hand for a few seconds, but he couldn't discern what form his Patronus had taken. Grindelwald's spell didn't fully manifest, not because he lacked the ability. After all, dealing with a few Dementors was well within his power, but simply because he didn't see the need to exert himself. Cyrus, however, wasn't as lenient. He unleashed an ancient magic. Instead of forming an aura or taking the shape of a thunderbird, his Patronus became a silver lightning spear. Raising his arm high, like Zeus himself, Cyrus hurled the brilliant spear of lightning. Thunder. Crackle. In an instant, the silver light pierced through the chest of a Dementor. Then, the energy within the lightning spear erupted, spreading outward like the rapid growth of ancient trees, their branches sprawling out as if centuries had passed in a single moment. The spreading branches, sharp like thorns and resembling devil's snare, impaled dozens of Dementors in the vicinity. The horrifying creatures fell to the ground like torn rags, their bodies crashing down like crows that had collided with an airplane and plummeted lifelessly. The unkillable Dementors had been slain. In that moment, the faceless Dementors, who seemingly knew no fear, almost shat their pants. Their blank faces turned towards Cyrus as if etched with terror. The remaining Dementors hesitated, then decisively retreated through the shattered opening, backing away from the battlefield. Before leaving, they cast a lingering glance at Cyrus, as if engraving his visage into their very essence. What kind of monster is this? Best not to provoke it. It had to be said, Cyrus's display was nothing short of dazzling. While he had previously demonstrated his animagus-like abilities with magical creatures in North America, few in the British wizarding world were aware of this. And as for his ability to kill Dementors, that was practically unheard of. Of course, Dementors weren't particularly formidable in the grand scheme of things. Their weaknesses were too glaring. Whether or not they could be killed wasn't seen as especially consequential. Grindelwald, for his part, didn't believe Cyrus's feat stemmed solely from overwhelming magical power. At most, he thought Cyrus had invented a new spell, nothing more. This reasoning left him feeling just a little indignant. With a slight twitch of his mustache, he thought to himself, "It's just a spell you made up. What's the big deal? As if I haven't invented my fair share of spells." Grindelwald moved with elegant precision, stepping lightly as though performing a ballet. As he spun, he conjured the familiar Protego Diabolica spell that Cyrus had used countless times before. The ghostly blue flames flared to life, blooming like a massive, fiery hydrangea. The fire undulated like waves crashing against the shore. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Cyrus had to admit that the flame shield was an exceptionally versatile spell. A perfect blend of offense and defense. It even came equipped with a friend or foe identification system. It could launch a devastating assault capable of razing cities like Paris, or it could provide defense against nearly every curse imaginable, with the exception of the killing curse. And even then, unless it was cast with the sheer intensity of Voldemort's magic, this flame shield might very well hold its ground. In the Quidditch stadium, Fudge was utterly dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold. If Grindelwald were to unleash the full force of Protego Diabolica, wouldn't the Ministry of Magic be obliterated entirely? What 10 underground levels? More like a single, massive underground flat in no time. His face, bloated and pig-like, was drenched in sweat. Each bead of sweat glistened under the sunlight, oily and rainbow-hued like polluted water. We're doomed. Where's Dumbledore? Hurry up and save the day, he cried in a panic. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was still on the 7th floor. On the screen, Grindelwald had already raised his arm high, the ghostly blue flames surging forward like a tidal wave, crashing down on Cyrus's seemingly insignificant figure with terrifying force. Boom! The screen, while silent, was engulfed in blue flames. For a few seconds, the entire display was consumed by the fire. Then came the telltale sizzle of damage, and the image dissolved into gray and white static. It appears the charm has malfunctioned, Babajide said, frowning slightly. It's over. The Ministry of Magic is done for. Fudge wailed, jumping up in despair. He paced back and forth on the stands, attempting to use his bulky body to block everyone's view. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, her lips pressed together in disapproval. Minister Fudge, you'd better sit down. In truth, it wasn't just Fudge who was worried, but most of the spectators were deeply concerned for Cyrus. While Cyrus and Ilvermorny had shown a rather antagonistic demeanor throughout the tournament, the opponent he now faced was Grindelwald. The wizards who had once suffered under the atrocities of the Grindelwald regime, those who had been swept up in the fires of war, harbored a hatred for him far deeper than anyone could imagine. And conveniently, this match was being broadcast live across the entire wizarding world. Those who wanted Cyrus dead were far outnumbered by those who desperately wanted to see Grindelwald fall. Of course, none of this mattered to Cyrus in the slightest. At this moment, he stood amidst the blue flames, which should have consumed him entirely but failed to harm him in the least. It was as though the fire wasn't fire at all, but instead a clear, soothing hot spring. Are you immortal? Grindelwald's face was filled with shock, even fear. His gaze at Cyrus was utterly incredulous. He couldn't comprehend how a spell powerful enough to destroy Paris could have no effect on Cyrus. Immune to fire and water? That didn't seem quite right. Could it be that his magical resistance was so powerful that even my Protego Diabolica couldn't harm him in the slightest? Hearing this, Cyrus merely smiled. How could I possibly be immortal? He said softly, even extending his hand into the scorching flames, as casually as if plucking a flower from a garden. The blue flames withered in his hand. Grindelwald, do you know what the most important thing is in life? What? Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback by Cyrus's seemingly random question, unable to come up with an answer. The most important thing in life? Ambition? Courage? Loyalty? Or perhaps wisdom? Or could it be strength? As he pondered, he saw Cyrus shake his head. Cyrus brought the dark green wand to his lips and softly uttered a few words. Of course, it's control. At that moment, beneath Cyrus's feet, crimson flames as vivid as blood ignited. The blazing inferno of hell. Chapter 263, Bloody Hell. The most important thing in life is control. Cyrus was enveloped in blood-red hellfire, appearing like a flickering candle that might extinguish at any moment within the ghostly blue flames. Yet, the fire wrapped around him like the petals of a rose yet to bloom. Even the hide of a fire dragon could not withstand Grindelwald's fire shield. Cyrus's magical resistance was indeed impressive, but not to the extent that he could entirely ignore Grindelwald's magic. The reason he remained unharmed by the flames was not because he had cast a severing charm. From the very beginning, a fire even stronger than the fire shield had already enveloped his body. Bloody hell. This was a spell Cyrus had invented himself. After deciphering numerous dark magic tomes, he based it on fiendfire, infused it with the flames of a red dragon, and added an evil component capable of summoning the dead to rise as infernal wraiths to attack. At this moment, the flames were like a drop of blood falling into a clear spring, glaring and conspicuous beyond measure. Amid the surging blue fire, Cyrus raised his wand high. In the next instant, the crimson flames bloomed. Whoosh! From the spot where Cyrus stood, the flames erupted outward like a typhoon. It was like a massive swimming pool had its plug pulled, forming a colossal vortex of flames. In an instant, the hellfire devoured more than half of the fire shield. The flames, resembling a flood of blood, surged in all directions, filling every corner of the room and spilling beyond its confines. To Grindelwald, it seemed as though a sea of corpses and blood was crashing down upon him. He hastily stepped back, raising his wand. The blue flames surged high, forming an indomitable wall, like a cliff standing for millennia on the shore, enduring relentless waves. Boom. This was indeed the power of the legendary Dark Wizard. Though Grindelwald's fire shield was somewhat lacking in offensive power, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, as the name implied. The once wild and unrestrained blue flames now gathered tightly, encasing Grindelwald in a cocoon of fire that completely blocked Cyrus's hellfire. Then, Grindelwald cast another spell, releasing immense power from his frail, aged body. Flame Severance. In an instant, the cocoon of flames surrounding him shattered. The blue fire spread out like massive wings. Wherever the flames reached, Cyrus's hellfire bent low, like stalks of wheat bowing under a fierce gale. Severance Charm. A seemingly simple, yet highly practical spell, especially the Flame Severance variation. It was also known by another name, the Fire God's Path. At this moment, Grindelwald appeared to embody the very god of fire. Neither Cyrus's flames nor his own could so much as graze him. The fiery creatures Cyrus conjured were no exception. They crashed through walls, their heads burst through ceilings, and their fiery wings, like streams of molten lava, melted everything they touched. Yet, none of it could reach Grindelwald. Only the searing gusts of heat stirred by the battle made his cloak billow dramatically. This old charming man, standing amidst the inferno, tilted his chin towards Cyrus in a provocative gesture, his expression daring and mocking, as if to say Cyrus was still far too young. Your spell. A powerful spell indeed, Grindelwald remarked, his tone laced with mockery. But magic isn't just about brute force. The little mustache on his face seemed to add to the infuriating effect of his words. Yet, he wasn't entirely wrong. Duels between wizards were rarely determined by sheer magical strength or the destructive power of their spells. Often, the wizarding world operated on principles of counterbalance and opposition. For instance, the Severance Charm, or how a dangerous plant like Devil's Snare could fear something as harmless as light. Cyrus responded with a cold, detached smirk, tugging the corners of his mouth into an icy semblance of a smile. I don't need you to teach me, Cyrus said coldly. Grindelwald was about to retort about Cyrus's lack of respect for his elders, but before he could speak, his eyes reflected countless shadows. From the depths of the hellish flames, countless withered arms emerged, pressing against the ground. Growling, the fire seemed to form a gateway connecting the underworld and reality. Within the flames, swaying skulls began to surface one after another. In an instant, thousands of short, grotesque creatures were born from the inferno. Their bodies wavered, shriveled and desiccated, like mummies weathered by millennia. Grindelwald's pale eyebrows knitted together tightly, all traces of his earlier disdain and levity gone. He had once conspired with Dumbledore to use the Deathly Hallows to mass-produce inferi. How could he fail to recognize what these creatures were? So many inferi. Grindelwald gripped his wand tightly, his steps growing noticeably heavier. Yet, it wasn't the sheer number of inferi that unnerved him most. It was their peculiar nature. Typically, inferi, as dark and malevolent magical creations, feared light and fire much like Devil's Snare. However, these inferi, summoned by Cyrus, had emerged directly from the flames. This signified that the usual methods of dealing with them would no longer work. Without hesitation, Grindelwald raised his wand toward the creatures at the forefront. Confringo. Bang. The spell's power was far beyond what an ordinary wizard could muster. Grindelwald cleared a vast area with a single spell. The inferi caught in the blast of his curse seemed to succumb to the force of time itself, crumbling into dust in an instant. Yet, despite the effectiveness of his attack, Grindelwald's expression did not improve, because within the flames, the monsters surged forth endlessly, as if there were no end to them. Confringo. Bombarda Maxima. Grindelwald relentlessly unleashed spell after spell against the inferi. The intensity of his magic was staggering, with each attack causing devastating explosions. The entire Ministry of Magic trembled under the force of his onslaught. Meanwhile, Fleur and her allies, now firmly aligned, were still fighting their way through the challenges. The ground beneath them shook violently, and dust continually rained down from above. What on earth is going on? The shaking hasn't stopped since earlier, Fleur exclaimed, nearly losing her footing as she clung to the wall for support. Perhaps they've started fighting, Cedric said gravely. He didn't specify who they were, but it wasn't necessary. Aside from the three of them, only 3 other competitors remained in the tournament after all. Chapter 264. Dumbledore is coming to join the fight. I have no idea which floor they're fighting on, but the aftermath of their battle is already affecting us here, Fleur said gravely. She looked upward uneasily at the ceiling, which seemed to be riddled with cracks in the darkness. I'm really worried the entire ministry might collapse. The ministry has special protective enchantments. It won't collapse, Cedric said confidently. The next moment, a massive chunk of black marble fell from above, heading straight for him. Shit. Depulso. Cassandra acted quickly, casting a spell that shattered the marble midair. The shards rained down like snowflakes, covering Cedric's head. The handsome young man looked both embarrassed and terrified. His earlier confident statement hadn't even finished echoing when reality promptly contradicted him. Cedric hesitated before speaking again, his tone embarrassing this time. All right, I suppose we should pay more attention to what's above us and beneath us, just in case of cave-ins. We'd better stick to the walls, Cassandra said as she removed her berry-red robes, holding them in one hand and moving close to the wall. Why are you taking your robe off? Fleur, naturally finding Cassandra irritating no matter what she did, immediately questioned her, as though suspecting she was trying to use this as a ploy to draw Cedric's attention. Cassandra had no idea what Fleur was imagining. Otherwise, she'd surely have retorted. Him? As if the floor collapses, the robe can be used as a blanket. With a levitation charm, I can rescue you. You idiot, Cassandra said bluntly, not sparing any courtesy. I don't need your help. Fleur snapped angrily, yanking off her own blue robe and mimicking Cassandra by draping it over her arm. However, before she could press herself against the wall, a deafening sound echoed from deep beneath the floor. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had struck. The ground began to shake violently. Fleur's footing slipped, and the black marble floor beneath her let out a sharp crack. Crash! In an instant, the entire corridor collapsed with a thunderous roar. Cedric and Cassandra both looked stunned, while Fleur was utterly panicked. She instinctively tried to cast a spell, but the sudden sense of weightlessness and the unstoppable descent left her unable to do anything but scream. Without hesitation, Cassandra flung her robe outward. Transmute slate. The soft robe turned as hard as stone in an instant. Wingardium Leviosa. Following this, Cassandra cast a levitation charm. Her robe shot out swiftly, but even faster than the robe was the surging, lava-like flames beneath the collapsing ground. A massive tongue of fire rose, like a monstrous creature lifting its crimson tongue, ready to swallow Fleur whole. This was the 6th level, and the fire was Cyrus's fire. Grindelwald had dispersed the flames, but they had not ceased. In mere moments, they had flooded the entirety of the 6th level and were now spreading toward the 5th. Cassandra and Cedric clung tightly to the wall, feeling the scorching heat wave blast against their faces. Fleur! Cedric shouted helplessly as he watched the fire consume Cassandra's robe, unable to do anything but cry out in anguish, as though his voice alone could pull Fleur back to safety. But tragically, the flames swallowed Fleur's body. In the fiery embrace, they saw Fleur's final, despairing gaze. At that precise moment, a hoarse, aged voice echoed from the distance. Finite incantatum. Suddenly, the raging flames dissipated as if they were nothing more than a dream. The glowing sparks flickered like fireflies, vanishing in an instant. In the darkness, Dumbledore stood tall, clad in his white robes, holding his elegant wand aloft. Professor Dumbledore! Cedric exclaimed in shock. He leaped down from the last remaining fragment of the floor, with Cassandra following close behind. Together, they helped Fleur, who had fallen into the 6th level. Fleur looked disheveled, her body scorched in several places, but fortunately, she was not mortally wounded. Dumbledore had acted just in time, saving her from being consumed by the flames. Now, the elderly wizard approached them briskly, his face stern. Professor! Dumbledore passed Cedric without a word and knelt halfway in front of Fleur. Pointing the elder wand at her chest, he murmured, Episci. The charred skin covering Fleur's body began to flake away, revealing tender, newly formed skin underneath, pink and fresh like budding leaves. Then, Dumbledore pulled out a small, delicate item and handed it to Cedric. This is an unused portkey. I found it in one of the rooms, Dumbledore said with a smile. Simply say the incantation, and it will take you to the 9th level. The 9th level? Cedric murmured, and then his eyes widened like saucers. You mean the Department of Mysteries? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, and I dare say the treasure for the champions is located there. But, Professor, what about you? Cedric glanced at the victory seemingly within reach, yet hesitation clouded his expression. You go ahead, Dumbledore replied, entirely unbothered by thoughts of victory or defeat. To him, the tournament was nothing more than a trivial game. What truly mattered wasn't the competition itself, but the participants, Cyrus, Grindelwald, and his gaze shifted to Fleur. The The girl appeared entirely ordinary. Since learning that the two Beauxbatons champions Cassandra had killed in the previous round were actually Death Eaters, Dumbledore had been particularly attentive to Fleur, the sole remaining champion from Beauxbatons. Yet from his observations, this Fleur didn't appear to be an imposter or under any kind of possession. Perhaps Voldemort had no intention of intervening in the second round of the tournament? Dumbledore felt a twinge of doubt, but at the moment, he had no time to dwell on Voldemort's schemes. Right now, two wizards with magical power equal to, or even surpassing, Voldemort were locked in battle. The sinister flames sent chills down his spine, making him wonder if Grindelwald had invented some new fire magic over the years. The thought of Cyrus and Grindelwald locked in a deadly duel filled Dumbledore with unease. What worried him more, however, was the possibility of Cyrus killing Grindelwald. Even the fully resurrected Voldemort had been defeated by Cyrus. The Dark Wizard's cold, lifeless body still lay beneath Hogwarts to this day. Dumbledore doubted that Grindelwald, without the Elder Wand, could stand a chance against Cyrus. Despite the complexity of his feelings for Grindelwald, Dumbledore could not bear the thought of his old friend dying. This realization only heightened his sense of urgency. "You must go ahead," he repeated, his tone gentle but carrying an unyielding authority. "Claim your treasure, and then leave the tournament." Straightening up, Dumbledore grasped his wand, like a skeletal finger in his hand, and strode resolutely toward the flames. Professor, Chapter 265, Department of Mysteries. Smack. In the dark space, three disheveled figures were thrown out, landing heavily on the ground. Ah! Cedric hit the ground shoulder first. Though his head was still spinning, he instinctively made himself a cushion to soften the landing for the two women. Ugh! Fleur's elbow accidentally jabbed into his stomach, making him feel like his insides were churning. "Oh, sorry," Fleur said apologetically. "It's fine," Cedric shook his head, glancing over at Cassandra. Thankfully, Cassandra had controlled her landing position, or the additional weight would have been too much for him to handle. But Cassandra ignored his glance and instead surveyed the dark space around them. It was a long corridor. The floor and ceiling were nearly indistinguishable, with smooth black walls reflecting their shadows. "So this is the Department of Mysteries?" she asked. "It should be," Cedric replied as he got up from the ground, rubbing his stomach and shoulder. "The Department of Mysteries is the most classified area in the Ministry of Magic. Everything here is top secret. Not only have I never been here, but even my father hasn't." As Cedric spoke, he glanced around this mysterious place, his gaze filled with both curiosity and caution. Compared to the other floors, the Department of Mysteries seemed unervingly quiet. No traps appeared, and even the magical drones that had been tailing them throughout the competition didn't enter here. But that was to be expected. Allowing them access to the Department of Mysteries as part of the competition was already astonishing. Broadcasting this area would completely expose the Ministry's secrets. "Let's keep moving. This place feels suffocating," Fleur said uneasily, glancing to the side. Her gaze happened to meet her own reflection on the black wall. She shivered involuntarily, hugging herself and rubbing her arms. Neither Cedric nor Cassandra objected. The structure of the Department of Mysteries was surprisingly simple. For now, the only path available to them was straight ahead. They moved forward, their leather shoes making squeaky, sticky sounds on the floor, which felt unpleasantly mushy, like walking on soft, overcooked rice. "My shoes got ruined from the fire," Fleur muttered, annoyed. She kicked off her damaged shoes and continued walking in her white socks. Before long, they reached a door. It stood at the end of the passage, the sole door before them. The door was peculiar. Naturally, it was black, adorned with intricate carvings. Its sheer appearance conveyed its heaviness, as if it had been sculpted from a single massive block of marble. What was even stranger was that the door had no handle, appearing as though it was seamlessly fused with the surrounding walls. Cassandra raised her wand to eye level, holding it like a pistol. With her other hand, she pressed her fingers lightly against the door and gave it a gentle push. The door didn't budge. Alohomora. Sparks flew from her wand, but the door remained utterly still. "I think there might be some very advanced anti-unlocking spells on this door," Cedric speculated. The same spell could range from simple to highly complex in its application. Clearly, the spells on the Department of Mysteries door fell into the latter category. Without the strength of a truly powerful wizard, breaking through in a short amount of time would be nearly impossible. "And we only have a few hours," Fleur said anxiously. "Does anyone remember how much time has passed since the competition started?" "It's been 2.5 hours," Cassandra replied, her tone as cool and detached as ever, though not obsessive about it. She had been meticulously keeping track of time since the beginning. 3 hours wasn't particularly long, nor was it particularly short, but it was clear that if Dumbledore hadn't handed them the portkey he'd found, they likely wouldn't have made it to the Department of Mysteries within that time frame, let alone have enough time to break through the enchantments on this door. Diggory, what's behind this door? Cassandra brushed aside the hair from her cheek, revealing a delicate ear with a rosy earlobe that looked as enticing as a ripe pomegranate. She pressed herself against the door, tilting her head to listen as she curled her fingers and knocked lightly. Knock, knock. A muffled sound resonated from within. Cedric pondered for a moment, debating whether to disclose secrets about the British Ministry of Magic. After some thought, he realized that his knowledge was shallow at best. Besides, if they managed to open the door, the so-called secrets wouldn't remain secrets anymore. He decided to speak up. I've heard that the Department of Mysteries contains many doors. He rubbed his chin, recalling bits and pieces he had picked up over the years from various sources. You might know that there are innate forms of magic in this world, magic that is inherently difficult to explain and almost impossible to control. The Department of Mysteries is dedicated to studying these kinds of magic. Fearing Cassandra and Fleur might find this abstract, he gave a concrete example. Like the time turner, Cedric, being an excellent student, had indeed learned about time turners. However, much like Hermione, he didn't insist on taking every possible course, opting out of some subjects he wasn't particularly interested in. Time truly is a difficult kind of magic to explain, Cassandra murmured softly. She was aware of Cyrus's past mishap with a time turner, a story he sometimes shared with the young witches and wizards at Ilvermorny as a humorous anecdote. What is a time turner? Fleur, having never heard of it, looked particularly curious. Does it let you turn back time? No, time cannot truly be reversed, and reality doesn't change, Cedric explained. A time turner allows you to return to the past, but nothing that has already happened will be altered. If one thought of a time turner as a kind of correction tape, in reality, it wouldn't fix errors in the outcome. It would only tweak some insignificant details in the process leading to it. Of course, that wasn't entirely absolute. There had been a wizard who traveled back in time, spanning several centuries, and his actions disrupted the timeline, causing 20-odd people to vanish into thin air. This demonstrated that time travel could indeed alter the past and history. Fleur didn't fully grasp the concept, but that didn't stop them from finding the Department of Mysteries intriguing. Moreover, Cedric continued, such magic is inherently unstable. Even if you want to travel back in time, the furthest you can safely go is about 5 hours. Anything beyond that poses significant risks. He added gravely, most wizards who attempted to cross long stretches of time never returned to this world. They simply vanished into the fabric of time itself. Only one exception is known. A witch named Eloise Mintumble traveled back to the year 1402 and stayed there for 5 days. When she returned, her body seemed to have aged 5 centuries in an instant, leaving her decrepit and frail. The terrifying consequences of time travel left Fleur and Cassandra visibly unsettled. Both of them were in the prime of their youth, and for them, aging seemed far more dreadful than death itself. Just as human minds cannot fully grasp the nature of time, we cannot comprehend the damage caused when we tamper with its laws, Cedric said gravely. And this is merely one of the many types of magic studied by the Department of Mysteries. What Cedric did not know was that, at this very moment, a fractured soul was drifting aimlessly through the fabric of time. Chapter 266. Cyrus defeats Grindelwald. We should focus on figuring out how to get inside, Cassandra said, stepping back several paces to put some distance between herself and the door. Raising her wand like a cannon, she declared, my suggestion? Blow it open. She was nothing if not decisive. Great idea. Fleur chimed in enthusiastically, giving Cedric a playful wink as she gestured for him to join them. The three of them lined up. Bombarda Maxima. Boom. Elsewhere, Grindelwald unleashed another powerful explosion, obliterating the horde of small, grotesque creatures in his path. From what he could tell, most of these undead beings weren't wizards but goblins or house elves. Yet the sheer number of them. How many people have you killed and made like this? He muttered darkly. Even Grindelwald found Cyrus's methods a bit extreme. He had been casting spell after spell relentlessly, to the point where his wrist felt numb, yet the grotesque creatures just kept coming. Grindelwald began to suspect that Cyrus might have slaughtered every goblin in the world to fill this hellish realm. How else could there be so many of them? What do you think? Cyrus replied with a sly smile, offering no further explanation. He had indeed killed his fair share of goblins, but in reality, The number that perished at his hands was no more than what a certain transfer student might accomplish in a single day. The seemingly endless tide of undead wasn't due to their vast numbers. Instead, every time one of these creatures was slain, their remains were immediately consumed by flames, only to rebirth within the fire. Grindelwald, despite his relentless efforts, hadn't truly killed a single one of them. Although he hadn't uncovered the truth, he realized he couldn't afford to keep wasting his energy like this. If things continued this way, his stamina would run out long before Cyrus's. And Cyrus? He seemed as tireless as ever. Fuck. The solution was clear. Strike at the source. To break Cyrus's magic, Grindelwald needed to eliminate Cyrus himself. With that resolve, Grindelwald didn't hesitate. He raised his wand and cast a spell, sending a powerful surge of light forward. The tip of his wand emitted radiant waves, rippling outward like an unstoppable force. Necro-isolation. In an instant, an invisible barrier, like layers of white foam surging from ocean waves, separated all the undead. Not just the undead, everything was cut off by Grindelwald's spell. The flames were extinguished, walls and furniture were overturned, and then crushed into fragments by the spreading ripples of energy. Wow, did you just create the spell? Truly a genius. Why do you think they fear me, brat? At the epicenter of these ripples, only Cyrus and Grindelwald remained standing, as if they were two drops of water causing concentric ripples on a still lake. The next moment, the two figures suddenly vanished from where they stood. In that instant, everything seemed to slow down to an almost unbearable pace. The raging flames appeared frozen mid-burst, their dangerous outlines clear and fragile. Tables, flung into the air by the shockwave, seemed suspended in time, motionless. Even the residual flue powder that had scattered through the air hung, like delicate strands of fabric, weaving an ethereal curtain across the scene. The next moment, Cyrus and Grindelwald broke through this surreal tableau, like droplets splashing through water, shattering a mirror into countless shards. In this distorted world, where time itself seemed frozen, only Cyrus and Grindelwald remained unaffected. They moved freely, unfazed by the temporal distortion surrounding them. The glow of their spells illuminated the air, scattering light through the suspended dust particles, like neon beacons cutting through thick fog. Colors bled vibrantly across the room, an eerie contrast to the stillness enveloping everything else. Even the flickering of spells seemed agonizingly slow in this distorted reality, yet the lightning that erupted between their wands vanished in an instant. Crack! Cyrus seized the bolt of electricity and, without hesitation, hurled it toward Grindelwald's chest. The lightning forked and clawed through the air like tree branches caught in a storm. But the strike failed to land. Grindelwald moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the start of their duel, the two had been fighting in a state of constant apparition, vanishing and reappearing with every exchange of blows. Such high-speed combat demanded an extreme sharpening of senses. Both had cast ultra-perception charms to their absolute limits, slowing their perception of the world to the equivalent of bullet time. "Ha, you really surprise me, Grindelwald," Cyrus remarked, his voice calm despite the chaos. As he spoke, his body split apart. It seemed as though he was dividing into two, but only his upper body separated. The gap allowed a spell fired by Grindelwald to pass harmlessly through before his form seamlessly knit back together. "I thought an old relic like you would have been left behind by the times," Cyrus continued, his tone laced with faint mockery. "But your magical power exceeds my expectations." It was no exaggeration. Cyrus couldn't help but think that even the recently resurrected Voldemort might not have been a match for Grindelwald. 50 years ago, how did Dumbledore defeat you? You'll find out soon enough. Grindelwald wheezed, his breath coming in ragged gasps as if he were struggling with asthma. It was no surprise. After all, 50 years of imprisonment in Nurmengard, with its damp, cold, and stale air, must have taken a toll on his lungs. At this moment, Grindelwald felt as if a fire were raging in his chest. He imagined himself as nothing more than a mound of brittle earth, cracking and crumbling under the relentless heat. One touch, and he might shatter entirely. Cyrus noticed his opponent's weakening state and decided it was time to end this fight. 2.5 hours had passed. There was no time to waste on games anymore. Cyrus lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his eyes were blazing with streaks of crimson gold lightning. The lightning wasn't a mere metaphor. It physically erupted from his eyes. Sizzle! The area around his eye sockets glowed white-hot, like molten iron. In an instant, a searing beam of light shot toward Grindelwald's head. The intensity was suffocating, a gaze that could kill. In that fraction of a second, Grindelwald saw a vision of his death, the blood-red beam piercing through his skull, ending him right where he stood. The heat made every breath unbearable. The air seemed arid and scorching, burning his throat as though he were chewing on a live cockroach. Ah, is this the end? Grindelwald felt as if his life had reached its final moment. His efforts to save Dumbledore's life now seemed tragically futile. Darkness surged once more. Grindelwald found himself back on the astronomy tower, facing the gray, lifeless figure of Dumbledore. He knew clearly that this was a glimpse of the near future. Dumbledore would fall at Cyrus's hands. But gradually, the gray figure of Dumbledore began to regain its color. The figure moved, raising its wand. Stop! Crack! A mirror shot up in front of Grindelwald, intercepting the blazing beam from Cyrus's eyes. The light splintered, refracted by the mirror, which then shattered with a thunderous crash. Grindelwald snapped back to reality. He collapsed onto the ground, his head spinning. As his vision cleared, he saw the hem of a gray-white wizard's robe drifting toward him. Dumbledore. Both he and Cyrus spoke the name at the same time. Chapter 267. Disordered Time, Old Cyrus. I want to take a moment to thank you for your incredible support and love. May your Christmas be filled with laughter, warmth, and magical moments. Wishing you joy, peace, and endless adventures in the coming year. Heartsuit. Dumbledore. Cyrus turned to look, and in the deep darkness, a white figure floated toward him. Dumbledore treaded over the smoldering embers as if walking through a desolate wilderness, his steps pressing down on the stubborn dry grass beneath him. He first lowered his gaze to check on Grindelwald. His eyes carried a trace of concern and unease. But once he confirmed that Grindelwald was not in serious danger, a subtle sigh of relief escaped him. He then lifted his eyes to meet Cyrus's. Every minute detail of this was captured in Cyrus's watchful eyes. Dumbledore. Grindelwald softly called Dumbledore's name. Being seen in such a vulnerable state left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. His two strands of beard twitched slightly, as if trying to defuse the awkwardness. If you've come to join forces with him against me, you're a bit late. But if you're here just to save me, I must say, your timing is impeccable. Dumbledore stubbornly refrained from responding, intentionally maintaining a distance from Grindelwald. His demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of a couple in a cold war after a quarrel. He could speak with anyone except Grindelwald. I didn't expect that magic to be yours, Cyrus, Dumbledore said, fixing his gaze on Cyrus's eyes. He was referring to the infernal hellfire spell Bloody Hell. This wasn't merely a piece of dark magic. To Dumbledore, it was also a reflection of Cyrus's inner world. The powerful and sinister dark magic could not be cast without intense and extreme emotions. For instance, when Cyrus had just been resurrected in the Shrieking Shack, the killing curse he cast had been feeble and ineffective. Before this, Dumbledore had considered Cyrus to be relatively less dangerous, certainly compared to Voldemort, and even compared to Grindelwald. This perceived safety wasn't due to a gap in their capabilities, but rather because of Cyrus's temperament. Now, however, Dumbledore felt the need to re-evaluate Cyrus's level of threat. What Dumbledore didn't know was that after acquiring the ancient magic, especially Morgana's legacy, Cyrus was no longer influenced by the emotional requirements of spells. To him, a spell was merely a spell. Cyrus had no intention of explaining. He lifted his head slightly, and all the magic within him surged to the forefront. Every drop of blood coursing through his veins felt as scorching as molten lava. His heart pounded with strong, steady beats. Cyrus was fully prepared to face both Dumbledore and Grindelwald at the same time. This was a perfect stage for it, especially with Dumbledore's arrival, which brought new magical surveillance drones. The outcome of this battle would be witnessed by everyone. Cyrus flicked his wand, but no spell was cast. Whoosh! The tip of Cyrus's wand sliced through the air, emitting a sharp sound. His stance was upright, like a warrior wielding a sword. Come, Dumbledore. You alone, or with him, it makes no difference. Cyrus issued his challenge to Dumbledore. At this moment, no one thought him arrogant or reckless. In the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium, everyone had just witnessed, through the enchanted projection, the scene where Cyrus had defeated Grindelwald. Their reactions, however, varied widely. Bellatrix Lestrange's expression remained indifferent as she curled her lips slightly, as though none of it surprised her in the least. Graves, on the other hand, was consumed by awe. The sight of Grindelwald defeated and lying prone had turned his admiration for Cyrus into near fanaticism. One of the most powerful wizards of the past century, defeated just like that by Cyrus? For Graves, Seeing the humiliated state of the dark wizard who had shamed his ancestors brought an immense sense of satisfaction. Babajide, however, frowned deeply, her concern for Dumbledore evident. Wizards like her, who had lived through the era of Grindelwald's dominion over Europe, understood all too well the magnitude of this battle. The name Grindelwald itself was a terrifying nightmare. Am I seeing things? Fudge's face was filled with disbelief. Even through the screen, when he saw Cyrus's glowing eyes, he couldn't help but step back in fear. He defeated Grindelwald. As he muttered, he squinted his eyes, narrowed to slits by his plump cheeks, toward Umbridge. At this moment, Umbridge's face was drained of all color. Her overly made-up, toad-like face was etched with terror. Fudge actually had a soft spot for Umbridge. Though the witch could be nauseating at times, she excelled at flattery and was one of the few people in the ministry who made him feel like a real minister. For that reason, he had promoted her to the position of undersecretary, breaking all conventions. But now, it seemed he would have to abandon her. This fool had provoked Cyrus, who was far from being as mild-tempered as Dumbledore. If Cyrus decided to lash out over this, Fudge might find himself dragged into the fallout. With that thought, Fudge resolved to dismiss Umbridge as soon as the Triwizard Tournament concluded. Even so, he couldn't tear his gaze away from the screen. He couldn't help but suspect that what he was seeing was some kind of illusion. How could he have possibly defeated Grindelwald? How old is he? Fudge murmured, almost to himself, as if in disbelief. Barty Crouch Jr. overheard his words and cast him a cold glance, all the while contemplating the age of his own Dark Lord. 68? Or was it 69? He wasn't entirely sure of the details, but one thing was certain. Cyrus's physical age was only 16 or 17. He had yet to reach his full potential. For a long time to come, Cyrus's magical power would continue to grow, accumulating endlessly until there was no one left who could rival him. That is, if you managed to survive. This vicious thought crossed his mind. Grindelwald's loss didn't trouble him much. At the very least, the old man had managed to buy the Dark Lord some time. Cyrus and Dumbledore were both tied up, giving the Dark Lord more opportunity to complete his triumphant return. Besides, Grindelwald wasn't dead. Dumbledore's mercy had spared his life, leaving him as a potential ally when the Dark Lord was revived. What delighted him even more was the apparent discord between Cyrus and Dumbledore. He saw Dumbledore stride forward, completely exposing his back to Grindelwald without a shred of hesitation, while Cyrus raised his wand, appearing ready to engage Dumbledore in battle. Yes, fight. The more intense, the better. He sneered. The tension between Cyrus and Dumbledore was palpable to everyone watching. The 1,000 or so young wizards of Hogwarts stared in shock. Cyrus actually won, Fred said, eyes wide, elbowing George. I thought Grindelwald was supposed to be one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Even so, there's no way he could beat Professor Dumbledore. Lee Jordan chimed in, leaning over with a serious expression. Defeating Grindelwald is one thing. Dumbledore became famous for defeating Grindelwald back in 1945. Does this mean, Angelina said, turning back in surprise after overhearing their conversation, that Cyrus might be as powerful as Professor Dumbledore? But her speculation was quickly met with skepticism. That's impossible. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. No one is stronger than him. Though there were many at Hogwarts who thought Dumbledore had grown senile with age, no one ever doubted his strength. While Grindelwald's might was somewhat abstract to them, the fear of another dark wizard, Voldemort, was all too familiar. Does anyone still remember? Dumbledore is the only person the Dark Lord fears. This came from a Ravenclaw student who spoke with absolute conviction. His gaze swept over those around him as he spoke, his confidence so steadfast that it made his words seem undeniable. At this moment, he stood as though he himself were Dumbledore. I'll say this. Grindelwald might be powerful, but there's no way he could compare to you-know-who. His words dismissed both Grindelwald and Cyrus as insignificant, a sentiment not only rooted in confidence in their headmaster, but also fueled by jealousy. Since Cyrus's first dinner at Hogwarts, he had drawn attention wherever he went, as if perpetually illuminated by a spotlight. He wasn't just dazzling. His presence made everyone else fade into the background. During the Christmas ball, Cyrus had danced with not one, but 3 beautiful girls. If that wasn't enough, one of those girls had spent the entire evening utterly distracted, her gaze fixed on Cyrus, as if she wished he could conjure dozens of copies of himself just to twirl around her endlessly. This genuine jealousy filled the Ravenclaw student with such bitterness towards Cyrus that his hostility practically radiated. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a scornful voice sounded behind him. Oh really? Ron had somehow wandered over from where he had been standing with Hagrid. He tilted his head, wearing a look of exaggerated sympathy, as if pitying the other boy for his apparent lack of intelligence. "What grand insight do you have, Weasley?" The Ravenclaw shot back immediately, his tone dripping with mockery. Since he addressed him by surname, both Fred and George, who had been nearby, exchanged a glance, already deciding to give this guy a proper lesson after the match. Ron, unaware of his older brother's plans, was instead brimming with indignation over the ignorance displayed by the group around him. They had no idea what Cyrus was capable of, but Ron did, and that knowledge made him feel uniquely special. He straightened up with a sense of superiority, his tone lofty and smug as he declared, "Then you must not know. Voldemort has already been resurrected once, and Cyrus defeated him." Ron's words left everyone stunned, but their first reaction wasn't astonishment. It was skepticism. "You're lying, Weasley. You don't believe me?" Ron snapped, his frustration evident. "If you were smarter, you'd know Harry's been kidnapped twice. Every professor at Hogwarts knows Voldemort came back, and they all saw Cyrus defeat him." Mentioning the professors made the others pause, lending the claim a bit more credibility. The twins, already aware of Harry's kidnappings, were now brimming with curiosity. They hadn't known Voldemort had been resurrected, and their faces lit up with intrigue. They turned to Ron, urging him eagerly, "Tell us everything. You seriously believe him?" The Ravenclaw student looked flustered, adamantly insisting Ron was lying. "If the Dark Lord really came back, how could we not know?" But by then, few were paying him any attention. "What? You expect Voldemort to send you a memo about it?" Angelina shoved her way through the crowd toward Ron, pausing as she passed the Ravenclaw to deliver a mocking jab. The Ravenclaw flushed scarlet and slumped back into his seat, clearly the butt of the joke. Still, he couldn't help muttering a bitter retort under his breath. "You'll all see soon enough." After all, Cyrus and Dumbledore had crossed paths, and it wouldn't take long to determine who was truly stronger. Ministry of Magic, 6th floor. Flames had reduced nearly everything on the 6th floor to ash, leaving behind only charred ruins and crumbling walls. Dumbledore felt an unprecedented gravity in the air. The pressure Cyrus exerted on him was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Even Voldemort paled in comparison. The air was overwhelmingly dry, a consequence of the fire's fury, but another sensation clung to him, a thick, suffocating presence. Cyrus's magical energy seemed omnipresent. Dumbledore felt as if he were moving underwater, each action demanding far more effort than usual, or as though he were buried in beach sand, with even the simple act of breathing becoming a struggle. Everything around him appeared transformed in his eyes, as if he were watching a film filtered through an aged, weathered lens. Sporadically, flickering black lines disrupted the vision, flashing in and out of existence. "It seems Morgana's legacy has granted you tremendous power," Dumbledore said softly. "But I doubt whether this power can rival the Elder Wand." Cyrus's gaze lingered on the wand in Dumbledore's hand. He had never held the true Elder Wand before, so even now, he couldn't gauge the extent of its power. "Does it really make you invincible?" Voldemort was hailed as the most powerful dark wizard, yet he still wasn't a match for Dumbledore. Perhaps Voldemort and Dumbledore possessed comparable magical strength, but the Elder Wand clearly gave Dumbledore an unbeatable edge. If it weren't for Harry, or more specifically, if Harry hadn't been a Horcrux, Dumbledore might not have needed to sacrifice himself to defeat Voldemort. "I believe if there's something you wish to understand, experiencing it firsthand is the best way," Dumbledore said. Cyrus chuckled softly, seemingly amused. It appeared that Dumbledore might be somewhat angry about Cyrus having beaten up his old friend. Cyrus glanced at Grindelwald and noticed him wearing a smug, triumphant smile. So, he raised his wand and declared, "I was just thinking the same thing." Boom. In an instant, an intense magical shockwave spread from deep below, rippling through every corner of the Ministry of Magic. The magical disturbance was so vivid that even ordinary people could see it clearly. Golden ripples reverberated, unknowingly passing through Cyrus's body. Cyrus froze, stunned. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though his body had undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. His once smooth skin suddenly became loose and wrinkled, resembling a withered poplar tree left to die in a desert. He felt his strength slipping away, his vitality draining as if something was siphoning the life force out of him. This abrupt weakness almost caused him to lose his grip on his wand. Half kneeling, his body curled into a hunched position, appearing as fragile as an antique on the verge of shattering. "What the fuck?" Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were struck dumb. In their astonished eyes, Cyrus had aged dramatically, his hair now completely white. "What is going on?" Grindelwald exclaimed in shock, but then he noticed his voice sounded decades younger. The old Dumbledore standing before him had vanished, replaced by a young man with brown hair. "Albus, you've turned back the clock," Grindelwald shouted, his tone incredulous, as if he'd been transported back to that summer in Godric's Hollow. "It wasn't me," Dumbledore said, his mind racing furiously. At that moment, the now white-haired Cyrus lifted his head. Though his appearance resembled a desiccated mummy, his fiery golden eyes remained as bright and clear as ever. "The laws of time have been broken. The Department of Mysteries," Dumbledore shouted abruptly. Chapter 268, Voldemort's Time Travel. The Department of Mysteries. Approximately 2.5 hours earlier, when the treasures of all the champions were placed here, Gabrielle opened her crimson eyes. A/N, Fleur's little sister. Or rather, Voldemort. Ever since deciding to involve himself in the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort had no intention of truly leaving. He merely created the illusion of his departure, allowing Cyrus and Dumbledore to entertain suspicions about him. What followed was straightforward. He rose to his feet, surveying the room he was in, its many bizarre, floating brains immediately revealing his location. The brain room. Voldemort let out a cold laugh. "Consciousness is indeed full of mysteries, but this is not the place I desire." He paced around the brain room, but found no sign of the other champions' treasures. Clearly, they had all been placed in different rooms. "What a pity, no sign of Harry Potter," he remarked, shaking his head regretfully. If Harry were here, he could have reclaimed one of his soul fragments right away. Forget it. Retrieving the last soul fragment after returning from the depths of time won't be too late. Voldemort thought to himself as he strode out of the brain room. To be honest, this was his first time entering the Department of Mysteries. He had only heard of it before, but had never set foot here personally. Upon leaving the brain room, Voldemort found himself in a circular chamber. 12 identical doors were tightly shut, and they began spinning rapidly before his eyes. Though there were only 12 doors, the spinning made it impossible to discern which door he had already passed through or what dangers might lurk behind the others. Of course, this posed no real challenge for Voldemort. Among the Death Eaters, there were those who had previously worked at the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort had long since learned the method to distinguish between the doors. His serpent-like gaze swept over the doors one by one. The Death Chamber, the Hall of Prophecy. When he thought of the Hall of Prophecy, Voldemort recalled that it likely contained a prophecy about him and Harry. This prophecy pertained to how, more than a decade ago, a mere infant had managed to defeat the Great Dark Lord. Logically, Voldemort should care deeply about this prophecy and be eager to uncover its full details, so he could devise a way to break it. However, despite the thought of the prophecy crossing Voldemort's mind, he made no move toward it. It was just a prophecy, after all, and one concerning Harry Potter no less. Utterly unnecessary for him to bother with at this moment. The Voldemort of today no longer cared about that prophecy. After several encounters with Harry, he had realized that the boy was nothing extraordinary and unworthy of further attention. He even felt a lingering sense of bewilderment over how he had been foolish enough, all those years ago, to believe in the prophecy and make such a fuss over a mere child. That mistake had led to his loss of control over his Horcruxes, enabling Cyrus to become an independent being who now actively opposed him. But it didn't matter. Soon, he would rewrite history and correct the errors of his past. If history could be changed, Voldemort was confident that returning to the past would allow him to erase Cyrus's existence to some degree. With just a few trips through time, he would acquire the Philosopher's Stone, restore his body, and reclaim every fragment of his soul from the past. Voldemort was certain that once he regained his full power, there would be no one in this world capable of defeating him, not even Cyrus. That said, whether Cyrus would even still exist by then remained an open question. Nahihiha. He let out a cold chuckle and strode decisively toward the Hall of Time. For Voldemort, the Hall of Time was dazzling to the point of excess. The ticking of countless clocks echoed through the space, and the diamond-like radiance from their surfaces refracted in every direction, flooding the room with brilliance. Disregarding the ostentatious display, Voldemort stepped past a massive floor clock, towering higher than a man, and advanced to the far end of the room. This was the very source of all the light in the chamber, the beginning and end of time itself. Before him stood a transparent glass dome, within which shimmered glowing currents of air. As the currents flowed, a tiny hummingbird inside would be born, live, die, and then be reborn, cycling endlessly like waves rising and falling along the shore. How could I have failed to realize this before? What I've been seeking, true immortality, is right before my eyes. Compared to this, Horcruxes were merely an incomplete form of power. They had their advantages. Owning Horcruxes granted extended life and an immortal body. But their flaws were just as apparent. Once created, Horcruxes became external objects, separate from the self. Voldemort extended a pale finger toward the glass dome and lightly tapped it. In the next instant, the glass dissolved and shattered, like ice melting into thin air. He immediately reached out toward the swirling stream of energy. In that instant, a dense black mist erupted from Gabrielle's body. A smoky, shadow-like creature emerged, separating itself from her completely and vanishing into the flow of time. Time travel was a peculiar sensation. Voldemort felt as though everything around him had frozen in an instant. The entire world seemed like sunlight filtering through stained glass, casting dreamy, surreal colors. Then, everything stretched and distorted, becoming so elongated that he could barely see anything clearly. Only endless phantoms passed silently around him, ultimately overlapping into one incomprehensible mass. What on earth is happening? Grindelwald still hadn't figured out what was going on. Prophecy was a power rife with uncertainty. Even if Grindelwald used his special eye to observe the future at this moment, what he could see would be fragmented and incomplete. He had only one suspicion, that the so-called Dark Lord, Voldemort, must have done something. Grindelwald cautiously glanced at Dumbledore's back, unsure if he should reveal his brief alliance with Voldemort. But calling it an alliance might be overstating it. Grindelwald didn't actually know what Voldemort's plan was. All he wanted was to ensure that Dumbledore survived and wasn't killed by Cyrus. With this thought, Grindelwald's gaze shifted past Dumbledore, landing on Cyrus. The man now looked so old, as though even lifting a wand was a struggle. It was the perfect opportunity to kill him. If it had been 50 years ago, Grindelwald wouldn't have hesitated. He would have struck Cyrus down without a second thought. But now, Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore's back, his expression flickering uncertainly. The fingers of the hand holding his wand twitched slightly, but in the end, he didn't make a move. In contrast, Cyrus and Dumbledore were far more aware of the situation. Dumbledore's face was heavy with worry. The disruption of time's rules could only mean one thing. Something had gone wrong in the time room. Given that he had just sent the 3 champions into the time room, Dumbledore couldn't help but fear for their safety. Had he misjudged the situation? Was it possible that Fleur had truly been possessed by Voldemort? His expression darkened as he turned to Cyrus and asked, "Cyrus, did you notice anything unusual about Fleur Delacour?" Dumbledore knew that Cyrus had the ability to perceive traces of ancient magic. Perhaps he could detect something that others could not. But Cyrus slowly shook his head. He appeared hesitant to move too abruptly, as though afraid that the slightest action might cause his frail body to break apart. Cyrus looked as though his age was the combined total of Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's ages before they had grown younger, so ancient that even his voice was hoarse. Speaking was a struggle for him, each word seemingly wrung from his frail body. Yet, despite his decrepit state, Cyrus did not appear particularly disheveled. His tone was firm. "It's not Fleur." He paused before continuing. "But it is a Delacour." It was only now that Cyrus fully grasped what had happened. Or rather, he had paid so little attention to Voldemort that after confirming Fleur was fine, he had not delved further into the matter. Now it was clear, Voldemort had been hiding within Gabrielle all along, staying in the Department of Mysteries from the very beginning. What Cyrus hadn't expected was Voldemort breaking the rules of time itself. Reversing time, altering history. What exactly was Voldemort after? Life? Or perhaps a soul? "We need to head to the Department of Mysteries immediately," Dumbledore quickly decided. He glanced at the almost immobile, ancient-looking Cyrus and concluded that he would have to handle this alone. "You stay here, Cyrus." But Cyrus merely smirked and shook his head. Turning his gaze to Grindelwald, he said in a low voice, "I thought for sure you'd take this opportunity to kill me while I'm weak, Grindelwald." "I don't think I need to lift a finger. You'll die on your own," Grindelwald said coolly. At this moment, Cyrus looked even more terrifying than before. The wrinkled skin on his body was now marked with age spots, and an odor resembling decaying flesh emanated from him. The power of time seemed relentless, ceaselessly wearing him down. He looked like a dried riverbed scorched under the sun for months, his skin brittle and cracked. Every small movement caused fragments of it to flake away. Dumbledore watched with concern, his expression grave. Cyrus looked as if he were about to crumble into nothingness at any moment. It was like staring at a piece of paper burned to crisp dryness, holding together by sheer inertia, but with the faintest touch, it would turn to ash. "You think I'm going to die?" Cyrus said hoarsely. As he spoke, more pieces of his desiccated, skeletal frame flaked off. Yet strangely, amidst this decay, the aura of life began to grow stronger, pulsing from him. Grindelwald's eyes widened in astonishment. Lubed up, leapt up. Amidst the silent void, the sound of a heartbeat boomed, deep and resonant. That heart was vigorous and strong, echoing with the very essence of life itself. Within the rhythm of that powerful pulse, Cyrus seemed to be enveloped in golden radiance. Time itself appeared to reverse once more. It was as if something had flowed back into his veins, nourishing his skin. The deep wrinkles smoothed out, the scattered age spots vanished, and his once frail body stood tall again, like a withered tree suddenly coming back to life in spring. The Philosopher's Stone. Cyrus had revived himself through the Philosopher's Stone, his vitality now boundless and unstoppable. A new, youthful body emerged from his aged remains. Under the astonished gazes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Cyrus transformed back into his original form. "Let's go. It's time to face our Dark Lord," Cyrus declared as he stood up, his eyes blazing. "Then let us depart," Dumbledore nodded. "Stay close to me." Given the gravity of Voldemort's involvement, Dumbledore set aside any thoughts of dueling Cyrus. Without saying a word, Grindelwald moved resolutely to stand beside him. Then, the now nearly century-younger Dumbledore raised his hands high and clapped them together with force. Fox! Whoosh! In an instant, phoenix flames ignited in his palms. A wave of fire surged forth, engulfing Cyrus and Grindelwald in its blazing embrace. The Department of Mysteries. A few minutes earlier, Cassandra, Cedric, and Fleur had all aimed a powerful blasting curse directly at the doors of the Department of Mysteries. Unfortunately, their combined magic wasn't enough to break through the magical defenses of the doors. The curse rebounded with a fierce force, sending the three of them flying backward. Once again, Cedric found himself playing the role of a cushion. He felt like all his bones were on the verge of breaking. "Are you okay?" Fleur asked apologetically, helping him up from the ground. Her elbow had accidentally struck Cedric's face during the chaotic tumble. "Cough. I'm fine," Cedric replied, forcing himself to his feet. He glanced at the unyielding door, which showed no signs of damage, and gritted his teeth. "Let's try again. This time, we'll stand further back to avoid getting hurt." "No need," Cassandra said, shaking her head. "We're not going to break it down with just our magic." If Cassandra's magical power was already on par with a Hogwarts professor, then the Ministry's defenses were comparable to the ones surrounding Hogwarts during the final battle in the original story. Simply blasting spells at the door wasn't going to cut it. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Fleur asked, dissatisfied with Cassandra's pessimism. She immediately shot her a challenging glare. "I suggest we use physics," Cassandra said, using a term Fleur didn't understand. But she didn't need to understand, because Cassandra had already walked up to the door and raised her foot. Bang! In the shocked eyes of Fleur and Cedric, Cassandra kicked the door open with a single powerful strike. Cedric swallowed nervously. He never would have imagined that the elegant and graceful Cassandra would do something like this. Cough, cough. Cassandra patted her hands, brushed a strand of hair from her ear, and coughed lightly to cover up her awkwardness. Then she said, "As everyone knows, wizards usually don't consider using brute force to break through obstacles." Cedric and Fleur were still stunned. "All right, we don't have time. Let's go in," Cassandra said, blushing. Only then did Cedric and Fleur snap out of it and follow Cassandra into the door. Chapter 269, Returning from Time. Cassandra kicked open the door, and the three of them walked inside shoulder to shoulder. What met their eyes was a circular room with a dozen identical, unmarked black doors without handles arranged around them. The doors were spaced evenly apart, seemingly embedded in the smooth black walls surrounding the room. "If we count the one you just kicked down, that makes exactly 12 doors," Cedric said. "Enough about that door." Cassandra snapped, her embarrassment evident. The door she had kicked down now lay flat on the black marble floor, where the faint flickering candlelight from blue flame torches on the walls made the floor appear like a pool of dark water. The door looked like a lone boat floating adrift on the surface of that water. Perhaps because one door was missing, this time, the circular hall did not rotate. "I think the treasures must be hidden in the rooms behind these doors," Fleur suggested. In fact, there was no need for her to say it. The room was otherwise empty. The treasures could only be inside the separate rooms. "Time is short. Let's split up the search," Cedric said, raising both his wand and the gun in his hands. He added a reminder. "We don't know what dangers might be waiting. Keep your wands ready." Cassandra didn't say anything, but she acted swiftly, heading toward one of the doors. Creak. This time, it opened easily. As soon as the door was pushed open, a musty smell, sealed away for years, wafted out. The dampness and dust invaded Cassandra's nose, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. She didn't step inside immediately. Instead, she cautiously peered into the darkness. Lumos. She raised her wand, and as the faint light illuminated the tip, the room seemed to come alive all at once. Countless points of light twinkled in the dark, resembling a vast starry sky. Crystal balls. Cassandra paused for a moment, quickly realizing that this was the Hall of Prophecies that Cyrus had mentioned to her. Wizards had always held extreme attitudes toward prophecies. Some were fanatical believers, while others dismissed them as nonsense. This disparity stemmed from the inconsistent quality of the seers in the magical world. Nowadays, most so-called seers were nothing more than charlatans seeking fame and fortune. Perhaps their ancestors had indeed possessed some true abilities, but over generations, the power of prophecy had almost entirely faded away. Cassandra wasn't particularly interested in prophecies. She stepped into the room, her feet stirring up a thick layer of dust that dirted her once pristine white socks. She paid it no mind, remaining alert as she scanned her surroundings while advancing further inside. The towering shelves stretched dozens of meters high, their tops invisible even when she craned her neck. These shelves were densely packed throughout the space, forming a maze-like layout. As for the number of prophecy orbs, it was utterly immeasurable. She moved cautiously, her lit wand casting a faint glow in the darkness. The illuminated doorway behind her grew more distant, like a train leaving the tunnel's entrance. Cassandra became increasingly vigilant, yet to her surprise, the Department of Mysteries seemed devoid of any traps. On second thought, it made sense. A place of such importance couldn't afford any missteps caused by overly complex security mechanisms. Hominum Revelio. Cassandra cast the spell, and golden footprints began to appear at her feet, extending step by step into the darkness. Following the trail, she soon came across Harry Potter, unconscious and bound in the labyrinthine Hall of Prophecies. Harry Potter. Cassandra froze for a moment, her face showing confusion mixed with a trace of disdain. They were supposed to be looking for a treasure, so why had Harry Potter suddenly shown up? Who would consider Harry Potter a treasure? Cassandra thought, and the image of Cyrus briefly flickered in her mind. She couldn't help but shudder at the thought. She shook her head forcefully, trying to banish the absurd thought from her mind. Even if it were Ginny Weasley or Hermione Granger, that would make more sense. But Harry Potter? No way. She admitted that Cyrus occasionally showed Harry a bit of favoritism, but that was due to the connection between Harry and Voldemort. The two of them were undoubtedly friends, but not to the extent of being called a treasure. If I had forfeited the second task, maybe I would have been the treasure, Cassandra thought. She suddenly became curious about what her treasure might be. If all the treasures were students, Cassandra couldn't think of anyone she would consider worth saving. She dismissed the thought. It was just a competition, after all. Let's wake him up first, she muttered. Cassandra pointed her wand at Harry. Aguamendi. A stream of cool, clear water spurted from her wand, turning it into a makeshift water pipe. The water gushed out, splashing over Harry's head and soaking into his collar. The unconscious Harry shivered at the sudden cold and woke up immediately. Cassandra, he said, startled. What? Didn't want to see me? Cassandra snapped as she withdrew her wand with a frosty expression. It's not that. Harry began, glancing around nervously. I just thought Professor Dumbledore would be the one to rescue me. You're his treasure? Cassandra asked with a raised eyebrow. That actually makes sense. But do you know who my treasure is? And Headmaster Cyrus's treasure? Harry nodded as Cassandra freed him from his bindings. Shaking the water off himself, he conjured a small fire to warm up. Professor McGonagall gathered everyone chosen as treasures for a meeting in her office earlier. Your treasure is Hermione, and Cyrus's treasure is Ginny. Hermione Granger? What a filler treasure, Cassandra thought to herself. So, where is she? She asked aloud. I don't know. I was knocked out pretty early, Harry said, shaking his head. After warming himself for a moment, he added, I thought the professor would have found me first. Cyrus got into a fight with Grindelwald, Cassandra replied, focusing on the footprints still illuminated by her spell. Dumbledore sent us down here first. Us? Harry interrupted. Diggory and Delacour, too. Cassandra clarified, looking up. Let's go. I don't think there's anyone else left in the Hall of Prophecy. The two of them walked out together, and just as they were leaving the Hall of Prophecy, they saw Cedric emerging with a passed-out Cho Chang on his back. Harry nearly choked. Oh, hey Harry, Cedric greeted cheerfully. I found my treasure. Yeah. Harry replied bitterly, his eyes fixed on Cho, unable to look away. And what about the villa? Cassandra asked. As soon as she spoke, Fleur emerged from another room, her tone sharp. Right here. Everyone turned to see Fleur struggling to drag both Hermione and Ginny out of a room, holding one in each hand. These two girls were lying together, so I brought them both out, Fleur explained. Thanks, this one's mine. Cassandra flicked her wand, and Hermione seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope, floating over to Cassandra's side. So, now you both have your treasures? Fleur said with an odd tone. What are you waiting for? Finding their treasures meant that Cassandra and Cedric had completed the second task. All they needed to do now was activate the portkey and return to Hogwarts as victors. However, Cedric glanced at Cassandra, saw that she wasn't moving, and then firmly said, I won't do it. Why? Does anyone remember that we're an alliance? Cedric asked. Fleur shot him a surprised look. Although the three of them had formed an alliance, to Fleur, it had always been more of a safety net to avoid being eliminated by Cassandra. It seemed that Cedric was the only one who truly took it seriously. I think we can win together. What do you think? Cedric turned to Cassandra, seeking her opinion. Looks like someone wants to uphold a bit of gentlemanly virtue. Cassandra quipped out of habit. However, she had no objections to Cedric's suggestion. Fine, since you helped me find my treasure, I don't want to owe you a favor, Harry. Harry, what? What is this Vila's treasure? I think it's a little girl, Harry said after a moment of thought. Gabrielle. Fleur shrieked, panic rising in her voice. She hadn't expected her treasure to be her sister, and her heart immediately grew more anxious. Let's help her search, Cedric suggested. He then mimicked Cassandra's earlier spell to awaken Cho Chang. Hermione and Ginny also regained consciousness, and the seven of them gathered together. Ginny, however, didn't seem very pleased. The girl had thought that as soon as she opened her eyes, she would see Cyrus. Let's split up and search, Cedric suggested. Leave it to me, Cassandra said, repeating her earlier spell. Hominum revelio. It was as though golden dust had been scattered across the room, revealing interwoven footprints extending into different rooms. Fleur immediately recognized Gabrielle's footprints, small and delicate. She headed toward the Hall of Time. Cassandra said gravely, her brow furrowing. Is there a problem with that? No one seemed to sense anything unusual, except Hermione. Didn't you notice these are her own footprints? Hermione pointed out sharply, her keen gaze scanning the others, lingering briefly on Fleur's elegant face. We've all been enchanted. We shouldn't have woken up this early. But maybe the spell malfunctioned? Harry suggested, trying to look on the bright side. Gabrielle and I both have a Vila heritage. Maybe her magical resistance allowed her to wake up earlier, Fleur said, her face serious. That doesn't make sense. Even if she woke up early, why would she wander around? We were all instructed to stay in place and wait for the champions to rescue us, Hermione argued. At this point, Cedric added, Delacour, when I was searching for Cho, I went to the Hall of Time. There wasn't anyone there. Hearing Cedric refer to Cho so warmly, Harry's heart sank. He tried to hide his feelings, but couldn't resist contradicting Cedric. Maybe you missed her. We could check again. Good idea, Cedric said earnestly. So, the group headed toward the Hall of Time. Cho, meanwhile, looked around with wide-eyed amazement. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. It's my first time in the Department of Mysteries, she said with enthusiasm. I'd advise you to be more cautious, Cassandra said coldly, immediately cutting through Cho's relaxed tone. Gabrielle's strange behavior, combined with her being from Beauxbatons, had already set Cassandra on edge. It wasn't hard for her to connect the dots to a possible Death Eater plot. What had initially seemed like their withdrawal from the second task now appeared to be a subtle tampering with the treasures. Are you saying there might be danger? Cho asked, shrinking back behind Cedric, clearly intimidated by Cassandra. Hopefully not, Cassandra replied, though her wand was already raised in a position best suited for both offense and defense. Her serious demeanor affected the others, and the seven young wizards advanced cautiously, keeping their guard up. However, the Hall of Time was empty. There's no one here? Ginny asked, sounding frustrated, and looked like she was about to start dismantling the enormous grandfather clocks. Hermione quickly stopped her. Don't touch them. These clocks are enchanted. Among everyone present, Hermione had the deepest understanding of time-turners and the magic tied to time. The outer casings of the clocks served as protection, as the magic of time was a natural force embedded in them. Look, Harry called out as he approached the far end of the hall. Scattered across the floor were shards of broken glass, gleaming with a rainbow of shifting colors. Cedric, when you were here earlier, were these shards already broken? Cedric shook his head. No. The broken glass captivated everyone's attention. Suddenly, The shattered pieces began to lift off the ground, as if drawn by an invisible force. In the astonished gaze of the group, the fragments started to reassemble themselves into their original form. Time is in chaos, Hermione called out with concern. It was as if her words triggered something. The flow of time suddenly surged forth, filling every corner of the room in an instant. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tick-tick. Countless clocks began to chime all at once. The sound of ticking from every direction surrounded them, like the march of soldiers on parade, creating a continuous, unrelenting noise. Cassandra looked around. The pendulums of all the clocks were rapidly reversing, forming a shadow of blackness on one side. Be careful. Everyone instinctively took a step back, but the entire room was in disarray. As Harry took a step back, his body returned to its original position. Meanwhile, Cho didn't do anything, yet she found herself back at the moment when she had first entered the room. Cassandra felt something rush past her at high speed, like an illusory shadow. "It's Gabri," Fleur cried out as she fell to the ground, shouting. She saw Gabrielle's shadow move toward the glass case. She rushed toward the dark figure, but in that split second, countless shadows and the flow of time surged forward, as if the entire room was caught in a vortex, swirling in reverse with the current of time. Boom! Golden light exploded suddenly. A tall shadow arrogantly walked out of the flowing stream of time. He held the collar of the unconscious child in one hand, his cold gaze sweeping across everyone present. "Ah, Harry Potter," he spoke lightly. Harry had never seen this face before, but he instantly recognized who this person was. Voldemort. ___________. Chapter 270. A complete waste. "Who are you?" Cedric pushed Cho Chang further behind him with one hand and held his wand tightly in the other, staring at the stranger who had intruded on their trial. He had never seen this man before. Could he be Durmstrang's treasure? That thought flashed through Cedric's mind, but he did not lower his guard. He had seen Fleur's unconscious sister being held by this tall man, as if she were a mere doll. "Let her go," Cedric shouted sternly, taking a step closer. Harry's heart leapt into his throat at the sight. "Come back, Cedric," Harry shouted, feeling as though death itself had enveloped him. It was as if he had seen this scene before. Cedric, in a similar situation, but not here in the Department of Mysteries. It looked more like a graveyard. Then, he saw the long-dead Peter Pettigrew emerge coldly and cast a clean, decisive spell on Cedric. And that poor boy fell, lifeless. The vision flashed before Harry's eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion or a glimpse of another timeline, but in his sight, the shadow of Cedric's death overlapped with the Cedric before him. Meanwhile, Voldemort's fingers twitched slightly. A wand slipped from his sleeve and fell neatly into his hand. Harry desperately wanted to act, but his body refused to move. He could only glare at Voldemort with all his might, his emerald green eyes veined with a blood-red web. The shadow of death loomed over Cedric like a suffocating shroud. Suddenly, Harry screamed at the top of his lungs. Voldemort. The name sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Cedric, who had been tense and ready to attack moments ago, turned around in shock, meeting Harry's ghostly, fear-stricken gaze. "Harry, what are you saying?" But Harry ignored Cedric. His furious eyes remained locked on Voldemort. "I'm here, Voldemort." "I can see that, Harry Potter," Voldemort replied icily, his crimson gaze pulling away from Cedric, which allowed Harry to breathe a momentary sigh of relief, only for those piercing eyes to fall squarely on him, their intensity burning like a blade. "Fuck." Voldemort carelessly tossed Gabrielle aside, as if discarding a lifeless fish. Then he extended his hand, a hand no longer pale and lifeless, but strikingly human, perhaps even unnaturally flawless. Pulling back the hood of his cloak, he revealed a face that was both disturbingly handsome and deeply unsettling. Now, everyone could see him clearly. Among everyone present, only Harry had ever seen Voldemort's face before. Yet, Voldemort's features bore such striking resemblances to Cyrus that it was hard not to see the two as brothers. Is he really Vol, the Dark Lord? Cedric couldn't bring himself to utter the name. It felt as if he had been plunged into the icy, frozen tundra of the Arctic. Every pore of his body trembled with fear as he watched Voldemort walk past them, treating them as if they were mere air. He approached Harry without sparing anyone else so much as a glance. Everyone present seemed to forget how to breathe, how to move. Even Cassandra found her limbs frozen stiff. It wasn't fear that gripped her. Rather, Voldemort had unleashed such an overwhelming surge of magical power that the oppressive force rendered movement nearly impossible. Though she wasn't completely paralyzed, Cassandra understood all too well that acting rashly would only lead to one outcome: death. "Ah, you know, Potter," Voldemort said, extending his hand to grip Harry's face, his icy fingers like iron clamps. I really had no desire to see you. Can you tell me where's Cyrus? Pinned by Voldemort's grip, Harry's face was twisted, but he clenched his teeth and defiantly met Voldemort's gaze. Fury burned in his emerald eyes as he shouted, "Do you think I'd tell you?" At Harry's response, Voldemort let out a soft, mocking laugh, as though amused by Harry's naivety and ignorance. "Ha, has no one ever told you, Potter? If you want to keep a secret, it's best not to look someone in the eyes." Voldemort tilted his head like a snake, his voice hissing with disdain. "Your mind is as empty as a house without doors, Potter. Any half-competent legilimens could stroll right in. Let me take a look." As Voldemort spoke, Harry desperately tried to shut his eyes, but he was a moment too late. Ah, so Cyrus, Dumbledore, and that failure of a Dark Lord are up there fighting. I'd rather he didn't die too quickly. I have so many questions I want him to answer for me. He looked at Harry, whose eyes were now tightly shut, and let out a scornful sound from his throat. It wasn't Harry he was mocking, it was himself. Fourth year, and yet this boy didn't even know how to perform a clemency. The realization that he had once considered such a person to be his fated enemy struck Voldemort as utterly laughable. Perhaps splitting his soul had dulled his intellect. Harry Potter, a wizard with potential that was, at best, passable, but only just that. He couldn't hold a candle to Snape's talent, nor could he compare to Barty Crouch Jr.'s brilliance, let alone Voldemort's own extraordinary abilities. What irked Voldemort the most, however, was Harry's utter lack of ambition. Here was someone from the Muggle world, someone with access to such a vast array of magic and unparalleled power within reach. Yet he lacked the drive to seize it, mired in complacency and laziness. A complete waste. You know, Harry, I think you could make an impressive Auror, someone like Alastor Moody, Voldemort said with unsettling warmth. But the kindness evaporated quickly as his tone turned cold and commanding. He gripped Harry's head firmly and twisted it, forcing Harry to face him sideways. The strands of hair on Harry's forehead parted, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. "You will never surpass me." Voldemort extended a finger, letting it trace the lightning bolt on Harry's forehead. Instantly, Harry felt a searing pain, as if molten lava were coursing through his skull. The agony wrung a piercing scream from him. Ah! Voldemort ignored his cries entirely. "Your fame, your achievements, your very existence today are not your own doing. Your mother saved your life. Dumbledore saved your life. Cyrus saved your life too. But ultimately, it was I who made you who you are." Harry felt as though Voldemort's nails were digging into his scar, and for a terrifying moment, he thought the Dark Lord intended to tear his head apart to retrieve something vital inside. That something was undoubtedly crucial to Voldemort. "Of course it is," Voldemort declared, reading Harry's thoughts effortlessly, as though he didn't even need to meet his eyes. "I suppose Dumbledore never told you that," Voldemort said, as if he was about to reveal some surprising secret. ____________. Chapter 271, Avada Kedavra. "He won't tell you what sustains my magic, what kept me alive even after I lost my body. Cyrus certainly hasn't told you how he was revived and why he opposes me. Neither of them will explain why you're sometimes so special, why I needed your blood for my resurrection, why, in your first year, Quirrell couldn't even touch you." Harry's breathing grew heavier. He realized that anything Voldemort said next was something he shouldn't believe, shouldn't hear. He wanted to cover his ears, block out every word. But he couldn't control himself. Voldemort's voice seemed to have a magnetic pull, compelling him to listen. "Let me tell you." Voldemort leaned closer, whispering softly in Harry's ear, "You are one of my Horcruxes." As he spoke, his finger pressed deeper into Harry's scar, piercing it. Blood oozed out from the lightning-shaped wound. "Inside this very scar lies a piece of my soul." The revelation shocked everyone. Ginny and Hermione exchanged worried glances, their faces pale as they looked at Harry. Finally, Harry reacted, shouting, "You're lying." "Lying?" Voldemort sneered, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "In the past, I've made some poor choices, which led to this situation. You don't believe me? Then answer this. If not for my magic, how else do you explain your ability to speak Parseltongue?" With that single statement, Voldemort shattered Harry's resolve. He recalled his second year, when he had demonstrated his Parseltongue ability in the dueling club and was even suspected of being the heir of Slytherin. Now, Voldemort was telling him that he had not inherited Slytherin's power, but rather Voldemort's own power. What an absurd and revolting revelation. But Voldemort seemed oblivious to Harry's disgust. Instead, he adopted a mockingly sympathetic tone. "Look at you, poor Harry Potter. Orphaned at such a young age, unloved and neglected. Then you came to Hogwarts. thinking that dear Dumbledore had a special affection for you, and believing you had found friendship in Cyrus. Voldemort's voice cut into Harry's heart like a knife. But in reality, it's nothing but an illusion. A lie, Harry, Voldemort said with feigned warmth. No one in this world is colder or more ruthless than Dumbledore. And I would know. He made me what I am. Voldemort placed a hand on his chest, speaking with dramatic emotion. Once all the Horcruxes are destroyed, and then you are killed, I will no longer be immortal. He let you live, only so that one day, he could send you to your death. See, could it be true? Harry couldn't help but feel a deep sense of desolation. Could the truth really be as Voldemort described? This is indeed a grand endeavor, Harry, don't you think? Voldemort said, his tone mocking. And as for Cyrus, did you truly believe he sees you as a friend? Let me remind you, he is my Horcrux, born from the fragments of my soul. He kept you alive only to digest you later, to consume your soul when the time is ripe. Of course, I will handle that first, just as I have done in every timeline. Voldemort toyed with Harry cruelly, as though he were nothing more than a puppet devoid of soul or will. Don't worry, it will hurt just a little, but it will all be over quickly, because you will die. When Voldemort uttered the word die, his voice was so soft and gentle that it sounded less like a condemnation and more like a kindness. And that word, die, seemed to break the spell of fear binding everyone else in the room. Harry still felt his limbs numb, but in that moment, Fleur lunged toward her unconscious sister, while Cassandra activated an ancient enchantment on her wrist, sending a bolt of lightning hurtling toward Voldemort. Crack! The electric light streaked through the air like an arrow, aiming straight for Voldemort's head. However, Voldemort didn't even turn his head. He caught the lightning bolt with a single backward motion, gripping it tightly as his fingers closed. The electric light scattered instantly. Boom! A tremendous wave of magical energy erupted from Voldemort, blasting everyone in the room backward. Cassandra was thrown headfirst into the mountain-like heap of clocks, her entire body buried beneath the chaos. Then, Voldemort lifted Harry high into the air by one hand. Harry suddenly noticed that the wand in Voldemort's other hand looked exactly like Dumbledore's wand. Voldemort was now pressing that wand into Harry's scar. Don't worry, Voldemort said with mock gentleness. You won't be alone for too long. Many others will join you soon. You can wait for them at that White King's Cross station. All those you love will come one by one. Well, except for Cyrus. His soul belongs to me. You won't win. Harry shouted defiantly. You're nothing but his defeated opponent. If he killed you once, he can do it a second time, and a third. This time, Voldemort wasn't angered. He simply shook his head. Times have changed, Harry. I've grown stronger, while Cyrus, well, I suspect he's grown so old now he can barely hold a wand anymore. Well then, I think we're done talking. Voldemort's tone was laced with boredom. The wand in his hand seemed to have plunged halfway into Harry's scar. By all logic, it should have pierced right through Harry's head. But it didn't. Instead, the lightning-shaped scar split open, revealing an intense, radiant light shining from within. Ah! Harry screamed in agony, feeling as though his body was being torn apart, piece by piece. Harry, Cedric, bloodied and battered, crawled out of the chaotic pile of clocks. His voice calling out caught Harry's attention, and Harry couldn't help but crack open his eyelids to look in his direction. Harry struggled to open his mouth. He couldn't make a sound, but Cedric could tell what he was trying to say. He was saying, run, take the others and escape, tell the Aurors, tell the judges and the professors. That was what should have been done, but Cedric knew he couldn't take that many people with him. He also knew that even if he brought the Aurors, it would be of no use. The only ones who could stop Voldemort were already in the Ministry of Magic. What he needed was to buy Harry a little more time, even if it meant risking his own life. Voldemort! Cedric screamed in desperation. It was the first time he had spoken the terrifying name, but surprisingly, he didn't feel any fear in his chest. Perhaps it was because he had become numb, or maybe it was the surge of courage urging him to stand firm before Voldemort. He raised his wand high, both arms shaking as though they were carrying a 1,000-pound weight, but still aimed directly at Voldemort's head. Let Harry go. Look, here's a brave little boy. Voldemort sneered, then turned to Harry and said, see, Harry, someone else is willing to sacrifice themselves for you. You're such an unlucky person, having killed your own parents, your friends. Run, Cedric, run. Harry cried out in desperation, tears streaming down his face. But Cedric's feet seemed rooted to the ground. What a touching bond. Avada Kedavra. In an instant, a flash of fire erupted. Underscore. Chapter 272. Who are you? The deadly green light flashed for only an instant, yet it blinded everyone, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. Harry temporarily lost his vision. In the darkness, Cedric was utterly silent, as though he had already perished without a sound. But when Harry reopened his eyes, he realized that what had felt like an eternity in his mind had only been a fleeting moment. The green lightning was still streaking through the air, and everything around him seemed shrouded in a veil of time, becoming slow and distorted. Harry could see the tiny specks of dust suspended in the air, as if frozen in place. He could see the cold, cruel expression on Voldemort's face. He could see Cedric's terrified face reflecting the green light. That face overlapped with the vision he had seen earlier. The cold, lifeless corpse of Cedric, eyes wide open, collapsing silently onto the ground. Just meeting those soulless, empty eyes made it hard for Harry to breathe. Who could save him? Mr. Cyrus? Professor Dumbledore? Harry wanted to scream, but he found that his body, like everything else around him, was slowed to a crawl. Was death descending upon him again? The thought struck him uncontrollably, but in that very instant, a blazing flame burst into existence out of thin air. At that moment, a flicker of confusion flashed across Voldemort's eyes, followed by an irrepressible excitement. Whoosh! Golden flames rippled outward in an instant, spreading into every corner of the room. Harry could feel the warmth emanating from the fire, and under its glow, even the searing pain in the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead seemed to subside slightly. But this fire was no gentle caress. It carried immense power, surging through the room like a raging tornado. Where the fiery waves swept past, the air itself seemed to distort under the heat. Voldemort quickly pulled his wand out of Harry's head and created a vacuum barrier in front of himself, like an invisible wall, to block the force of the flames. But everyone could sense that the fire was merely the prelude. The true crescendo lay with the one who traveled with it. Chirp! A phoenix's cry pierced the air from within the blaze. And then, a commanding voice resounded with a powerful incantation. Avada Kedavra! The green lightning tore through the flames, intercepting Voldemort's curse just before it struck Cedric. The two spells collided, their deadly forces obliterating each other, and the clash of lightning shattered the frozen flow of time in an instant. Cyrus strode forth, raising his wand high as the flames bowed to him, their fiery brilliance dimming in submission. His eyes burned like torches, and his presence was like that of a god descending from the heavens. Voldemort, is your wand only good for pointing at children? Cyrus sneered, shattering Voldemort's curse with an icy undertone of killing intent in his voice. Harry struggled to open his blood-soaked eyes, looking toward the flames. Within them, Cedric had collapsed to the ground, seemingly granted a reprieve from death. Three figures emerged, walking side by side, with Cyrus at the forefront. And contrary to Voldemort's claims, Cyrus looked anything but frail or aged. Harry let out a breath of relief, like someone who had fallen from a great height finally landing safely. His heart calmed, as if firmly planted on solid ground. He wanted to shout out, but the words caught in his throat. Mr. Cyrus, Professor Dumbledore. Wait, who are you? The second person stepping out of the flames wasn't the familiar Dumbledore, but a blonde-haired youth. The third figure wasn't blonde, but instead surrounded by a phoenix Harry recognized, Fawkes. Wait, who are these handsome guys? Where's Professor Dumbledore? Harry desperately wanted to ask. He even noticed that Fawkes wore the same confused expression as him. The magnificent phoenix circled around the youthful Dumbledore, as if asking when Dumbledore had learned to be reborn through flames, returning to the vigor of his youth. Dumbledore, Voldemort muttered, frowning slightly, providing the answer to Harry's unspoken question. This young man, who appeared no older than himself, was actually Dumbledore? You've made yourself younger, Voldemort remarked, his tone laced with suspicion. He had prepared for the consequences of time manipulation, planning to transfer the cost of altering history to Cyrus, someone closely tied to him. If everything had gone as planned, Cyrus should now have been reduced to a frail, aged figure, perhaps even dust in the wind. But, unexpectedly, not only had Cyrus avoided aging, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald had also been rejuvenated, regaining their youthful forms under the influence of time's power. This was an unforeseen miscalculation. However, Voldemort wasn't overly concerned. Time's forces were notoriously difficult to control, and he knew such power came with unpredictable outcomes. I must truly thank you, Tom, Dumbledore said, his voice calm and measured, even in this youthful form. The taste of youth is something I haven't experienced in a long time. It's rather fascinating. Despite his appearance, Dumbledore's words retained their signature wisdom and air of old age. Air, Professor, Cedric croaked, his back bent as though the flames had seared his throat. He coughed violently, tears streaming down his face. "Professor, are you really the professor?" Cedric had countless questions bubbling up inside him, about Dumbledore's current appearance, about Voldemort, about Harry and the Horcruxes. But now wasn't the time. And Dumbledore, with a slight gesture, interrupted him before he could continue. "You've done exceptionally well, Cedric. Honest and courageous. You are a true champion," the youthful Dumbledore said earnestly, placing a firm hand on Cedric's shoulder. It wasn't just polite words, it was the honor Cedric rightly deserved. "But now, take the others and leave the Department of Mysteries immediately. Leave everything else to us." "But Harry—" "Don't worry, I'll ensure Harry returns with me," Dumbledore assured him. Even in his youthful form, his words carried an undeniable authority and a calming reassurance. Cedric nodded firmly, knowing he had no choice but to trust him. "Boy, don't forget to take that unlucky Durmstrang student with you," Grindelwald interjected casually. Cedric turned to look for the others who had been blasted away by Voldemort. As for that hapless student, Voldemort had chosen to ignore him completely. Voldemort's gaze was fixed on Dumbledore as he spoke softly. "Now do you see the allure of what I pursue? Youth, power surging endlessly within your body. You've also changed," Dumbledore said, standing shoulder to shoulder with Grindelwald. As he looked at Voldemort, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He could feel that the Voldemort standing before them now possessed magical power that surpassed any point in his historical record. The soul hidden within his body was no longer fractured or broken. Though it bore marks of stitching and mending, it was now entirely whole, perhaps even more than whole. His eyes glowed crimson, with sclera that had turned pitch black, resembling two blood-red moons shining ominously. A complete soul, the magical legacy left behind by Morgana and the Deathly Hallows. This was the Voldemort they faced now. "I dare say this is the strongest enemy we've ever encountered," Grindelwald said gravely. His heart was heavy with unease, and through his enchanted eye, he could see that Voldemort was shrouded entirely in an aura of black and red malice. The dreadful power emanated endlessly, like a harbinger of death and plague. "Of course, I am more powerful than ever before," Voldemort said coldly. In a display of disdain, he released Harry Potter, casting aside the boy once prophesied to be the savior, as though he were utterly insignificant. Voldemort even seemed to regard Dumbledore and Grindelwald with little concern. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke. "You made me what I am, especially you, Cyrus. Without you, how would I have realized the monumental error I made, foolishly fragmenting my soul?" "Ah," Voldemort let out a long sigh, as though recalling a past he found too humiliating to revisit. "How naive and childish I was back then, don't you think? Believing that splitting my soul to achieve immortality was a brilliant idea. But I forgot. The power of magic relies on the unity of body, soul, and emotion. How could a fractured soul ever unleash its full potential?" "So you traveled back in time to restore the parts of your soul that were lost?" Cyrus asked. "Of course, it was the only way," Voldemort said earnestly. "You devoured my soul, and I was no longer your match. What other choice did I have but to go back in time?" The Voldemort standing here now had fully come to terms with his past failures. In fact, he had much to say about the gains he had made from this fruitful journey through time. He hadn't shared these thoughts earlier because Harry Potter wasn't a qualified listener. But Cyrus was different. Now, with the 4 individuals who could determine the fate of the wizarding world gathered in one place, every word spoken here could be immortalized in history. "I traveled through many points in time to retrieve my soul, and I also uncovered the secret to your strength, Dumbledore," Voldemort said, lifting the wand in his hand with enthusiasm. "One of the Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand. Truly marvelous, isn't it? I once overlooked so many things, dismissing tales as mere fables. But then I traced their origins and discovered this." He pulled out a black stone. Cyrus noticed that Dumbledore's breathing grew heavier. "Yes, the Resurrection Stone," Voldemort said hoarsely. "Look at it. It's what I used to restore myself to a living, breathing body, one capable of bearing unlimited power. It's laughable that I was so blind before, using it to create a Horcrux. As for that cloak, though, it's as if it vanished into thin air. I haven't been able to find it anywhere." A trace of regret appeared on Voldemort's face, but it didn't linger for long before he dismissed it entirely. Since obtaining the Elder Wand through his travels in time, Voldemort had devoted himself to studying the legend of death and the 3 brothers. To him, the Cloak of Invisibility was utterly insignificant. The Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand were more than sufficient. Hearing that Voldemort had dismissed the cloak, Dumbledore and Grindelwald both let out a sigh of relief. The two of them didn't truly believe that the Deathly Hallows were magical artifacts crafted by death itself. Still, there was always the possibility that gathering all three together could unleash some inexplicable magical power. The Deathly Hallows, Cyrus murmured, his eyes locked on Voldemort's. At this moment, he held a resurrection stone in his possession. He hadn't expected Voldemort to retrieve another one from the past. Two identical stones existing simultaneously, and would their magical power clash? He glanced at the wand in Voldemort's hand. From the moment their spells had collided earlier, Cyrus had felt the magnitude of Voldemort's current strength. It seemed, at least, that the power of the Elder Wand remained intact. After that, I recovered the pieces of my fragmented soul. I discovered that piecing them back together provided an enhancement far beyond my expectations, Voldemort declared. He was aware that Cyrus had used a similar method to strengthen his soul, but Voldemort soon realized that the enhancement he experienced from reintegrating his soul fragments far exceeded the gains Cyrus had made from devouring them. This raised doubts in Voldemort's mind about Cyrus's very existence. Afterward, Voldemort returned to 1992 and found the diary that had been causing havoc at Hogwarts. He discovered that the soul within the diary was entirely different from Cyrus. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he fixed his gaze on Cyrus, as if trying to see through his very soul. "So, Cyrus," Voldemort said coldly, "why don't you tell me who you really are? You are not merely one of the fragments of my soul, or rather, not just that. You devoured my soul, inherited my talents and powers, but where did you come from in the first place?" Voldemort's face was filled with doubt. "No matter how far back in time I went, I couldn't find a trace of you, except in the present." With just a few words, Voldemort had turned the focus of attention squarely onto Cyrus. Not only was Voldemort curious, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald also cast sidelong glances at Cyrus, clearly eager to hear his answer. "Are you so desperate to know my past?" Cyrus countered with a question of his own, his tone light. He twirled his wand between his fingers, speaking softly. "There's really nothing special about it," Cyrus said, almost lazily. "I'm just a wandering soul who happened to stumble upon your diary." A few years ago, Cyrus would never have dared to reveal his identity so casually, especially in front of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But now, what did it matter? In the world of magic, strength was the ultimate authority. In the end, everything came down to power. And really, who would waste time mourning a piece of Voldemort's soul? That being said, Cyrus's response was hardly groundbreaking. Everyone already thought he had been just a wandering soul, as he was not at all like Riddle. "It seems our conversation is over," Voldemort said, his tone icy yet composed. "Let us settle this with action, then." This time, Voldemort made no move to launch a sneak attack. In this journey through time, he had reclaimed his soul, his power, his intellect, and even his nose. More than that, he had regained his elegance. With a graceful bow, Voldemort moved as though about to engage in a formal duel, rather than a life-and-death battle. Of course, wizard duels had always carried the risk of fatality. Cyrus exhaled deeply, his gaze sharp and contemplative. He glanced at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The two of them had been pulled back to their younger selves by time's distortion. Though their magical understanding and knowledge remained intact, their raw magical power had not returned to its peak. As for Cyrus himself, Voldemort's reversal of time had unintentionally pushed Cyrus's magical power to its zenith. He realized now that this battle would require every ounce of strength he had. This fight against Voldemort would demand nothing less than his all. Chapter 273. Now, let's see who is stronger. Crack. The wand ignited like fireworks in an instant. Spells shot out. Cyrus channeled all the magic within his body, unleashing ancient magic with reckless abandon. His eyes radiated dazzling golden light, pressing toward Voldemort like a god of war. Dumbledore and Grindelwald unhesitatingly moved to flank Voldemort on either side. They launched a fierce assault, their powerful spells striking like heavy artillery. With each blast, the dust beneath their feet rose high into the air. Facing three opponents at once, even the current Voldemort found himself driven back step by step. Yet he maintained perfect control over the battle's rhythm. Though he was at a disadvantage, there was no trace of defeat in his demeanor. For the first time, Cyrus felt just how formidable Voldemort truly was. The magic surrounding him had transformed into a terrifying black whirlwind, swirling like a blood-red scythe. This allowed Voldemort, despite being outnumbered 3-1, to defend against the majority of their spells. Grindelwald, apart from Voldemort, was the most unrestrained. His entire body was taut as he unleashed dark curses like a venomous serpent. The power was potent and malevolent, death upon touch. Grindelwald, why are you opposing me? Voldemort asked while defending against the onslaught. I already know your past, understand what you desire, and know why you agreed to temporarily ally with me and that young Barty kid. Are you now planning to break your oath? Voldemort countered by conjuring dozens of rock guardians. Armed with sturdy spears, they charged toward Dumbledore and Cyrus, surrounded by a ring of magical shields. You allied with Voldemort? Dumbledore raised his wand, shattering the stone giants in an instant, then turned his piercing blue gaze toward Grindelwald. That gaze held a complex mix of emotions, pain, and perhaps disappointment. It seemed to question Grindelwald, asking if he had forgotten the vows they once made together for the greater good. And Voldemort was certainly not the answer. Years ago, Dumbledore had parted ways with Grindelwald, but he had never strayed from the ideals and principles they had crafted together. Everything was for the greater good. It was precisely because of this belief that, 50 years ago, when Grindelwald gradually descended into madness and attempted to ignite a war between Muggles and wizards, Dumbledore stood against him. And later, when Voldemort's reign of terror threatened the British wizarding world, Dumbledore once again took up the mantle without hesitation. For the greater good, Dumbledore was willing to mercilessly sacrifice smaller interests, lives, even his own, if necessary. But for Grindelwald, 50 years of imprisonment in Nurmengard had long extinguished his former ambitions. The greater good? To hell with it. At this moment, Grindelwald cared little about the state of the world. He desired only one thing. I know what you want. I can give it to you. I can promise to spare Dumbledore's life. Voldemort declared as he unleashed a spell, blasting both Dumbledore and Grindelwald aside, then striding forward to meet the charging Cyrus head-on. Cyrus's figure was a blur, darting like a specter, his spells fired with astonishing speed, each one carrying devastating force. Bang! The air erupted. Black magic surged furiously through Cyrus's veins, coursing like a relentless torrent. He felt as though he had become a high-speed machine, his body temperature rising perceptibly as raw power radiated from him. Lightning crackled in Cyrus's hands, radiating dazzling streaks of electricity. With a swift motion of his arm, a massive lightning spear surged forth, slicing through the air with the force to cleave the heavens. Voldemort did not meet the attack head-on. His body dissolved into dark smoke, retreating rapidly to evade the strike. Vast waves of magical energy coiled around him, and from the ground erupted an enormous black dragon. Its wings, spread wide like harbingers of death, launched it toward Cyrus with terrifying force. Boom! Cyrus's magic surged through him, coursing at an astonishing pace. The ancient power passed down from Morgana was no weaker than Voldemort's. Two black dragons collided, locked in a vicious battle. Though shaped like dragons, their power far surpassed that of real fire-breathing beasts. Claws as dark as night tore through walls in an instant. Enormous, grotesque heads burst out of the time chamber, and their entwined tails swept violently across the area, shattering the walls of the Ministry's 9th underground level into rubble. The ground trembled violently, shaken by the catastrophic clash. In mere moments, the monstrous dragons surged toward the surface, threatening to break free into the sky above. The entire Ministry of Magic was left in ruins, a massive chasm ripped through its structure, resembling the aftermath of a devastating earthquake. Protective enchantments crumbled under the overwhelming forces unleashed by Cyrus and Voldemort, as fragile as paper. Dumbledore glanced upward, his expression heavy with concern. The black dragon had already burst through the ceiling. High above, beyond sight, the two monstrous forms could be heard clashing violently, locked in a savage aerial duel. The Ministry of Magic was located in the heart of London. If those two colossal creatures broke free and wreaked havoc, it would cause chaos on an unimaginable scale. But right now, Cyrus couldn't afford to worry about that. The Ministry itself was already crumbling, like a collapsing skyscraper. Massive chunks of the ceiling, larger than any human, fell heavily to the ground, as though the heavens were tilting and the world turning upside down. After the colossal release of magical energy, both Cyrus and Voldemort's auras weakened slightly. Yet, they remained incomprehensibly powerful. Voldemort held the Elder Wand high, and the already formidable spells he wielded were now imbued with extraordinary potency in his hands. As their spells collided, Cyrus immediately felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. It was as though a massive truck was rolling backward down a steep slope, and he was tasked with trying to stop it with his bare hands. "Where's your strength now, Cyrus?" Voldemort taunted, his tone dripping with smugness. having reclaimed and fully restored his soul over countless journeys through time, and even absorbed a few extra fragments. Voldemort's magical power was now on par with Cyrus's ancient magic. With the Elder Wand amplifying his might, Voldemort seemed almost divine. Cyrus gritted his teeth, holding his ground against the onslaught while his gaze darted toward Grindelwald. The golden-haired youth, with the aura of a majestic bird, had shockingly been swayed by Voldemort's honeyed words. He had stopped fighting against him altogether. However, rather than being bewitched by Voldemort's words, it seemed that Grindelwald had already made his decision long before. From the very beginning, his goal had been Cyrus's life. Now, not only did he cease opposing Voldemort, but he even stepped in front of Dumbledore, blocking him from aiding Cyrus. "You've truly allied with him, Grindelwald?" Dumbledore looked at the familiar yet foreign figure before him, his face filled with shock. Though they had only been in love for just over 2 months, Dumbledore had never thought he could feel so estranged from Grindelwald, as though he had never truly known him. No, that wasn't entirely true. The Grindelwald standing before him now was the very same as the one from a century ago, the one who had fired the spell that killed Ariana. "Is this so hard for you to believe?" Grindelwald's eyes flickered with emotion. His eccentric nature was such that not even Dumbledore could fathom what was running through his mind. Behind him lay a scene of pure apocalypse, the world crumbling apart. Yet Dumbledore felt that it wasn't just the world shattering. It was also the long-cherished dream he had held on to for so many years, always yearning for yet never able to grasp. On the other side, Voldemort, seeing that Cyrus was now without any support, grew even more delighted. It was as if all the years of frustration and hatred had been unleashed in this very moment. He wielded the Elder Wand with greater force, the wand's tip cutting through the air like a blade. His spells came down upon Cyrus in a relentless barrage, each one exploding like a bombing run. Boom! "Look at yourself, Cyrus, how pitiful you've become." Voldemort laughed maniacally as he moved with incredible speed, dodging Cyrus's retaliatory spells. Cyrus, equally swift in battle, countered fiercely. The two of them burst through the doors of the Hall of Time into the circular room. The ceiling above was now completely gone, replaced by a gaping void, black and hollow. Massive chunks of falling stone continued to crash down, shaking the ground violently. Cyrus felt himself struggling more and more. Grindelwald's sudden betrayal had caught him off guard, especially since he had blocked Dumbledore. Those two engaging in combat meant their duel would not end quickly. What baffled Cyrus was how someone as intelligent and arrogant as Grindelwald could believe Voldemort's lies. But he didn't have the luxury to think about that now. "If this is all you've got, you'll die here today." Voldemort's expression was one of sheer arrogance. He was confident of his victory. The surge of magical energy he unleashed climbed steadily to its peak. Every vein in his body bulged grotesquely, and the blood pumping through them made his usually pallid skin take on a flushed, almost vibrant appearance. Avada Kedavra. It was the killing curse again, but this time, its power was far beyond anything Cyrus had faced before. The searing, blinding electric light carried the aura of death, like a blade aiming to pierce Cyrus's heart and completely destroy the Philosopher's Stone within him. As the light of the curse closed in, a shadow seemed to envelop Cyrus's heart. In that fleeting moment, his fingertips and golden eyes radiated with an electric glow. The power of ancient magic amplified the lightning's might, weaving golden and silver electricity together into a torrent of overwhelming magical energy. Thunder and lightning. The powerful spell bore a simple name, yet lightning itself carried the awe-inspiring majesty of the heavens. Boom! The two spells clashed again, their collision creating a massive shockwave that rippled outward, crashing into both Cyrus and Voldemort like a surging tide. Cyrus retreated rapidly. The two of them, like a black and white yin-yang fish, collided fiercely before separating again. "Ah, fuck." As Cyrus landed, he felt a trace of exhaustion creeping in. Leaning against the remains of a crumbling wall, he glanced back. Behind him stood a door, perhaps sealed with a powerful form of natural magic. The magical defenses on the door were stronger than those of the Ministry itself, standing firm and unyielding even in the chaos. Voldemort strode through the electrified wreckage. The overwhelming strength, fully unleashed, filled him with immense satisfaction. It had been so long since he had felt this way, the unending surge of power within him roaring like a volcano. "Ah," Voldemort exhaled in ecstasy. "Look at this. What an extraordinary wand. Only a wand this exceptional is worthy of someone as extraordinary as me. Cyrus, from the very beginning, you never stood a chance." He shook his head, his eyes scanning Cyrus's face, searching for a flicker of fear or submission. Voldemort craved the sight of Cyrus, who had defeated him several times, reduced to a pathetic, beaten dog groveling at his feet. But he was disappointed. Though Cyrus looked fatigued, his expression remained calm, devoid of fear for the death that might come. Submission to Voldemort was out of the question. Cyrus raised his wand, a deep green one resembling a serpent, and held it to his lips as though whispering to it. "You're right, Voldemort," Cyrus said. "The Elder Wand truly possesses extraordinary power, making you seemingly invincible. Then why don't you kneel and beg for mercy?" Voldemort smirked, moving his wand in an elegant arc before him, as if performing a bow at the end of a performance. But Cyrus only chuckled. "The Elder Wand is indeed a legendary wand. But how do you know that my Serpentwood wand isn't legendary as well?" Then, under Voldemort's astonished gaze, Cyrus whispered softly to his Serpentwood wand. "Ha!" The sound was faint, yet it echoed with an eerie resonance, as though it carried the whispers of serpents long gone. The harsh, obscure syllables left Cyrus's lips, and Voldemort's expression turned truly spectacular. He looked at the Serpentwood wand in Cyrus's hand as though he had seen a ghost. Cyrus had spoken in Parseltongue, but every word was crystal clear to Voldemort. Each syllable carried meaning he understood perfectly. "Speak to me, Serpentwood wand." And then, as if awakened by those words, the wand seemed to come alive. The once dim, dark green hues transformed into a vivid brilliance, the surface shimmering like iridescent scales under the sun. "Is this Slytherin's legacy?" Voldemort's face twisted with astonishment. His expression was that of someone watching a duel waged with their ancestors' coffin lid. Cyrus's hand, the one holding the Serpentwood wand, became enveloped in writhing magical energy, like a coiled nest of serpents. The other half of his body radiated a spectral image of a massive thunderbird. The serpent hissed, and the thunderbird screeched, their cries weaving into a symphony of thunder and darkness. It was as if a storm had erupted, encompassing the heavens. At that precise moment, a louder, more piercing cry echoed from an adjacent chamber. Chirp! With a fiery trail blazing behind it like a meteor, Fawkes, the phoenix, soared into the room, summoned by Cyrus's call. The majestic bird circled high above, its small body radiating immense magical energy. It was clear that Dumbledore, unable to arrive in time, had sent Fawkes ahead as backup. The phoenix spiraled down gracefully before settling on Cyrus's shoulder, its glowing presence an omen of hope amidst the brewing tempest. Then, something unexpected fell from Fawkes's body, landing right on top of Cyrus's head. "Good evening, gentlemen." The Sorting Hat shouted without regard for the situation. "Old acquaintances, huh?" Cyrus didn't respond to it, as he felt something hard and cold land on his head. He looked up slightly, and a finely crafted sword fell into his left hand. Cyrus stared at the tattered wizard's hat, then turned his gaze back to Voldemort. "Now, let's see who is truly stronger. Chapter 274, Sword of Gryffindor. Voldemort. Now let's see who is truly stronger. Cyrus held the sword in his left hand and his wand in his right. Chirp! Fawkes perched on his shoulder, each feather shimmering with flames. Armed with legendary gear, Cyrus appeared majestic and commanding. Voldemort's spells were indeed powerful, but the sword in Cyrus's hand was no less formidable. Yet, Voldemort sneered, "A rusty sword and a red-feathered bird. Do you think this will give you victory?" "Hey!" The Sorting Hat on Cyrus's head immediately objected upon hearing Voldemort's remark. "Don't underestimate Gryffindor's sword, Tom. Do you think he became a master by defeating Muggles with spells?" "Of course not." It shouted theatrically, determined to make Voldemort understand one thing. A wizard only needs to know the Lumos spell. Gryffindor's sword will handle the rest. Quick, chop him into pieces, and let him witness the prowess of the sword of Gryffindor. Voldemort cast a cold glance at the Sorting Hat, his blood-red eyes radiating deadly intensity. Instantly, the hat fell silent. Its eye sockets and mouth vanished, turning it into what looked like an ordinary, tattered hat. But the Sorting Hat's words had, in fact, reminded Voldemort of something important. If Voldemort had any disadvantage compared to Cyrus at this moment, it was Cyrus's monstrous physical strength. Voldemort would never forget that night when Cyrus twisted his arm, the sharp bone fragments piercing through the flesh on the inside of his right arm, bringing excruciating pain. His cold gaze locked onto the silver blade of the sword, and his feet instinctively stepped back half a pace. This expression of clear fear masked by forced bravado made Cyrus chuckle. However, he wouldn't underestimate Voldemort because of this. On the contrary, the more cautious Voldemort was, the more dangerous he became. Even if the Snakewood Wand's full power was unleashed, it might not rival the Elder Wand. As for the sword, thanks to the Sorting Hat, Voldemort had been on guard from the beginning. The two stood on opposite sides of the circular room. At this moment, the room began to spin rapidly. The blue flames flickering on the walls, accelerated by the rotation, appeared to merge into a ring of fire, like the ropes defining the boundaries of an arena. Voldemort, like a venomous snake, lay in wait, ready to strike. Yet, after only a brief pause, he broke the standoff himself. "Come on," he hissed hoarsely, his expression far more serious than before. Clearly, Cyrus was exerting considerable pressure on him now. In an instant, Cyrus raised his wand high. The green serpent phantom on his right side seemed to come alive. It reared its head like a dragon and let out a deafening roar. Its massive form looked as though it could fill the entire room. Then, like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, it shot through the air, leaving behind only a green blur. Swoosh! Voldemort didn't hesitate to unleash a bolt of black lightning from his wand. The electric current tore through the serpent, but in the next moment, a streak of gold cleaved through the lightning and came hurtling forward. In the blink of an eye, Cyrus had crossed several meters. As the massive snake phantom dissolved into mist, the silver gleam of his blade pierced through the illusions before Voldemort and struck directly toward his skull. Swish! The air was ripped apart. The blade of Gryffindor's sword reflected in Voldemort's blood-red eyes, as vivid as a pool of blood. There was no time to evade. The blade seemed mere millimeters from his pupils, but that minuscule gap suddenly stretched to feel as distant as the horizon. In the span of a single breath, Voldemort instinctively cast a flawless extension charm, creating a gap between himself and Cyrus. This was a technique Cyrus had used before, but for a master like Voldemort, seizing that fleeting moment was effortless. Immediately after, Voldemort swung his wand rapidly several times in Cyrus's direction. "You like playing with blades?" he sneered, his face contorted into a feral grin. With each flick of his wand, a black blade of magical energy tore through the air, aiming at Cyrus's limbs and head. Superemum Protego Diabolica. Cyrus raised his right hand, and once again, a massive dragon serpent coiled its body protectively around him. Its sturdy scales shifted with a metallic clink, creating a shield of impenetrable armor. Voldemort's black blade struck the serpent's scales, producing dazzling sparks before ricocheting off, slicing clean through the solid walls as if they were mere tofu. Meanwhile, the phoenix perched on Cyrus's shoulder, Fawkes, merged with the silver lightning bird's phantom, transforming into a fully realized phoenix of lightning and flame. The majestic creature spread its fiery wings, radiating bursts of lightning and fire, and soared into the air, diving directly at Voldemort with terrifying speed. But at that very moment, the ground beneath Voldemort's feet turned into a swamp of dark green venom. From the poisonous mire emerged a serpent as thick as a human's torso, its menacing head arching high into the air. With fangs like steel lances, the monstrous snake lunged at Fawkes's talon-like claws. Clang! The sound was like the clash of metal. The massive serpent then pulled its enormous body fully out of the venomous swamp, its colossal form capable of crushing any beast. Its murky yellow eyes glowed with an unsettling magical intensity. To Cyrus's astonishment, this wasn't a creature conjured by magic. It was a living, breathing basilisk. "Of course, it's the one from the Chamber of Secrets," Voldemort said with a cold smile, his hand gliding over the basilisk king's icy scales. "I brought it back, and time has only strengthened its magic." "Is that so?" Cyrus's eyes glinted. If this basilisk truly was the one from the Chamber of Secrets, then surely it still recognized the presence of Slytherin? Without hesitation, Cyrus began speaking in Parseltongue, his words resonating with the commanding authority of a sovereign. The ancient language held immense power over serpents, compelling their obedience. At the same time, the serpentwood wand in his hand exuded its unique aura. Invisible chains surged forth from around Cyrus, stretching like tendrils and vines toward the basilisk, binding it tightly in their grasp. The basilisk halted in its tracks, its massive body momentarily immobilized. Cyrus's eyes shone brightly as he seized the moment. "Kill Voldemort." The basilisk let out a thunderous hiss and abruptly turned its enormous head. Its lantern-like eyes reflected Voldemort's face, and then it lunged forward, jaws gaping wide, as if determined to swallow him whole. Yet, Voldemort didn't appear the least bit concerned. A confident smile played on his lips as he raised his left hand. The basilisk suddenly shook off Cyrus's command, breaking free from the binding chains as if shedding layers of restraint. And just as it was about to collide with Voldemort, the serpent twisted its massive body in a swift motion, like a train veering off course. It turned and directed its deadly fangs toward the phoenix flying low in the air. The two creatures clashed fiercely, lightning and fire against venomous fangs, and the lethal gaze of the basilisk's eyes. At this moment, the Department of Mysteries had transformed into a battleground for monsters. Did you really think that having the Serpentwood wand would let you wrest control of the basilisk from me? Voldemort sneered coldly. He had anticipated Cyrus's Parseltongue abilities. Especially after seeing Cyrus wield the Serpentwood wand, Voldemort was prepared to counter any attempt to control the basilisk, confident in his ability to maintain dominion over it. The power of Parseltongue varied greatly depending on its wielder. For example, Harry's Parseltongue could control ordinary snakes, but it couldn't wrest control of the basilisk from the Tom Riddle within the diary. Similarly, Cyrus's Parseltongue, though derived from Voldemort's abilities, was not as strong when compared to the complete Voldemort. Now, let me see what other tricks you've got. Voldemort took a step forward, his movements stirring the air. Dust and debris rose at his command, swirling under the force of his magic. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another terrifying dark spell. Cyrus raised his wand immediately to counter. The spectral form of the green serpent coiled around his arm, augmenting his magical strength. In an instant, Cyrus cast several spells in succession. The streaking white beams of magic collided with Voldemort's curses like powerful missiles. Boom! The ground beneath their feet was riddled with cracks, and the twin black dragons overhead seemed ready to break through the surface. The basilisk and the lightning phoenix continued their fierce struggle, their titanic clashes demolishing one room after another. Above Cyrus, blue flame shields interwove with the bright orange of Gabrathian fire, churning in a chaotic dance. Cyrus couldn't help but wonder why the Ministry of Magic still hadn't sent anyone to intervene. But there was no time to dwell on that question. He could only pour all his focus into the battle. Cyrus continued casting spells relentlessly. One after another, powerful incantations shot through the air. Even when they missed their target, their sheer force was immense, leaving both duelists' hair standing on end from the magical energy crackling around them. Cyrus knew that if he wanted to win, there was only one way. At that moment, he let go of the sword in his left hand, focusing entirely on casting spells. While his right hand wielded his wand, his left hand added gestures to amplify the strength of his magic. When Voldemort saw Cyrus discard Gryffindor's sword, he visibly relaxed, growing even more reckless in his attacks. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat atop Cyrus's head let out a groan of disappointment, lamenting that Cyrus had missed a great opportunity. You should have used the sword to cut through Voldemort's spells. Even the killing curse can be severed, the Sorting Hat yelled. But Cyrus ignored it. He knew perfectly well that Gryffindor's sword could indeed slice through a killing curse. But then what? Even if he broke the curse, he still needed to strike Voldemort directly to inflict any damage. Otherwise, no matter how sharp the sword was, it wouldn't make a difference. Cyrus glanced toward the spot where he had dropped the sword. In that fleeting moment, Voldemort seized the opening. Raising his wand high above his head, he unleashed an attack aimed squarely at Cyrus. Boom! Thick smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the battlefield. Voldemort's lips curled into a confident smile, but the next moment, he saw Cyrus rolling out from the cloud of smoke and debris. Cyrus looked utterly disheveled, and even the endlessly chattering Sorting Hat on his head had been knocked off by the earlier spell. Although he had managed to evade the curse, it was clear that his rhythm had been completely disrupted. Voldemort immediately recognized this as the perfect opportunity to press his advantage. If he could capitalize on this moment, the battle would be over in his favor. His attacks became fiercely aggressive. Advancing step by step, the Elder Wand in his hand shone with unparalleled might, performing at a level even Voldemort himself had never witnessed before. Countless spells rained down upon Cyrus like an overwhelming deluge, as though the stars of the night sky had descended in a merciless torrent. Cyrus found himself completely overwhelmed, unable to mount any effective counterattack. "Ha! Come on, Cyrus. Stop running," Voldemort taunted. Growing increasingly arrogant, he relished the sensation of toying with his opponent, like a predator cornering a hapless mouse. Cyrus could do nothing but evade, darting and scrambling to avoid the barrage of spells. "Is this all you've got?" Voldemort sneered, watching as Cyrus burst through a broken, crumbling door into the death chamber. Without hesitation, Voldemort followed, a cold smirk on his face. Of course, Voldemort had considered the possibility that Cyrus might be luring him into a trap by entering the death chamber so suddenly. But his caution was unrelenting, his sharp gaze always a step ahead of his advancing feet. The death chamber was a dim and chilling room, cloaked in an oppressive gray hue. The space was vast and eerily empty, with nothing inside but a crumbling archway draped with a tattered, fluttering white veil. As Voldemort stepped inside, his eyes immediately found Cyrus standing on the other side of the archway, breathing heavily as he gazed back at him. "This is quite a fitting place, don't you think?" Voldemort remarked, his cold eyes sweeping across the silent chamber. The room seemed untouched, insulated by some inexplicable force from all the chaos of the world outside. Perhaps death itself was meant to be this quiet. "I mean," Voldemort continued cruelly, "as your grave." The words were laced with malice, but Cyrus remained silent. He appeared unusually taciturn today, offering no retort. This lack of response left Voldemort feeling somewhat disappointed. "I'd love to teach you the virtue of obedience," he sneered. Killing his enemy outright seemed far too dull. Voldemort wanted to see Cyrus broken, kneeling, trembling in fear. Yet even now, Cyrus's defiance remained etched on his face, stubborn and unyielding. This made Voldemort wonder, was Cyrus truly unafraid of death? Did he not understand the power of death's magic? Voldemort, cold and furious, unleashed a spell. Cyrus, appearing utterly exhausted, raised his wand in an attempt to counter it. Ugh! But the wand was struck out of his hand, clattering to the floor and rolling to rest beside the archway. Seeing this, Voldemort realized Cyrus had no strength left to fight back. He conjured massive chains, binding Cyrus tightly. Then, with calculated malice, Voldemort approached, placing his icy hand around Cyrus's throat. "Look at your pathetic state," Voldemort sneered, his fingers tightening their grip. "Now tell me, who can save you?" His lips curled into a cruel smile as his eyes briefly glanced at the archway in the death chamber. The serpentwood wand lay lifeless and inert on the floor, stripped of all its mystical vitality. "Without the sword and now without your wand," Voldemort continued, his voice dripping with contempt, "I could snap your neck as easily as breaking a twig. Do you hear it, Cyrus? The call of death." It was said that the closer one was to death, the clearer the whispers of the departed could be heard from beyond the veil. Voldemort was curious. Did Cyrus hear those voices? Did he hear his own among them? The question, however, was rhetorical. Voldemort didn't expect an answer. Yet, to his astonishment, Cyrus nodded. His face, flushed a deep red from the pressure around his throat, twisted as he struggled to speak. In a hoarse, strained voice, he rasped, "I do hear it." In his golden eyes, there was a hint of mockery. "But what I hear, Voldemort, is your voice." The confidence in those eyes. Voldemort froze for a moment. Then a wave of unease washed over him, a sensation unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept across his back. He spun around in alarm, only to be met with a blinding silver light that stung his eyes. Swish! In midair, another Cyrus, sword in hand, swung down at his head. The sword-wielding Cyrus moved with the grace and precision of a master, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. In less than a breath, the blade was nearly at Voldemort's head, severing a lock of his black hair. Voldemort died. This time, there was no place for him to hide. Chapter 275, Voldemort's Failure. Thud. A muffled crash echoed through the air, followed by a shadow figure tumbling down from midair and rolling several times across the ground. Cedric clung tightly to several people, the force of the portkey nearly dislocating his arm. He hit the ground heavily, rolling awkwardly several times. The champions and the artifacts he had brought back scattered with a loud clatter. "Oh, that's..." In the Quidditch stadium, over 1,000 spectators gasped in unison. One by one, they stood up, craning their necks and waving their arms as they shouted, "Diggory! Diggory!" Cedric struggled to his feet. His head was bleeding, his vision blurry, and the warm sunlight on his seemingly frozen body left him momentarily dazed. "Do you see that?" A middle-aged man's voice rang out from the stands, loud enough for the entire stadium to hear, filled with joy and pride. "That's my boy! That's my boy!" Amos Diggory pushed through the crowd, his hands raised high in exhilaration. The reactions among the crowd were mixed. Ron had noticed Harry and the others that Cedric had desperately brought back the moment they returned. Harry was conscious, but looked far worse off than Cedric, appearing battered and broken. Ron saw Harry urgently running toward the castle, and a deep sense of foreboding struck him. Without hesitation, he leapt out of the stands to follow. At the moment, most people were cheering for Diggory's victory, but there were some who thought differently. After all, both Cassandra and Fleur had also returned with their artifacts. "I think we need a fair ruling," Fudge said. "And it's best we figure out exactly what happened in the Department of Mysteries." The last image they had seen was of the three most powerful wizards standing together, followed by Cyrus suddenly aging dramatically, while Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared to reverse time itself and grow younger. At that time, Fudge had suspected something might have gone wrong in the time room, but due to the ongoing tournament, he had no way to send anyone to investigate. Scrimgeour had wanted to halt the tournament, but couldn't go against the minister's orders. Fortunately, after that, Cyrus had suddenly reversed time again, regained his strength, and disappeared with the other two in a blaze of fire. As long as Dumbledore is there, things shouldn't go too badly, Fudge thought. Even though he had little love for Dumbledore, he trusted the man's abilities. Not to mention, before leaving, it seemed that Cyrus and Grindelwald had set aside their differences. Let's hope the Department of Mysteries is intact, Fudge mused as he and the rest of the judges made their way to Cedric's side. Cedric Diggory, champion of Hogwarts, you were the first to return from the Department of Mysteries. You've won this victory for Hogwarts, Babajide Akingbade said solemnly. His aged eyes also glanced at Fleur and Cassandra. Fleur had already fainted, and Cassandra had returned slightly later, as part of the second group. Otherwise, Cedric wouldn't have been able to bring so many people back with him. It seemed that Cedric only came back to his senses upon hearing Akingbade's voice. He realized that everything he had experienced in the Department of Mysteries wasn't a dream, but a vivid, painful reality. Cedric's body trembled uncontrollably once more as he looked at Fudge, his eyes filled with fear and desperation. "Sir, Aurors, the Aurors must go to the Department of Mysteries immediately," he cried out, nearly throwing himself at Fudge. "Calm down, Amos's boy," Fudge said, though he too had started to sense that something grave might have happened in the Department of Mysteries. However, with so many people watching, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. "Is it some magical mishap in the Department of Mysteries?" Cedric frantically shook his head. His panic and fear rendered him almost incoherent as he gasped for breath. He could still feel Voldemort's icy hands around his throat, suffocating him. It's the Dark Lord," Cedric shouted, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. "Sir, the Dark Lord has returned." Fudge froze as if struck by a freezing charm, his entire body stiffening. Even his layers of fat seemed to turn rigid, and an icy chill coursed through his limbs. "Don't joke about that, boy. This isn't a funny joke." His tone grew harsher, trying to mask the growing dread in his voice. "There are other witnesses here." Fudge's gaze turned toward Cassandra, silently pleading for a different answer, hoping for any explanation that didn't involve the unspeakable name. Truthfully, Fudge would have preferred the ministry to be obliterated entirely over hearing confirmation of that terrifying possibility. But Cassandra only nodded coolly, looking at him as though he were an utter fool. "If you're referring to the one you call Voldemort as the Dark Lord, then yes, he has indeed returned." Fudge's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally seemed to drop, weighed down by despair. Especially when Cassandra blatantly uttered the name Voldemort, Fudge's legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His face turned so pale that he looked worse than a corpse. The cheers of thousands were abruptly silenced, and every Hogwarts student felt as though they were trapped in a surreal nightmare. But for some, this was only the beginning. The first to act was Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Madame Maxime. He immediately targeted Bellatrix Lestrange, his words sharp and full of hostility. "Madame Lestrange, as I recall, you are a Death Eater, are you not? Don't you have some explaining to do?" In an instant, Bellatrix became the center of attention, and all eyes turned toward her with overwhelming pressure. Fudge, seizing on this opportunity like a drowning man clutching at straws, directed his pent-up frustration and fear toward her. Beneath his trembling layers of fat was a fierce malice that threatened to erupt. Yet he managed to retain a shred of rationality and refrained from immediately accusing her. Umbridge, however, could no longer contain herself. She mistook this moment as her chance for revenge and promptly placed a figurative guilty hat on Bellatrix's head. From the very beginning of the Triwizard Tournament, Ilvermorny's conduct has been nothing short of ruthless and cruel. Bellatrix Lestrange is a known Death Eater, and that man, Cyrus, has a well-documented connection to the Dark Lord. Should I then conclude that it was you who helped the Dark Lord return?" Umbridge's tone was dripping with glee as she approached Bellatrix. To her, the scrutinizing stares from the crowd felt like a source of strength, emboldening her and giving her the courage to stand before Bellatrix. "Well, do you have anything to say for yourself, Bellatrix Lestrange?" Umbridge asked with a sickeningly sweet, grating smile, her voice oozing false politeness. "If not, the Aurors will arrest you first, along with those Ilvermorny students." Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Bellatrix slapped Umbridge hard across the face without saying a word, but her cold, piercing gaze was filled with a menacing threat. "Are you speaking to me, you toad?" The slap left Umbridge's face swollen, and before anyone could react, Bellatrix's sharp eyes scanned the crowd. Some of the Aurors appeared ready to act, but hesitation lingered in the air. "Calm yourselves, gentlemen," McGonagall shouted, her voice commanding and sharp. Having taught at Hogwarts for decades, her authority alone was enough to make the younger Aurors hesitate. None dared make a rash move under the glare of the formidable Gryffindor head. "Now is not the time for us to argue here. Minister Fudge, I believe the most important thing right now is to send Aurors to the Department of Mysteries to provide support." Yes, yes," Fudge mumbled, momentarily snapping out of his daze with a dry laugh, clinging to a fragile shred of hope. Voldemort's resurrection might not be real, right? As long as he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, there was still a chance this wasn't true. After all, these were just children, the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Perhaps they had merely been frightened by some illusion. "You must have let your imagination get carried away, Cedric," Fudge said, trying to convince both Cedric and himself. He gently patted Cedric's head, forcing a paternal smile. "Now, go enjoy your victory." "But, the Dark Lord." "There is no Dark Lord," Fudge interrupted forcefully. "It's just a case of magical instability in the Department of Mysteries. It's unusual, sure, but rest assured, Dumbledore is there. The Ministry isn't about to collapse." He spoke with confidence. But just as his words fell, the massive screens around the Quidditch pitch began to tremble violently. Startled, Fudge turned his gaze toward them. The scene displayed on the screens was catastrophic. The floor of the 8th level of the Ministry was torn apart, and two massive dragon-like creatures burst out from the Department of Mysteries. They clashed and tore into each other, their wings and bodies smashing through multiple floors as they ascended higher and higher. Kingsley Shacklebolt froze momentarily, then stepped silently to Fudge's side and said in a low voice, "Minister, it seems the Ministry really is about to collapse." "Then what are you waiting for?" Fudge's face turned as black as thunder. "Deploy every Auror immediately." Meanwhile, in the Department of Mysteries, the Death Chamber, Cyrus wielded Godric Gryffindor's sword with fierce determination. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the blade cleaved through something solid. A grotesque head fell heavily to the floor, severed cleanly. Blood gushed out in torrents, shooting toward the ceiling of the Death Chamber like a fountain. Thud! Voldemort's body collapsed to the ground alongside the severed head. But his head was perfectly intact. It was the basilisk's head that had been severed. The disoriented basilisk's massive body continued to writhe, blood gushing from the enormous wound as if from a spring. The crimson liquid cascaded across the steps leading to the archway in the Death Chamber, painting them red, as though welcoming the arrival of death. The enormous severed head rolled to the base of the archway. Its dull yellow eyes still turned sluggishly, venom dripping from its fangs. "So, even this isn't enough to kill you," Cyrus said coldly, gripping the sword. When Cyrus had swung at Voldemort, in that fleeting moment, Voldemort had no time to evade but managed to cast a summoning spell, a form of transference separate from apparition. He had pulled the basilisk away from its battle with the Thunder Phoenix, using it as a shield to block the blow. Even so, Godric Gryffindor's sword had still wounded Voldemort. Now, a massive gash split across Voldemort's chest. Yet something about it unsettled Cyrus. No blood flowed from the wound. Not a single drop. It was as though Voldemort was no longer made of flesh and blood. Through the opening, Cyrus could see nothing, no internal structure at all. Voldemort seemed to sense Cyrus's thoughts and let out a cold, icy laugh. "Look at me, do I still bleed? Well, you had me there. You mastered the duplication spell," he continued, his tone laced with disdain. "I admit, I underestimated you." He rose to his feet, the massive wound on his chest squirming and stitching itself back together at an unnatural speed. "A trick you must have played back at Christmas, right? Let me guess. When was it?" He spoke to himself as though piecing together a puzzle. "Ah, yes. It must have been when you dropped the sword and narrowly avoided my curse in the dust and smoke. That's when you completed the duplication spell, wasn't it? No wonder you left the hat behind, too. No wonder the you from earlier felt so weak. I suspect this spell splits your power in half, doesn't it?" Voldemort's voice grew increasingly cold as he uncovered the weakness of Cyrus's spell. Now, his intent to kill was palpable. "How do you plan to defeat me now?" Cyrus, left with only half his magical power, couldn't possibly be a match for him. "This will finish you. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort, what the fuck?" Boom. The curse detonated like a bolt of lightning. A dark figure was sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground like a rag doll. Voldemort spat out blood, tumbling lifelessly down the steps. He raised his head in disbelief, staring behind him. The Cyrus who had been trapped by his spell had somehow broken free. The serpentwood wand that Voldemort had knocked away was now mysteriously back in Cyrus's hand. The explosion just now hadn't come from Voldemort's curse. It was Cyrus, delivering a devastating blow from behind. Now, two versions of Cyrus stood tall at the top of the stairs, gazing down at Voldemort. Behind him, the black veil on the archway was billowing high, as though beckoning him to step through. The damage inflicted by this spell far exceeded that of Gryffindor's sword. Voldemort was gravely injured, his body trembling with weakness. Yet he couldn't fathom it. How could Cyrus, whose magical power was supposedly halved, unleash such a powerful attack? Confused? "Let me explain," Cyrus said coldly. "It's simple. I never split my magical power in half." The duplication spell Cyrus had used did indeed require splitting his abilities. But the Cyrus wielding the sword didn't need magic at all. He only needed a strong physical form. From the start, all of the magical power resided in the Cyrus holding the wand. He had feigned weakness, lured Voldemort out of the central chamber, and even deliberately dropped the serpentwood wand. What Voldemort didn't know was that the wand could transform into a snake and slither back to Cyrus. This ruse allowed him to deliver a devastating attack when Voldemort least expected it. At this moment, Voldemort tried to raise his wand again, but as he did, he suddenly froze, his expression darkening. It was as if he had realized something, letting out a displeased tsh under his breath. If you're
enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.